traversing through the Douluo continent, awakening a divine angelic martial spirit, starting with a remarkable innate level of 20 and a fortuitous beginning. Before me lie two paths, the Hall of the Pope or the Hall of Offerings. MOU declares, even with my eyes closed, the choice is evident. The Hall of Offerings. Are you unaware that the Hall of the Pope is rather unfriendly towards angels? Choosing the Pope, is that a wish for self-destruction? Beware of being obliterated by her eternal creation. How do I know this? Do you expect me to recount my past experiences of being obliterated? Thus, in this new life, I immediately seek the support of the old trickster. However, why have the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor also been reincarnated? Damn, why is the Silver Dragon King joining in on the chaos? Chapter 1. The Hall of Spirits is doomed. In the Hall of Offerings, Wuhuan City, beneath the vividly crafted statue of the six-winged angel, a golden-haired, handsome elder, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, kneels on a mat, fervently praying. The elder's name is Qian Daoliu, one of the three supreme limit Douluos of the present age, renowned as the invincible of the sky, the grand offerer of the Hall of Spirits, a 9th level limit Douluo. Upon hearing footsteps echoing from outside the hall, Qian Daoliu furrows his brow. What brings you here again? Grand offerer. A robust elder clad in golden attire enters the hall. He is the second offerer of the Hall of Spirits, a 98th level super Douluo, the golden crocodile Douluo. Is it that boy again? Qian Daoliu slightly opens his eyes. Indeed. The golden crocodile nods, a hint of helplessness on his face. That boy has been shouting outside the Hall of Offerings for several days now, and it is puzzling how he has evaded the guards' patrols. Would it not be effective to offer him some wealth to send him away? Qian Daoliu sighs. Not all. The golden crocodile hesitates. Qian Daoliu turns his head, slightly perplexed. What is it? That boy is extraordinarily courageous. Even the sea god, Douluo Poseidon, has been mentioned by him. The golden crocodile's expression is rather peculiar. He said, "It is so difficult to meet. You know, Wonder Poseidon looks down on you. You deserve it." Qian Daoliu. Bring that impudent boy in. 1 minute later, as he gazes upon the diminutive figure before him, a boy scarcely taller than 1 meter and 30 centimeters, with white hair and red eyes, remarkably handsome, Qian Daoliu finds his anger miraculously subdued. I am Qian Daoliu, grand offerer of the Hall of Spirits. So, you are the one who insisted on meeting me? Qian Daoliu slightly tilts his head, his imposing presence causing MOU to tremble. It is quite difficult to meet you. MOU feigns calmness as he takes a couple of steps. Youngster, show some respect. This is the grand offerer. The golden crocodile admonishes. Though these centenarians do not favor excessive formalities, such disregard is uncalled for. What are you shouting about? Do you think you can intimidate me? MOU glares resolutely at the golden crocodile. Qian Daoliu and the golden crocodile. Then why are your legs trembling? Observing the boy's composed upper body contrasted with his quaking lower half, the two centenarians find the situation somewhat amusing. At such a young age, he is already concerned about face saving. Yet, noticing that MOU is on the verge of losing his balance, Qian Daoliu finally realizes the issue. He had forgotten to retract his imposing aura. Bullying the weak. You have quite the talent. No wonder Poseidon looks down on you. Once Qian Daoliu withdraws his pressure, MOU breathes a sigh of relief and stands tall once more. Ahem. The golden crocodile's eye twitches. He coughs lightly, wishing to warn the boy. Some things should not be spoken lightly. Enough. Qian Daoliu interrupts MOU. Now, tell me what you seek from me. Having lived for so long, he deduces that someone daring to act so audaciously before him must possess some form of backing, or they are simply foolish. However, seeing how remarkably handsome this boy is, he does not appear to be a fool. Moreover, his frequent mentions of Poseidon raise suspicions. Could he be from Sea God Island? Otherwise, how would he know of Qian Daoliu's past? Have him leave first. MOU glances at the golden crocodile. Why? Qian Daoliu inquires, intrigued. The matters I wish to discuss are not suitable for many years. MOU asserts resolutely. You. The golden crocodile begins to argue, but Qian Daoliu raises a hand to silence him. Golden crocodile, please step outside. Very well. With Qian Daoliu's decree, the golden crocodile complies. Once the golden crocodile exits the grand hall, MOU slowly begins to speak. The Hall of Spirits is doomed. I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. Qian Daoliu's expression turned severe. He did not invite this boy in to hear such statements. I am a transmigrator, hailing from a different timeline. The tale of the Douluo continent has been documented in the form of a novel in my world, and I happen to have read it. In the future, A scoundrel named Tang San will bring ruin upon your Hall of Spirits. In the span of 3 minutes, Mou succinctly recounts the general plot of the Douluo continent to Qian Daoliu, detailing how Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, consumed by their romantic pursuits, squander their advantageous positions. A novel? Qian Daoliu's emotions are complex. He does not fully trust Mou. Yet the implications of his words suggest that this world is a mere narrative. Is he merely a fictional character crafted by another? Let a monkey randomly tap on a typewriter, and given infinite time, it will almost certainly produce any given text. Mou cryptically states, an infinite number of monkeys with infinite time will generate specific documents. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, fascinating. There is merit to your words. The world may not be a mere fabrication, but rather the circumstances have been creatively envisioned. Infinite possibilities abound. Since you are aware that the future holds infinite possibilities, have you considered that this world may merely resemble the story etched in your memory? Qian Daoliu counters. Transmigrators from other timelines do not seem absurd to him. For the ancestors of the Qian family, the angelic deity subtly alluded to the existence of worlds beyond the Douluo continent and the divine realm. Thus, the child's soul originating from another world is not implausible. Yet, how could he be so certain that this world will unfold precisely as he remembers? Because I am, damn it, a reincarnator. This world, I am currently experiencing it for the second time. Mou grits his teeth. Reincarnated? Qian Daoliu is momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that you have witnessed the future trajectory of this world? Indeed. Mou inhales deeply, regaining his composure. Initially, I believed this world merely bore resemblance to my memories, but upon witnessing that scoundrel with the surname Tang repeatedly escape peril, time and again, he narrowly avoids death. The Hall of Spirits continually acts foolishly. I could no longer restrain myself and intervened. Then, that bastard Shura also took action himself. Shura? Qian Daoliu's expression freezes. Is he referring to the Shura he knows? Precisely the Shura god you are aware of. Mou's face reflects indignation. One of the 5 divine kings of the celestial realm, the law enforcer, the most audacious scoundrel, simultaneously acting as a harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue. Ugh. The incessant tirade of curses from Mou was abruptly silenced by Qian Daoliu, who covered his mouth. Do you even realize who you are cursing? Ugh. Mou struggled in Qian Daoliu's grasp, but the disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. He could only gesture towards the colossal statue of the angel ahead. This was the domain of the angel god, a realm that the scoundrel could not perceive. Though the angel god had fallen, her divine power still enveloped this place. The Shura god would not dare to intrude upon another's territory merely to spy on an elderly man who prayed daily. While the Shura was indeed a rogue, he was not a pervertwait. That scoundrel was indeed a pervert, and he was likely peeping at the young Tang San. Ahem. Understanding Mou's implication, Qian Daoliu released his grip. Not necessarily, after all, that is a divine king. More like a bastard, Mou retorted casually. This was not a reflection of his low character, rather, it was a testament to the true villainy of the Shura. In his previous life, he had attempted to assassinate Tang San multiple times, yet each endeavor had met with inexplicable thwarting forces. Ultimately, Tang San was slain by Bibi Dong, and to safeguard against any unforeseen resurrection, he had eliminated Oscar and Ning Rongrong to prevent them from using the resurrection divine light to revive Tang San. And what transpired? The god of food and the 9-colored goddess descended personally, bringing all 3 back to life. Faced with a double-degenerate Tang San, he had no choice but to resort to a self-detonation for a dramatic finale. There was no alternative. He lacked divine rank and divine trials to gain an advantage, and despite his utmost efforts, he remained stuck at level 99, while slaying him was akin to child's play. By your reasoning, with the protection of a divine king, Tang San must possess even greater investment potential, Qian Daoliu remarked seriously. According to Mou, Tang San, the great-grandson of Tang Chun, was the designated successor of the Shura god, only to be intercepted by the sea god, meaning Tang San had the guardianship of 2 deities. Though the Spirit Hall also boasted 2 deities, the Angel God and Bibi Dong's Azura God, the gulf between a divine king and a first-tier god, are you wondering why, despite having failed once and knowing that Tang San could easily evade danger, I still seek you out? Mou replied, his composure unshaken. Indeed, Qian Daoliu nodded. Mo's words had gained substantial credence in Qian Daoliu's mind, for this young man was aware of the angel god's fall. He was even privy to the 9 trials of the angel. First, take a look at what my martial soul is. Mou, weary, extended his hand, summoning his soul power to reveal a 6-winged angel martial soul, akin to that of the Qian family, measuring 10 centimeters in size. Just this. If I were to present this before Tang San, wouldn't that brute, who spares no one, including his own wife, obliterate me with a single strike? Why not simply lie low on Tang San's side? Do I have a choice? Chapter 2. You can't afford to play. Half an hour later, Qian Daoliu had come to largely believe the resentful young man before him. For certain matters were so secretive that even the second high priest, the golden crocodile, was unaware of them. The boy claimed he had been told during their past boasting sessions. Given Qian Daoliu's understanding of himself, he could indeed perform such feats. Yet the fact that Mou was able to divulge such information implied an extraordinary bond between them. However, if what you say is true, the future of the spirit hall appears bleak, Qian Daoliu remarked, a frown creasing his brow. Tang San had the backing of both the sea god and the Shura god. While they had lost both the Rakshasa god and the angel god, how could they possibly contend with such odds? Indeed, it is rather grim, Mou nodded. Is there truly no way out? Qian Daoliu questioned, puzzled by the boy's apparent lack of concern. The spirit hall's future was dire, yet this youth deliberately sought him out? It is not entirely hopeless, Mou mused, resting his chin on his hand. Tang San is destined to be the Shura, meaning that even if my talents surpass his, I cannot seize the Shura's position. However, Poseidon remains unaware of Tang San. If I were to secure the sea god's position beforehand, we might stand a chance in a 3-on-1 situation. Then why didn't you do so in your previous life? Qian Daoliu retorted. I simply could not see the sea god's position, Mou replied matter-of-factly. Qian Daoliu paused. I had originally intended to inherit the Shura god's position, but I failed, Mou shrugged. It was precisely due to this failure that he began to suspect Tang San was brought into this world by Shura. They were like 2 turtles gazing at each other, and subsequently, Shura, in an attempt to ensure Tang San's victory, disregarded all else. It was then that he was convinced Tang San had been brought here by Shura. The Shura god's position is unworthy of you. Do you possess exceptional talent? Qian Daoliu suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about Mou's abilities. Of course, I am a genius, possessing innate spirit power of level 20 and a special divine level angel spirit. How can Tang San's pitiful weapon and mere grass compare to me? Montague replied nonchalantly. I achieved level 97 at the age of 22 without relying on divine trials, and by the time I reached level 98, you were no match for me. 22 and level 97? You could defeat me at level 98? Are you certain you're not trying to deceive me? Qian Daoliu questioned, his trust in Mou swiftly dwindling due to his arrogance. After all, Mou's claims seemed excessively exaggerated. Why would I lie to you? Mou retorted, slightly exasperated. In order to maximize my gains, I risked my life absorbing high-age spirit rings. I began with 10,000-year rings for my 3rd spirit ring, and for my 8th and 9th rings, I absorbed one 40,000-year and one 70,000-year ring. Immediately after absorbing the 9th ring, I reached level 93. Thus, achieving level 97 at 22 was hardly extraordinary. 40,000 and 70,000? Qian Daoliu was taken aback. Are you insane? Can your body withstand such energy? A 70,000-year spirit beast could rival you. Of course I could not withstand it, Mou shrugged. So, after absorbing my 8th spirit ring, I slept for half a year. And after the 9th, I slept for over a year. Especially with the 9th ring, had you not used divine power to stabilize me, I might have exploded on the spot. You are far too reckless. This is not training. You are simply courting death. Qian Daoliu exclaimed. Aren't you afraid of dying? Perhaps due to Mou's nonchalant attitude, a sense of familiarity began to ease Qian Daoliu's wariness. Why should I be afraid? Montague counted. Ever since I failed to inherit the Shura god's position in the City of Slaughter, I had a good idea of what the future held. If I do not strive to grow stronger with my angel spirit, would the others spare me if the spear hall fell? I cannot spend half my life training to become a limit de law only to live like a stray dog in hiding. In his previous life, he had done nothing, yet simply revealing his angel spirit led to Tang San nearly killing him with his hammer. Later, the people from Hao Qian sect sought to strike him down upon seeing the angel. What would he do? He felt utterly desolate. He even suspected that Shura's refusal to grant him the divine position was largely due to his angel spirit. This world was truly unfriendly towards those with angel spirits. Of course, it is primarily your fault, Mou added. Before you initiated the divine trial for Qian Daoliu, you made a pact with me to assist her in times of danger. Otherwise, I could have simply flown to the opposite continent to enjoy my life. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu, he would have genuinely run away, as the situation seemed hopeless, a dual divine Tang San, alongside Shura, ready to strike at any moment. In the end, he helped Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu with a bit of the Shura sword, thus repaying Qian Daoliu for his numerous acts of kindness. Because of me? Qian Daoliu was momentarily speechless. You, the Pope Bibi Dong, looked down upon me due to my angel spirit, and your granddaughter also harbored disdain against me because of Bibi Dong, not to mention your attempts to matchmake between us, Mou interjected. Do you know how awkward it was for me, limit Douluo, to be reviled in the Spirit Empire? The two divine beings of the Empire looked down upon me. Had it not been for you saving me so many times, I would hardly have cared. Qian Daoliu found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Bibi Dong had always been unfriendly towards angel spirits, and Mou, with his angel spirit, had likely not been killed by Bibi Dong solely because Qian Daoliu intervened. But why did Qian Daoliu also harbor such ill will? With her similar angel spirit and talent, and given his good looks, it seemed unfathomable. All right, the reason Qian Daoliu dislikes me should have another layer, Mou added. Not only do I desire her body, but I also covet her mother-s, and I have flirted with several young ladies. Thus, every time she sees me, she wishes to slay me. Qian Daoliu exclaimed, No wonder I want to slay you too. Flirting with young ladies is one thing, but you desire Bibi Dong as well? You deserve it, perhaps due to the heightening of emotions. Qian Daoliu kicked Mou's backside, sending the unsuspecting youth flying. Hey, you old fool, are you insane? Mou cursed. I am the one who is insane. Qian Daoliu's brows furrowed. You little rascal dreaming of mother and daughter. I need to knock some sense into that head of yours. With that, Qian Daoliu approached Mou with a stern expression. Wait a moment. Mou instinctively took a step back. What are you planning? Bullying the young? Disrespecting the old? Do you believe I want to take action against Poseidon? Qian Daoliu paused, his expression darkening. Initially, he merely intended to give Mou a light beating. But now the boy had even mentioned Poseidon. Buzz. A wave of energy radiated from Qian Daoliu, and upon witnessing this familiar scene, Mou couldn't help but shudder. Actually, I was just joking. You would take it seriously, would you? Damn it, you rascal. Oh, I was wrong. Chapter 3. Could he be a scion of the Qian family? Half an hour later, Mou, sporting a bruised visage, sat on the steps of the worship hall's side chamber, while Qian Daoliu summoned all 7 of the worship hall's esteemed elders. The second elder, Golden Crocodile Daw, a peak Douluo at level 98. The third elder, Azure Luan Daw, a peak Douluo at level 97. The fourth elder, Lion Daw, also a peak Douluo at level 97. The fifth elder, Radiant Feather Daw, a peak Douluo at level 96. The sixth elder, Thousand Jundaw, a peak Douluo at level 96. And the seventh elder, Demon Subduing Douluo, a peak Douluo at level 96. Why the urgency in summoning us, esteemed leader? Is there something of great importance at hand? Inquired the robust Lion Douluo first. Could it be that you finally intend to annihilate the Haotian sect? Speculated Radiant Feather Douluo. Not all, Qian Daoliu refuted. He had made a pact with Tang Chun not to act against the Haotian sect, and although he understood that in the future, that group would threaten to upend his worship hall, he still intended to uphold that agreement. To him, that group was inconsequential. The true issue lay solely with the gods. What a pity, remarked Radiant Feather Daw curiously, moving closer to the battered Mou, pointing at him as he turned to Qian Daoliu. Who is this child? Is he perhaps your illegitimate son? After all, aside from us elders, the only person who has ever entered this worship hall is Qian Daoliu. So this child must be someone of significance. Not at all. Both Mou and Qian Daoliu exclaimed in unison. Mou protested. Do I resemble this old fellow in any manner? Qian Daoliu countered. Do I bear any resemblance to this brat? The elders exchanged perplexed glances. If you weren't denying it, this would merely be a jest, they mused. The synchronized tone and demeanor of the two only deepened the elder's suspicions, particularly Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was privy to some truths. After Mo, had entered the Angel Temple. He had urgently sought information about this peculiar child and learned that the orphanage in Wuhuan City had recently taken in refugees. Connecting this with Qian Daoliu's current demeanor, Golden Crocodile felt that Radiant Feather's conjecture was likely correct. This child was probably a scion of the Qian family from outside. However, considering Qian Daoliu's age, it was more probable that this child was the offspring of Qian Xuanji. Enough with the wild speculation. Qian Daoliu interjected, sensing the intense atmosphere of gossip. He had spent so many years in the worship hall, detached from such romantic entanglements. I merely wish to introduce this child, who will henceforth be a member of the worship hall. Should he encounter any troubles, I ask that you assist him as much as you can. The 6 elders wore expressions of subtle amusement. Was this not a veiled acknowledgement? Esteemed leader, you still have vigor. Radiant Feather Douluo teased Qian Daoliu. Mo appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, which would imply that he was conceived about 7 or 8 years prior. At that time, Qian Xuanji was still alive, but due to Qian Renshua's issues, Qian Daoliu had been in poor spirits, so it was understandable. Even at over 100 years old, an ultimate Douluo's body is akin to that of a person in their 30s, truly in their prime. Ahem. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Qian Daoliu cleared his throat twice. You've misinterpreted. I have no connection with this child. He then turned to Mo. All right, little you, showcase your martial soul. As Radiant Feather was about to ask another question, Qian Daoliu directly directed the inquiry toward Mo. Just because you ask, should I comply? Mo, still riled from his earlier beating, was in no mood to cooperate with Qian Daoliu. What about my dignity? Seeing Mo's audacity, the elders were further convinced that if there were no such relationship, this child could not possibly act so brazenly in the worship hall. Ahem. An awkward Qian Daoliu sent a mental message to Mo. Do me a favor. I promise to assist you with one matter. Upon hearing this promise, Mo stood up straight. Watch closely, I shall demonstrate. He began, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. What is it? Qian Daoliu inquired, puzzled. Mo leaned closer and whispered, first, awaken my martial soul. That little figurine-like angel from before was hardly imposing. Qian Daoliu was taken aback. You haven't awakened your martial soul yet? Of course not. If I had awakened it in Wuhuan City, would I be here with you? The person in the Hall of Spirits would have likely killed me on the spot. Though he jested, his angelic martial soul, despite having 6 wings, was evidently different from that of the Qian family. His angel bore a mask and had an androgynous appearance. Only the blind fools from the Haoyan sect would recklessly attack upon seeing an angel. Indeed, that is a valid point, Qian Daoliu acknowledged. Before channeling his immense soul power into Mo's body, the awakening of a martial soul is fundamentally a process wherein soul power enters the body to stimulate its activation. The methods available in the market, often utilizing obsidian and arrays, merely systematize the guiding of soul power to prevent mishaps caused by unskilled awakeners. As an ultimate Douluo, Qian Daoliu faced no such issues, thus, he could directly input soul power. Of course, the awakening of a martial soul is one of the most significant events in a person's life on Douluo continent. Using arrays for awakening is more akin to a ceremonial act. However, since Mo had already awakened once, he held no reverence for such a ceremony, which is why Qian Daoliu directly infused his soul power. Upon receiving the soul power from Qian Daoliu, Mo swiftly took control, accelerating the flow of soul power according to the patterns etched in his memory. Realizing this, Qian Daoliu's final shred of doubt vanished. This cannot be mistaken. The manner in which this soul power flows is what I taught. An ultimate Douluo possesses an extraordinary command over soul power, allowing them to refine common methods for accelerating soul power flow and even expedite cultivation. Such intricate modifications and techniques are nearly invaluable to every titled Douluo. Up until now, he had only taught this to his granddaughter Qian Renshua. Thus, for this child to grasp his most treasured knowledge confirmed the authenticity of his claims. The Wuhuan Hall, with its millennia of legacy, was indeed on the brink of facing such a future. Boom! With Qian Daoliu's assistance, Mo harnessed this immense soul power, forcefully infusing it into his angelic martial soul after completing the initial flow. A dazzling golden radiance erupted forth, and the martial soul, which normally would be proportional to his size, surged to over 3 meters in height, cascading hair down his shoulders while wielding a holy sword adorned with elegant patterns. Unlike the ancestral angelic martial soul of the Qian family, this being bore no discernible gender and was adorned with a golden masked visage, exuding an overwhelming and somewhat oppressive aura. A divine-level martial soul. Except for Qian Daoliu, who was somewhat prepared, the 6 elders displayed astonishment. This sensation was akin to that of Qian Rinshua's divine-level martial soul. Esteemed leader, how can you deny this? Radiant Feathered Douluo pointed at the imposing angelic martial soul. In Douluo continent, can the angelic martial soul belong to any other family? As offerings, they are naturally aligned with the Tao. The angelic god is indeed the ancestor of the Qian family, and the martial soul inherited through bloodlines indicates that this young man must have some connection with the Qian family. Furthermore, a divine-level martial soul. Additionally, after awakening his martial soul, they distinctly sense the immense soul power within him, which is undoubtedly beyond the 10th level. It is akin to that of Qian Renshua, possessing an innate level of 20. Are you getting old? Can't you see? Does this martial soul resemble mine? Qian Daoliu severed the soul power transmission, causing Mou's towering martial soul, which reached over 10 meters high, to shrink instantly to just over a meter. Only then did the reminded offerings carefully observe Mou's angelic martial soul, which indeed looked different from that of the Qian family. It wore a mask and didn't resemble the feminine angelic image typical of the Qian lineage. Could it be a mutation? Guangling mused. But can divine-level martial souls undergo mutation? Enough, 5th brother. It is evident that this is not the angel of the spirit hall. Jean interjected, putting a stop to Guangling's wild speculation. Although the aura of the angelic martial soul was similar, Mou's angelic martial soul emanated a sense of danger, entirely different from the benevolent angelic martial souls of the Qian family. Chapter 4. The troublesome tool. After some deliberation, Qian Daoliu managed to dismiss the group of offerings. Although Mou's angelic martial soul was indeed distinct from the Qian family's 6-winged angel, Guangling's wild imagination led the others, who initially had no doubts, to start questioning. Fortunately, speculation remained just that. They would not speak recklessly. After all, the animosity that the Pope's hall harbored towards the angelic clan was terrifying. Over the years, the Qian family's members outside had nearly all been secretly eliminated by that woman, who even went so far as to act against her own daughter. Given this precedent, along with Qian Daoliu's esteem for Mou, they naturally would not let such news leak. It wasn't that they were incapable of dealing with that woman. Rather, they did not wish to exacerbate the already delicate relationship between the offering hall and the Pope's hall. The relationship had only recently begun to ease under Qian Daoliu's efforts. They didn't want to jeopardize that progress. Now that your position in the offering hall is established, what are your plans moving forward? Qian Daoliu inquired. What else can I do? Just live my life normally, Mou replied, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. Why not consider eliminating that Tang San ahead of time? Qian Daoliu suggested. Have you forgotten what I said before? Montaku countat. Although the Shura god was watching Tang San, it was improbable for him to keep a constant vigil. Yet, should Tang San find himself in a life-threatening situation, that fellow would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, even if they succeeded in eliminating Tang San, what then? The opponent was a god king. It would be no trivial task for a god king to grant a mortal's soul a second chance at life. Do you believe I could make Tang San's soul dissipate right under a god king's nose? Qian Daoliu was momentarily speechless. While he could wield divine angelic power to momentarily possess demigod strength, facing a god king with that was tantamount to delivering oneself to death. Thus, Tang San was not all that significant, at least not at present. Rather than disrupting his original life trajectory and introducing uncertainty into the future, it was better to leave him be for now, Mou concluded, based on my previous life as experiments. Directly confronting Tang San always led to inexplicable obstacles, likely the Shura's doing. Hence, killing Tang San is not an option, regardless of whether it could be achieved. It would hold little significance. Until he inherits the Shura god position, he poses no threat to us. He is merely a minor nuisance. Indeed, Qian Daoliu nodded. Mou's reasoning was sound. As long as the god king did not intervene, and with Poseidon far removed on Sea God Island, Mou, capable of wielding demigod power on this continent, was undoubtedly invincible, even against Tang Chun. Rather than acting against Tang San and risking an uncontrollable future, it is wiser to go with the flow for now. The ultimate goal is the final battle of the gods. By the way, I haven't asked you about your previous life yet, Qian Daoliu suddenly inquired. In my past life, I did not directly approach the offering hall, nor did I know about my martial soul. Instead, I underwent a unified awakening at the Martial Soul Plaza. In that scenario, Bibi Dong took me away, Mou explained. Although you sought her out due to the resonance of the angelic martial soul, it merely resulted in a non-harm agreement between us. I remained at the Pope's Hall, acting as her diligent student. However, it was quite a torment for me there. What do you mean? Observing Mou's complex expression, Qian Daoliu sensed that matters were not as straightforward. Do you not understand her? Montauk Yuli retorted. To her, I was merely a tool, coupled with the angelic martial soul. Her feelings towards me were even more intricate. She wished to eliminate me, even while knowing I was not of the Qian family's six-winged angels. At the same time, she aimed to cultivate me into a talent, desiring that I, with my unique angelic martial soul, enact revenge on the Qian family. Ultimately, I endured tremendous hardship due to your son's troubles. Initially, I hoped to foster a deep teacher-student bond, but after over a decade of effort, it amounted to nothing. I was never regarded as anything more than a tool. Later, during the Soul Master competition, I merely gave her old lover a light beating. Seriously, I only lightly struck him a few times, yet I almost faced Bibi Dong's wrath. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have likely perished on the spot. From that point on, I passively distanced myself from the Pope's Hall and sought refuge in the offering hall. Hearing Mou's account, Qian Daoliu felt a pang of embarrassment. His son was indeed a source of frustration. He had always envisioned a dignified life, where even killing would be done openly. He never anticipated that his son would tarnish his reputation in such a manner. Although he was furious about Bibi Dong's desire to defect from the spirit hall, there were countless ways to deal with her, whether through sowing discord or orchestrating an assassination while framing others. Even personally eliminating that waste from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was an option. Yet, he never expected that his son would employ the most underhanded approach. I had enough of the atmosphere at the Pope's Hall. The reason I risked coming to the offering hall, despite the possibility of being eliminated by you, was to avoid her gaze, and Mou continued. He was an orphan from the Martial Soul City orphanage, where the orphans were registered. If one went missing, the Martial Soul City's military would immediately seal off the area to search for them. There was no escape. This was a rule set by Bibi Dong. In a short while, the unified awakening ceremony of the Martial Soul City would commence, and given his age, he would undoubtedly be taken for the unified awakening. At that moment, he would once again be forcibly taken by Bibi Dong to become her tool. As for resistance, refusal, he had no desire to meet his end at the very beginning of this second life. Who was Bibi Dong? If she could not have him, she would destroy him. The moment he dared to refuse, he might have to personally experience the depths of her underhanded tactics, such as hypnosis, brainwashing, or even the fate of being razed to death. Thus, since he could not escape Martial Soul City, he preferred to find Qian Daoliu, who was somewhat reasonable. After all, he had great talent and was an angelic martial soul. He harbored no hostility towards the Spirit Hall. In fact, he even took the initiative to join the offering hall, so Qian Daoliu would not mistreat him. Moreover, once his angelic martial soul was discovered, Qian Daoliu would undoubtedly come knocking at his door, leaving no room for evasion. Therefore, it was better to offer himself up willingly and see how it unfolded. What are your plans moving forward? Qian Daoliu asked. Since Mou has already reached the pinnacle of the Douluo realm, the resources within the Soul Master Academy hold no value for him. Attending would merely squander his time. Moreover, with his angel martial soul, what would happen if Bibi Dong discovered him wandering about Soul City? The angel martial soul of the Hall of Worship makes him believe there is a significant chance Bibi Dong would secretly eliminate him. Ah, Lao Qian, you underestimate me. Perceiving Qian Daoliu's concern, Mou rose from the steps. Upon hearing the title Lao Qian, Qian Daoliu's eyelids twitched. This boy was indeed becoming increasingly audacious. Look, Mou extended his right hand, manifesting only the holy sword aspect of his angel martial soul, while the rest remained entirely inert, resembling merely a sword martial soul. Qian Daoliu was taken aback. How could this be? Even with his senses as a pinnacle Douluo, he could not penetrate this illusion, as if it truly were a sword martial soul. Lao Qian, do not underestimate me. Once a pinnacle Douluo, Mou replied nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Although he had begun anew, his mastery over martial souls remained unparalleled. Qian Daoliu pondered, how could this boy ascend so effortlessly? Thus, you were able to manifest the angel martial soul in such a miniature form before it even awakened? He conjectured. Indeed, Mou nodded. However, this method has its drawbacks. I can only exert 30% of my power at most. Beyond that, the angel martial soul would no longer remain concealed. Disguises have their limits. If he could fully transform his martial soul into a sword without any repercussions, he would have no need to worry about being discovered by Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu seemed poised to speak again, but before he could, his gaze shifted towards the entrance of the Hall of Worship. Bibi Dong, what are you planning? This is the Hall of Worship, not your papal hall. Chapter 5. The Papal Confrontation. Outside, the booming voice of the golden crocodile echoed, halting the confrontation. At the sound of that familiar voice, Mou instinctively ducked behind Qian Daoliu. Lao Qian, you must protect me. Qian Daoliu's expression froze. Do you really need to be so dramatic? After all, this is still his Hall of Worship. Bibi Dong is merely a 94th level title Douluo. What storm could she possibly stir? If not for the reputation of the Spirit Hall, the golden crocodile could easily dispose of Bibi Dong. Well, the inheritor of the deity. The chasm between 94 and 98 is insurmountable. No matter how talented Bibi Dong may be, or how she possesses twin martial souls, she cannot bridge that gap. What do you mean not so dramatic? Mou retorted, feeling speechless. She could eliminate me in an instant. What if she were to act carelessly? Qian Daoliu was equally perplexed. She doesn't even know you or that you possess an angel martial soul. Do you truly believe that, given her nature, she would strike down a child with no ties to her? She would, Mou declared with resolute certainty after a brief moment of hesitation. I would find it utterly unsurprising, having known Bibi Dong for 20 years, and having been used as a fool for over a decade. He was acutely aware of her capacity for ruthlessness. The only individuals capable of softening her heart were her false daughter, Hulaina, and her biological daughter Qianrenxue. Everyone else, she would cast aside or eliminate without hesitation. To put it bluntly, Bibi Dong is a woman still clinging to a shred of sanity. He had no desire to gamble on whether this madwoman might impulsively decide to end his life for her own amusement. Upon witnessing Mou's demeanor, Qian Daoliu grew increasingly curious about what Bibi Dong had done to him to instill such instinctive fear in one who had once reached the pinnacle of Douluo. Have you recently offended her? Mou inquired. Bibi Dong and the Hall of Worship had always maintained a mutual non-aggression pact. Her sudden aggressive approach was decidedly abnormal. Could it be that Qian Daoliu had been idle enough to provoke Bibi Dong? I haven't acknowledged her in years, Qian Daoliu replied calmly. Since Qian Xuanji was devoured by Bibi Dong in a grievous state, they had struck an agreement. He relinquished power to her, and for more than 3 years. He had not paid her any mind. He endured the pain of losing a son because he understood that Qian Xuanji had made his own choices. He would not interfere unduly in the affairs of the younger generation. However, that did not mean he would allow this madwoman, who could strike down her own flesh and blood, to act with impunity. Bibi Dong, this is the Hall of Worship. I will say this one last time, step aside. An aura of malice erupted from Bibi Dong, fueled by the divine energy of the Rakshasa scythe, as she forcefully broke open the doors to the Hall of Worship. In that moment, Qian Daoliu's expression darkened. The immense pressure from a pinnacle Douluo surged forth, sending the standing Bibi Dong flying. Are you being a bit too harsh? Mou hesitated. Qian Daoliu's pressure could overwhelm even the 97th level sword Douluo, Chinexine. How can mere 94th level Bibi Dong withstand it? She has come knocking at my door. Am I supposed to show her any courtesy? Qian Daoliu replied coldly. Yes, he harbored guilt over Qian Xuanji, but that did not grant this woman the right to act brazenly within the Hall of Worship before the angel's divine realm. Qian Xuanji is dead. He has ceded power to the Spirit Hall. What more does this madwoman desire, if not for the desire to protect his granddaughter from losing her mother? This woman would have long since met Qian Xuanji. Not far away, having been blasted away by Qian Daoliu's wrath, Bibi Dong rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from her mouth. She regained her composure. She was still not a match for Qian Daoliu. This old fool, hidden away in the Hall of Worship, possessed strength comparable to a demigod. Even years later, she might not stand a chance against him, and now, victory was utterly out of reach. What brings you to the Hall of Worship? Qian Daoliu asked icily. He had long held disdain for Bibi Dong, and now, knowing that this foolish woman would ultimately doom the Spirit Hall's millennia-old legacy, he felt a surge of anger. If not for her being Schwerer's mother and a potential ally against the god of Shura, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Bibi Dong right then and there. Oomph. You and your son truly are cut from the same cloth. He is a beast, and you are no better. Bibi Dong spat. The atmosphere fell silent. Qian Daoliu's anger inexplicably dissipated as he stared at Bibi Dong, who was publicly berating him like a shrew. Has this woman lost her mind? Or has her cultivation gone awry, driving her to madness? Realizing this, Qian Daoliu felt a sudden urge to laugh. Truly, it was poetic justice. But then he thought of his granddaughter, who had only recently gone undercover in the Tiando imperial family. If she were to learn that her mother had gone mad-sci, Qian Daoliu reigned in his aura, looking at Bibi Dong, who was disheveled and appeared far from clever, with a tinge of pity. What a fine twin martial soul. And yet she has been reduced to this madness. What does that look? Noticing Qian Daoliu's pitying gaze, Bibi Dong felt a wave of nausea. Old fool, do not look at me with such eyes. Sigh. Qian Daoliu shook his head. Behold, the madness has truly taken a hold, rendering one a fool. Fortunately, he does not stoop to the level of a simpleton. The grand offering, the golden crocodile, approached, sensing something amiss with Bibi Dong. In the past, the relationship between the offering hall and the papal hall was rather frigid, yet there were no significant issues on the surface. But now, Bibi Dong was cursing at the entrance of the offering hall. What had transpired? Perhaps her eagerness in cultivation led her astray, causing her to lose her sanity. Qian Daoliu speculated. The golden crocodile paused, observing the disheveled and somewhat foolish Bibi Dong, and nodded in agreement. It was indeed a possibility. You are the mad ones. I am not insane, Bibi Dong retorted. Though Qian Daoliu's voice was soft to a tidal daw, it was akin to whispering directly into the ear. Naturally, Bibi Dong, standing not far away, heard every word clearly. Enough. Cease using my body for such disgraceful antics. Return my body to me. An irate, yet slightly ashamed voice echoed within Bibi Dong's mind. What disgrace have I brought upon myself? She retorted in her thoughts. Look at yourself. Are you not akin to a foul-mouthed shrew? I am a pope. My image, a figure identical to Bibi Dong, shouted within her mind. Although venting her frustrations at Qian Daoliu felt satisfying, this other self, who had inexplicably appeared in her mind days prior, claiming to be the Rakshasa god, seemed rather dim-witted. Yet, this entity had the audacity to usurp her control over her own body, using her form to tarnish her reputation. With Bibi Dong's reminder, the Rakshasa god within her finally noticed her disheveled appearance, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. With a wave of her hand, she used her soul power to cleanse the dirt from her body, reverting to her former majestic self. The aura of someone who had once been a deity surged forth, icy and unapproachable. Noticing this detail, Qian Daoliu's expression turned cold again. This woman was not mad. She had merely feigned insanity. Enough, Bibi Dong. What is it that you desire? Speak plainly, Qian Daoliu stated coolly. Though unaware of her earlier antics, he felt no need for excessive pity now that she had regained her senses. The orphanage in Wuhuan City has reported a missing child, Bibi Dong said casually, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the timid figure of Mou, who was peeking from behind Qian Daoliu. And then, Qian Daoliu inquired. According to the reports from the guards of Pope Mountain, a child clad in the orphanage's attire came up here a few days ago and has not descended, Bibi Dong elaborated. So, Qian Daoliu pressed further. I want that child handed over to me, Bibi Dong declared directly. On what grounds? Qian Daoliu chuckled slightly, finding the notion amusing. Was Bibi Dong issuing commands? I'm a pope. The orphanage falls under my jurisdiction. The soul awakening ceremony is my responsibility, and the soul academy is also mine to oversee. Therefore, that child belongs to me, Bibi Dong asserted firmly. Qian Daoliu hesitated, about to counter, but Bibi Dong interrupted. Is that not what you stated previously? Or do you intend to go back on your word? The grand offering of the Wuhuan temple to go back on their word? To abduct a child from the orphanage? I, the Pope, respond to the report from the orphanage's head and am met with such disgrace? That would truly be the Wuhuan temple's laughingstock. If that is the case, I shall no longer bear the title of Pope and bring shame upon myself. Without granting Qian Daoliu a moment to interject, Bibi Dong hurled accusations and threats, leaving him. The golden crocodile and Mou utterly bewildered. Since when did Bibi Dong possess such a talent for retort? Chapter 6. Two Bibidongs. After a moment of silence, Qian Daoliu, usually not one for words, finally gathered his thoughts. Wait, when did I abduct anyone? When did I go back on my word? Wasn't my earlier rebuttal prompted by your direct assault on the angel sanctuary? Bibi Dong dismissed him. Oh, Qian Daoliu, golden crocodile Mou. Oh? The realization struck Qian Daoliu, leaving him feeling a simmering frustration. Bibi Dong interjected once more. Didn't I just blow your door open when I landed? When did I assault the angel's sanctuary? Moreover, you, a grown man, no, an ancient man over 100 years old, are quibbling with a woman? Is that not shameful? And you, the grand offering of the Wuhuan temple, invincible in the skies? A title Douluo? Bibi Dong cast a scornful glance at Qian Daoliu, clicking her tongue. At the sound of her dismissive click, Qian Daoliu's composure shattered. He had been mocked. He, Qian Daoliu, had been derided. From a young age, he had faced no rival, dominating the continent with ease, save for one Tang, Chun who barely kept pace. And now, a mere woman dared to ridicule him. You. Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes, raising his right hand to glare fiercely at Bibi Dong. Seeing his expression, Bibi Dong's heart raced. Had she crossed the line? This was disastrous. Against Qian Daoliu, even with the Rakshasa scythe, she would be utterly outmatched. Here, Qian Daoliu thrust his right hand behind him, pulling Mou, who had been clinging to him, and hurled her toward Bibi Dong with force. Bibi Dong instinctively caught the small Mou in her arms. What? Mou was taken aback. Witnessing the triumphant glint in Bibi Dong's eyes, she was overwhelmed with countless grievances. Qian Daoliu, what are you doing? If you cannot retort, why throw me in a fray? Have you lost your mind? Do you think I will fare well in her hands? Not a chance. Without granting Bibi Dong or Mou a moment to react, Qian Daoliu strode into the offering hall, shutting the door behind him. A gentle breeze blew through, stirring up a cloud of dust, while a crow seemed to soar overhead. One moment, tensions ran high, and the next, only a dazed Mou and a subtly perturbed Bibi Dong remained, a testament to the unpredictable nature of fate. Excuse me, Your Holiness? Might you set me down? Mou awkwardly inquired. Though being cradled by Bibi Dong felt rather pleasant, she was acutely aware that Bibi Dong was merely putting on show to win favor. One must not be deceived by the appearance of this beautiful sister. She was capable of selling you out, counting the coins made from your sale. Do not question how I know. I have been sold before and counted the profits. Are you afraid of me? Bibi Dong asked, puzzled. Was the old lecher's attitude toward her off? Under normal circumstances, he would feign death while seeking an opportunity to take advantage of her. So, what was this demeanor of rejection all about? Could it be that Qian Daoliu had said something? Do not be alarmed. The old coot just had a minor clash with me. What he says, do not believe. Despite her grievances toward Qian Daoliu, having just met Mou, Bibi Dong endeavored to maintain a benevolent facade, determined to dispel Mou's prejudices against her. Mou forced a smile, refraining from a rebuttal, but internally, she could not help but scoff at Bibi Dong's character. Although Bibi Dong initially acted with malice due to the influence of the Rakshasa goddess consciousness. After all, she had been provoked by the white moonlight. It is understandable that her resentment was considerable. However, his intentions surely were not noble, as he had immediately resorted to the eternal creation, clearly intending to eliminate him. Why have you come to the Hall of Offerings? Bibi Dong inquired, turning to embrace Mou as she continued toward the Hall of the Pope. Shall I say it was out of curiosity and then I got lost? Would you believe that? Mou replied. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. A child who has yet to awaken a martial soul gets lost and evades the scrutiny of the mountain guardians? You may choose to believe what you wish. Mou shrugged indifferently. Qian Daoliu had his own issues to contend with. At present, his life and death rested entirely in Bibi Dong's hands. As a soul master without a ring, escape was not an option for him. As for feigned compliance, she had no interest in such games. To live, or to perish, perhaps. Having just been reborn, he might seize the opportunity to experience another life, perhaps even venture to Douluo for a while. If there was no such chance, it mattered little. Being alive was already a gain, and every moment lived was a bonus. Upon witnessing Mou's unusual demeanor, Bibi Dong harbored an uneasy suspicion. Yet she maintained the stoic facade of the Pope. However, the original Bibi Dong would not have exhibited such calmness. Who is this child? What brings you to confront Qian Daoliu? She pondered aloud. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu's reservations, even with the power of the Rakshasa god, that old man could have easily dispatched her. Thus, this so-called divine being was merely courting destruction. A very important individual, Bibi Dong replied flatly. Huh, she scoffed coldly. You accuse Qian Daoliu of abducting a child. Are you not doing the same? And speaking of which, Bibi Dong suddenly froze mid-sentence. Although control of her body had been wrested from her, she could still sense what the opponent felt. The fluctuation of this child's soul power was at least at the 20th level. Could it be that this child was akin to Qian Renshue? Then why did Qian Daoliu let him go so easily? That old man could hardly tolerate such taunts from a woman. Had he not released her, she would have escalated her provocations. Bibi Dong recalled the past incident with Qian Daoliu and the high priest of Sea God Island, which Mou had previously hinted at. She anticipated that the old man harbored such memories, and due to that event, he bore a psychological scar, coupled with Qian Renshue's influence. He would not harm her as long as she did not cross the bottom line of the spirit hall. In fact, he might even come to her aid in her times of trouble, primarily to retain her as a diligent worker and to prevent his granddaughter from losing her mother again. And what do you wish to do now? Bibi Dong asked. Also, when will you return my body? Body? Before she could finish her thought, Bibi Dong was abruptly halted, a wave of powerlessness washing over her. In the next moment, she lost control of her physical form and found herself back in a small mental space, while the original Bibi Dong re-emerged. Damn, the Rakshasa god's power is insufficient. She cursed internally. The ability to forcibly seize control of her body stemmed from her weak command over the Rakshasa god's power. It was incomparable to her former divine self. However, with such limited power, this act of force could not be sustained for long. After all, this body was not hers, but belonged to her current self. Mou, who had been lazily dozing in Bibi Dong's embrace, opened his eyes, sensing a change in her aura. Was it just an illusion? Little one joined the hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong, having regained control of her body, looked at the child in her arms with a fervor surpassing that of the previous Rakshasa Bibi Dong. A natural 20th level talent. Such an aptitude could easily reach the level of a super Douluo. The prospects of achieving the extreme Douluo rank were also high. If fate allowed for the discovery of the divine testing grounds, even ascension to godhood was not out of the question. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, there existed a place of inheritance on Sea God Island. I warn you, do not lay a hand on him. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong declared sternly in her mind. She was herself. The current her was also the past her, and without needing to guess, she understood her own thoughts. She merely believed she had found an excellent tool, already plotting how to manipulate and win over others. After all, she had once snatched Mou, who awakened an atypical angel martial soul, to the hall of the Pope during the martial soul awakening ceremony. Even when Qian Daoliu sought him back, she did not relent, as he was the perfect instrument for her revenge against the Qian family and the angel clan, to nurture another angel martial soul, to obliterate this self-proclaimed sacred angel family. How utterly fascinating. Driven by hatred and resentment, she had been a madwoman for decades. Had Mou not been shattered before her eyes by the Shura goddess sword, she might have remained oblivious forever. Chapter 7. Self-destruction no way. Without a hint of hesitation, Mou instinctively responded. The hall of the Pope? Huh. To serve as a pawn once more? To be a fool again? Absolutely not. He may not be particularly clever, but that does not mean he would willingly leap into the pit repeatedly. Now, he simply yearned to drift through life, to savor the present, and in the future, perhaps seek an opportunity to try his luck at Sea God Island, to see if he could inherit the title of Sea God. If so, he would confront that rascal Shura. As for the conflict with the Spirit Hall and the Tang family, he couldn't care less. The reason was simple. He was tired. He was never a good person, merely a lecherous opportunist. His alignment with the Spirit Hall, though influenced by his angel martial soul, was more about his lustful desires. As for the future of Douluo continent, he truly did not care. He was simply a fortunate individual, neither a scheming rogue like Tang, Sand, nor a saint burdened by the world. He was merely an ordinary person who fortuitously boarded the last train of transmigration. Of course, if possible, he would like to engage in another uphill battle, but the Pope's daughter, the Saintess, they were all love-struck fools. They were all undercover agents. How could one fight under such circumstances? What a farce! To put it bluntly, they were incompetent teammates, impossible to lead. It was not that he lacked ability. He simply gave up, no longer pretended. Carrying a girl was a path devoid of prospects. Perpetual failure was not something he wished to endure again. In this rebirth, who could predict what the next turn of fate would bring? Winning or losing mattered little. After all, one could plan a strategy, but the outcome lay beyond one's control. Yet losing to an ally was utterly frustrating. Why? Seeing the inexplicable resentment on MOU's face, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of doubt, but did not dwell on it. After all, it was merely what that old man Qian Daoliu had said to him. Otherwise, given her image in Spirit City, this child from an orphanage could not possibly harbor such inherent aversion toward her. Unable to directly criticize MOU for his reluctance to be a pawn, she found a suitable excuse for his age. I don't think you seem like a good person. Bibi Dong, taken aback, responded, Huh? I don't seem like a good person. This year's most approachable pope. Doesn't he seem like a good person? What do you see that I'm not a good person? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity, having never before received such an appraisal from a child. Her image in this regard had never been questioned. Good person, always with your mouth open and closed? MOU inquired. Bibi Dong's expression faltered. That was not her just now. You think I'm not a good person just because I said those 2 sentences? Bibi Dong replied, speechless. Isn't that enough? Montak you countat. Don't you think that's rather hasty? Bibi Dong questioned again. I truly am that hasty, MOU admitted candidly. Moreover, not only am I hasty, but I am also superficial. How superficial? Bibi Dong asked curiously. It was the first time in years that someone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Especially this little brat who dared to confront her despite knowing her identity. It was rather amusing. She hoped he would remain this spirited. Your thoughts are written all over your face, MOU remarked, somewhat exasperated. How strange, the usually inscrutable Bibi Dong is acting so strangely today. Has her acting skill diminished so much, or did he simply fail to notice it in his previous life? Before you make a move, I can unequivocally tell you that you shouldn't even think about using any violent means to make me yield, because I will self-destruct, MOU stated boldly. A divine martial soul naturally possessed its own gravitas. Even if he had just awakened, he still had the capability for self-detonation. In his previous life, when he was at level 99, his self-detonation could obliterate the Shura divine sword. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. Are you threatening me? Interpret it as you wish, MOU replied nonchalantly. It's just death. What is the big deal? That's enough. A cold voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. Release him, the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Bibi Dong retorted defiantly. She still couldn't believe that this strange soul, which had seized her control over the Rakshasa goddess power, was her future self. Even if this brat truly was her future self, that did not mean she could command her. Seeing her current self so unyielding, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong grew disinterested in reasoning and directly used her Rakshasa god power to assault her own meridians. After all, this body was not hers. Ugh! The divine energy clashed with the normal operation of soul power. Bibi Dong, caught completely off guard, was instantly injured, blood spilling from her mouth as she fainted. Sister? MOU, who had prepared for self-detonation, stared dumbfounded at the unconscious Bibi Dong. What is happening? MOU lightly poked the fallen Bibi Dong. Hey, sister? Don't pull a fast one on me. I'm broke. No response. Realizing that Bibi Dong seemed genuinely unconscious, MOU stood up, dusted himself off, and left without a moment's hesitation. In the mental space, the indifferent Bibi Dong glared at the so-called Rakshasa god who had ambushed her. You want to kill me? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong casually tossed her hair. It is you who refused to heed my advice. What advice did you give me? Bibi Dong seethed. This guy had just asked her to release someone, and in the next breath, directly ambushed her. What'd she been advised? Oh, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong suddenly appeared to regain her senses. Sorry, I forgot to advise you. Bibi Dong was fuming. She was certain. This guy was definitely not her future self. Absolutely not. She was not such a scoundrel. But not much. After all, you're not the type to heed advice, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong added. She understood herself, and she knew her former self even better. After all, how could someone who had been obstinate for over a decade, like MOU, suddenly start to listen? Bibi Dong did not wish to argue with this scoundrel any longer. She attempted to regain control over her body, but found she could not sense it at all. What have you done? Bibi Dong asked coldly. Are you foolish? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong looked at her, as if she were simple-minded. You are gravely injured and unconscious. This is the deep layer of the spiritual consciousness space, akin to a state of focused absorption of soul rings. Is it not entirely normal to be unable to sense your own body? And you still have the audacity to say that? Was it not you who wounded me so severely? Were you planning? Bibi Dong struggled to maintain her composure. The so-called future self before her was likely an interference left by the Rakshasa god. Yes, this was a test from the Rakshasa god. Overcome her, defeat her, annihilate her. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, seeing through her current thoughts, clicked her tongue in exasperation. You really are stubborn. But thinking from her perspective, if she were in this situation, she would probably speculate the same way. Actually, I am still unclear about the current situation. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong shook her head. Rising from the rocking chair manifested from her thoughts. After she had obliterated the Shura divine sword with her self-detonation, Xiao Shui had rushed forward frantically. However, even without that artifact, the Shura god remained a god king. Faced with that force which seemed to inherently restrain the Rakshasa god power, she was still no match. Therefore, she chose to self-detonate, hoping to severely wound Tang San and create an opportunity for Xiao Shui. However, I have returned. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong nodded slightly. After self-detonation, she instantly lost consciousness and did not know what transpired afterward. When she awakened, she found herself in her current state. Over the past few days, she had been trying to make her presence known to Bibi Dong, but all efforts had failed. In the end, she had no choice but to resort to some coercive measures, seizing the Rakshasa god power and inadvertently snatching control of her body. Listening to the other's explanation, Bibi Dong remained silent. Although she did not fully comprehend what this person was saying, the name Xiao Shui, Shura God, and Tang San, along with the super artifact Shura Divine Sword, all resonated with her. Wait, calm down. Bibi Dong suddenly realized that ever since she entered the Rakshasa secret realm and obtained the inheritance, that force which had been interfering with her thoughts had not acted at all. Could it be that this person was telling the truth? She truly was her? Her future self? But why would this future self oppose her? Chapter 8. Self-harm. You have misunderstood something. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong interrupted. I am indeed you, your future self. But I'm also not you. This consciousness of mine has returned from the future to the present, inhabiting this body, but I have not been reborn. You are you, and I am I. I am Bibi Dong, and so are you. I am the Rakshasa god, the Empress of the Martial Soul Empire, while you are the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Although we are both Bibi Dong, I'm a different person from you. Therefore, do not think I will assist you. I know myself well, and thus I also understand you. You seek to use me, and I wish to use you. Then why did you directly ambush me just now? Bibi Dong retorted angrily. Just moments ago, the Rakshasa god power had been wreaking havoc in her body, and she could do nothing to stop it. Forced to watch herself sustain injuries. I told you to release him, yet you did not listen. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong replied blandly. Is that all? Bibi Dong felt both anger and exhaustion. Was it really such a big deal? Did it require such force? They shared a sensory connection. If she was injured, this person would not fare any better. Is that not enough? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong countered. If I had been a moment slower, you would have been prepared to confront him head-on, wouldn't you? I know MOU well, having interacted with him for over a decade. I am fully aware of his character. If I had pressed him just now, he would have self-destructed without hesitation, just as he had charged at the Shura Divine Sword. Fully aware of the impending death. MOU feared death more than anyone else. The sheer survival instinct that drove him to forcefully ascend to level 99 without divine trials stemmed from an overwhelming desire to live. A desire so intense, it bordered on terrifying. So why did MOU ultimately self-destruct? He could have fled. A person so terrified of death ended his life so decisively. You old fool, you truly lack loyalty, he lamented, recalling how he had been so callously abandoned. Just as the two were embroiled in their quarrel, MOU returned with Qian Daoliu. Did you not just come back? Qian Daoliu remarked, sensing something amiss with Bibi Dong. Her unabashed honesty and her scolding of him were reminiscent of a long-lost version of herself. Ever since Qian Xuanji's actions, she had transformed, repressed, shrouded in mystery, utterly incomprehensible. Yet, the Bibi Dong of moments ago had likely felt the ripple of the divine martial soul as aura. If a genius like MOU could restore her to her former self, might she treat Xiao Shui with greater kindness? He genuinely did not wish to see these two become lifelong adversaries. In the future MOU envisioned, even as gods, this mother-daughter pair would remain locked in their current state. Past grievances should not endanger the younger generation. How can you still say that? If she and T suddenly fainted, I'd probably be nothing left but scraps, MOU retorted. Surely she wouldn't resort to lethal force against a child, Qian Daoliu mused, believing MOU to be overly cautious. Bai Dong, still unaware of MOU's angelic martial soul, would likely exhibit some leniency towards such a talent. She wouldn't act so rashly, at least not without attempting to manipulate him for a fortnight first. That time would be enough for him to extricate himself from danger. With his hands clasped behind his back, MOU reclined, saying languidly, I forgot to mention, once someone approaches me with hostility, there's no room for negotiation. You still possess the spirit of rather be shattered than whole? Qian Daoliu chuckled. No, I'm merely a worthless stone. But if anyone dares to strike at me, there will be no discussion. I would rather self-destruct, ensuring I take my adversary down with me. MOU replied coolly. Having lived a lifetime as a mere pawn, he would not belittle himself further. Free from attachments, death was a mere release. So why have you returned? To check on her condition? Qian Daoliu inquired. With his martial soul now awakened, and having been given a medallion for the shrine, it would be simple for MOU to leave Spirit Hall under these circumstances. With his ability to disguise his martial soul and his innate talents, he could live a carefree existence, and if he chose to align himself with the future Avalanche Prince, a promising future awaited him. Once the gods ascended, wouldn't the Douluo continent become his realm as a limit Douluo? I'm not one to cower in the shadows. If someone strikes me, I must retaliate. Otherwise, what is the point of living? MOU mused. Is that so? Qian Daoliu asked. Indeed, MOU confirmed. Very well. Qian Daoliu acknowledged, recognizing that MOU is anything but ordinary. There she is, MOU indicated by Bai Dong, who lay on the nearby grass. She fainted suddenly. I couldn't discern the reason. Could it be an issue with her Rakshasa god inheritance? Qian Daoliu speculated. The Rakshasa god embodies the collective grievances of the world and is the nemesis of the angel god. He had sensed the animosity within Bai Dong long ago, attributing it to her resentment towards the Qian family. But now he considered the intensity of her grievances to be disturbingly abnormal. However, when Bai Dong had charged outside the angel god's domain, he had not sensed that overwhelming animosity, suggesting an unexpected complication with her Rakshasa inheritance. Who knows? MOU shrugged. Qian Daoliu wasted no time. He approached and enveloped Bai Dong with his soul power to assess her condition. After a moment, Qian Daoliu frowned. Self-harm? This injury is clearly deliberate. Only through self-inflicted harm could such internal damage occur. While cultivation mistakes can cause injury, they would not be this severe. What's self-harm? MOU asked, perplexed. Her injuries are quite severe. Only through manipulating her own soul power within could such internal injuries be inflicted, Qian Daoliu explained. He was certain that Bai Dong had not been injured during their previous clash, so this must be a new injury. Did she really resort to self-harm just walking a few hundred meters from the shrine? With her grievances against the Qian family, would she so easily seek death? MOU questioned, struggling to comprehend. Very serious? Is it really that grave? Hearing Qian Daoliu's description left MOU bewildered. Surely not. Just because I remarked that Bai Dong wasn't a good person, she wouldn't go as far as to endanger herself? If this continues, she may well be rendered incapacitated, Qian Daoliu stated seriously. This was reminiscent of the grievous injuries inflicted upon Qian Xuanji by that little rascal Tang Hao. How could she be so despondent? Both Qian Daoliu and MOU found it incomprehensible. It cannot be merely because of what I said, can it? Enough. Take her with us, Qian Daoliu commanded, striding forward. Huh? MOU, frozen in place, was taken aback. You want me to carry her? You can't mean for me to touch her? Qian Daoliu replied without looking back. I have no desire to, nor does she. Fine. MOU sighed in resignation. Qian Daoliu was right. If he were to touch Bai Dong, she would surely go mad upon awakening. Even during the examination of her injuries, Qian Daoliu had only used soul power to observe. Thus, the diminutive MOU awkwardly hoisted the large Bai Dong and followed Qian Daoliu down the mountain, resembling a human trafficker. This time, however, the abducted individual was the Pope. Chapter 9. The Saintess the following day, in the Pope's chamber. Bibi Dong gradually regained consciousness after a night of unconsciousness. The first sight that met her eyes was her disciple, Hulaina, who was perched anxiously by the bedside. "Nana?" Bibi Dong murmured, shaking her foggy head. As she attempted to sit up, she realized her body was utterly drained. Hulaina, startled awake by Bibi Dong, displayed a look of elation. "Teacher, you're finally awake. How'd I get back?" Bibi Dong asked. Hulaina had been studying at the Martial Soul Academy, which had resumed classes. How did she know about her fainting incident on the back mountain? "The Grand Offering brought you back, and even sought a healing-type soul master to treat your injuries," Hulaina explained. "Grand Offering?" Bibi Dong was taken aback, her face reflecting clear disdain. Would he be so kind? The first time Hulaina witnessed this side of Bibi Dong, she felt a twinge of fear. "Teacher, what is wrong with the Grand Offering?" She had felt he was quite pleasant, having spent most of his time in the offering hall without venturing out. Today was her first encounter with the legendary Grand Offering, and she found him to be rather amiable. "It's nothing," Bibi Dong replied dismissively, deciding not to elaborate. After all, Hulaina likely wouldn't have much contact with that old man in the future. Upon noticing her teacher's displeasure, Hulaina refrained from further inquiries and instead remarked, "Teacher, there's a child accompanying the Grand Offering. Could he be the one you seek?" Yesterday, Bibi Dong had ventured to the orphanage in Wuhuan City in search of someone. As a disciple of the Pope, she was naturally privy to the news. Upon seeing the striking child today, she instinctively recalled this matter, although the child had ignored her entirely. "A child?" Bibi Dong was taken aback. "Has he not fled yet?" Based on her earlier exchanges with the so-called Rakshasa god, it was highly probable that Mou would take flight, perhaps to Qian Daoliu City, to idly pass the time. For that lad was exceedingly delicate and could not endure hardship. The notion of retreating to the wilderness was utterly implausible. "Flee?" Hulaina exhibited a perplexed expression. "Teacher, he carried you back, did he not?" "He carried me back?" Bibi Dong's confusion deepened. Given the intensity of their previous encounter, would that child truly concern himself with her? Indeed, the guards at the Pope's palace mentioned as much. "He sent someone to summon me from the Wuhuan Academy to attend to you," Hulaina clarified. Bibi Dong fell into silence, resuming her dialogue with the Rakshasa god within her spiritual realm. "Did you not assert he would run? What is the situation?" "Oh, I neglected to mention, he possesses a rather excessive kindness," replied the Rakshasa god through Bibi Dong. Perhaps due to his upbringing in the orphanage, he had always shown great care for the weak and infirm. Given your severe injuries at the time, it was in his nature not to disregard you. "What is your true connection with him?" Bibi Dong inquired, sensing a hint of guilt emanating from this alternate self whenever Mou was mentioned. Yet the undertones suggested a familiarity between them. "Consider him a half-disciple," the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong responded nonchalantly. "What does that mean?" Bibi Dong pressed. "A disciple is a disciple. What constitutes a half?" With a sigh, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong explained, "I am indeed his teacher, yet I have imparted little to him, or rather, he has disregarded my teachings. I stated that the limit for the first spirit ring is 423 years, and in defiance, he absorbed one of 4,000 years, nearly perishing on the spot. I mentioned the limit for the second spirit ring is 764 years, and he stubbornly absorbed one nearly 8,000 years old, subsequently lying in bed for an entire month." "Yuyist?" Bibi Dong questioned, her skepticism evident. "A 4,000-year first spirit ring? An 8,000-year second spirit ring? What a reckless endeavor. How I wish it were a jest." The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong replied, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. "As his teacher, I have taught him merely the fundamental methods of spirit power cultivation cataloged in the Wuhuan Temple Library. I have imparted nothing beyond that. Since he first procured those two exceptionally aged spirit rings, I have harbored disdain for this newly acquired prodigy. For Mou has shattered Yu Xiaojing's theories, even trampling the so-called spirit ring doctrines. Due to Mou's constant rebuttals of these concepts, her attitude towards him grew increasingly negative, to the extent that she completely overlooked the fact that he was her student. Although Mou had breached limits, she, as his teacher, ought to feel pride. Instead, she remained sullen, irked by his disdain for certain cowards' so-called authority. As Mou's excellence became more pronounced, her discontent deepened. Despite being her student, she resisted him at every turn, merely to uphold the ridiculous authority of another. "Teacher, are you well?" Hulaina gently nudged the lost in thought Bibi Dong. Nothing of concern. Bibi Dong shook her head. Where has that child gone now? He has returned, Hulaina responded. After I returned from the Wuhuan Academy, he accompanied the grand offering back to the mountain, and even when I called for him, he ignored me. Such a handsome child, yet he completely disregards me. After a brief moment of silence, Bibi Dong sat up resolutely. Laina, could you assist your teacher with a task? Whatever you ask, I shall do, Hulaina affirmed with determination. Please summon him down from the mountain for me. That child, Bibi Dong implored. Hulaina's expression faltered. Teacher, the mountain houses the offering hall. I lack the qualifications to ascend. The Pope's palace is situated halfway up the mountain, while the offering hall, being the highest authority within the Wuhuan temple, rests atop the peak. Only those who attain the rank of title Douluo may tread there. The Pope's palace is already the limit for ordinary spirit masters, and venturing further would be an offense. Even as a disciple of the Pope, she could not breach such established decorum. You are my student, the future saintess of the Wuhuan temple. You possess the right to ascend, Bibi Dong replied calmly. Hulaina was taken aback. Saintess? Me? Teacher, I cannot. Laina. Bibi Dong grasped Hulaina's shoulders. Trust me, if you diligently cultivate, upon reaching the rank of soul sage, I shall bestow upon you the title of saintess of the Wuhuan temple. She understood that Qian Daoliu regarded her merely as a laborer working for the Qian family. And when Qian Rinxue returned, that old man would reclaim the Wuhuan temple. Yet she would not relinquish her hard-earned position. She had acquired the status with great effort and would not return it. Once she completed the trials of the Rakshasa god, not even that old man, a mere servant of an angel god, could thwart her. Chapter 10. Mutual assault the following day, coaxed and persuaded by Bibi Dong. Hulaina stealthily made her way up the mountain. After all, she was still a child. With Bibi Dong's grandiose promises, the 10-year-old fox could hardly resist, compounded by the difficulty of defying her teacher's command, leading her to resolutely embark on this journey. However, she soon found herself utterly lost. The Pope's mountain was home to small spirit beasts, and thus, previous offerings had established a grand formation between the offering hall atop the mountain and the Pope's palace located halfway up to repel these creatures, preventing them from encroaching upon the sanctum at the summit. Hulaina was unaware of this, and the formation was effective only against those below the rank of soul sage, resulting in Bibi Dong overlooking this detail. This was also a primary reason Mou, despite being a mere child, could stealthily approach the offering hall. The path between the offering hall and the Pope's palace was devoid of guards, as none were necessary. Above were super Douluos, including Qian Daoliu, a peak Douluo, who would remain stationed there, who would be foolish enough to venture up and meet their demise. Moreover, with the mental acuity of a super Douluo, they would have sensed anyone attempting to ascend the mountain. Mou's ability to reach the summit was, in fact, due to the indulgence of those offerings. However, the naive Hulaina lacked such fortune. Unlike Mou, who could navigate the route with his eyes closed, she soon lost her sense of direction upon entering the formation, now unable to discern whether she was ascending or descending. Teacher, I am finished. Hulaina, thoroughly disoriented, began to crumble under the gradually dimming sky and the occasional howls of wolves. She, Hulaina, was on the verge of perishing at her own doorstep before even becoming a saintess. If she were devoured by the spirit beasts atop Pope's mountain, she would surely become a laughingstock for the Wuhuan temple. Are you here? A slightly perplexed, youthful male voice resounded near her ear. Hulaina abruptly lifted her head, and in the blink of an eye, with a swift and unexpected charge, she tackled the bewildered Mou to the ground. Mou? What is happening? Why are you doing this? He queried in confusion. He hasn't offended this little fox, has he? Moreover, even if he were to launch a surprise attack, he wouldn't resort to using not even the slightest bit of soul power, would he? At last, I have found you, Hulaina, who raised her head with tears streaming down her face, resembling a small, sobbing child. Oh no, you've smeared your snot on my clothes. Montague exclaimed, his face scrunched in disdain. Huh? Hulaina, reminded of her predicament, looked at Mou's unabashed expression of disgust and immediately felt even more aggrieved. I only got lost on the mountain because I was trying to find you. Stop. Mou interjected as he noticed the tears welling up in the little fox's eyes. Don't cry. If you dare to shed a tear, I will leave you here to feed the wolves. He certainly wouldn't indulge a child. If Hulaina started to cry, he would be utterly helpless. Besides, if Bibi Dong saw this and mistakenly thought he was the cause of her tears, it would spell disaster for him. Although he had no desire to become a pawn in the Pope's court, he had no intention of offending Bibi Dong either, as he still needed to navigate the Spirit City in the future. Offending the Pope could lead to being ambushed by her fervent admirers at any moment. Bibi Dong had countless such followers. Hulaina, filled with grievance, forcefully held back her tears. She felt wronged, wanting to cry but afraid to do so. She truly feared that Mou would abandon her on the mountain, and she had no desire to die. "Get up," Mou ordered. "Oh." Hulaina obediently rose and squatted beside him. Mou also sat up. "First, tell me, why did you come up here?" The Pope's Hall and the Hall of Offerings had always maintained a cordial distance, and due to Bibidong's previous actions, their relationship had been quite strained. As Bibidong's disciple, Hulaina naturally did not receive any warm welcome from these offerings, especially from Qian Daoliu, who observed how Bibi Dong treated a wild child with such favor while being merciless towards her own flesh and blood. It was only natural that he would look at Hulaina with disdain. "My teacher sent me to find you, saying that I should bring you down." Hulaina replied obediently, knowing her life was in their hands. "Bring me down?" Mou felt puzzled. Had he not made his previous intentions clear enough to Bibi Dong? Moreover, as a member of the Hall of Offerings, Bibi Dong wouldn't likely stir trouble with Qian Daoliu over someone as inconsequential as him, would she? "My teacher said she wanted to thank you and apologize for the previous incident, but she couldn't come up herself, so she sent me." Hulaina explained. "She apologizes?" Mou felt as if he had just heard the most absurd joke of the year. Bibi Dong apologizing? That would be as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. "You can tell her there's no need. I have no interest in such insincere apologies. She will never change anyway." Mou stood up and brushed off the dust from his pants. "What insincere?" Hulaina didn't quite understand. "You don't need to concern yourself with that. Just relay the message." With that, Mou turned to walk ahead. "Come on, I'll take you down." With a heart full of confusion, Hulaina chose not to speak further and quietly followed along. "Yes, there are illusions on this mountain. You should avoid coming up here alone in the future. If you get lost inside and are unlucky enough to find no one to help you, you might truly end up dead," Mou admonished without looking back. This mountain was home to soul beasts that were around 5,000 years old. And with Hulaina's current level as a master and her soul being a charming fox, encountering one would essentially mean serving as a meal for the soul beasts. "I understand." Hulaina obediently followed behind Mou. If it weren't for her teacher sending her up here, she would never have come. The two walked in silence down the mountain, and although Hulaina wished to ask Mou how he distinguished directions, she refrained, sensing that he did not wish to engage with her. "This should be far enough. You could descend on your own now." Upon reaching the edge of the illusion, Mou halted. "Remember to use your second soul skill, Fox Charm." In that moment, as Mou turned his head, Hulaina seized the opportunity and fully activated her second soul skill. Her eyes glowed with a purple light and caught off guard. Mou fell into a state of rigidity. "I'm sorry, but my teacher entrusted me with the task of bringing you down." With that, Hulaina effortlessly hoisted the shorter Mou on her shoulder and ran down the mountain. Qian Daoliu, who had been observing silently, was left speechless by the sight. Truly, one could see the ingratitude instilled by Bibi Dong. Just moments after being rescued from the mountain, she turned and betrayed him. This boy, having lived a second life, should know the character of this master and disciple. Did he not think to be cautious? "Don't forget, he hasn't even obtained his soul ring yet," Guangling reminded, bored and watching the scene unfold. That little fox, regardless of her circumstances, is still a grand soul master. Before Guangling could finish his thought, his expression abruptly changed, and Qian Daoliu's face was equally difficult to describe. In a split second, Hulaina, who had been sprinting with Mou over her shoulder, found herself suspended in midair by Mou, who held a holy sword to her neck. Hulaina, for her part, complied and raised her hands in surrender. Little brother, if I say I was just joking, would you believe me?" Hulaina said pitifully. "What do you think?" Mou replied, his smile devoid of warmth. He had anticipated that the little fox, pretending to be obedient all the way, would not abandon her task just because of a few words from him. "Are you trying to play tricks on me?" Mou sheathed his holy sword. "Do you not know that my soul's spiritual attacks are immune?" At this, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. Immunity to spiritual attacks? Then what about earlier? I can be immune, but it is not always necessary. Saying this, Mou rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch at the dazed Hulaina, who was caught off guard and ended up with a black eye. Hey, you little brat. You don't hit faces. Hulaina covered her eye, indignant. She could accept getting hit, but a blow to the face could ruin her looks. After all, she relied on her beauty to fight. As her anger simmered, she thought about how unfair it was, and before she knew it, Hulaina activated her martial soul and lunged at Mou in midair. Hey, are you a dog? Why are you biting? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Observing the two grand soul masters grappling like toddlers, Qian Daoliu silently averted his gaze. No wonder she had been duped by Bibi Dong. With that kind of intelligence, it was no surprise. Sleeping Dragon, Phoenix Chick, Chapter 11. The guilty Hulaina. So, you just had a fight with him? Looking at Hulaina, whose face was bruised and battered, Bibi Dong was momentarily at a loss for words. Should she say Mou was too brutal? Yet Hulaina had bullied him first. A 10-year-old second-ring Grand Soul Master picking on a mere 6-year-old child who had just awakened his martial soul. The crux of the matter was, they had both suffered equally. Teacher, I didn't really go all out. If I had, I would have definitely won. Hulaina replied earnestly, despite her flowered face. You still want to fight him for real? Bibi Dong was somewhat speechless. You, a Grand Soul Master, want to seriously battle a child who has just awakened his martial soul? Have you no shame? Feeling embarrassed, Hulaina deflated. It was indeed a bit disgraceful, and thankfully, no one had seen her. With you all battered up, how's he faring? Upon noticing Hulaina's return to her senses, Bibi Dong inquired again. Him? He is shameless. As she spoke, Hulaina became agitated once more. He was actually wearing a mask. The inexplicable manifestation of his martial soul came with a mask, making it impossible for me to strike his face. I could only resort to biting with my words. He even insulted me, calling me a dog when I'm clearly a fox. Bibi Dong, what kind of disciple have I taken on? How's his injury? Bibi Dong sighed wearily. His injuries should be minor. When I left, he was still able to fly, Hulaina recalled. Fly? Bibi Dong paused, taken aback. What is his martial soul? It suddenly occurred to her that she only knew that Mou's soul power was at least level 20, but she had no knowledge of his martial soul. Hulaina pondered for a moment, feeling it was somewhat difficult to describe. After his martial soul manifested, his hair changed from white to a light golden color, and behind him sprouted a pair of white wings, along with a sword that seemed rather chaotic. At first, I thought he had a sword martial soul. Wings? Bibi Dong recalled carefully. An angel? Yes. Hulaina nodded vigorously. He gave me the impression of being an angel, yet his martial soul emanated a sense of danger, entirely different from the benevolent angels of our spirit hall. Moreover, if it is an angel martial soul, what is the meaning of that sword? Angel martial souls do not come with swords. According to the records in Spirit Hall, the holy sword is a soul skill, not something one possesses from the outset. Yet, Mou, who clearly had no soul rings, how could he wield a sword? Teacher, do you think he might, like you, possess twin martial souls? Hulaina inquired. Bibi Dong did not respond, but returned to her mental space. Is that lad's martial soul truly an angel? Bibi Dong asked. Yes. Why? The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong replied indifferently. What do you mean? Bibi Dong's expression turned frosty. You asked me what is wrong with an angel martial soul? The Rakshasa god toyed with her hair. His angel martial soul is entirely different from the Qian family S. What is the concern? Bibi Dong paused. Are you certain? The angel martial soul is the symbol of the Qian family. According to Spirit Hall's records, the angel god is the ancestor of the Qian family. Can you really claim there is no connection? The Rakshasa god rested her chin on her hand, casually remarking, if you don't believe me, you can experience it for yourself. His angel martial soul not only looks different, but also emanates a completely different aura from the Qian family S six-winged angel S feigned benevolence. If you focus, you might even sense anger. Furthermore, once he acquires his soul rings, what you observe will be even more apparent. In any case, I believe his angel martial soul is the genuine article, while the Qian family S seems somewhat mass-produced. With healing-type soul skills, immunity to mental attacks, and upon acquiring the corresponding elemental soul rings, he would also gain elemental immunity. Mou's angel martial soul could easily reduce the Qian family S six-winged angel to dust. Even though Qian Rinxue and Mo you both possess innate level 20 abilities, the same talent and divine martial souls. Mo you became a title Douluo at 18, reached 97 level super Douluo by 22, and without divine examination assistance, ascended to the 99 level limit Douluo before 26. But what of Qian Rinxue? She squandered her time, remaining a soul sage at 30, only accelerating her rise through divine examination. And that Tang San, who effortlessly became a title Douluo thanks to divine examination, inherited both the sea god and Shura god's divine positions. Ironically, it is the most gifted MOU, without divine examination, who met his end at the hands of a Shura god sword. How tragic. Teacher? Hulaina gently nudged the dazed Bibi Dong, sensing that her teacher had been particularly contemplative lately. Is something troubling you? Nothing. Bibi Dong shook her head and stood up. Since you were unable to bring him down, I will go again myself. Regardless of whether I can win over MOU, I must strive to maintain a suitable relationship with him. After all, innate level 20 talent. As long as he does not waste time like Qian Rinxue, achieving title Douluo before 30 is certainly feasible. If he also gains the support of divine examination. No, she cannot allow her relationship with MOU to deteriorate, with Qian Daoliu and the fellow in her mind protecting him. Even if she wished to eliminate a threat in advance, it would be impossible. The angel god of the Qian family is undoubtedly reserved for Qian Rinxue. So that old man is likely to send MOU to Sea God Island. With innate level 20 talent and a divine martial soul, inheriting a divine position is almost a certainty. If she were to clash with MOU, it would be tantamount to antagonizing the future sea god. Even if she possesses the Rakshasa god position, there is no need to create unnecessary enemies. Oh, then teacher, may I accompany you? Hulaina lowered her head, softly requesting. What do you intend to do? Bibi Dong asked. I want to apologize. With that, Hulaina buried her head even lower. If it is about fighting, then let it be. There is no need for apologies over such trivial matters. Speaking too much would only seem pretentious, Bibi Dong remarked lightly. It is not. Hulaina's face flushed as she grappled with whether to voice her concerns. What is it? Observing Hulaina's unusual struggle, Bibi Dong felt puzzled. After some contemplation, Hulaina inhaled deeply and decided to confess. Today I got lost on a mountain, and he brought me down. However, as soon as we arrived, I tried to use charm on him, wanting to bring him back forcibly to complete your task, though I failed. Hulaina anxiously raised her head. Teacher, have I been somewhat ungrateful? Yet, I truly did not think much of it at the time. All I wanted was to complete the mission, and I... As she spoke, Hulaina grew increasingly guilty, her voice dwindling, her head lowering further. She genuinely hadn't considered much, and she did not believe her teacher would harm a child. However, she had indeed acted ungratefully towards MOU. Although she had failed, an action had still been taken. Bibi Dong's expression turned serious. What you did was indeed problematic. Hulaina nodded silently, not rebutting. But I share in the responsibility. Bibi Dong sighed. I neglected to mention that there was an illusion array on the mountain, and I did not clarify that I asked him to come down, not to capture him. Hulaina was momentarily stunned. Asking is not the same as capturing, right? Cough, cough. Enough. Let us go prepare some items for your apology. Noticing Hulaina's thoughts, Bibi Dong quickly shifted the topic. When she usually used the word ask, it did carry a sense of compulsion, but this situation was different, and the meaning was not the same. Clearly, she needed to spend some time teaching her about such nuances. Chapter 12. Obliviousness in the Worship Hall. Fighting with a little girl? Are you not ashamed? Unlike Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu was purely disdainful. After all, while Hulaina was indeed a great soul master, she was still a child. And what of MOU? A time traveler and a reincarnate, a grown man engaging in brawls with a little girl. How embarrassing. What embarrassment. MOU is utterly oblivious. I'm only 6 years old, just awakened my martial soul, and I defeated a 10-year-old second-ring soul master. What is there to be ashamed of? I am proud. You shameless brat. Qian Daoliu retorted, speechless. He had roughly grasped the outrageousness of MOU's angel martial soul since returning from the papal hall the previous day. To be frank, he felt a bit inferior, as MOU's angel martial soul was undoubtedly superior to their Qian family's six-winged angel martial soul. Firstly, it is the most practical, possessing inherent healing abilities that can cure any wound as long as one soul power is sufficient. It is that extraordinary level of healing power. Missing an arm or leg can be restored. Then, there's the divine passive skill of the martial soul, which grants immunity to mental attacks, true immunity, an absolute disregard for level disparities. Even the mental pressure from his limit Douluo can be wholly ignored. This is also the reason why Mo dares to challenge the 10,000-year soul ring with his third soul ring. The soul shock associated with the 10,000-year soul ring is also a form of mental attack, and he is immune to it. Additionally, upon acquiring corresponding elemental soul rings, he gains elemental immunity. Light attribute soul rings confer immunity to light element attacks, and fire attribute soul rings grant immunity to fire element attacks. It's truly outrageous. To be honest, he has never felt envy towards anyone in his life, not even for dual martial souls or his granddaughter's innate 20-level soul power and divine martial soul. But now, he must admit he is envious of Mou's angelic martial soul. Cut it out. I see you're just jealous of my charm, Mou said, unconsciously healing his own injuries. He had not used excessive force, merely teaching a lesson to that ungrateful little fox. Although he appeared battered and bruised, finding a healing soul master to remedy it was quite simple. It was not particularly painful, just somewhat embarrassing. I was far more handsome in my youth, Qian Daoliu remarked nonchalantly. Oh, even more handsome than me? Mou's expression became intriguing. Why hasn't Poseidon acknowledged you? Qian Daoliu's face faltered. She was not that superficial. Really? The rejuvenated, charming Mou strolled over to Qian Daoliu, hands clasped behind his back. However, I succeeded, he declared. What did you say? Qian Daoliu narrowed her eyes, a fierce glint appearing. Ah, Old Qian, I didn't want to say this to undermine you. Mou's expression turned serious. Years ago, I single-handedly charged into Sea God Island, quickly reducing the so-called 7 sacred pillars to a state of chaos, and then I ran to the top of that rickety staircase, tossing the so-called broken divine weapon, the sea god trident, straight into the sea. You wouldn't believe it. When Poseidon arrived, just then, the look in her eyes was filled with deep affection, almost as if she wished to elope with me on the spot. But I had urgent matters to attend to, so I couldn't chat with her for long. Yet, after I left, her heart-wrenching cries. Oh, being too outstanding is a sin in itself. There are countless instances of love at first sight. As Mou recounted his tale, Qian Daoliu's expression shifted from indifference to something peculiar. Deep affection? Elopement? Have you lost your mind? You struck down her 7 offerings and tossed her divine weapon into the sea. Poseidon must want to kill you. And heart-wrenching cries? You fled just in time. Had Poseidon invoked her divine power, you would likely be lying on Sea God Island right now. Old Qian, you're just jealous. I am the man who has captured Poseidon's heart. Mou lamented with a melancholic expression. No, I should say, I am the man whom the entire Sea God Island yearns for. With a resounding slap, Qian Daoliu could no longer contain her irritation and sent the insufferable Mou flying. As he soared through the air, the doors of the offering hall swung open, and Qian Renxue, just returning from Tiando City, collided fatefully with the airborne Mou. Mou was once again sent flying by the startled Qian Renxue, crashing against the wall of the offering hall. What was that? Qian Renxue, having just finished a scuffle, questioned in confusion, wondering if a large white mouse had just collided with her. A brat who deserves a beating. Qian Daoliu stood up from her position, turning to face Qian Renxue. She had timed the moment perfectly, having noticed Qian Renxue's early return and ensuring the duo's flawless coordination. Qian Daoliu, Mou, now a swollen-faced figure, rose in indignation. You were about to make a harsh remark. Mou paused as he noticed the sudden appearance of Qian Renxue. Have you eaten? He asked, feigning concern while healing himself. It was fine to bicker with Qian Daoliu privately, but in front of others, it was better to show some respect, especially with Qian Renxue present. A slight offense might provoke her to draw her sword at any moment. Not yet, Qian Daoliu replied languidly. It seemed the lad still had some sense. He knew when to behave, keeping private matters separate from public interactions. Who is he? Qian Renxue inquired, her expression one of confusion as she pointed at Mou. Mou, the new addition to the offering hall, essentially my 8th offering, Qian Daoliu explained. Mou interrupted. Didn't you say I could be the old 8th? Old 8th? Both Qian Renxue and Qian Daoliu were taken aback. What do you mean old 8th? Weren't we in agreement about this? Mou employed another ability of his divine martial soul, telepathy, to communicate directly with Qian Daoliu's mind. When did I say that? Qian Daoliu inquired. She was still contemplating matchmaking MOU with her granddaughter, believing in a united front, especially since MOU possessed the potential to ascend to godhood, perfectly complementing Qian Renshue. How could he possibly acknowledge this lad as a brother? That would disrupt their familial hierarchy. If you don't recognize me, I'll just slip away to Sea God Island to retire. MOU threatened. Go ahead, Qian Daoliu replied nonchalantly. Either way, I can see your attitude, no matter what. You'll end up facing the Shura God, and you'll undoubtedly return, and that's all that matters. He could certainly discern MOU's fury directed at the Shura God for personally intervening and shattering Tang San with the Shura sword. Moyuwore no excessivity sentiment. A skill determines fate. However, the Shura God's illegal interference in mortal affairs ignited MOU's wrath. He could understand MOU's perspective. Losing was acceptable. After all, one can plan, but the outcome lies beyond human control. However, losing in such an unfair manner would be an eternal grievance, and it was profoundly displeasing. Chapter 13. Child husband observing the comically swollen-faced figure before her. Qian Renshue found it somewhat amusing. Is this truly her future, guided by the angelic deity? Are you certain he can assist me? Qian Renshue asked, a hint of skepticism in her thoughts. Of course, while that woman remains oblivious. Take him away. Another manifestation of Qian Renshue, embodying the angelic deity, advised. Must we hurry? The recently undercover Qian Renshue did not wish to return so swiftly. With a divine martial soul, innate 20-level power, and an angelic martial soul, do you think such a genius would not be seized if discovered? The angelic deity Qian Renshue replied softly. Even if they cannot seize him, might they not eliminate him beforehand? Qian Renshue paused. Are you certain? Isn't that the same configuration as her? You shall see for yourself, but it is best to act quickly. The angelic deity Qian Renshue had little energy left to elaborate. At present, she had not yet inherited divine status and bore no trace of divine power. To wrest control of this body, she needed to absorb a bit more divine energy from the angelic statue while she still could. She spent a considerable amount of time explaining the intricacies of her existence, skillfully persuading her current self to return from the city of Tiando. Her intentions were not solely to abduct MOU, but also to establish a connection with the divine power within the angelic statue, which could enable her to forcibly seize control of this body when necessary. Deep in thought, Qian Renshue refrained from further inquiries, as she harbored doubts about the claims of this so-called angel who professed to be her future self. She even entertained the notion that this might be a malevolent spirit from beyond. Her agreement to return to Wuhuan City and visit the Angel Temple was also a means to seek her grandfather's assistance in discerning the true nature of this entity. Currently, as Qian Daoliu and MOU exchanged verbal jabs from a distance, Qian Renshue gazed up at the majestic angelic statue, experiencing an unprecedented sense of affinity. She felt a peculiar power entering her body. Could it be that this being spoke the truth? Was she truly the future incarnation of a deity? Xiao Shui, allow me to introduce you to your betrothed, MOU, Qian Daoliu declared, escalating the situation amidst the ongoing dispute with MOU. What? Both MOU and the momentarily distracted Qian Renshue were taken aback by her grandfather's proclamation. Betrothed? A divine-level angelic martial spirit, innate level 20. With equal talents, aren't they a match made in heaven? Qian Daoliu asserted confidently. Absolutely not. MOU's eyes twitched in exasperation. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Your granddaughter and I are incompatible. Please refrain from matchmaking. Not an option, Qian Daoliu replied resolutely. Previously, in their last life, MOU had saved her multiple times, which ultimately led to his involvement. However, in this life, he had directly approached the offering hall and laid everything on the table. What dangers might lie ahead? His actions to bind his granddaughter to MOU were merely a strategy to ensure that the young man could not neglect the future of the Wuhuan Temple. Due to the disparity between the God King and the first God, the original angelic deity had made it abundantly clear that there was no comparison. The Shura God, as the enforcer of the divine realm, necessitated the inclusion of MOU, the most promising candidate for divinity, to alter their cursed fate. At the very least, they would need to wrest the position of sea god from another, as a 3-to-1 alliance was barely sufficient for victory. Based on his observations thus far, MOU seemed to possess no character flaws, Though he spoke of being a scoundrel, he was, in truth, emotionally naive. Unlike the typical rogue who feigns ignorance, he was genuinely oblivious, and thus Qian Daoliu felt assured that Qian Rinxue would not suffer in the future. Very well, I accept this betrothal, Qian Rinxue declared decisively. He is but a child. If I do not favor him in the future, I need not keep him. Yet, given Mou's extraordinary talents, she deemed it imperative to secure him first. She could not allow another woman to claim him. Then it is settled. The grandfather and granddaughter reached an agreement, oblivious to the sentiments of the other party involved. Mou ventured weakly. Not all. Both Qian Daoliu and Qian Rinxue replied in unison. Am I not pretty? Qian Rinxue approached Mou, squatting before him earnestly. Mou glanced at her. You are indeed beautiful. He was not one to speak insincerely. But beauty alone does not mask a ruthless heart. The two women shared a similar disposition. Qian Rinxue touched Mou's still youthful face and inquired, Then why do you wish to refuse? Because it is inappropriate, Mou replied, swatting her hand away. In what way is it inappropriate? Qian Rinxue frowned, seizing his face with both hands, raising her eyebrows. I am merely 6 years old, still a child, Mou protested. What of it? I am only 15. A mere 9 years difference is insignificant to a soul master, Qian Rinxue chuckled lightly. That is correct, Qian Daoliu concurred. With their qualifications, attaining divinity is not a problem. Whether it takes a century, a millennium, or 10 millennia, a mere 9 years is inconsequential. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Mou found himself at a loss. These two were remarkably similar to their previous lives. In that life, Qian Daoliu's attempts to marry off his granddaughter were interrupted by Bibi Dong, leading to a quarrel. This time, however, without Bibi Dong's interference, he found himself isolated. Unless you can provide me with a compelling reason, Qian Rinxue stated. Are you certain? Mou raised an eyebrow. Did he truly lack one? His desire for Bibi Dong's form was a sufficient reason, was it not? In their previous life, this had led to him being severed by Qian Rinxue's blade countless times. Of course, Qian Rinxue nodded, not believing that this child could present a reason worthy of persuasion. Mou's expression turned serious. Then listen carefully. I am infatuated with Bai. Before he could finish, Qian Daoliu swiftly covered his mouth. You little rascal. What are you trying to do? Qian Daoliu's gaze turned dangerous. If Mou were to utter those words, he was certain Qian Rinxue would immediately turn hostile, perhaps even strike at him without hesitation. Isn't it she who is demanding a reason? Mou communicated telepathically. Is that a reason? Qian Daoliu shot him a fierce glare. That is a path to your demise. Oh, you learned that expression quite quickly from Tang Xiao-san, didn't you? Mou mocked. Isn't it you who insists on pairing me with her? Shouldn't I let her understand what I am? To put it nicely, he was the Sea King, a man who could potentially become the Sea God. To put it bluntly, he was merely a heartless scoundrel. And honesty was one of his few remaining virtues. Did they intend to strip him of even that? How shameless can you be? Qian Daoliu felt utterly drained. Is this your first day knowing me? Montauk lui taught défiantly. Watching the interplay between the elder and the youth, Qian Rinxue felt bewildered. When had these two become so familiar? After their dispute, Qian Daoliu ultimately succumbed to Mou's shamelessness. We shall discuss the matter of the betrothal later. Qian Daoliu turned to Qian Rinxue. He did not wish to witness Mou uttering that fateful line, only to have Qian Rinxue pursue him with a blade. Despite the fraught relationship between mother and daughter, he was acutely aware of the weight Bibi Dong held in Qian Rinxue's heart. Even the current, time-wasting scheme involving the Tiando royal family was instigated by Qian Rinxue, seeking to demonstrate her capabilities, all in hopes of altering Bibi Dong's perception of her. However, Bibi Dong's disdain for Qian Rinxue stemmed not from this, but rather from the grievances of their predecessors, compounded by Qian Rinxue's inheritance of the Qian family's angelic martial spirit, which triggered memories of that deceased little rascal whenever she beheld her. This was a disgraceful affair for the Qian family, one that he could not articulate, nor should he be the one to do so. Qian Xuanji had indeed erred. But how much better was Bibi Dong? The Wuhuan Temple had nurtured her, providing her with resources, knowledge, and insight. Yet what had she done? She had turned her back and sought solace in the arms of a worthless blue lightning tyrant dragon, a traitor, who was unaware of the long-standing animosity between the Wuhuan Temple and the so-called Upper Three Sects. As the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong consorted with a discarded offspring of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which was not merely treachery, but a profound insult to the Wuhuan temple. Was it fitting for a dignified holy maiden of the Wuhuan temple to be relegated to the status of a mere waste of the blue lightning tyrant dragon? In any case, regarding past events, these two individuals are of equal measure. As for Qian Sunji, he has already been killed by Bibi Dong, and the position of Pope has been bestowed upon another. All debts have been settled, and the Qian family owes her nothing, nor does the Spirit Hall owe her anything. Well, Qian Ringshu has always heeded her grandfather's words, and since Moyu is now a member of the Worship Hall, mingling with that woman is not feasible at present. This is sufficient for now. Furthermore, there is no need to force matters. She is merely intrigued by the child's innate talent and knows nothing of his other circumstances. So there is no need for her to appear eager for this so-called child husband. Unacceptable. Take him away. The voice of the angelic deity Qian Ringshu suddenly resonated in Qian Ringshu's mind. Why? Qian Ringshu was perplexed. After all, he is merely a child, and he is currently in the hands of the worship hall, under the watchful eye of her grandfather. Why resort to such drastic measures? The angelic deity Qian Ringshu found it difficult to articulate. Could she mention that if Moyu were to remain here, she would likely face the awkward situation of competing for a man with her own mother in the future? Moreover, she had not divulged much to her current self about Moyu, only acknowledging his innate value. To put it plainly, she did not wish for her present self to develop excessive interest in him. She is the angelic deity, and she is also Qian Ringshu. Both exist as entirely independent consciousnesses, akin to two individuals. She did not wish to compete for a man with another version of herself. After some contemplation, the angelic deity Qian Ringshu provided a reasonable justification. The Pope Hall is nearby, and with that woman's capabilities, can you be certain that this child will not be deceived? This left Qian Ringshu in doubt. Indeed, it was quite possible. Seizing the opportunity, the angelic deity Qian Ringshu pressed on. The advantage lies with those close to the water. Your grandfather is often attending to the angelic deity and will have little oversight regarding Moyu. In Spirit City, Moyu's interactions with that woman will certainly not be few. Over time, do you not understand how adept she is at winning people's hearts? Qian Ringshu fell silent. This was indeed a concern. She was far away in Tiando City, returning only 2 or 3 times a year, and each visit lasted merely a day or two before she had to hurry back. If Moyu remained in Spirit City for an extended period, complications could easily arise. With this thought, Qian Ringshu pulled Qian Daoliu aside. Grandfather, may I take him to Tiando City to assist me? Tiando City? Qian Daoliu was taken aback. What can he possibly do for you? To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant. Rather, he was exceedingly unwilling. He had never supported Qian Ringshu's so-called undercover plan. It was solely due to her insistence that he refrained from voicing his objections. Clearly, with Qian Ringshu's talents, focusing on cultivation should be the priority, yet she was wasting time and potential on such matters. A prodigious genius with a natural level of 20, having awakened her martial soul nearly a decade ago, had only just reached the rank of Soul King. For others, even a 15-year-old Soul King with a full innate spirit power might be considered an unfathomable prodigy. However, for someone with a natural level of 20, such progress was painfully slow. According to Moyu, Qian Ringshu squandered the next decade of her training, and by the age of 30, she was merely a soul sage. This pace was akin to that of Helena, who possessed an innate level of 10. What is this? To squander such exceptional talent? In contrast, Moyu, with similar innate potential, achieved the rank of titled Awe at 18 and limit Douluo at 26, albeit through a rather perilous training regimen. Nevertheless, even if Moyu did not exert himself so fervently, he would not be languishing at merely a soul sage by 30, like Qian Ringshu. Of course, regarding Qian Ringshu's choice, he refrained from voicing too many objections. After all, her future was already determined. The path to divinity lay before her, and there was no need for her to toil like an ordinary person. As long as the timing was right, she could initiate the divine examination. Until then, Qian Ringshu could indulge in life as she pleased, whether to cultivate play or partake in this tedious game of undercover familial roleplay. None of it mattered as long as she found joy. Ultimately, she would return to inherit her divine position. No one could contest the angelic deity's throne with her. However, for Moyu, the Spirit Hall had enough of Qian Ringshu's idleness. it would be disastrous if another were to emerge. Observing such splendid talent squandered filled him with sorrow. Grandfather, were you not keen on him being my child husband? I am in Tiando City, and he is in Spirit City. We would scarcely meet twice a year. How can this be maintained? Qian Rengshu inquired. Moreover, that woman is also here, if left unchecked. What if she lures the child away? Qian Daoliu displayed hesitation. Seeing this, Qian Rengshu continued. Are you still unaware of her capabilities? She has only taken control of the Pope Hall for a few years, yet she has already swayed the hearts of everyone in the Spirit Hall. Mayu is just a child, and she gestured toward Mayu. He does not appear particularly bright. Can he withstand her honeyed words? Qian Daoliu, acknowledging the validity of her points, contemplated. It was indeed reasonable. If Mayu remained in Spirit City, his interactions with Bibi Dong would inevitably increase. From his observations, the lad had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and his intellect was lacking. Even after a mishap with Bibi Dong, he could easily fall into another trap. Thus, Qian Daoliu approached Mayu. Would you consider going to Tiando City with Qin Shue? After all, I observe that you must be wary of Bibi Dong here, and I cannot monitor you at all times. You cannot remain cooped up in the worship hall indefinitely. You must venture out. Mayu raised an eyebrow. Are you certain this isn't an attempt to orchestrate a pairing between us? Certainly not, Qian Daoliu replied earnestly. His primary concern remained that Mayu might inadvertently fall victim to Bibi Dong's unpredictable whims. She was capable of ruthlessness, even toward her own daughter, and Mayu would be no exception. With a sigh, Mayu remarked, Old Qian, it's not that I refuse, but you know your granddaughter better than anyone. She is cunning and overly ambitious, much like her mother. I truly cannot bear it. Being around her is exhausting. When the time comes for the divine battle, I will certainly assist, so you needn't worry about me abandoning my post. Hence, there's no need to bind me through such means. Moreover, if I were a cowardly fence-sitter, what good would it do even if you successfully paired us? When faced with danger, would I not flee regardless? He could discern that Qian Daoliu's concerns stemmed from the immense pressure posed by the Shura god. The disparity between a divine king and a first-level god was staggering. Frankly speaking, if Shura were to personally intervene, even if he inherited the sea god position, it would be futile. With Shura's combat prowess, defeating 3 first-level gods would be as effortless as child's play, devoid of any pressure. Thus, he found himself adopting a somewhat apathetic mindset. For how could one contend with a first-level god and a divine king? Additionally, he was uncertain whether he would even inherit the sea god position. When Tang San had yet to complete the sea god examination, he had ventured to Sea God Island, hoping to seize Tang San's divine position. Yet even when he reached the pinnacle of the sea god ladder, it elicited no response. Could the sea god not see him? Of course he could, but he simply chose to ignore him. In a fit of anger, he hurled the trident of the sea god into the ocean, as if he had nothing better to do. Did he really risk provoking Poseidon's divine might merely to show off? Hearing Mo candidly express his intentions left Qian Daoliu feeling somewhat awkward. He had misjudged the situation. Yet, his aim was not solely to bind Mo. He genuinely believed the 2 children were well suited for each other, sharing similar talents and divine angelic martial souls. Perhaps influenced by Mo's emotions, Qian Daoliu refrained from further discussion and turned to Qian Renshue. Little Shue, you may negotiate with him. If he is truly unwilling, do not force him. After all, if he is coerced, he will only cause chaos on your side. With that, Qian Daoliu entered the true angel temple, leaving Mou and Qian Renshue alone. In the spiritual realm, the angel god sighed, resigning herself to the situation, although she was unaware of the events that had transpired over the past few days. Leading Mou to so directly reject her, she understood that dealing with him required a gentler approach. What a joke! Could she really not handle a mere child? Angered by Mou's repeated refusals, Qian Renshue felt her temper rise. She had outsmarted the cunning elders in the Tiando Imperial Palace. How could she falter against a 6-year-old? With this thought in mind, she approached Mou. Are you certain you want to decline me? Do you believe that if you do so from now on? I will. Suddenly, Qian Renshue clutched her chest and crouched down, blood trickling from her mouth. The events that transpired with Bibi Dong were now repeating themselves with Qian Renshue. What are you doing? Qian Renshue glared at the figure within her spiritual realm, her soul power unexpectedly obstructed by a strange energy at her heart, nearly costing her life. Oh, I forgot to mention, he is exceedingly sensitive to threats. If you had completed that sentence, you would have lost any chance with him. The angel god, Qian Rinxue, remarked coolly. What do you mean? Qian Rinxue's eyes glimmered with frost. The angel god elaborated. His thought process is peculiar. Due to his innate healing ability, no matter how many times you strike him or how severe the blows, he remains unfazed, as he can always recover. However, he is acutely responsive to the words of others. If you threaten him, regaining his trust becomes exceedingly difficult. Do not dismiss it as a mere jest or an impulsive remark. Once said, it is said, and once done, it is done. No explanation can obscure past actions. Seeing the melancholy expression on the other's face, Qian Rinxue felt an inexplicable tug at her heart. Was she not nearly killed by her own mother? Regardless of the reasons, to raise a hand against one's own daughter is a stark reality. You wouldn't upon witnessing Qian Rinxue suddenly collapse to the ground. Mou felt perplexed. How did this mirror the earlier situation with Bibi Dong? Were they truly connected at heart? Nothing's wrong. Qian Rinxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. If you're unwilling, so be it. With that, she turned and walked towards the inner angel temple, leaving Mou alone. What was happening? Mou was utterly bewildered. How could her demeanor shift so rapidly? One moment she was prepared to threaten him, and the next she seemed indifferent. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it any longer and exited the worship hall, feeling that it was time to sleep. Adjacent to the worship hall was a small palace where Qian Daoliu had arranged for Mou to stay. In truth, the worship hall housed only 7 ceremonial residences, which were more symbolic than functional, as these worshippers rarely occupied the mountain, preferring their own training grounds, all situated near the martial Soul City. This small palace had been constructed years prior by Qian Daoliu specifically for Qian Rinxue, as she had faced neglect at Bibidong's hands and even life-threatening dangers after her martial soul awakening. Consequently, Qian Daoliu brought her to the mountain to care for her. After Qian Rinxue insisted on going undercover in the Tiando imperial family, the place had remained vacant until Mou moved in. The modest palace lacked any guards. After passing through a small courtyard, Mou entered the front hall. Contrary to expectations of opulence, the decor was quite simple, with only a few chairs and no unnecessary furnishings, as there were not many inhabitants. Further inside was a reasonably sized bedroom, which Qian Daoliu had refurbished completely upon Mou's arrival. Lacking any desire to train, Mou lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, contemplating his next steps. Should he strive to cultivate as he had in his previous life? He felt no motivation, truly none, for he saw no glimmer of hope. Having faced the might of the Shura god, the stark divide between their worlds left him bereft of any optimism. Even if he were to inherit the title of Sea God in this life, an ally with Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue against their common foes, hope seemed futile. The chasm between a god king and a first-level god was insurmountably vast, a disparity not bridged by mere cultivation or foundational strength. The gap separating mortals from deities, and deities from one another, was not something that effort alone could alter. He recalled how Qian Daoliu, at level 98, could barely defeat a level 99 opponent, claiming invincibility among mortals. Yet, even he was easily overwhelmed before a god king. It was no wonder everyone aspired to ascend, as it represented an unparalleled leap. The difference between a level 99 limit Douluo and a deity was akin to that between an ordinary individual and a limit Douluo. Thus, what value did talent and effort hold? No matter how strong an ant may be, it remains merely an ant. The next morning, Mou awoke slowly, feeling something constricting around his neck. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Qian Rinxue, who had turned him into her pillow, drooling slightly at the corner of her mouth, leaving him momentarily dazed. What was happening? Had he lost his innocence? Before he could ponder further, Qian Rinxue tightened her embrace, pulling him closer, completely enveloping him, her legs drawing in as well, rendering him utterly helpless. In the Douluo continent, soul masters often found themselves in such predicaments due to their cultivation. Just as Mou felt he might suffocate, Qian Rinxue continued to hold on tightly. He struggled valiantly, but Qian Rinxue's grip was too strong, leaving him with no room to exert his own strength. Moreover, being a soul king, she easily overpowered him, a mere 6-year-old child who had just awakened his martial soul. Despite possessing innate level 20 soul power, the disparity in their levels left him utterly defenseless. Ugh! He gasped for air. Sister, you're killing me. At last, with great effort, Mo managed to lift his head and, inhaling deeply, shouted directly at Qian Daoliu's face. The strength of a soul king, even in a state of unawareness, could indeed prove lethal. This was no jest. Huh? Awakened by Mo's cries for help, Qian Daoliu blinked groggily and, upon noticing the child she had tightly embraced, immediately released him. As Qian Daoliu clutched tightly, Mo hastily exerted himself, flipping out of bed and creating distance. That was perilously close. He nearly succumbed to Qian Daoliu's embrace. Cursed be this situation. How could he be so nearly suffocated? Upon witnessing Mo's predicament, the astute Qian Daoliu quickly pieced together the events of the previous night. Under the request of the celestial being, Qian Daoliu had conversed with her grandfather for an extended period. Exhausted from the journey back from Tiando City, she had unwittingly meandered through the corridors of memory to this small palace. To her surprise, Mo was residing here, and she had inadvertently fallen asleep beside him. Montague exclaimed, "Sleep? You nearly killed me." Finally regaining his composure, he glared at Qian Daoliu, but before he could voice his outrage, she preemptively interrogated him. "What are you doing here?" Mo's face twitched in frustration. "You nearly suffocated me." With a mature demeanor, Qian Daoliu remained unfazed by the minor incident and leaned closer to the edge of the bed, observing Mo with intrigue. "I suspect you couldn't bear to part with me. You professed your unwillingness to be my child husband, yet hurried to warm my bed." Mo's heart raced in disbelief. How could this woman, who had nearly suffocated him in her sleep, speak so nonchalantly? "No explanations. Explanations are merely veils for deceit. I disdain dishonest children," Qian Daoliu interjected. Pressing on. "However, should you have regrets, I can offer you another opportunity. Do you wish to be my child husband after all?" Mo, stifled by indignation, could only muster a retort. "I will not support you." With that, he stormed out of the bedroom. After a lengthy pause, once Mo's presence faded from her perception, Qian Daoliu exhaled deeply, her face flushing with embarrassment. How mortifying! At that moment, she wished for a crevice to conceal herself. While she felt no guilt about sleeping beside Mo. After all, he was merely a child. She had slept too soundly. During her time undercover in the Tiando royal family, she had never enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Upon returning to this familiar environment, she had unwittingly let her guard down and succumbed to deep sleep. Mistaking Mo for a pillow was one thing, but nearly strangling him was another. To make matters worse, she had drooled on him. What a disgrace! Hiding her flushed face beneath the covers, Qian Daoliu wished to vanish from sight. "Did you sleep well?" Mo, emerging from the bedroom, immediately discerned the awkwardness etched on Qian Daoliu's face. "Well, I nearly suffocated your granddaughter," Mo replied stiffly, still shaken. Qian Daoliu paused. "Suffocated? Perhaps you should consider the disparity in our sizes and strengths before causing a stir, old man." Montague retorted. "Do you think I felt joyous being held by her? With my slight stature, had she moved an inch in her sleep, I would have been done for." Realization dawned on Qian Daoliu. Mo refrained from further elaboration, heading towards the washroom. Shortly thereafter, Qian Daoliu stealthily exited the bedroom, her demeanor awkward as she faced Qian Daoliu. "Shui, I understand the pressures you faced in Tiando City, but must it manifest in this manner?" Qian Daoliu remarked helplessly. This child never displayed such sleeping habits before. Judging by Mo's expression, he must have endured considerable discomfort. I had hoped they would establish a rapport. Believing that the discord between them stemmed from Mo's infatuation with Bibi Dong, had it merely been a flirtation with a few girls, Qian Daoliu's character would not have allowed her to be concerned, as she would not deem those women worthy rivals. In truth, she looked down upon them and paid them no mind. With Mo not entangled with Bibi Dong, their primary conflict would naturally dissipate. In this scenario, two individuals with remarkably similar talents and martial souls could surely become allies under his guidance. Yet, he never anticipated that his granddaughter would leave such an unfavorable first impression on Mo. It was unintentional. Qian Daoliu's cheeks flushed crimson, her embarrassment evident. "I've never slept so soundly. It's merely exhaustion from the past few days." Sighing, Qian Daoliu decided to withdraw from the situation. The childhood sweetheart plan appeared to be futile, as this incident had tarnished Qian Daoliu's initial impression on Mo. It seemed more prudent to explore their shared interests instead, though he feared that may yield little success as well. Chapter 17. Apology after completing his morning routine, Qian stepped into the courtyard, feeling ravenous. Old Qian, is there anything to eat? He called into the air. Did you just call me Grandpa? A dangerous voice came from behind him. Qian was taken aback. You misheard. I meant dear esteemed benefactor. He began to shuffle towards the door, sensing trouble. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was seized by the nape of his neck and lifted into the air. Did I offend you in any way? Qian asked, perplexed. What offense could there be? Qian Shui retorted, carrying Qian to the small pavilion in the courtyard. Qian resigned himself to his fate. If it were Qian, he could have relied on his flight advantage to escape, but Qian Shui was equally adept at flying and even faster. Defeated and exhausted, he surrendered. Contrary to his expectations of hardship, Qian Shui soon returned from the kitchen with breakfast. 2 simple bowls of lotus seed porridge. Here, she handed him a bowl. Montak you hesitated. You didn't tea poison this, did you? I did, she replied nonchalantly. Oh, he accepted the bowl, glancing at her with skepticism. Observing Qian as he drank, Qian Shui felt amusement bubble within her. If I had poisoned it, wouldn't you be apprehensive? Not at all, he replied. Then I shall be immune to the poison. He added, citing his exceptional martial soul that granted him immunity to toxins and mental attacks. Qian Shui was taken aback. How amusing. Just a moment ago, I felt a flicker of gratitude, thinking you trusted me. Drowning in frustration from Qian's bluntness, Qian Shui fell silent, stirring her porridge absent-mindedly, devoid of appetite. Did you add salt? Qian inquired. This is lotus seed porridge. It's sweet, she replied, exasperated. Then why does it taste salty? He questioned, puzzled. Salty? She paused, then tasted it herself. It's not salty. Drink some more. It truly is salty, Qian insisted. With a hint of doubt, Qian Shui raised the bowl to her lips and drank it all in one go. It's definitely not salty, she affirmed. Oh, it must be an issue with my tongue. Qian also lifted his bowl and drank it all down. The taste is delightful. Thank you. Qian Shui's expression froze. Goodness, has she been tricked? However, this ruse isn't so unpleasant. Apart from her grandfather, no one has ever cared about her meals. Why are you back again? A somewhat impatient voice from outside the courtyard pulled Qian Shui out of her thoughts. I haven't even been to your worship hall. Why are you meddling so much? Bibi non retortit. Qian Daoliu's expression faltered. Then what are you here for? I made it clear that Qian belongs to the worship hall, and this decision was his own. What more do you want? I'm not here to take anyone away, Bai Dong replied coolly. I'm merely here to deliver something to him, and to apologize for scaring him earlier. As she spoke, Bai Dong pulled the hesitant Qian along towards the hall. Just as Qian Daoliu intended to intervene, Qian stepped out, followed closely by Qian Shui. Bai Dong discreetly glanced back at Qian Shui, a flash of subtle complexity crossing her eyes. Yet upon sensing the aura of the 6-winged angel emanating from Qian Shui, that complexity swiftly dissipated, replaced by a palpable disdain. This slight disdain was duly noted by Qian Shui, instantly extinguishing the flicker of good humor she had just experienced. Why? Why must she be treated this way? Qian Shui simply could not comprehend. Her mother had always loathed her, and after awakening her martial soul, that loathing had even transformed into murderous intent. It had nearly cost her life. What are you back for? Bai Dong asked coldly. Qian Shui's heart tightened, a sense of panic rising within her, as mist filled her cerulean eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Dong interrupted. Have you completed the task in Tiando City? Or is this your resolution? You stop right there. Seeing the mother-daughter duo on the verge of an emotional outburst, Qian quickly intervened. I can't bear this. The two of you arguing is unbearable. If you must quarrel, do it elsewhere. This is my territory now. As he spoke, Qian approached Qian Daoliu. You mentioned this place belongs to me. Noticing Qian's expression, Qian Daoliu nodded. He too did not wish to witness the two women embroiled in a bitter feud. Bai Dong, interrupted, said nothing more. After taking a deep breath, she pulled Qian forward. Nah, go ahead. Huh? Qian, bewildered at being thrust into the limelight, was caught off guard. Didn't we agree that you would go first? Besides, this atmosphere feels rather inappropriate. Observing the remnants of dark circles under Qian's eyes, Qian felt puzzled. Wasn't this little fox particularly concerned about her image? Why would she willingly parade around looking so disheveled? I'm so sorry. Qian inhaled deeply. mustering her courage as she produced a purple gift box hidden behind her back, stepping before Mou and bowing deeply. However, in her inexperience, she miscalculated the distance, causing the gift box to graze Mou's nose before it settled firmly against his chest. Mou, is this an apology or an assassination? Bai Dong felt a pang of embarrassment as she witnessed the twitch at the corner of Mou's eye. This was Huliana's first apology, and she had rehearsed this gesture in front of a mirror numerous times. I truly regret what happened yesterday, and I hope you can forgive me, Huliana said, her head bowed, sincerity ringing in her voice. I shouldn't be ungrateful. If you're still angry, you can hit or scold me. I absolutely won't retaliate. Just, Huliana timidly raised her head. Could you not slap me? Seeing Huliana's humble demeanor up close, Mou felt a smile tug at his lips. He was not truly angry. He had known all along what Huliana was capable of. Ungrateful? No, Huliana hadn't thought much about it at the time. In her mind, Bai Dong's words were akin to imperial edicts. Not only would she bind him, but if Bai Dong had randomly selected someone for her to kill on the way, she would have executed the order without hesitation, even if she regretted it later. From the moment the task was accepted, her sole focus was on completion, not moral considerations. This reflected the mindset of most individuals in this world, or rather, this world was simply like that. Do you truly understand your mistakes? Yes. As long as it's not a slap to the face, can it be anywhere else? Uh-huh. Huliana raised her head in confusion. Where do you want to hit? Mou frowned slightly. Are you regretting this already? Not at all. Huliana steeled herself, closing her eyes and lifting her rear. Go ahead. I'm ready. All right. I'm really coming. As Huliana anxiously awaited, the anticipated hand did not land where she imagined. Instead, it was her head that was gently grasped by a small hand, a warm soul power gradually flowing into her body, causing the bruises on her face to fade. Huliana opened her eyes in confusion, only to find Mou's small hand resting on her head. How are you? Mou exhaled softly, withdrawing his hand. If you truly recognize your mistake and are willing to amend it, then I have no reason to hold on to it. Otherwise, it would merely be mutual torment. However, if you're just putting on a show, I have even less reason to cling to it, as in the end, I'm the only one truly affected by this. It would be a waste of time. The future is both long and short. I do not wish to expend my thoughts or energies on such matters. So granting you forgiveness is my choice. As for whether you truly understand your mistake and will change, that is your affair, so let us forget this incident. Chapter 18. The unique nature of soul rings after Mou's words, which belied his youth, the atmosphere between Bai Dong and Qian became somewhat strained. Noticing this, Qian Daoliu quietly took Huliana and Mou away, leaving time for the two women. After a prolonged silence, Bai Dong spoke first. You've returned as well? The Rakshasa god Bai Dong was present. Yes. The angel god, Qian was also present. What was the outcome? Lost, Qian replied. Bai Dong displayed a composed demeanor, as expected. Qian expression faltered. Why do you even ask? It seems he has returned as well. Bai Dong shifted the topic. Mou had not initially possessed such a mindset in his previous life, and his attitude toward her was evidently too cold. She had suspected this before, but upon hearing Mou's words, echoes of advice he had once offered her, she was certain. What do you plan to do? The angel god, Qian inquired. What can be done? Bai Dong sighed. Rebirth with dual souls. She may not listen to me, and moreover, the Shura goddess power restrains my Rakshasa god power. Your angel goddess influence is also considerable. Even if we were to fight again, there would be little hope. If Xiao Yu is willing to inherit the sea goddess position, perhaps 3 against 1. Mother? Qian gaze shifted, evidently taken aback, seeing her long-lost daughter. Bai Dong felt a pang of guilt, her expression softening from its earlier coldness. The tender affection Qian had envisioned countless times in her dreams finally surfaced on Bai Dong's face. Xiao Shui, mother. The excitement within Qian Rengshu was palpable, a surge of indescribable emotions flooding her heart. A mist began to form in her azure eyes, and tears welled up. She dashed towards Bibi Dong and embraced her tightly. The formidable Bibi Dong did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated the embrace. Although they existed in different timelines, Bibi Dong recognized her daughter, whom she had owed throughout her life. Did the sun rise from the west? Upon sensing the rapid approach of the two, Qian Daoliu hastily turned his gaze, only to witness the poignant scene of Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong weeping in each other's arms. It was a moment of joy, yet surreal, as Bibi Dong seemed to have regained her senses. Ah, how shameless! Caught in a daze, Qian Daoliu was instantly understood by Mu Yu, who knew he was observing the unfolding drama. Given Bibi Dong's past, Qian Daoliu's concern was entirely reasonable. However, he believed that his earlier remarks would prevent any conflict between them, though true reconciliation was unlikely, considering Bibi Dong's character. He had advised her for over a decade without any effect. His recent words might only grant her a modicum of reason, enough to refrain from harming Qian Ringshu, but certainly not to let go of the past. Ahem, what are you peering at? Qian Daoliu's spirits lifted at seeing Qian Ringshu's happiness, and he found no inclination to quibble with Mu Yu. Yet, how did you come to such clarity? Qian Daoliu communicated telepathically. Considering he had lived for over a century and struggled with clarity, Mu Yu's insight was remarkable. Do you think I've lived my life in vain? Mu Yu retorted through mental communication. After much internal conflict, he realized the futility of it all. Life is fleeting, and allowing such matters to disrupt one's peace of mind would only lead to regret and sorrow at the end. To forgive others is also to liberate oneself. You have indeed grown magnanimous, Qian Daoliu sighed. Mu Yu had endured 2 decades of indifference from Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu, yet still fought to fulfill a promise with his life. And he bore no resentment towards Tang San for his demise, only a hint of disdain. His anger towards Ashura god stemmed from the latter's deceit. Such composure was something even he found difficult to emulate. In truth, if you two had faced death a couple of times, I believe you would gain similar insight. Mu Yu remarked. Qian Daoliu nodded. Perhaps that was true. Near-death experiences could illuminate many truths, but the ability to let go and forgive varied from person to person. Some would cry for vengeance over trivial matters, much like Tang San, who could not bear the slightest grievance. Mu Yu, having lived for over a century, was witnessing someone who genuinely practiced self-discipline and offered kindness to others a rarity. Most people use the notion of acknowledging mistakes merely as an excuse for forgiveness, yet quickly reverse their stance when others erred, often demanding retribution akin to Tang San's mindset. And the notion that treating others well equates to treating oneself well? Nonsense. It is merely an excuse, a double standard that benefits oneself while dismissing others. It is no wonder Mu Yu found camaraderie with this young man and imparted all he could teach, not just regarding Mu Yu's angelic spirit, but also because this young man possessed a heart akin to that of an angel, albeit one too warm, leading to his eventual folly. Hulaina, trailing behind, observed the peculiar dynamic between the elder and the youth, her curiosity deepening. Was he the grand priest quite amiable? Why then did the teacher imply otherwise? By the way, when do you plan to obtain your soul rings? Qian Daoliu suddenly recalled this matter. He had inquired after Mu Yu awakened his martial spirit, but Mu Yu had said there was no rush, leaving Qian Daoliu perplexed about the young man's intentions. Even being a natural level 20, if he did not acquire a soul ring, his cultivation would be stunted. While he could accumulate soul power through consistent practice, the speed was excruciatingly slow and inefficient. This was why, once their soul power was sufficient, soul masters from powerful families prioritized finding suitable soul beasts to absorb. If one could enhance the quality of their soul power by continuing to cultivate without absorbing soul rings, why didn't the soul masters of the Spirit Hall do the same? The Spirit Hall, with its millennia of legacy, had tried countless methods in the past. The current mainstream cultivation techniques spoke volumes. It could be done at any time, Mu Yu replied. I have been contemplating my limits these past few days. My first soul ring took 4,000 years and the second, 8,000 years. Although it nearly cost me my life, I survived, didn't I? Thus, I initially considered testing the waters. What if I attempted to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for my first? Qian Daoliu's expression froze, incredulous. Do you wish for a shorter life? Before he could voice more, Mu Yu continued. However, I have come to realize that it is unnecessary. If my goal is to obtain more energy from the soul rings, my current physique is too frail to risk absorbing a soul ring beyond its age limit. It suffices to proceed cautiously. Furthermore, attempting to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring with my present body would likely result in catastrophic failure. As one progresses in cultivation, the efficacy of soul rings diminishes, particularly after reaching level 95, where innate talent becomes paramount. Early soul rings have minimal impact. Of course, the crucial distinction is that, unlike you, the strength of the soul skills I gain from absorbing soul rings is not significantly tied to the age of the rings. Their primary function is to aid in enhancing my soul power, leading to the conclusion that high-age soul rings do not substantially augment my abilities in the early stages. Qian Daoliu was taken aback. How could the effectiveness of soul skills be unrelated to the age of the soul rings? The essence of a soul skill relies on one's soul power to activate the energy within the soul ring, releasing the skill. Hence, higher-age soul rings inherently contain more potent energy, resulting in stronger soul skills. Muyu's assertion that the strength of his soul skills is independent of the age of the soul rings was perplexing. At least the first 6 soul rings function this way. Muyu clarified, "In my previous life, the first 6 soul rings absorb light, thunder, fire, wind, earth, and ice attributes, granting me immunity to elemental attacks of these types. The potency of the initial 6 soul skills depended solely on the amount of soul power I exerted, not on a percentage-based consumption. Is that so?" Qian Daoliu nodded. Muyu's divine angelic martial spirit was indeed unique, entirely distinct from the conventional martial spirits of Douluo continent. Even the soul rings and skills diverged. "What attributes do you intend to acquire for your current 2 soul rings?" Qian Daoliu inquired. Having reached the pinnacle of a limit Douluo, Muyu possessed his distinct path of cultivation, requiring little guidance, for no one understood his martial spirit better than he did. "Naturally, I will first seek light and fire attributes," Muyu stated. "Why?" Qian Daoliu's curiosity was piqued. "Your granddaughter possesses both light and fire attributes. Should I not first immunize against these two?" Montague nature elle remarqued. Qian Daoliu's expression momentarily faltered. "Goodness, just how many times did Xiao Shui strike you?" Chapter 19. The gift on the other side, having satisfied Qian Shui. The Rakshasa god Bibi was reluctantly forced offline. Bibi coldly stated, forgetting the previous incident. She was oblivious to the peculiarities orchestrated by that Rakshasa god. Nor did she understand what had transpired in that so-called future that allowed another version of herself to let go of the past. However, she cannot, at least at this moment. She was unable to accept Qian Shui's existence. After feeling fulfilled, Qian Shui gazed at Bibidong's icy demeanor, which lacked the previous resistance. Since her future mother could accept her, she could certainly wait. Although the future version of herself was reluctant to divulge to her mother the reasons for her aversion. The fact that they could reconcile in the future assured her that she too could achieve the same. "Stop smiling." Observing Qian Shui's blushing, silly grin, Bibi felt a pang of discomfort. She did not wish to treat Qian Shui in such a manner. After all, she was her daughter, a piece of her flesh. Yet, every time she beheld her, every time she sensed that nauseating angelic aura emanating from her, she would be reminded of that beast, Qian Sunji, the creature that had ruined her life. This made it utterly impossible for her to accept Qian Shui's existence. "Have you lost your mind?" Mou thought for a moment that the rosy-cheeked Qian Shui, radiating with a hint of spring, had accidentally ingested some aphrodisiac. "What did you say?" Qian Shui cheerfully approached Mou, pulling him into her embrace and playfully pinching his chubby cheeks. "I said, dear sister, you are truly beautiful." Mou, despite his heart, refrained from retorting harshly, for he now resembled a charming ragdoll cat in Qian Shui's eyes, utterly powerless to resist her whims. Now he comprehended how remarkable it was that the ragdoll cats he had once raised could endure being held and adored by him without retaliating. So bothersome. Seeing her so straightforwardly affectionate, Qian Shui decided to let Mou off the hook for today, after planting a playful kiss on his rosy cheeks. She set him down. Mou, feeling exhausted, wiped the saliva from his face. Indeed, regardless of gender, all are enamored. This woman has no qualms about beautiful children. What now? Lost in thought, Mou was unexpectedly picked up from behind. However, the scent was not Qian Shui's but Hulaina's. "I thought you didn't allow anyone to touch you." As she spoke, Hulaina rubbed her face against Mou's, much like Qian Shui had done moments ago. "Damn, women, are you all not tired?" Under the weight of her physique, Mou, standing at a mere 1.3 meters, found himself utterly defenseless against Hulaina, who towered over him at over 1.6 meters. "What's the matter? Let me feel it. It won't cost you any flesh." Having discerned Mo's good temperament, Hulaina became increasingly audacious. Initially, she had assumed he was a distant, aloof child, but the earlier interaction revealed him to be quite amiable. Do not push me. Mou, subjected to their playful torment, resembled a cat whose fur had been ruffled in irritation. All right, you're such a spoilsport. Reluctantly, Hulaina planted a kiss on Mou before placing him back on the ground. Her interest in him stemmed from the fact that he was impervious to the allure of her awakened martial spirit, and he was undeniably entertaining, often imparting profound wisdom or acting whimsically, far superior to the pretentious individuals at the Martial Spirit Academy. However, after Hulaina kissed Mou, Qian Daoliu, who had initially been flushed, gradually darkened in countenance. Mou was her childhood husband. Her claim to him was rightful, and yet this little fox dared to intrude? With that thought, Qian Daoliu approached Mou once more, intent on claiming another kiss to remind this little fox that he belonged to her. Yet this time, Mou had anticipated her approach. Without hesitation, he activated his martial spirit, turned, and bolted. Old Qian, control your granddaughter. Bang. So absorbed was Mou in evading Qian Daoliu that he failed to notice Bibi standing behind him, crashing directly into her embrace. Qian Daoliu, this is disastrous. Mou is in trouble. Hulaina, this is bad. The teacher will be furious. Mou shared the same sentiment, his expression stiffening as he raised his head, inhaling a familiar scent. I didn't mean to. This is bad. He was now in the form of his martial spirit. Bibi observed as the angelic martial spirit began to stir. Damn it, Old Qian, where have you been? Return immediately. I'm in danger. Bibi remained silent, her expression cold as she gazed at the pair of white wings emerging behind Mou upon his martial spirit activation. Indeed, unlike the six-winged angel martial spirit of the Qian family, Mou's manifested as a two-winged angel, exuding an aura that bore no resemblance to the benevolence and warmth characteristic of the six-winged angel. Instead, it radiated indifference and a hidden fury. It seemed that her future self had spoken true, and Mou's angelic martial spirit was entirely distinct from that of the Qian family. With this realization, Bibidong's expression softened. As long as it bore no relation to the Qian family, all was well. Thank you for carrying me back to the Pope's palace earlier, Mo Xiaoyu. Huh? Mou, who had anticipated lying in bed for half a month, was taken aback but quickly regained his composure upon seeing Bibidong's softened demeanor. Oh, no need to mention it. It was nothing. Clearly, Bibi had retained her wits and recognized that his angelic martial spirit was different. Noticing Mou relax, Bibi produced a purple crystal ring from her possession, explaining, "This is a storage soul guide with a capacity of 30 cubic meters. It contains a special space for living beings, and I've placed some essentials and self-defense items inside as a token of gratitude." As she spoke, without waiting for Mou to decline, she grasped his right hand and slipped the ring onto his index finger, which adjusted to fit snugly, impossible to remove. Do not refuse. Otherwise, it would appear as though you were disregarding my goodwill. Bibi whispered into Mou's ear. Would you care to discover what happens when you offend the Pope? Thank you, dear sister, Mou replied awkwardly, hovering in midair. The gift was of little consequence. He genuinely wished to avoid any potential repercussions from Bibi. Bibi paused. Dear sister, that title is acceptable. Could you also forgive me for frightening you earlier? Bibi inquired. Frighten me? Mou retracted his martial spirit, standing on the ground, his expression puzzled. When? Oh, it's nothing. Just forget it. Bibi gently patted Mou's head. Mou thought little of it, for he soon felt two intensely heated gazes directed at him from behind. Hulaina, my storage soul guide, is only 10 cubic meters. His is 30 cubic meters. It can even store living beings. This favoritism is utterly absurd. Qian Daoliu, I have nothing at all. Xiaoyu, I've arranged everything regarding the offering hall. Let us proceed to hunt. Huh? Just returned. Qian Daoliu was momentarily bewildered upon seeing Mou besieged by Qian Daoliu and Hulaina. What is happening? Mou, merely possessing a soul guide has exacerbated my predicament. Astounding. Truly astounding. Chapter 20. Camping 3 hours later, high above the Stardew forest. As Mou chose to first absorb the soul rings of light and fire attributes. The fire attribute posed little concern. However, Soul beasts of a light attribute were exceedingly rare across the Douluo continent. While the Spirit Hall's exclusive soul-hunting forest contained some, they were rather ordinary. Thus, the Douluo forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts, naturally became the optimal choice. Why are you following us? Qian Daoliu, flying at high speed with Mou and Qian Renxue toward the Douluo forest, paused and glanced back at Bibi with a hint of exasperation. Despite his extreme speed as a limit Douluo, he had slowed down for Qian Renxue's sake. Is it wrong to be curious about a god-level martial soul at the innate level of 20? Bibi retorted, having finally caught up. That damned old coot. Flying so fast. Are you rushing to the afterlife? I could barely catch a glimpse of you. If it weren't for the god of Azura lending me some divine power to speed me up, I would have fallen far behind. You don't intend to pull any tricks, do you? Qian Daoliu questioned, genuinely lacking confidence in Bibi's character. After all, she had once feigned interest in Qian Renxue's god-level martial soul. Yet her curiosity then had been negligible. Bibi frowned slightly. Do I seem like that kind of person? Indeed. Both Qian Renxue and Qian Daoliu found it hard to deny the truth. Her mother was certainly capable of such deeds. Upon seeing their unified stance, Bibi's expression faltered, realizing how deeply ingrained her reputation had become. You, a limit Douluo, worry about my underhanded tactics? Bibi chose not to argue further, recognizing that Mou, also a reincarnate, was well aware of her true nature, making pretense unnecessary. As for Qian Renxue and Qian Daoliu, she had a history. It would be best if you remained honest. Considering his granddaughter's feelings, Qian Daoliu opted to yield, believing that he could keep a close watch on Bibi without concern. Initially, he had only cared about Qian Renxue inheriting the divine position, but now, aware of the dire fate awaiting the Spirit Hall, he placed immense hope in Mou, the only one capable of altering their grim circumstances, as he had no other options. The angel god had long since fallen, leaving only a trace of divine consciousness for succession. Similarly, the god of Azura on Bibi's side had perished, yet on Tang San's side, there remained a living god king. To achieve victory in the divine war ahead, all hopes rested on Mou, the most gifted individual at present. Before long, Qian Daoliu led Mou to the edge of the mixed region of the Douluo forest. The outer circle was home to 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, while the inner circle primarily housed 1,000-year soul beasts, with occasional appearances of 10,000-year soul beasts. The 1,000-year soul rings Mou sought were most easily found at this junction. Amidst the dense forest, Qian Daoliu and Bibi acted as bodyguards, while Mou and Qian Renxue strolled leisurely in the center. By the way, your martial soul can gain immunity to the corresponding element after absorbing the appropriate soul ring. Why not seek multi-attribute soul beasts? Qian Daoliu inquired telepathically. Nice idea, but unfortunately, it's not feasible. Mou shook his head. In my previous life, I tried, but when absorbing soul rings of mixed attributes, you gain immunity only to the strongest attribute. If such a method worked, wouldn't I achieve immunity to all attributes? I see. Qian Daoliu nodded, recognizing the rationale behind the limitations of god-level martial souls. Without such restrictions, one could easily cultivate mixed attribute soul beasts, rendering them insignificant in the face of elemental immunity. There aren't many light attribute soul beasts. We may need to invest extra effort. Qian Daoliu noted, indirectly hinting to Bibi to refrain from following them and return to work in Spirit City. Bibi, however, understood his implication but chose to ignore it. After working tirelessly for so long, what was wrong with taking a break? Especially in recent years. After finishing her duties in the Papal Hall, she had rushed to find suitable soul rings for the second martial soul and entered the Azura secret realm for training, leaving her utterly exhausted. Now that she finally had a moment to rest, she had no intention of hurrying back. Seeing Bibi's indifference, Qian Daoliu said no more, having already settled matters concerning the offering hall. Even if it took 10 days or half a month this time, it was of little concern. It provided an opportunity for Qian Renxue and Mou to bond. Before long, the sky began to darken, leading to an awkward dilemma: where to stay. Having rushed, Qian Daoliu had not prepared accommodations, nor did he deem it necessary, as he could return to Spirit City in less than an hour if he exerted himself fully, making overnight lodging unnecessary. Thus, having not ventured outside for decades, he completely overlooked the need for outdoor gear. You really are unreliable, Mo remarked, incredulous that the oldest among them had prepared nothing. Qian Daoliu felt a touch embarrassed. How about we return first and come back tomorrow? His oversight stemmed from earlier witnessing Bibi and Qian Rinshu's embrace, leading him to mistakenly believe they had made plans. When they reappeared in their previous states, it left him flustered, and naturally, he forgot such necessities. Mo shook his head. It's fine. Camping outdoors is nothing new for me. I've spent plenty of nights on the streets. What about you two? Mo glanced at Qian Rinshu and Bibi. He personally had no qualms, as Qian Daoliu, being an elder, had no demands, yet he assumed the two women might care. It's nothing. Camping is just camping, Qian Rinshu replied, unbothered. And you, Bibi? Mo inquired. You need not concern yourselves with me. With that, Bibi stepped onto a nearby flat area, waved her hand to clear the surrounding weeds and thorns, and retrieved a luxurious camping tent from her soul guide, setting it up effortlessly. Mo and Qian Rinshu exchanged glances, both astonished. Do you need assistance, Sister Pope? Mo approached, eager to lend a hand, reluctant to sleep outdoors when conditions allowed. There's no need for help, Bibi replied, lightly kicking the stakes, securing the tent to the ground. In the next moment, the tent's framework slowly rose, and within seconds, a lavish camping tent had taken shape. Whoa! High-tech! Mo stepped back, recognizing the tent's advanced technology. The Pope is indeed extravagant. Even his tent is a symbol of despotism. However, one must wonder, having spent 20 years in the papal court, I have never encountered such an item. Bibi lifted Mo from behind. What are you doing? Montauk queried, perplexed. Aren't you going inside? Bibi gestured towards the tent she had just erected. Mo shook her head. I've used it. I prefer to stay outside. Why? Bibi found it hard to comprehend Mo's sudden despondency. Mo gently struggled free, landing on the ground. It's nothing. I just want to breathe some fresh air. After speaking, Mo fluttered her small wings and found a rather decent crooked tree. Qian Rinshu hesitated. Although she wished to sleep beside her mother, she knew the latter would surely refuse. Thus, she decided against creating any unpleasantness here. Shaking her head, Qian Rinshu flew to a branch next to Mo. Qian Daoliu remained silent, quietly searching for a nearby tree to lean against. The last time he had slept like this in the Stardow forest was decades ago. In the blink of an eye, half a lifetime had passed. Observing her own incongruity, Bibi ceased her chatter and entered her tent. You mentioned earlier that you had spent considerable time sleeping rough. What did you mean by that? Qian Rinshu inquired, gazing at the stars while lying on the branch. Mo rested her head on her arm, eyes closed. It's nothing much. I was wandering outside for 2 years until I was apprehended by the Spirit Hall's soul masters 6 months ago and brought back to the orphanage in Spirit City. In the past, I would drink dew when thirsty, forage for bird eggs when hungry, and occasionally scrounge some meals. Life was quite bearable. Initially, he had been unaware that he had traversed the Douluo continent, as the villages he wandered through lacked soul masters, and the villagers' martial souls were predominantly rudimentary tools like sickles and hoes. His limited interaction with them meant he had not noted the existence of martial souls, only occasionally encountering some aggressive roosters that chased him, at which point he believed he had merely entered a medieval fantasy world, even entertaining dreams of being a globe-trotting adventurer. That was until 6 months ago when he encountered a group of soul masters from Spirit City while grilling fish by a small river. After a brief interrogation that confirmed his orphan status, an older man promptly recruited him. Thus, the once aspiring adventurer met his untimely end. Although, given his erratic path, he would eventually have reached a city near Spirit City, where he would awaken his 6-winged angel martial soul and be sought after by Qian Daoliu. After all, it was impossible to hide such an angelic martial soul, who in Douluo continent was unaware that angels symbolized the Spirit Hall. With this martial soul, his allegiance was already determined. In retrospect, he considered himself fortunate not to have stumbled upon the vicinity of those major sections. Had he awakened his angel martial soul in front of sects opposed to the Spirit Hall, such as the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, his fate might have been sealed on the spot. So, you mean to say you wandered for 2 years? Qian Rinshu hesitated. Mo was merely 6 years old now, and having arrived at Spirit City 6 months ago, it implied he had been alone outside for over 3 years? Pretty much. Why? Mo responded. His physical constitution was quite robust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to roam freely. The villages he inhabited, although devoid of soul beasts, had fierce domestic fowl due to the presence of soul power. He recalled the first time he fought a chicken when he was just over 3 years old. He had lost that battle. Furthermore, he was capable of absorbing a 4,000-year soul ring for his first soul ring, and while the healing ability of his angel martial soul aided him, his own physical prowess was pivotal. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated before he could heal. Since awakening his martial soul, his physical strength now surpassed that of Hulaina, a formidable soul master, and was likely comparable to a soul sovereign. Otherwise, he would not have secured an overwhelming victory in his previous skirmish with the little fox. "And your family?" Qian Daoliu inquired hesitantly. "I have none," Moyu replied candidly. "Since I can remember, I have been lying amidst ruins. I know not what transpired there. I have no recollections of the past. Perhaps I was attacked by a soul beast or encountered an evil soul master." In truth, he had never been curious about his origins, as no one had ever inquired. He had always presumed he had awakened as the 3-year-old child he was when he arrived, though it was also plausible that the original owner of this body had met an unfortunate fate during some incident. He had often felt fortunate that he had taken over a deceased person's body, bearing no psychological burden. However, after awakening his divine-level angel martial soul, he dismissed the idea of having usurped someone else's life, for a martial soul passed down through bloodlines could not possibly emerge from such a destitute village. Qian Daoliu had also tested this out of curiosity and confirmed that Moyu bore no blood ties to the Qian clan. "I am sorry," Qian Daoliu expressed, her face reflecting regret. "It's no matter. I cannot recall my earlier life, so if it's forgotten, so be it," Moyu replied nonchalantly. "At least I am alive, breathing, running, and enjoying delicious food, rather than being a cold, decaying corpse. To have a second chance at life was already fortunate enough. What more could one desire? However, you're the first to ever ask me these questions," Moyu remarked. "No one ever inquired before. The teachers at the orphanage likely wished to spare us from recalling those sorrowful pasts, so they never broached the topic, merely encouraging us instead. As for my previous life, no one cared, not even I. I live without a care, focused on the present, only looking towards tomorrow. The past is the past, and it cannot be changed." Qian Daoliu fell into silence, communicating with another version of herself within her mind, yet that side, too, had succumbed to quietude. Clearly, she had never pondered these matters deeply. Upon reflection, she realized she had never truly cared for Moyu. Had she ever considered expressing concern for him? Meanwhile, within the tent, Bibi, eavesdropping with her extraordinary hearing, also fell into silence. In the realm of her mental space, she scoffed, "Is this what you call an important person?" Sensing the fragility in the heart of the Rakshasa god, Bibidong's face twisted with derision. "Is this it? You have shown no concern, no regard, and have not fulfilled even a fraction of a teacher's duties. How dare you claim that this Moyu is significant? To me, he appears less significant than my disdain for Qian Daoliu, my daughter. Although I feign indifference towards her, I still occasionally monitor her circumstances in Heavendo City. But this so-called future self, speaking of importance while having done nothing. How pathetic. You're not much better," the Rakshasa god, Bibi frowned. "At least I do not indulge in self-pity like you." "And what are you, Xiaojiang?" the Rakshasa god countered. "Are you not also wallowing in self-pity for that useless coward? Do you believe he cares? I forbid you to speak of him." Bibidong's expression hardened. "Ah, how pitiable," the Rakshasa god remarked. "Instead of scrutinizing me, perhaps you should reflect on yourself." Chapter 22. The Beast Tide. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu, which path do you intend to take? Assault type or control type? Noticing the atmosphere between the two seemed somewhat heavy, Qian Daoliu could not help but interject, hoping to alleviate the tension. Moyu turned to the side, gazing at Qian Daoliu beneath the tree. "I can master all elements," he stated. Qian Daoliu paused, puzzled. "All elements?" "Indeed," Moyu replied. "Except for innate attributes like food elements, I am proficient in everything else. Be it the offensive or agile attack elements, they are straightforward. And I also possess healing capabilities through my martial soul's innate skills. As for the control, support, and defense elements, once I absorb a soul ring with ice or earth attributes, mastering control, support, or defense will be a simple endeavor." "Isn't that a bit too scattered?" Qian Daoliu expressed concern. If you cultivate multiple elements, you might end up lacking in all, such as insufficient damage, control, or speed. Not at all. Mo Yu shook his head. I can achieve it. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, about to counter, when the angel god Qian Rinxue interrupted her thoughts. He indeed accomplished an all-elemental development, with each aspect being flawless. Are you sure? Qian Rinxue clearly did not believe such a thing. Absolutely. The angel god Qian Rinxue reminisced. You must understand, the gap between a level 98 Super Douluo and a level 99 Ultimate Douluo is almost insurmountable. To put it bluntly, a level 99 Ultimate Douluo could defeat a level 98 with a mere slap. Qian Rinxue nodded, recalling that Grandfather Jin had indeed mentioned this. Though the difference between 99 and 98 appears to be a single level, in reality, it is a chasm that cannot be crossed. The level 99 Ultimate Douluo represents the pinnacle of mortals, merely a step away from becoming a deity. Yet, at level 98, he faced Grandfather head-on. The angel god, Qian Rinxue, stated solemnly. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. You're not joking, are you? A level 98 defeating a level 99? What does that even mean? It's as absurd as a Super Douluo's full-force attack failing to even harm a soul master. It is true, the angel god, Qian Rinxue affirmed. At that time, I was undergoing the divine examination, and he had just reached level 98. However, due to certain circumstances, he had to leave for a period. Before departing, he fought Grandfather in the Hall of Offerings, and I witnessed it firsthand. They both unleashed their full power for nearly 3 hours, and in the end, Grandfather lost. Although Mo Yu claimed it was a narrow victory, Grandfather later confided that if Mo Yu hadn't held back at the last moment, he might have perished. He didn't even have time to use his angelic power. Then why doesn't he have a divine position? Qian Rinxue pondered aloud, finally voicing a question she had long contemplated. In her future description, Mo Yu was undoubtedly a peerless genius, achieving ultimate Douluo status by the age of 26 without relying on divine trials. Yet, if he was so formidable, why did he lack a divine position? The Tang San who would eventually bring ruin to the Spirit Hall was merely a naturally gifted soul with dual martial souls, much like her mother. Why then? Could that individual obtain dual divine inheritances? Was it reasonable? Isn't the divine examination based on talent? I too wonder about this. The angel god Qian Rinxue closed her eyes, perplexed. She couldn't fathom why Mo Yu lacked a divine position. Compared to him, those who had ascended to divinity, including Tang San, seemed utterly inferior, yet they all possessed divine inheritances, with Tang San even having dual divine positions. The disparity was baffling. Seeing you praise him so highly, how could he not ascend to godhood? Bibi Dong shared the same doubts. The prerequisite for divine examination was indeed a matter of talent. If Mo Yu was so extraordinary, how could he have not undergone the divine examination? Are the gods of the divine realm blind? I also wish to know the answer. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong shrugged. Initially, when she observed his rapid ascension to the titled Douluo realm, she assumed he had received the divine examination. However, she soon realized he had not. After disappearing for several years, when he reappeared at Jialing Pass, he was still a mere mortal, devoid of any divine power or signs of undergoing a divine examination. The fact that Mo Yu failed to obtain the divine examination puzzled her greatly, leaving her confused about the criteria for divine inheritances. The young girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, alongside a food element spirit, managed to invoke the personal intervention of the Nine-Color Goddess and the Food God for revival. On what grounds? According to the information left by the Rakshasa god, deities from the divine realm were prohibited from intervening in mortal affairs. Yet, why did the Shura god and Sea god descend personally? Why did the Food God and Nine-Color Goddess also participate? Was it merely to resurrect that Tang San, whose heart she had crushed? After killing Tang San, she had believed victory was assured, only to turn around and discover he had attained dual divine positions. Even the Shura god, it was utterly incomprehensible. Just don't worry about his cultivation issues, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong advised. Currently, it seems he too has been reborn, but unlike me and Xiao Xue, who are two souls in one body, he possesses only one consciousness. Perhaps it is due to his unique martial soul. After all, it exuded a strong sense of threat after I ascended to divinity. What sound? Sensing the unusual disturbance, Bibi Dong hurriedly exited the tent. Qian Daoliu looked toward the core area, sensing a beast tide approaching. This is unusual. How could the Douluo forest suddenly experience a beast tide? He detected no aura of super Douluos, indicating that no hidden elder was hunting 10,000-year-old beasts, provoking the wrath of the ferocious beasts in the core area. This beast tide was suspicious. Xiao, prepare to leave. Qian Daoliu's expression turned grave. He sensed the presence of ferocious beasts. But weren't those beasts supposed to be in slumber? Why had they suddenly awakened? The once tranquil night forest erupted into chaos, filled with the roars and howls of soul beasts, as the sound of thundering footsteps grew ever closer. Realizing the impending beast tide, Qian Daoliu hastily scooped up Qian Renqiu and Mou, soaring into the air. Bibi Dong, let us move. As soon as he spoke, Qian Daoliu led the two of them toward the outskirts of the Douluo forest, with Bibi Dong following suit. This beast tide was no jest. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, within the core area of the Douluo forest existed beings surpassing 10,000 years, referred to by past elders of the Spirit Hall as ferocious beasts. Among these beasts were those capable of contending with ultimate Douluos. Roar. Humans. Halt. Chapter 23. Conflict with a thunderous roar. Several colossal figures descended from the sky, blocking the path of Qian Daoliu and the others. A gigantic bear, towering over 30 meters, even larger than a titan ape, radiated a dark golden glow. A fearsome beast with 3 heads, resembling a lion, yet more akin to a dog. Each head exceeding a meter in diameter, with razor-sharp teeth exuding a lethal threat. Lastly, a black dragon, larger than the bear, adorned with black scales and possessing golden eyes, stood at the center. Upon seeing these formidable acquaintances, Mou felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, in the next moment, an incredibly terrifying cold wave swept through, instantly freezing the forest within hundreds of meters, as a vague silhouette appeared behind the black dragon. Ferocious beasts? Qian Daoliu tensed, his expression grave. Millennia ago, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall sought the core region of the Douluo forest. That revered ancestor was also an ultimate Douluo. Yet he encountered a formidable black dragon in the heart of the forest, engaging in a fierce battle where neither emerged victorious. Since that fateful encounter, an unspoken rule emerged within the Spirit Hall, forbidding super Douluos from personally hunting the 10,000-year-old beasts residing in the core zone, as such actions could incite the wrath of these beasts and potentially trigger a beast tide, endangering the entire continent. This explains why, despite the knowledge of 10,000-year-old beasts within the Douluo forest, the 6 super Douluos of the Spirit Hall, including this ultimate Douluo, have refrained from any hunting expeditions. It is not merely that their interest in soul rings and bones diminishes upon reaching the super Douluo level. It is fundamentally a matter of necessity. War with the angelic deity is not our intention, declared the black dragon with a voice that resonated with authority. What do you mean by that? Qian Daoliu scanned the surrounding fierce beasts. Alone, he might have considered retreating if overwhelmed. But with the burdens of Mou and Qian Renqiu at his side, escape was uncertain. Moreover, Bibi Dong had yet to recover from her previous self-inflicted wounds. And even the weakest among the beasts, the 3-headed creature, posed a threat to her. Hand over the child, and you may leave. The black dragon gestured with its massive claw towards Mou, who was shielded behind Qian Daoliu. No. Before Qian Daoliu could respond, Qian Renqiu vehemently opposed. The struggle between humans and soul beasts has always been one of life and death. Should Mou fall into the clutches of these ferocious creatures, would there be any chance of survival? What do you want with a mere child? Qian Daoliu did not provide a direct answer. It was clear he would not acquiesce. He is of value, but that is not for you to know, replied Emperor Tian, the black dragon, in a low tone. Why waste words? Just seize him, exclaimed the fiery-tempered Xiong, the dark golden bear. Silence. Emperor Tian grunted, releasing a terrifying aura that instantly subdued Xiong, who did not wish to provoke further conflict. I have no intention of waging war, but this human must be given to me, Emperor Tian insisted resolutely. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Qian Daoliu's gaze hardened as he began to channel the power of the angelic deity. He could not surrender the sole hope for the future of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in ice blue emerged from behind Emperor Tian, the mist parting to reveal a being of human form, with cascading white hair reaching down to her feet and azure eyes that seemed to pierce through the veil of reality. She embodied ethereal beauty. Clad in a simple white gown, devoid of embellishment, she radiated an aura of purity and nobility, akin to the winter plum blossom, standing apart from the rest. She was the Ice Empress, the strongest from the far north. I assure you, we shall not harm him, the Ice Empress spoke softly. I find your assurances lacking in trustworthiness, Qian Daoliu replied, preparing for battle, discreetly summoning the golden crocodile and several other offerings from the Spirit Hall for support. With the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall, he was confident they could prevail. The tension escalated, neither side willing to concede, while Mou, hidden behind Qian Daoliu, felt increasingly anxious upon witnessing the Ice Empress's presence. With her arrival, surely the Ice Emperor was not far behind. If his suspicions were correct, both had been reborn, given that he had perished alongside them in the Shura sword-esque cataclysm. Old Qian, do not engage. Mou stepped forward after a moment of hesitation. I will go with them. The sins I have committed must be faced by me. In his previous life, he had underestimated Tang San, believing that with his innate 20-level capability and divine angelic martial soul, he could ascend to godhood long before Tang San posed any threat. It was only after failing to inherit the Shura deity's title in the City of Slaughter that he began to take Tang San seriously, prior to which he had focused solely on his growth. During his time as a Soul King, he ventured to the far north, hoping to persuade the Ice Emperor and Ice Empress to offer him a sacrifice, knowing well they could not survive the future tribulations. However, after years of attempts, he had been beaten by the Ice Emperor countless times, and despite his remarkable talent and cultivation speed, they remained resolute in their own ascension to godhood. Later, an unexpected event occurred. The Ice Emperor's tribulation was prematurely triggered, allowing him to absorb her soul ring through the special abilities granted by his angelic martial soul, preserving her consciousness within his mental space. The same fate befell the Ice Empress, albeit voluntarily. Ultimately, he had promised to help them ascend to the divine realm. But in truth, he felt no obligation to Qian Daoliu, Bibi Dong, or Qian Renxue. However, he truly felt a pang of guilt towards the Ice Emperor and Ice Empress. He had intended to avoid provoking them in this lifetime, at least until he could ascertain the potential to inherit the Sea God's title. Only then would he seek them out for a more secure approach. Yet now, he felt compelled to act. Do you think they seek to eliminate you, this human prodigy? Given your talents, acquiring soul rings will inevitably require the hunting of 10,000-year soul beasts. The animosity between humans and soul beasts is irreconcilable. If you accompany them, what chance of survival will you have? Mou shook his head. It's all right. If they truly wish to strike, you cannot stop them. Qian Daoliu's full power was indeed comparable to that of a demigod, but it was not without limitations. They were not within the Spirit City, and contacting the angelic powers within the Spirit Hall would take time during which Emperor Tian and the Ice Empress would not remain idle. Moreover, Emperor Tian's allies had yet to arrive, and should a conflict arise, Qian Daoliu could not afford to protect them all. Thus, fighting was indeed unnecessary. Then let us depart. The Ice Empress stepped forward, moving towards Mou. Seeing Mou's determination, Qian Daoliu ceased his resistance. In truth, he felt ill-equipped to face so many fierce beasts simultaneously. I hope you will honor your promise. Qian Daoliu regarded the Ice Empress with a deep gaze. If anything were to happen to him, do not doubt the strength of the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall. Should Mou encounter misfortune, facing the Shura god would be beyond the capabilities of Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, leading to the inevitable downfall of the Spirit Hall, the collapse of the angelic deity's faith, and perhaps even driving him, the angelic deity's offering, to madness. If death were inevitable, a precursory demise would suffice. He would give his all. Perhaps he could not contend with that black dragon, but the other beasts had taken note of Qian Daoliu's threatening demeanor. The Ice Empress said nothing, taking Mou by the hand as they soared towards the core region. Emperor Tian and his companions remained at the scene, locked in a tense standoff with Qian Daoliu. In truth, Emperor Tian had no confidence in subduing the offering of the angelic deity, should a serious confrontation arise. Both he and the ultimate Douluo, capable of wielding angelic power, would likely perish together, with Xiong Jun and Qi Wang serving merely as fodder. Xiong Yun, Qi Wang, are you being polite? On the other side, the Snow Empress, pulling Mou towards the core area, halted just before reaching the Lake of Life. Do you still remember me? She asked, gazing at Mou, whose eyes darted away. Although it was a question, The answer was already evident. "I'm sorry," Mou muttered, lowering his head, unable to utter anything more. "What are you apologizing for?" The Snow Empress squatted before him, her icy demeanor melting away to reveal a sweet smile. "I promised to help you ascend to the divine realm, but I am sorry." Mou felt a wave of shame wash over him, unable to respond further. The Snow Empress gently cradled Mou's small head, their eyes locking. "But we willingly chose to accompany you to death." At the climactic moment of the divine battle, Tang San achieved dual divine positions. Mou had foreseen the defeat of the angel god and the Rakshasa god. However, he had made a pact with Qian Daoliu, vowing to assist. Aware that he was being targeted by the Rakshasa god and unable to inherit divine status, Mou sought to forcibly remove the 8th and 9th soul rings created by the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, entrusting their consciousness to the Silver Dragon King. Yet, they refused, for if Mou had indeed removed those soul rings, he might not have even qualified to perish alongside the Rakshasa sword. Therefore, it was their own choice. "But that was indeed my fault," Mou admitted, unable to deny it. He had overestimated himself, initially dismissing Tang San, believing that he only needed to concentrate on cultivation and then seize the Rakshasa god position in the City of Slaughter. However, the Rakshasa god ignored him. Later, he ventured to Sea God Island, hoping for a chance, since Tang San had yet to complete his divine trial, but even the sea god paid him no heed. Subsequently, seeking to forcibly break through to the 100th level and achieve divinity, he arrived at the Star Doe Forest, approaching the Silver Dragon King to strike a deal based on his martial soul's healing abilities. However, the answer he received was that he lacked the divine power of the sea god and the angel god, as well as the elemental origins of the fire god and wind god. To forcibly ascend to divinity would require shattering all 9 soul rings and merging all that energy within his body, a risky gamble. Moreover, succeeding in this manner not only posed a dubious success rate, but also left a level of divinity attained unknown. If fortune favored him, he might encounter unclaimed divine energy during the process, possibly achieving the rank of a divine king. Yet the greater likelihood was being swept away by the chaotic currents of time and space, losing his soul in the process. If it were only him, he would take the gamble, for it couldn't worsen. Yet he could not stake the lives of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who coexisted with him. "But we were lucky. We did not truly perish." The Snow Empress gently embraced the remorseful Mou. She bore him no grudge, nor did the Ice Empress. The moment they chose to coexist with Mou, they had already resolved to share life and death together. Whether Mou chose to forcibly break through or self-destruct, they would stand by him. "Moreover, our rebirth is thanks to you," the Snow Empress continued. Mou was taken aback. "Me? Indeed." The Snow Empress pointed to his small wings. "Your martial soul, this peculiar angel, harbors the power of time and space. In truth, we did not resurrect. Rather, your martial soul reversed time." "Reverse time?" Mou was bewildered. His martial soul was capable of such feats? "How do you know this? Have you forgotten that just before leading us to our demise, you offered your life source to the Soul Be Sovereign, the Silver Dragon King?" The Snow Empress reminded him. At that moment, Mou realized he couldn't win. At best, he could compress all his energy and perish together with the Rakshasa sword, granting a glimmer of hope to the angel god and the Rakshasa god. Thus, before departing the Star Doe Forest, Mou had bestowed the life source imparted by his angelic martial soul upon the Silver Dragon King. This life source was the source of his martial soul's healing power, enabling the Silver Dragon King to recover swiftly, a final act to hinder the Rakshasa god and his shameless celestial servants. Mou was momentarily stunned. His relationship with the Silver Dragon King was purely transactional. After all, the dragon god had been cleaved in two during the battle between the benevolent and malevolent gods by the Rakshasa god. The Golden Dragon King remained in the divine realm, continuing to spiral into madness, while the Silver Dragon King, recognizing her severed origin, had fled into the chaotic currents of time and space, seeking refuge in Douluo continent. Among the divine beings, the Silver Dragon King despised the Rakshasa god most, and she had consented to assist him solely because of that. Days ago, upon awakening, I came to the Star Doe Forest with Bing Air to seek Di Tian's assistance in finding you. But astonishingly, the Silver Dragon King, who should have been in slumber, awakened. The Snow Empress explained. She witnessed time beginning to reverse while holding that life source, and her injuries worsened, everything retracing back to a few days prior. As that life source gradually disappeared, Mou's expression turned peculiar. Is it truly so miraculous? He knew his angelic martial soul was of unknown origin and contained a strange power, yet it had never responded to him. However, reversing time seemed a bit excessive. Stop blaming yourself. The Snow Empress affectionately lifted Mou into her embrace. And since you call us sisters, it is our duty to support our brother. I called you sister at your request, did I not? Mou responded, perplexed. The Snow Empress's expression shifted subtly. Yet, how do I recall that it was you who cried out for your sister while being chased by Bing Air? Mou's face froze. Weren't we supposed to leave that matter unmentioned? When he first ventured to the extreme north ice field, he fortuitously encountered the Ice Empress in her human form. Out for a stroll. Not recognizing her at the time, he had jokingly remarked on her short stature, which led to her chasing him for 3 days and nights. Exhausted and fainting, he was taken back to the Snow Empress's residence by the Ice Empress. It was then they became acquainted. Fortunately, he had never hunted soul beasts in the extreme north. His initial soul rings were from fierce and bloodthirsty soul beasts. Moreover, unlike many who viewed killing soul beasts as a matter of course, the two did not harbor strong animosity towards him as a human. Afterward, he occasionally brought items from human society to play with them. Over time, a friendship blossomed. Even the 6th soul ring, the Ice Attribute Soul Ring, was procured with the Ice Empress's help. Indeed, the taste of soft rice is truly delightful. Note, this book is launched for reading. Here is the initial 50,000 words. To those who accuse me of seeking profit through this launch, please use your intellect. How many readers does this book currently have? Whom am I profiting from? Your accusations of money grabbing are not just an insult to my efforts, but also to my intelligence. Chapter 25, The Great Flesh Bug Wait. Just before entering the Lake of Life, Mou urged the Snow Empress to stop. Did I not mention that I was in Wuhuan City? Moreover, I have brought you there. Why are you still considering seeking Tion's help in the Stardow Forest? Are you foolish? The Snow Empress tapped Mou's head. If we were to appear in Wuhuan City, do you think that the angel goddess devotee, Qian Daoliu, would remain oblivious? I have no issue, but Bing Air would undoubtedly be no match for those devotees. So you are lying in ambush for me in the Stardow Forest? Mou found it somewhat challenging to articulate his feelings regarding the actions of these two individuals. What if he had not ventured into the Stardow Forest? He cannot simply wait indefinitely, which could be considered one of the reasons. The Snow Empress enveloped Mou in a protective spiritual barrier, leading him into the Lake of Life, where the Silver Dragon King and Tion typically slumbered at the lake's bottom. Mou was also curious to see if their soul beast overlord would behave like them, especially since she possessed his belongings, and there were treasures to be found here. You refer to that massive meat worm from Tianming, correct? Mou felt a hint of amusement. Long ago, Tianming had narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the Ice Emperor, fleeing from the extreme north to the Stardow Forest, only to be bullied by the local soul beasts due to his naive nature. After thousands of years of struggle, he ultimately used his intellect to ascend as the leader of the soul beasts. Just when it seemed he had turned his fortunes around, he encountered Tion, who was out for a stroll, and was captured and returned to the Lake of Life, destined to become a source of nourishment for the Silver Dragon King. Despite his desire to escape, he was utterly powerless, forced to unleash his innate elemental energy, which had been drained for over 10,000 years. Under normal circumstances, he would have to endure another 10,000 years, nearing death, before becoming Hu Yuhao's spirit ring. However, Tianming's luck took a turn when he crossed paths with Mou. At that time, Mou was seeking the Silver Dragon King in the core region, and she was still in slumber. After a relatively amicable exchange with Tion, they reached a collaborative agreement. Mou channeled his healing powers into the severely injured and sleeping Silver Dragon King to awaken her. He succeeded, but Tianming was completely drained in the process. Although Tianming was the only million-year soul beast in Douluo continent, the Silver Dragon King was half a dragon god, a being of divine status at her peak. There was no comparison between the two. Fortunately, after awakening the Silver Dragon King, the now weakened Tianming was credited as a source of power, earning him a place as Tion's subordinate to recuperate in the Lake of Life. By the way, aside from you and Bing Air, who else remembers me? Mou inquired. They all remember you, laughed the Snow Empress. All the fierce beings sleeping in the dimensional space at the bottom of the lake of life were enveloped by your essence when time flowed backward, preserving their memories. Muyu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What was that Bear King's earlier demeanor about? Why not just seize it directly? Perhaps he thought you had forgotten them, speculated the Snow Empress. However, I believe the primary reason is that he seeks revenge for the beating you gave him before. When Muyu had come to the core region of the Star Doe Forest in search of the Silver Dragon King, he had a significant conflict with Qian and his companions. The one who suffered the most was the Bear King, while the Red King had continuously shielded the three-eyed Golden Lion, thus escaping the brunt of the assault. The second most unfortunate was ZG, the Hell Dragon King. Due to her pride, found herself in a drawn-out confrontation with Muyu. After recently achieving victory over Qian Daoliu, Muyu was brimming with confidence and had to eventually strike ZG when her fury escalated. Lastly, there was Qian, who during the skirmish managed to maintain control over his power and even assisted in their healing. Thus, despite Muyu being only at the 98th rank, Qian honored him with a draw. That was something Qian later regretted, because after Muyu reached the 99th rank, he could no longer match him. And even when ZG and the Bear King teamed up, they could not triumph, which left Qian in a state of depression. The trio's earlier antics were likely fueled by lingering resentment. Does that mean Tianming also remembers me? A sense of foreboding washed over Muyu. At that moment, the Snow Empress guided Muyu to a unique dimensional space at the very bottom of the Lake of Life. A sanctuary crafted by the Silver Dragon King to evade the pursuit of the Divine Realm. This space could obstruct all external spiritual probing, including that of the Divine Kings. Well, if at ISNT, our self-destructive expert, the Holy Douluo Muyu, how is it that after a few days, you've transformed into a child? Upon landing, Muyu was greeted with the sarcastic remarks from Tianming, the massive meatworm who had been waiting at the entrance. TSK, it's as if we returned to square one. You've even lost your soul power. Tianming mischievously bounced in front of Muyu. How pitiful. Look at me, my power has returned. Impressive, right? A million-year soul beast. Tianming, Muyu, Snow Empress, do you realize how insufferable you are? Whereas being air, Muyu deliberately ignored the vain meatworm, as he was not yet in a position to use the essence of life to heal the Silver Dragon King, thus allowing Tianming to prance about without restraint. She sighed. The Snow Empress also chose to overlook the bothersome Tianming, leading Muyu toward the silvery Grand Hall. After all, this big worm wouldn't be able to frolic for long anyway. Hey, aren't you going to greet an old friend after escaping death? The ignored Tianming was incensed, proclaiming his status as a million-year soul beast. He had specifically come to greet a little brat, yet the latter was unresponsive. Hey, Muyu, did you hear me? Tianming was incessantly bouncing around Muyu like a neglected pet, but unfortunately for him, Muyu had no intention of acknowledging his antics. The creature was insatiable. A little praise would lead him to push for more, his shamelessness surpassing even that of Muyu. Stop making a racket, you filthy worm. A green figure shot out from the Grand Hall and executed a righteous flying kick, sending the bothersome Tianming flying. With a delicate visage that possessed less pride than the Snow Empress, yet more allure. Her skin was as white as snow and exuded a translucent quality, adorned with 4 verdant magical patterns on either side of her long, dark green hair. This was none other than the Ice Emperor, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, one of the 3 kings of the extreme north. A fierce beast nearing 400,000 years of age. Bing Air, you're as generous as ever. Muyu instinctively gravitated closer to the Snow Empress. Having been on the receiving end of Ice Emperor-esque kicks before, albeit in a more relentless manner, the Ice Emperor turned her gaze toward the diminutive Muyu and approached him slowly, crouching down. What is wrong? Muyu asked, puzzled, as he had shared a symbiotic bond with the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress for many years, so she would certainly recognize him despite his altered form. The Ice Emperor, with a serious expression, reached out and pinched Muyu's cheeks, giving them a gentle squeeze. You were so adorable as a child. Why do you irritate me so much now that you've grown up? Mu igreku. Could you be a bit gentler? This sister truly lacks a sense of moderation. You still know how to feel pain? The Ice Emperor tenderly cradled Muyu's small head, pressing her face against his. When you exploded into a million pieces, didn't you think of how much it would hurt? You promised to share both joy and sorrow, yet you severed our connection. Do you look down on me? Muyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. The Ice Emperor embraced him tightly, saying, "All right, stop dwelling on the past. Your sister won't hold it against you. On the contrary, I genuinely admire your decisiveness in self-destruction." Muyu found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether she was praising or mocking him. Chapter 26. The Silver Dragon King. I apologize for the interruption, but if you wish to reminisce, there is ample time for that. However, the matters concerning our lord are of greater urgency. A tall figure clad in a flowing green gown emerged from the hall. The current matriarch of the Emerald Swan clan, Bibi, a formidable soul beast of 500,000 years. She stands as one of the most powerful beings in the Stardew Forest, second only to Qian. Yet, she is a purely healing-type soul beast, possessing almost no offensive capabilities, at least relatively speaking. Beside her stood a slender figure covered in dark purple scales, with a graceful stature, rounded bosom, and long, straight thighs. Above her chest, her shoulders revealed fair skin and a deep, alluring neckline. Her flowing purple-black hair cascaded behind her, billowing gently without the need for wind. This was Ziji, a soul beast of 200,000 years, whose true form is that of the Hell Dragon King. Although her cultivation is significantly inferior to Qian, her pure bloodline and inherent potential are unparalleled, making her one of the rare pure-blooded dragons of her lineage. Mou greeted, Sister Bibi, and Zimf. Ziji interrupted, Seamingli Sulking. Mou felt a twinge of embarrassment. He dared not provoke Ziji, who remembered well the time he had bested her. She might very well seize this opportunity for revenge. Little you, our lord is waiting for you inside. Please do hurry, Bibi urged with a smile. She wouldn't intend to devour me, would she? Mou ventured cautiously. In his previous life, when the Silver Dragon King had awakened and sensed the essence of life within him, she had attempted to seize it immediately. Had he not retreated from that peculiar dimensional space and time, she would have indeed consumed him. Rest assured, our lord would never harm a friend, Bibi assured him. That is, if she truly considers me a friend, Mou replied with a hint of melancholy. The Silver Dragon King was not Guyu Na, nor did she embody Na's persona in this present incarnation. She was merely the ancient ruler of soul beasts, focused solely on the revival of her kind. In his previous life, he had never sensed any goodwill from her, only wariness and indifference. Indeed, she had always sought to devour his life essence, as his healing powers, derived from the dreaming soul, could only awaken her prematurely without healing her wounds. The essence he provided would serve as nourishment for her recovery, allowing her to recuperate at an accelerated pace. Do you not have the ability to self-destruct? Why worry about my consumption? A melodious voice echoed from within the hall. But I am not ready to end my life just yet, Mou replied nonchalantly. Frankly, among the soul beasts present, he felt least secure around the so-called ruler of soul beasts. While Qian harbored disdain for humans, he was committed to his duties and respected his adversaries. In their previous encounters, Qian had regarded him as a friend. The same could be said for Ziji, the Bear King, and the Crimson King, all of whom, despite having been bested by him, were men of honor. As for Bibi, her demeanor toward him had always been amiable due to his healing abilities. Even the youngest of the three-eyed golden lions, though his presence was a mystery, had shown him kindness and affection. Only the Silver Dragon King remained elusive. He had never sensed a shred of trust from her. Even when he offered his life essence upon departing, she had worried about potential hidden dangers within. To be honest, he found it puzzling. Was the Silver Dragon King truly so astute? A creature capable of setting aside centuries of ancestral enmity for a fabricated notion of love. Even turning against Qian was overly cautious towards him. I, in the name of the ruler of soul beasts, assure you, I will not consume you. The Silver Dragon King's voice rang out once more. Do you truly care about such titles? Montagu silently scoffed. Yet considering the company present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, as a fragment of the dragon god, the Silver Dragon King held a prestigious status among the soul beasts. Should he act contrary to this, even with the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor on his side, it could lead to unpleasant consequences. If you're concerned, I could accompany you inside, the Snow Emperor offered softly, aware of the Silver Dragon King's lingering distrust towards Mou, a sentiment that had persisted without explanation. No need. If she were to attack, I would simply self-destruct. Perhaps my martial soul will grant me another chance at time reversal. Mou waved dismissively as he approached the hall. However, if that were to occur, he could hardly predict his own actions. After all, the Shurigod had been searching for a certain someone for decades. Upon hearing such threatening undertones, the Snow Emperor's expression tightened. Despite the Silver Dragon King's grave injuries, she was still far beyond her reach. Do not be alarmed. Our lord will not act recklessly, Bibi gently reassured her. She too recognized her lord's excessive behavior towards Mou, who had assisted them greatly. Yet the Silver Dragon King's attitude remained unyielding. With a steady stride, Mou entered the Grand Hall. Before him lay a magnificent silver dragon, its body stretching 100 feet in length, radiating an ethereal beauty that, even by human standards, was striking, except for those afflicted with dracophobia, for she was truly colossal. As he sensed Mou's approach, the silver dragon raised her massive head slightly, her dragon eyes, akin to purple gemstones, slowly opened to regard the diminutive Mou. What do you seek from me? Mou inquired directly. He considered the beasts outside and the elusive three-eyed golden lion as friends, but with the Silver Dragon King, even the term partner felt forced. Have you grown averse to my presence? The silver dragon sighed, and Mou felt a gust of wind wash over him. Thankfully, she lacked foul breath. Otherwise, he might have been blown away. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the silver dragon closed her eyes slightly, emanating a soft glow. In the next moment, a scene akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon unfolded before Mou. As the silver light dissipated, a delicate silver-haired maiden appeared. Her long silver hair flowed down her back, cascading to her ankles, not only smooth but possessing a crystalline sheen. Her beauty transcended description, rendering all words inadequate to capture her exquisite visage. With a pale complexion and enchanting violet eyes, her gaze was captivating, framed by long, curled lashes. The clarity of her purple irises, especially when tinged with a hint of confusion, evoked an instinctual urge to protect her. However, Mou felt no such inclination, for this seemingly fragile maiden had the power to annihilate him with ease. Furthermore, he had encountered the Snow Emperor before. Her prowess was no less formidable than that of the dragon before him. Chapter 27. A dangerous aura. You seem reluctant to see me. The Silver Dragon King approached Mou, adjusting her height to match his, sensing that her previous stance felt somewhat imposing. That is a question you must ponder yourself. Mou replied, crossing his arms and averting his gaze. Damn it, why does this fellow's humanoid form appear so exquisite? He can even shrink down. Cuter than the three-eyed golden lion. Goodness, is it because of my previous attitude towards you? The Silver Dragon King approached slowly, bringing his face close to Mou as if trying to discern the details of his visage. However, the next moment, an embarrassing scene unfolded. The Silver Dragon King sniffed at Mou's scent vigorously, resembling a lovesick fool. What are you doing? Mou asked, bewildered. Your scent. The Silver Dragon King said with a serious expression. It is quite dangerous. Great offering, what has happened? In the skies above the Star Doe forest, the golden crocodile rushed over with several other offerings. Yet, upon encountering the fierce figures hovering in the air, the offerings instinctively tensed up. They are formidable, especially the gigantic one covered in black scales in the middle. He seems even stronger than our Qian Daoliu. They have taken Xiaoyu. Qian Daoliu fixed his gaze on the closed-eyed Dition. Why would they abduct a child? The golden crocodile queried in confusion. I do not know. Qian Daoliu shook his head, but Xiaoyu is very important to the Spirit Hall. He cannot come harm. If Mou dies here, the future of the Spirit Hall will be utterly bleak. What shall we do now? Should we fight? Guangling was eager to engage. Having never battled a ferocious beast before, excluding the large figure in the middle, he felt the other two could be subdued by their offerings. Let's not act rashly. Qian Daoliu cautioned. The other two may be manageable, but that black giant in the center, I'm not certain I could match him even with the power of the angel. The bear-like creature seemed comparable to his normal strength, particularly with those claws. Even 6 of them might struggle to prevail. Dition, what should we do? It seems we have gone too far, Bear Lord said, noting the increasingly troubled expression on Qian Daoliu's face. He was not worried about the other Super Douluos. Even if they were overwhelmed, he could escape. However, the angel's offering wielded the power of the angel, a being akin to a demigod. You are frightened? The Crimson King remains undeterred. What do you fear? Dition scolded. Initially, The Snow Empress had proposed a cordial dialogue. But it was Bear Lord who suggested the previous display, though he had not opposed it. I simply wished to avoid hostility, Bear Lord defended. Are you not aware of how terrifyingly powerful you can become? A rank 99 ultimate Douluo, without the infusion of divine power, cannot even rival him. That fellow Qian Daoliu has a rather favorable relationship with him. Mou holds grudges. I was merely careless. Qian retorted, stung by the truth. Who knew his self-created soul skill would happen to counter mine? Were you unaware? Bear Lord looked at him disdainfully. His technique is even called the Heavenly Feather Dragon Slaughter Dance, designed specifically to slay dragons. How could you not recognize that? Are you itching for a fight? Qian shot a fierce glare at Bear Lord. Oomph. You take your frustrations out on me because you cannot defeat him. You truly are something, Bear Lord countered defiantly. Although he could not best Qian, neither could Qian contend with Mou. Are they quarreling? Qian Rinshui inquired, puzzled. It seems so, Qian Daoliu replied, unable to comprehend fully. However, it was quite normal for ferocious beasts to squabble. That dragon? Qian Rinshui summoned her courage to call out. Smack! Qian, unable to restrain himself, slapped Bear Lord away and turned to Qian Rinshui, saying, Call me Qian. Oh, Mr. Qian? When will you return Xiao Yu to us? Seeing that he was willing to engage, Qian Rinshui pressed on. I do not know. It depends on the situation. Qian responded. Depending on the situation? Qian Rinshui grew increasingly anxious. However, do not worry. We mean him no harm. Qian's demeanor towards the descendant of the angel was relatively amiable. On one hand, it was due to Mou, who had once bravely faced death for the sake of the angel and the Rakshasa god, and the little angel had responded, albeit ultimately losing. On the other hand, the angel's ascension to divinity occurred in a brief span, observed by Qian thousands of years ago. That little girl had not participated in the war against the dragon god. Furthermore, according to their master, the angel might have been betrayed by the Rakshasa god. In the final divine conflict, while the Rakshasa and sea gods shamelessly took to the battlefield themselves, the angel remained entirely silent, leading to the conclusion that something was amiss. Can you divulge why you are seeking him? Qian Rinshui inquired with concern. Qian paused, uncertain, suggesting they wait before deciding. He was also unsure if the god creation plan of Tianming would succeed. Even though that fellow was the only million-year soul beast to break conventional limits on the Douluo continent, Mou's peculiar angelic martial soul could even reverse time. Presently, it appeared that such time reversal encompassed the divine realm as well. Thus, the notion of Tianming creating a second martial soul for Mou to enhance his chances of divinity was not guaranteed to succeed. Human dual martial souls required similar qualities to coexist, while Mou's angelic martial soul was at least divine in rank. Tianming, can he forge a martial soul surpassing divine level? What danger? Mou asked, puzzled. You and your martial soul exude a sense of peril from our very first encounter. This is why I have always been wary of you, the Silver Dragon King explained. When the Dragon God was ambushed by the Rakshasa god, he split into me and the Golden Dragon King. I was gravely injured and intentionally plunged into the chaotic flow of time and space. By fortunate chance, I found refuge in the Douluo continent, yet your martial soul bears a striking resemblance to the aura of the chaotic flow. Even gods struggle to survive within the chaotic flow of time and space. And the reluctance of the Rakshasa god and the other deities to subject you to divine trials is likely due to this reason. The chaotic flow of time and space is the most terrifying calamity in the universe. Even the most powerful dragon god faced injury at the hands of a formidable chaotic flow, while a weaker divine realm would be obliterated by even the most mundane chaotic flow. Mou's bizarre angelic martial soul is undoubtedly not a product of the Douluo god realm. It originates from another dimension and beyond the chaotic flow's essence. This angelic martial soul holds an even more terrifying power. Even the time reversal triggered by Mou's self-detonation did not affect that force. The Silver Dragon King remained wary of Mou, fearing that he might be a wedge sent by another divine realm into the Douluo god realm. The current Douluo god realm was the failed creation of the Dragon God, and many other divine realms in the universe covetously eyed the powerful Douluo god realm, intent on devouring it. However, after witnessing the incredible spectacle of time reversal, she dismissed such suspicions. Time reversal is not merely a traversal through time and space. It influences the entire universe. The dragon god is undoubtedly the most powerful deity in the cosmos, and if he could not accomplish such feats, then the lesser divine realms would find it even more impossible. The time reversal instigated by Mo, you must have encompassed the entirety of the Douluo god realm. Otherwise, those gods would have descended long ago. Therefore, the power that far surpasses the divine king rank possessed by Mo, you likely originates from beyond their universe. Chapter 28. Cooperation. So, do you still not perceive the danger? Mo, you asked. No. The Silver Dragon King shook his head. You remain perilous. However, I have now discerned that your adversaries are those individuals from the Douluo divine realm, who happen to be my foes as well. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. Thus, we may collaborate. How do you envision our collaboration? At present, I am unable to summon the power to heal you, Muyu remarked. Furthermore, even if you were to regain your original strength, you would not stand a chance against the Shura god, would you? Even the dragon god could not withstand the onslaught of that group of deities. Additionally, if I were to truly ally myself with you during the divine battles to come, I would have to confront not just Tang San, who has recently inherited his divine position, but also the other divine kings, as they will inevitably involve themselves. Considering that the remnants of the dragon god pose the greatest threat to the Douluo divine realm. Even if what the Silver Dragon King asserted is true, the gods of the divine realm refrain from bestowing upon him the divine position due to the chaotic aura of time and space emanating from his angel soul. They fear he may be a vanguard from another divine realm. However, he is presently quite weak, and those gods do not regard him highly. Yet, should he truly align himself with the Silver Dragon King, he would be faced with more than just the corrupt Shura god. He would encounter destruction, life, evil, goodness, and the other four divine kings, making every deity in the Douluo divine realm his adversary. The dragon god of old could not prevail, and he does not perceive himself as possessing that capability. Moreover, he sees no necessity to take such risks. Defeating a newly ascended Tang San could yield a chance of victory, but he refrains from employing that particular move, aware that the self-destruction would only obliterate his physical form and the soul power he gained through cultivation. His angel soul is capable of safeguarding his soul and the souls of the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress. Perhaps in a millennium, or even longer, there may be a chance for resurrection. However, should he resort to that move, it would indeed be a desperate gamble. His self-destruction of a Shura divine sword was already a considerable sacrifice. That artifact is an ultra-legendary weapon, vital not only to the Shura god, but to the entirety of the Douluo divine realm. Without the Shura divine sword, what could the Shura god do when faced with the impending catastrophe of the divine realm? He had not anticipated that his angel soul would bring him to this moment. Seemingly reversing time, was it displeased with his previous lack of vigor? You will cooperate with me, asserted the Silver Dragon King with conviction. Such confidence you possess, Muyu replied, taking a seat on the steps, weary from standing for so long. The Silver Dragon King followed, stating, you despise this world, and thus, you will ally with me. Muyu raised an eyebrow. Did the Snow Empress tell you this? Why does she divulge everything? Indeed, she has, the Silver Dragon King admitted. Settling beside Mu Igreku. Your resentment towards the human necessity of hunting soul beasts for soul rings, a rule unique to the Douluo continent, is palpable. It was a decree established by the gods of the divine realm to suppress and annihilate soul beasts. You dislike violence, hence even in pursuit of soul rings. You attempt to target only the more ferocious soul beasts, which grants you a semblance of justification. It is this very trait that has endeared the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress to you. You are genuinely kind-hearted, the Silver Dragon King observed earnestly. It is easy for the weak to exhibit kindness, as they find themselves in a vulnerable position. However, for a powerful being capable of life and death to maintain such benevolence is a rarity. Just as humans are indifferent to the lives of ants, the deities residing in the divine realm disregard the lives of mortals. The stronger one becomes, the more apathetic they grow towards weaker lives, for they are deemed insignificant and unworthy of concern. Yet, Muyu has remained unchanged throughout. That is not a point of contention, Muyu sighed. To us, it is indeed a virtue, the Silver Dragon King asserted earnestly. You do not possess the demeanor of a lofty predator towards soul beasts, and at least for now, you exhibit kindness towards Qian and his companions. Muyu shook his head. You misunderstand. This is merely a reflection of my superficiality. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor are beautiful, which is why I treat them well. Here, Bai Ji and ZG are equally alluring, hence my amicable disposition towards them. It is akin to my interactions with humans. My kindness towards Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong is largely driven by my attraction to their appearances. The Silver Dragon King chuckled softly. What then of your devotion to that angel god? Ultimately, your participation in the divine battle is merely a fulfillment of a promise made, rather than a desire for the two ladies. You cannot claim to be attracted to them all, can you? No, Muyu refuted. I am a steadfast aficionado of the fairer sex, and even if I were to undergo some transformation and become female, my affection would remain solely for women. That stance is immutable. As for Di Tian and the others, that is an entirely different matter. The bond between men is something you do not comprehend. His final self-detonation was indeed a commitment made to Qian Daoliu, for at that time, both Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong regarded him with disdain. He was not one to cling desperately to anyone, nor would he engage in the kind of self-sacrificing devotion that some might exhibit. Should he receive no reciprocation, he would not impose his will. This principle applies universally. A forcibly plucked fruit is not sweet, and he is not lacking in options. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor treat him well, and he must also find time to whisk away his little cat. You speak so often of your attraction to them, yet I see no evidence of your involvement with them. The Silver Dragon King inquired, perplexed. What sort of wolfish words are these? The Silver Dragon King questioned. In your human society, is love not often equated with desire? He continued, from what I have gathered, your society even harbors the notion that one must possess the body of a beloved, even without winning their heart, suggesting that physical connection is prioritized over emotional ties. Is that not the case? Muyu found himself at a loss for words. Though I cannot dispute the information you possess, as it aligns with what I have observed in many cases, I must clarify that you, Silver Dragon King, have yet to witness any of my interactions with others. Even with the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, our exchanges have been limited to mere embraces and playful gestures. I also exhibit similar affection towards the adorable, three-eyed golden lion, who has yet to transform. I place greater value on intellectual communion, or perhaps companionship, Muyu explained. Even the most delectable of dishes may become tiresome if consumed excessively. When two individuals who share mutual affection are together, it is implausible that their thoughts would continually revolve around physical desires. If one were to anchor their relationship solely on desires, then once those desires are satiated, the foundation of that relationship would crumble. Furthermore, I harbor no intentions of procreation. After all, the offspring may not necessarily be virtuous. But wait, why are we discussing this? Muyu suddenly realized that their conversation had strayed from the topic of collaboration. Collaboration, the Silver Dragon King reiterated. I wish to establish a partnership with you. And for that, it is essential to comprehend what kind of collaborative relationship would be stable. Did I agree to collaborate with you? Muyu hesitated. Truth be told, confronting the Shura god alone would be a formidable challenge. Yet joining forces with the Silver Dragon King to take on the Shura god would elevate the difficulty to a hellish level. Are you not attracted to them? The Silver Dragon King transformed back into her original enchanting form. Then you desire me, and thus we shall establish our collaboration. Muyu could only marvel at the formidable logic presented, unable to counter it. The emotions of Mou, pinned beneath the Silver Dragon King, were quite complex. This sister was far too direct. I am human, and you are a dragon. Isn't the dragon race supposed to be most concerned with bloodlines? If you were to associate with me, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Mou remarked. While this individual was undeniably beautiful, he was not easily tempted, and he did not believe that the Silver Dragon King would harbor any genuine feelings for him. He held little interest in such a transactional approach to emotions. The Dragon King, appearing puzzled, replied, I am not seeking to procreate with you. What is inappropriate about this? Montak Yuli taught. Are you planning to establish a transactional relationship with me, keeping me in suspense, and then fathering children with someone else? Balancing career and love? How shameless! Mou was infuriated. How can you so brazenly toy with me? I have never endured such indignity in my life. Let go. I refuse to serve you. Mou struggled angrily, though it was of little consequence. Why are you angry? Did you not claim to value companionship more? The Silver Dragon King questioned. And when did I say I wanted to have children with someone else? Mou was taken aback. The Silver Dragon King, increasingly confused, continued. Didn't you just imply that you did not wish to procreate? Then, what issue do you have with what I said? How strange this individual was. He had merely repeated Mou's own words. Why the anger? What do you mean? Mou's mind was slightly muddled. It seemed he had misunderstood the simple-minded dragon. Didn't you say you were lecherous? Thus, if we were together, you would desire my body, and we could establish a partnership to oppose the divine realm? The Silver Dragon King explained. Not a transactional relationship. Mou inquired. What transactional relationship? The Silver Dragon King replied, perplexed. Ahem, it's nothing. Mou shook his head. But what benefit does this hold for me? Surely, he would not risk opposing the entire divine realm merely to indulge in the allure of this dragon's physique. Would he? Isn't your enemy the god Ashura? The Silver Dragon King asked. I can help you ascend to godhood, and in return, you assist me in battling those gods, overthrowing the divine realm, and reclaiming control over Douluo, thereby resetting the cultivation rules and altering the current state of mutual slaughter between humans and soul beasts. So, Mou expressed his confusion. What benefit does this have for me? Setting aside the veracity of the Silver Dragon King's claims regarding altering cultivation rules, Mou had originally planned to eliminate the god of Shura and then depart this world. The mutual slaughter between humans and soul beasts held no relevance for him. Did this foolish girl misunderstand something? Did she see him as a savior? What advantage would overthrowing the Douluo divine realm bring him? He was not Tang San and had no desire to establish a divine family. He merely wished to leave after dealing with Shura and explore the unknown world beyond. The world is vast. I wish to see it, he declared. Do you not detest this bloody cultivation method? The Silver Dragon King queried. So, Montagu Shulgit, I hate this world. Wouldn't it be better for me to leave? Why must I feel compelled to change it? Furthermore, he was no child, not so naive. He understood that even if the cultivation rules of Douluo were altered, the mutual slaughter between humans and soul beasts would undoubtedly persist. Why? The Silver Dragon King could not comprehend. If there are no rules to restrict them, why would the slaughter between humans and soul beasts continue? Montagu seid, appearing exasperated. Sister, how naive you are? Humans cannot even coexist peacefully among themselves. How could you possibly believe they could coexist with soul beasts? As long as life exists, conflict will not cease. For conflict is an inherent instinct of life. As long as humans possess power, they will not stop their external plunder, regardless of whether they need what they seek. If something exists, they will desire to seize it. I can live without it, but I cannot live without the desire for it. That is human nature, unchangeable. Why is it still not resolved? Tianming lay on the steps outside the Grand Hall. I am still waiting to create the most powerful martial soul in history, to become the great hero of the soul beast resurgence. You? A great hero? The Ice Emperor? Nestled in the embrace of the Snow Empress, cast him a glance. Whether you can even help him create a martial soul remains uncertain. Mou's angelic martial soul was entirely different from the martial souls of Douluo. In fact, they had heard from the Silver Dragon King that it originated beyond Douluo. Tianming, hoping to use his million years of cultivation to create another martial soul for Mou, realistically saw little hope. Since coexistence was not possible, the primary condition for the existence of dual martial souls was the similarity in martial soul quality. Although Tianming was an extraordinary million-year soul beast, he had not yet reached the divine level, while Mou's martial soul was a transcendent existence. He truly saw no hope. Whether it works or not, one must at least try, right? What if it succeeds? Tianming remarked. The endeavor to create a second martial soul for Mou was driven by his own ulterior motives. As he had been under the oppressive influence of Tian and others for too long, merely serving as a tool to release his elemental power. Once they no longer required him, he feared becoming true nourishment, given that his body was a great supplement for all soul beasts. If he were to sacrifice himself to Mou, becoming her soul ring, even if he could not create a second martial soul, he would nonetheless be closely aligned with her. Once Mou ascended to godhood, given her character, she would surely resurrect him. To be revived by God meant he would become a divine beast. Admittedly, there was risk involved. Should Mou fail in her ascension, he would perish alongside her. Yet, it was better than living a life of subservience as mere sustenance. He, Tianming, the ice silkworm, was a soul beast with aspirations. Moreover, Tianming discreetly glanced at the Ice Emperor in the Snow Empress's embrace. By assisting Mou, the Ice Emperor would surely be pleased, wouldn't he? As an exceptionally intelligent being, Tianming could undoubtedly discern the Ice Emperor's fondness for Mou, even willing to share in her fate. Thus, as a man and a friend to Mou, he silently blessed her. However, should he succeed, he would emerge as the great hero of the Soul Beast resurgence. At that point, he would be besieged by admirers. As the saying goes, there are many flowers in the world. Why fixate on a single blossom? Therefore, he was not disheartened at all. Truly, not disheartened. Have you lost your mind? Mou kicked open the door and stepped out of the grand hall, startling Tianming, who lay on the steps. What is happening? Why the uproar? Didn't you say that humans and soul beasts cannot coexist? The Silver Dragon King pursued, and humans cannot coexist with each other. So, Mou appeared speechless. Am I then to help you destroy humanity? On what grounds? Are you out of your mind? I am human too. For the sake of peace, should I assist you in annihilating humanity? Betraying my foundational stance? What are you thinking? Moreover, it sounded as if soul beasts could coexist effortlessly. In the Stardow Forest, did they not engage in predation and consumption daily? You and the ferocious beasts here. Who among you could claim never to have slain another soul beast? That BG has something to say. Be quiet. Mou interrupted. You are an exception, but what about the others? Hasn't ZG killed? Hasn't the Snow Empress or Ice Emperor killed? Having once vanquished even the most feeble of foes. One might ponder whether soul beasts possess the capacity for self-preservation. In the realm of mutual destruction, humans and soul beasts are indistinguishable, devoid of soul beasts. Humanity would not cease its bloodshed, and conversely, without humanity, soul beasts would continue their relentless slaughter. The notion that one could obliterate an entire race to secure peace for another is not only foolish but patently absurd, a delusion of grand proportions. Chapter 30. We are brothers. What has incited your quarrel? A melodious voice chimed in just as the atmosphere between Mou and the Silver Dragon King reached an impasse. Turning to behold the source, a soul beast no taller than 1 meter approached, its form adorned with resplendent golden fur and exuding an ethereal, translucent quality akin to crystal. Its overall shape resembled that of a lion, yet its paws bore the claws of a dragon, each encircled by a halo of golden flames. Its muzzle was elongated compared to typical felines, and beneath its fur, one could discern intricate golden scales. In addition to its 2 ordinary eyes, a third eye with a vertical pupil existed. The normal eyes shimmered with gold, while the third radiated a beguiling red hue. This 3-eyed golden lion, an emperor beast that had inexplicably come into being ahead of its time, possessed merely a millennium of cultivation. Typically, it resided within the dimensional space at the bottom of a lake, slumbering alongside Tion and the others. Brother Mou, what are you arguing about? The 3-eyed golden lion recognized Mou instantly and bounded over, playfully toppling him to the ground. Gazing at the small creature, Mou sighed. It's nothing. I was merely venting my frustrations at those foolish beings above. He harbored no illusions about the Silver Dragon King's mental state. Her earlier suggestion of collaboration was undoubtedly a ruse. Her hatred for the divine had extended to the humans of Douluo continent, and her true intent was to annihilate humanity to reclaim the soul beast dominion over the Douluo realm, rather than to amend cultivation rules. Let's forego the idea of collaboration. If you seek my assistance in healing, we can discuss it once I attain the rank of title Douluo. Until then, it is premature, Mou stated while cradling the diminutive 3-eyed golden lion. Wait a moment, the Silver Dragon King interjected, grasping Mou's arm from behind. I may choose not to destroy humanity, but you must cooperate with me. What does it matter to me whether you destroy humanity? Mou replied. My refusal stems from my human perspective, yet I bear no obligation to save them. The responsibility for rescuing the world lies with those gods above. I am but a forsaken soul, unbound from their affairs. And what conditions would compel you to assist me? The Silver Dragon King persisted, unwilling to relent. The power of Mou's martial soul core struck her as even more formidable than that of the once mighty dragon god. If Mou could harness that strength, the deities of the divine realm would pose little threat. Yet, if relying solely on her own restored powers, even regaining her former might would not suffice against the 5 divine kings of the celestial realm. Why do you believe I can aid you? Montague inquired, perplexed. He could scarcely comprehend what capabilities he possessed. He could barely contend with a mere Shura god, ultimately sacrificing his own life to procure their weapon. What could he possibly offer the Silver Dragon King? Even if he achieved the rank of Divine King, what then? The multitude of gods above, particularly the 5 Divine Kings, would not be easily vanquished. Would he confront them head-on? His vendetta against the Shura god was personal, provoked by their infuriating actions. However, an alliance with the Silver Dragon King would render him an enemy of the entire divine realm. He had already escorted Shuedi and Bingdi once. He could not bear to do so a second time. Truth be told, he yearned to ascertain whether he could attain the sea god's divine position. If successful, he could elevate Shuedi and Bingdi first, and then address his grievances with the Shura god in due course. There existed a hierarchy of priorities, and his personal vendetta must take a back seat. The Silver Dragon King fell silent, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. The power she sensed within Mo.U seemed even he had yet to discover, let alone control. Moreover, she struggled to conceive any compelling rationale that would motivate Mo.U, as a human, to assist in the revival of soul beasts. After all, why should he consider this a transaction? She contemplated. But did she possess sufficient leverage to compel Mo.U to take the risk? She was to confront the entirety of the divine realm. My apologies, I acted presumptuously. She sighed, turning toward the slumbering palace. Brother Mo.U, what does the master require your assistance with? The 3-eyed golden lion inquired, puzzled. Qian and the others had refrained from divulging excessive details to the young creature, deeming it unfit for her youthful mind. After all, the 3-eyed golden lion was but a mere infant among humans, having only just been born a few years prior. She wishes for my help in confronting those shameless beings above, yet she overlooks whether I possess such capability, Mo.U lamented. But brother Mo.U, are you not formidable? Even Uncle Qian is no match for you. The 3-eyed golden lion replied innocently. What does that matter? Mo.U retorted, cradling the little creature's head. If those beings above were to strike at me, a single blow would leave me indebted for several lives. This was a harsh reality. The chasm between gods and mortals was vast and entirely incommensurable. No matter how powerful he might be as a mortal, he could not stand against a god. Weaker 2nd or 3rd level gods or divine priests might offer a glimmer of opportunity, but 1st level gods and divine kings were merely a path to death. After all, mortals wield soul power, while gods wield divine power. 2 entirely different dimensions. His ability to shatter the Shura god's sword stemmed solely from his unique martial soul. Otherwise, he would have been nothing more than a fool rushing to his demise. Should I proceed with my divine plan? Tianming awkwardly inquired, shifting closer. Why does the master quarrel with Mo.U? Wasn't it agreed they would prepare for cooperation? Should I still proceed with the sacrifice? What divine plan? Mo.U questioned, perplexed. Of course it is I, Tianming, who intends to leverage my powerful million-year cultivation to undertake an unprecedented endeavor on the Douluo continent, one that shall be immortalized in history, Tianming proclaimed, standing tall as if illuminated by divine light. I shall create a martial soul for you, Mo.U. Is this not akin to Huo Yuhao's narrative? I have already caused chaos for the emperors of ice and snow, and now Tianming seeks to perform as well. Are you certain? Montaku Kvirit. Tianming, though still a mere tool, now occupied a position akin to that of the 3-eyed golden lion, given that he was destined to heal the Silver Dragon King. Tianming leapt onto Mo.U, directly communicating through his formidable spiritual power. Brother Yu, I do not wish to remain a mere tool here. I yearn to explore the human world. I implore you, grant me this chance. Do you not still harbor feelings for the Ice Empress? Montaku Kvirit, frowning. What nonsense are you spouting? Tianming retorted angrily. What relation do we share? We are brothers. I understand the principle that one must not covet a brother's wife. Very well, but are you certain? I cannot guarantee I will ascend to divinity, Mo.U cautioned. If I fail, you shall meet your demise alongside me. We are brothers. What does death matter? A true brother would sacrifice for his kin. I am resolute, Tianming declared, determined. Should he forsake Mo.U, he would be condemned to remain a tool for eternity. The world was vast, and he longed to explore it. Chapter 31, Tianming's sacrifice I gladly accept. Will they acquiesce? Mo.U pondered. Although Tianming was a combat novice, he was a genuine million-year soul beast. If this creature were willing to make a sacrifice on his behalf, the assistance would be immeasurable. Despite possessing immunity to spiritual attacks granted by the angelic martial soul, this passive ability does not enhance his own mental strength. Moreover, the soul ring energy from the dream soul can aid in the evolution of other soul rings, allowing for the upgrade of any 100 or 1,000-year soul rings to those of 100,000 years. For someone like him, who lacks divine examination, this serves as an alternative form of divine assistance. Had he had the dream soul support in his previous life, the likelihood of him breaking through to the 100 level and attaining divinity would have been significantly higher. The dream soul breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that agreed, allowing them to finally leave this place. However, reminded, whether I can leave after your sacrifice is another matter. The dream soul jumped to the ground, assuring, rest assured. We discussed this beforehand. My sacrifice for you is one of the prerequisites for our collaboration, especially since we were uncertain whether you still remembered previous events. The dream soul glanced at the tightly closed temple doors, adding, I did not anticipate that your collaboration would falter, nor did I expect you to argue. Initially, he thought that negotiating cooperation would be a light-hearted affair, given his familiarity with character over the years, and with the Ice and Snow Emperors willing to cooperate. He felt reassured. Yet now, he thought it best to set that aside and proceed with the sacrifice. The dream soul expressed anticipation. He had heard much from the Snow Emperor about its remarkable angelic martial soul, which allows for the absorption of soul rings with various elemental attributes, granting immunity to those elements without conflict, even enabling the simultaneous absorption of fire and ice rings, which are typically opposed. Most importantly, this angelic martial soul could preserve the sacrificial consciousness of the donor. After sacrificing, the Ice and Snow Emperors could even manifest as spiritual entities with the assistance of the angelic martial soul. What do you think? Asked the nearby Bibi and ZG. The Ice and Snow Emperors stood by him, while the three-eyed golden lion remained oblivious, as Tian was in a standoff with Qian Daoliu. In this dimensional space, these two were allied with the Silver Dragon King. Do not worry. Even without a formal agreement, the Dream Soul's sacrifice to you aligns with the Master's wishes, Bibi softly replied. The sooner you reach Title Douluo, the sooner you can heal the Master's life essence, imbued with healing powers, was beyond her comparison. The Silver Dragon King had even mentioned that its level approached that of the life god in the divine realm, which is why she sought to consume it to recover her injuries. Very well, conceded, not wishing to be difficult. At the very least, he would ensure the Silver Dragon King's wounds were healed. I shall proceed. As he spoke, 10 golden rings appeared around the Dream Soul, their hue denoting the unique color of million-year soul rings, each representing 10,000 years of mental strength. The Dream Soul, a dual-type spirit possessing both mental and ice attributes, had seen its ice attribute diminish to a secondary trait due to its slumber during the absorption of vast amounts of 10,000-year cold marrow. However, its million-year cultivation was sufficient to elevate this ordinary ice attribute to an ultimate state. By the way, the martial soul I can bestow upon you next should embody the pinnacle of ice attributes, though it may lack a defined form, the Dream Soul remarked. Glancing at the Ice and Snow Emperors, given their ultimate ice attributes, it was likely they too would need to partake in a sacrifice. Otherwise, the formation of his second martial soul might be hindered. Are you certain you can bestow me a martial soul? Interjected before the Snow Emperor or Ice Emperor could respond. The existence of dual martial souls requires the qualities to be closely matched. My angelic martial soul is at least a divine-grade soul. Are you certain you can create a divine-grade martial soul? The Dream Soul faltered, unsure, for as implied by its name. A divine-grade martial soul could only be conferred by a deity. While it was a million-year soul beast, it was not yet a divine beast. Let's first attempt it, it decided. Moreover, my second martial soul is not urgent. Securing elemental immunity is paramount, is it not? Inquired of the Snow and Ice Emperors, genuinely hoping they would delay their sacrifices to enjoy some time in the human realm first. Indeed, the Snow and Ice Emperors nodded, having already conferred that, being a naturally 20-level being, could sacrifice together with them later, deciding the order by chance. Let's begin. The Dream Soul radiated golden light, enveloping completely, as the 10 golden rings gradually approached the angelic martial soul behind him. The infusion of spiritual rings, due to their overwhelming quantity, could also be considered a form of spiritual attack, yet was immune. Wait, is your martial soul so unreasonable? The bewildered dream soul exclaimed. My million-year mental strength is flowing in as if it were water. Remain silent. But the overwhelming influx of spiritual power caused his mental sea to expand wildly from its original size. Isn't this a bit hasty? Bibi expressed concern. A rapid increase in mental strength was not beneficial for, especially with the Dream Soul's million-year level of power, which even Qian could not match. While was merely a grandmaster at present, I wish I could halt this, but my martial soul is resisting. The Dream Soul lamented. Initially, it was the Dream Soul infusing power, but now it felt as if it was drawing it away. With a tremendous surge, angelic martial soul suddenly transformed from a petite figure to an immense being towering over him. The golden light grew increasingly radiant as the Dream Soul's form began to fade. An hour later, the Dream Soul vanished entirely, replaced by a colossal golden soul ring surrounding. Xiaoyu? The Snow Emperor called softly to the still-seated. However, he did not respond, and the giant angelic martial soul remained in place. Hey, this martial soul is missing something. Please assist. The Dream Soul's voice echoed from the angelic martial soul. What is lacking? The Snow Emperor asked anxiously. I cannot say. The Dream Soul replied, equally perplexed. The embryonic form of the martial soul it had created was fading, unable to coexist with the angelic martial soul. The Silver Dragon King, who had been observing, stepped forth from the inner hall. The embryonic martial soul you created is of too low a level to coexist with this angelic martial soul. Hence it is being absorbed. What can we do? The Dream Soul fretted. This embodies the essence of my million-year cultivation. Having an additional martial soul significantly enhances his chances of attaining divinity. After a moment's hesitation, the Silver Dragon King said, I will give it a try. Empowered by the divine essence granted after the Dragon God's division, she hoped to preserve this martial soul. Additionally, as she aided, she hoped he might return the favor in the future. Chapter 32. Second Martial Soul Boom. Following the infusion of the Silver Dragon King's power, the colossal angelic martial soul erupted with an even more terrifying aura, as if expressing its fury. The Silver Dragon King, targeted by this formidable force, was instantly hurled away. Spewing blood, his already grievous injuries were exacerbated. Bibi hurried to tend to the Silver Dragon King's wounds. Simultaneously, the holy sword in the hands of the angel spirit underwent a peculiar transformation. The previously simple hilt, adorned with basic engravings, gradually extended into several silvery white patterns, each seemingly imbued with an extraordinary luster, intricately resembling the scales of a longsword. What on earth? Where's my spirit? Dream exclaimed in confusion. Why is my spirit still missing? Stop shouting. Mou's weary voice interrupted. I knew you were unreliable. However, with a thought. You caused the colossal angel spirit to shatter into golden particles of light, and in the next instant, a silver longsword, more exquisite and imbued with a hint of dragon might, appeared in his hand. The spirit remains, Dream noted. The second spirit created by Dream was too low in rank, prompting the angel spirit's instinct to devour it. In a desperate moment, the Silver Dragon King forcibly infused the power of his creation divinity into his body, seizing the spirit embryo. Subsequently, the embryo, now merged with the force of creation, integrated into his holy sword, effectively separating it from the angel spirit while it was distracted, an act that incited the wrath of the angel spirit. With a sigh, Mou stored away the resplendent golden first soul ring and his new spirit, kneeling beside the injured and unconscious Silver Dragon King. Why do I always encounter such foolish girls? Shaking his head, Mou attempted once more to activate the angel spirit, hoping to forcefully employ its healing power. Yet, upon sensing the body of the Silver Dragon King, the angel spirit recoiled. Come on, give me some respect. Meanwhile, on another front, are you toying with me? With the sun rising, Qian Daoliu's expression darkened. An entire night has passed. I have no news of Mou's fate. Xiong expressed his doubts. Surely it shouldn't take this long without any news? Dream's sacrifice isn't a direct absorption. Most of the power must have been sealed away for gradual absorption. With Mou's capabilities, this shouldn't be the case. Should I go back and check? Xiong proposed. You're not thinking of running away, are you? Tian shot Xiong Jun a sidelong glance. Qian Daoliu had already begun to harness the angel divine power, and the young girl, destined to become an angel god, was secretly assisting him. Most absurdly, Bibi was also involved. The vile divine power of the Rakshasa had already targeted him. What's going on? This fellow doesn't he appear to be at the 95th level? How is he capable of wielding such potent Rakshasa power? What nonsense are you spouting? Do I look like a beast? Xiong Jun retorted with righteous indignation. He remained unflustered, knowing that the two dangerous powers were aimed at Tian. Even if a confrontation ensued, the remaining super Douluos would struggle to overpower him. With the Red King and the lurking myriad beast king ready to assist, he faced no peril. The unfortunate one was Tian, who was targeted by both the Rakshasa and angel powers. Tian exhaled heavily. This is quite overwhelming. I could manage to maneuver against Qian Daoliu, who wields angel divine power, but with that girl possessing the Rakshasa scythe, I cannot contend. I do not wish to be cleaved by that scythe. Wait. Just as Qian Daoliu could no longer endure, Tian spoke up. Furrowing his brow, Qian Daoliu asked, "What is it?" "I need to inquire," Tian replied. Mou and the others were currently in the dimensional space beneath the Lake of Life, a realm impervious to spiritual probing. Only the Silver Dragon King could perceive the external conditions. Others, regardless of their position, could not transmit messages in or out. Xiong Jun volunteered, "I'll ask the Red King." Tian shot Xiong Jun a glare, interrupting him. The Red King's cultivation is too low, merely 250,000 years. If a battle breaks out, he would be of little assistance. Xiong Jun can at least help distract the girl wielding the Rakshasa scythe. Understood. With the command given, the Red King launched away without hesitation. How absurd. He's the weakest here. He can manage the super Douluos, but if that scythe girl targets him, what can he do? Watching the Red King flee in haste, fearful of being pursued, Tian's expression darkened. Ever since witnessing the divine war, this fellow has become so timid. Is it just because he can wield power and possesses a divine weapon? Must he be this fearful? Didn't you see that they are all aiming at me? Things were amiss. The angel god Qian felt something was off. If the intention was to target Mou, a single strike would suffice. Why waste so much time with them? Moreover, in the previous life, Mou's initial soul rings were acquired from the Stardow Forest. After obtaining the first 2 soul rings, his mother ceased to care for him, and the subsequent rings were acquired with his grandfather's assistance. Such events had never transpired before. This time, it seemed he had mingled with these fierce beasts. Wait. Upon transferring her body to the angel spirit, a slight change in momentum occurred, which Tian, ever observant, noted. Jialing Pass, Shura Divine Sword. The angel spirit Qian conveyed telepathically. Asif destructiveful, Tian replied. Unexpectedly, the angel spirit girl who perished beside Mou also remembered. But what about that Rakshasa spirit girl who died next to him? It was no wonder she could wield such formidable Rakshasa power without even reaching the 95th level. Wait, this girl's aura is distinctly different from before. Could it be that during the time reversal, an accident occurred, resulting in the division of her consciousness? Chapter 33. Gambling. Explosive update. Seeking monthly votes. Having obtained the desired answer, the angel spirit Qian exhaled in relief. Were you searching for him? The specifics are uncertain, but it is not detrimental, Tian responded. And what is his current situation? Qian inquired. Unknown. I just sent the Red King back to check, Tian replied helplessly. BG and ZG are inside. Even if the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor cannot leave, they should be able to communicate. The entire night passed in silence. Perhaps he was asleep. Before seeing him, his voice echoed back. Chuang's commanding shout rang through the air. Exhausted. He must still be sleeping. Like a meteor crashing to the earth, Qi Wang abruptly halted in front of the Thian. Do I appear foolish? Qian Daoliu furrowed his brow. Still asleep? At such a critical moment? Is he mocking me? Witnessing this blatant disregard, Qian Daoliu's aura intensified. The long-dormant divine power of the angels surged anew. He was determined to ascertain the true nature of these ferocious beasts. Stop! I'm truly asleep. Mo's weary voice suddenly invaded the minds of all present. However, having just amplified his mental prowess, Mo was unable to control it effectively, leaving the unsuspecting crowd with a pounding headache. Ouch! The unfortunate Qian was overwhelmed and fainted. Noticing this scene, Mo felt quite embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Half an hour later, Qian Daoliu, carrying the unconscious Qian Rinshua along with several offerings, returned directly to the martial soul city, while Bibi Dong quietly departed as well. As for Mou, whatever. After worrying for an entire night, this lad had presented them with such a gift. Without any prior warning, that formidable mental energy, bordering on terrifying, had surged into their minds, nearly causing their heads to explode. And this boy was actually asleep. Damn it! Li Thian and Xiong Jun were equally distressed, completely unprepared. I believe that lad is doing this on purpose, Xiong Jun seethed. He is holding a grudge against us for frightening him last night. What do you intend to do? Li Thian interrupted. Even away from the extreme north ice field, the Snow Empress can still make you regret it. Xiong Jun's expression faltered. Wasn't he merely taking advantage of his higher cultivation to bully him? When he reaches 700,000 years, who knows who will be stronger or weaker? Moreover, he is now a friend of the master. What do you wish to do? Li Thian inquired again. Xiong Jun was momentarily speechless. I wish him good health. Damn it. Not even a chance for revenge. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake of life, having notified Qian Daoliu and the others, despite causing a minor disaster, Mou was simply too exhausted and collapsed into a deep sleep, due to the angelic soul force being forcibly infused into his mental sea. The originally small football field had been expanded into a vast ocean. Mou found it difficult to adapt to this exaggerated mental energy, even surpassing his previous life as a limit Douluo, thus becoming a significant burden. What shall we do next? The Snow Empress cradled the sleeping Mou, glancing at the Thian who had just returned, having sustained severe injuries while assisting Mou in creating his second martial soul. The Silver Dragon King now found himself in a deeper slumber, with no indication of when he might awaken. Although Mou wished to aid the Silver Dragon King in recovery, regrettably, he failed. It seemed the angelic martial soul was quite displeased with the forced separation from its sacred sword and was unwilling to provide healing. The instigator of this predicament, Tianming, was also confined to a dark room. In retaliation against Tianming, the sacred sword, which originally possessed only a blade, now bore a scabbard. Tianming's consciousness could not reside in Mou's mental sea, but was sealed within the new martial soul scabbard. A veritable tragedy. This only solidified the Snow Empress and her companion's earlier suspicions. Mou's angelic martial soul possessed a certain consciousness. Furthermore, the mask that the angelic martial soul persistently refused to remove perhaps concealed something significant. He needed to acquire soul rings of different attributes to gain elemental immunity. Having already obtained the ice attribute, Li Thian's gaze unwittingly drifted towards Qi Huang and Xiong Jun. What do you mean? I do not wish to be a sacrifice. Xiong Jun persisted. He still wanted to take revenge on Mou. How could he possibly offer himself? Even if a sacrifice were necessary, it could wait until later. I merely mean for you to find suitable soul beasts, Li Thian replied, exasperated. According to BG, the recent collaboration between the Silver Dragon King and Mou had not reached an agreement, so the matter of the fierce beast sacrifice would have to wait. After all, Mou now possessed 2 martial souls. There was no rush. They could take their time. Although, based on their understanding of Mou, if they directly offered a sacrifice, he would be unable to refuse and would certainly assist, but that would feel somewhat morally coercive, so it was better to proceed slowly. Xiong Jun appeared reluctant. What attributes are we looking for? Wasn't there a crazed radiant unicorn recently? You could try communicating with him, Li Thian suggested casually. That fellow seems to have lived for over 20,000 years, right? Xiong Jun hesitated, and now he's gone mad. Asking him to sacrifice is surely impossible. Can Mou even absorb that? It wasn't that he looked down upon Mou, but the creature's body could only withstand a 5,000-year soul ring at most. Anything more will be perilous. The enhancement gained from Tianming's sacrifice only bolstered mental power, providing no assistance to Mou's physical strength. After all, the Ice Silkworm clan had little to boast about in terms of physical resilience. Has he truly gone mad? Li Thian inquired. It seems so, Xiong Jun replied uncertainly. They rarely ventured outside, and their information came solely from external sources. It appears that way. You should go check it out, Li Thian asserted, giving Xiong Jun a light kick to send him flying. Damn, could you at least be a bit more polite when ordering me around? Xiong Jun's voice echoed back, filled with frustration and helplessness. ever since he had been defeated by the Qian in their last challenge and received a thorough beating. He had become nothing more than the Qian's tool, with no recourse to resist. All right, now we can discuss things. After sending Xiangjun off, the Qian adopted a serious demeanor. Snow Empress, if you wish to sacrifice as before, I will not object. However, I hope you can persuade Mou. If he is willing to fight for the Soul Beast clan, I can promise that I will offer myself as his soul ring in the future. So will we. Bibi and Ziji chimed in. They had witnessed the scene of time reversing. Not only the Silver Dragon King understood, but they too recognized that Mou might be the last hope for the Soul Beast clan. The battle at Jialing Pass had demonstrated Mou's ability to suppress all fierce beasts individually. And the despair of being utterly defenseless before the god king shattered any lingering illusions they held. Soul beasts could not ascend to divinity before the gods. They would forever be powerless. The concept of lying low and gathering strength was merely an exercise in self-deception, awaiting death. There were 5 divine kings in the god realm, and even Tang San, who had just inherited the title of Shura God, exerted absolute dominance over Mou. The soul beasts, even their master, the Silver Dragon King, at his peak could only be a divine king, while they faced 5. Moreover, even the once mighty dragon god had ultimately failed, had he not, relying solely on their own strength. The Soul Beast clan might soon find themselves compelled to follow the wishes of the gods in the god realm towards extinction. Betting their hopes on Mou was a gamble. It was their last opportunity to wager. Should they miss it, they might never have another chance. Chapter 34. The Proud and Angry Angelic Martial Soul. Explosive updates. Seeking votes for continued reading. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor exchanged hesitant glances. It is not that they are unwilling. From the perspective of the soul beasts, they are certainly eager to contribute to their kin. However, to compel them to utilize this sense of responsibility to abduct Mou is perhaps out of the question. The Snow Empress displayed a look of remorse. If it were for my own sake, I would be willing to sacrifice everything. Yet, Xiaoyu has already faced death once, or perhaps even more than once. You have all witnessed how he is willing to lay down his life for a promise made to Qian Daoliu. If we were to persuade him, he would undoubtedly comply. However, they do not wish to impose such burdens upon Mou. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress have coexisted with Mou for over a decade and nearly a decade, respectively, and they understand him profoundly, perhaps even better than he understands himself in many aspects. He is truly easily swayed by his emotions. Furthermore, Mou harbors a disdain for this world, for it openly displays the most primal bloodshed without pretense. Yet, he is aware that such brutality cannot be altered, which is why he longs to escape, to evade the sight and torment. Why does Mou appear somewhat dim-witted, carefree, and untroubled? Is he foolish? No, he is not foolish. He is quite intelligent, yet he prefers not to live too clearly or distinctly, as that would be exhausting and distressing. Thus, he often presents himself as a simpleton, generous, and optimistic. It is rare to see him harboring grievances, even against Tang San, who has harmed him. This is not due to ignorance. Rather, he genuinely does not wish to expend mental energy on resentment. He desires only to live in the moment, cherishing every second, rather than allowing his mind to be filled with calculations, hatred, and self-torment. I apologize. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress slightly bowed. They cannot coerce Mou into such matters simply because he cares for them. If Mou were to act of his own volition, they would support him. However, persuading him would be akin to coercion. Understand. Tian nodded. This outcome was somewhat anticipated. How long have I been asleep? Mou opened his eyes groggily. More than 3 days, I suppose, estimated the Snow Empress. That is indeed quite a while. Mou sat up and realized he remained in this unique space at the bottom of the lake of life. What about the Silver Dragon King? Mou inquired. Before falling asleep, he was still unable to summon the angel martial soul. It seems he was quite upset. However, it feels as if, should the angel martial soul truly wish to devour that martial soul and reclaim its holy sword, it could do so. It merely refrained, considering his sentiments. Her injuries have worsened, and she remains in a coma, stated the Snow Empress. Mou sighed deeply. He truly dislikes being indebted to others, as such debts weigh heavily on him. After a pause, he lifted his head with difficulty. If I were to help her, Mou. Brother, let me out. The voice of Tianming suddenly interrupted Mou. It's pitch black in here. It feels so oppressive. Tianming complained. This angel martial soul is entirely different from what the Snow Empress and the others described. Now, he is directly trapped within this sword sheath, unable to move. It's worse than being treated as a mere tool. Mou manifested the holy sword that had split from him. What is going on with this sword sheath? Mou drew out the holy sword, which had gained numerous silver patterns. As the blade exited the sheath, a swift shadow darted out. Mou, what is going on? Tianming, now appearing as a palm-sized spiritual entity, pointed at the sword sheath. Didn't Tu say that your angel martial soul has a grand residence and can come out to play anytime? Why am I trapped in this tiny dark room? The Snow Empress and Ice Empress had previously painted a beautiful and fun picture of the mysterious space of Mou's angel martial soul. So why is he now confined to this sword sheath? I don't know either, Mou replied as he returned the blade to its sheath. In the next instant, the Tianming, who had just managed to catch a breath, was forcibly dragged back into the sheath by an irresistible force. Mou, Snow Empress, Ice Empress. Is this revenge? It cannot be mistaken. This is the angel martial soul's retribution against Tianming. The holy sword has been forcibly separated, equivalent to having one's belongings stolen. Why is this happening? Tianming's plaintive cries emanated from the sword sheath. Wasn't he trying to help Mou? Although he had his own motives, wasn't he the main intent to assist Mou? Why treat him this way? Moreover, wasn't he that martial soul expelled by the Silver Dragon King in the end? Why only take revenge on him? It should be because you are the root cause of this, Mou replied helplessly as he unsheathed the sword once more, allowing Tianming to leap out again. So, will I be stuck here indefinitely? Tianming asked pitifully. Brother you, I'm doing this to help you. Can you bear to watch me confined in this dark, dismal room? Tianming blinked his bright eyes vigorously, hoping to soften Mou's heart. But I currently have no options, Mou shrugged. I cannot even summon the angel martial soul now. This is an unprecedented predicament. Tianming's tears were on the verge of falling. He still wished to see the outside world, to live a good life, rather than being imprisoned in a dark room. Let me think of a way. Mou covered his face. Indeed, Tianming had assisted him significantly, and it was somewhat unjust to confine him. After pondering, Mou closed his eyes, attempting to sense his irate and hiding angel martial soul. Within the sea of consciousness, Mou observed the angel martial soul, who had turned its back to him. Soaring in the air, he cautiously ventured, could you do me a favor? Enhance Tianming's environment a bit. He is having a rough time, and he has helped me immensely. I cannot be ungrateful. After a pause, the angel martial soul waved the holy sword in its hand, seemingly displeased with the gesture. Yet, Mou perceived a glow emerging from the recently manifested sword sheath, and the space expanded considerably, transforming from a dark room into a small bedroom. Seeing that the entity seemed to respond to his words, Mou spoke again. Could you also assist in treating the Silver Dragon King? After all, she's in a dire situation as well. Her mind was already compromised, and now she is heavily injured. She has also aided me, and I cannot repay kindness with enmity. There was no response. The angel martial soul lowered its head, gazing at the transformed holy sword in its grasp, appearing quite displeased. I think it looks rather beautiful, Mou murmured. Previously, the patterns on the angel holy sword were merely monotonous gold. Now, with the addition of these silver scales, it certainly appears more attractive. Everything looks beautiful. Everything looks beautiful. Seeing that the angel martial soul seemed ready to become incensed again, Mou hastily adjusted his words. In a previous life, this angel martial soul did not possess such awareness. Could it be due to the time reversal? Has the martial soul awakened? While Mou was lost in thought, the angel martial soul, still facing away from him, suddenly accelerated and crashed into him, ejecting Mou from the sea of consciousness. What the? Mou, caught off guard by his involuntary exit from the sea of consciousness, appeared bewildered. Is the temper of this angel martial soul truly so volatile? Wait, something feels different. I think I can use it again. Mou paused, attempting to summon his angel martial soul, but unlike before. Due to the absence of the holy sword, the angel martial soul crossed its arms defiantly across its chest, appearing quite haughty. Well, it still seems quite agreeable. Mou muttered. He once believed that his angel spirit was rather majestic, only to discover it was simply a bit spoiled. Mou stood up and said, Please wait for me a moment. I shall enter and attempt to heal her, to see if she can awaken. Go ahead, smiled the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress. They had overheard Mou's murmurs. If he intended to assist her, it was no surprise. Despite having faced death once, he remained unchanged, still the same kind-hearted individual. Chapter 35. New accessory. Frequent updates. Please support with monthly votes. Several hours later, Mou emerged from the palace, his expression one of despondence. What is wrong? Asked the Snow Empress, puzzled. Look, Mou turned to indicate the petite, childlike version of the Silver Dragon King clinging to him. What is this situation? The sight of Mou's gloomy demeanor elicited a chuckle from the Snow Empress. I was healing her, and as I did, she transformed into this small form. Then, in a moment of distraction, she clung to me and wouldn't let go, Mou lamented. How could he possibly move with the Silver Dragon King so attached to him? Was he to assume the role of a mere caretaker in place of Tianming? Just then, the diminutive Silver Dragon King shifted slightly on Mou, seemingly unhappy with the hardness of his back, and moved to position herself in front of him. Mou, she called. Wait, you're being picky now? Exclaimed a bewildered Ice Emperor, who had just returned from her outing to find the child hanging before Mou. I just took a stroll, and you two decided to have a child without me? That's not fair, she complained. Montague, Snow Empress. Sister, did you give birth as quickly? Montague retorted, incredulous. How could such a short time span allow for that? Even soul beasts cannot accomplish such a feat. I've never given birth. How would I know? The Ice Emperor countered. As she spoke, the Ice Emperor approached Mou and pinched the small child's exposed cheek. Well, you've given birth. So let me see what she looks like and whom she resembles. Why does she seem so familiar? She is the Silver Dragon King, Mou reminded her. I didn't mean to. The Ice Emperor jumped back, executing a perfect 90-degree bow. What happened? Bibi and ZG returned from outside. Mou pointed to the small figure before him. Your master has transformed into this. What shall we do? Master? The fierce beasts present instantly lost their composure. Has the master turned into a baby? How severely injured must she be? A worried Bibi hurried over to examine the Silver Dragon King's condition. How strange, Bibi remarked, a look of confusion crossing her face. Why do I not sense the previous injuries anymore? Although she could not heal the Silver Dragon King, she had always felt her pain, but now she felt nothing. Could you help me gear down? Mou requested. The Silver Dragon King could not leave this dimensional space, as that rascal above was constantly searching for her. Yet, if she remained clinging to him, he could not depart either. To be honest, if it were possible, she would prefer the Silver Dragon King to remain attached to Mou, for that would allow her to continuously absorb his healing power and recover. However, this might spark Mou's resentment. Wait, I'm still a child. Look at this. Is this appropriate? Mou spread his hands, facing the fierce beasts. A child carrying an even smaller child? What is this, a nesting doll? The master is likely unconscious due to severe injuries, and your healing power attracted her, which is why Bibi didn't continue. It was evident that she, too, was powerless. The Silver Dragon King did not merely cling with her tiny hands. She was bound by spatial power. No one here could unravel such a spatial bond. So what shall I do? Mou looked towards Tian, who had been overseeing matters here during the Silver Dragon King's unconsciousness. Why not stay here for a while? Tian suggested. Mou's expression darkened. If she doesn't awaken, will I be stuck here for eternity? That is not impossible, Xiangjun muttered. Are you serious? These creatures can't possibly be doing this on purpose, thinking I have no means to escape? Mou's expression hardened as his angel spirit manifested behind him. Hey, little dragon, if you don't let go, I'll be polite. With that, Mou brandished his holy sword, resting it against the Silver Dragon King's neck. It seemed she sensed the threat and emitted a pitiful whimper. Crying help, Mou lowered his voice. I will count to 3. Either you release me, or I will assist you in letting go. 1, 2, Daddy. Mou's eye twitched. Calling him Daddy was of no use. Let go, Mommy. The little dragon, seemingly understanding, quickly changed her address. That's not what I meant. Witnessing their master call Mou Daddy and Mommy left the fierce beasts at a loss for words. Yet, one among them found it utterly amusing. Xiangjun struggled to suppress his laughter at Mou's helplessness. Retribution. Retribution. Mou, who only yields to softness. has finally faced consequences. Little Yu, perhaps witnessing Mou's struggle with the Silver Dragon King might be worth a word of advice. The Snow Empress began. Forget it. Mou reluctantly sheathed his holy sword. Consider it a debt owed to her. As he spoke, the six-winged angel spirit behind him unfurled its wings, enveloping both Mou and the Silver Dragon King in a gentle glow. In an instant, the angel spirit dissipated into the air. What is happening? Ditian exclaimed, baffled. What sorcery is this? He could no longer sense the Silver Dragon King. Though she was right before him, her presence had vanished completely. I sealed her aura within the special space of the angel spirit. Even the gods cannot detect it, Mou explained. Is that true? Ditian's expression reflected skepticism. He could not feel her presence anymore, but could the gods, specifically the God King, truly not sense it? Is it real? Why not test it? Mou stepped toward the dimensional space outside. Ditian reached out to stop him. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, but this is a risk we cannot take. If the Silver Dragon King leaves this space, she could be detected by the divine realm. In her current state of injury, if discovered, it would mean certain death. Are you not meant to cooperate with me? You don't even trust me with this? Montague Plesset. And if discovered, I would also be a traitor for colluding with the remnants of the dragon god. Wouldn't I? Ditian fell silent. He wished to trust Mou, but could not afford the risk. One question, do you trust me? Mou's demeanor grew serious. Trust me, and let me go. If you do not, I have my means to remove her. We shall go our separate ways and never cross paths again. After a moment's struggle, Ditian finally lowered his hand. Let us gamble. The outcome cannot be worse. This was also the Silver Dragon King's choice. Once Ditian relinquished his hold, Mou once again activated the angel spirit and soared out with the Silver Dragon King attached to him. Seconds later, he returned. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the fierce beasts, Mou cleared his throat and approached the Snow Empress. Ahem, let us venture outside together. Wait, I forgot we are at the bottom of the lake of life. The Ice Emperor explained. This lake is quite deep, and little Yu cannot swim. In the frigid expanse of the far north, Mou once inadvertently fell into an icy lake. Had she not swiftly intervened to rescue him, he might have truly succumbed to the depths. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the situation, Mou remarked, Sister, could you refrain from so easily revealing my vulnerabilities? Can't you see that Xiong is already eager to pounce? Chapter 36. The formation of cooperation. After a minute, the anxious crowd gradually surfaced above the lake of life. Shura, you ancestor. Mou, cradled in the embrace of the Ice Emperor, suddenly unleashed a tirade into the air. 10 seconds elapsed with no response. See? I told you there was nothing to worry about, Mou said with ease. However, the fierce beasts, including Ditian, were rendered silent by her outburst. Brother, you are our elder brother. What if Shura truly heard that? Oof, Ditian sighed in relief. The fact that such a direct insult elicited no reaction suggested that even gods were not omnipotent. What now? Ditian turned to Mou. Since the Silver Dragon King won't be detected by Shura, you aren't planning to take him to the human realm, are you? If you're worried about her, you're welcome to join us, Mou invited. I can help mask your auras, though I don't think it's necessary. The so-called fierce beasts, whether the 200,000-year-old ZG or the 80,000-year-old Ditian, were inconsequential in the eyes of the gods. Just as Ditian himself was viewed as negligible by the God King, utterly devoid of threat. The gods were concerned solely with the Silver Dragon King. The fate of other soul beasts was to perish beneath the heavenly tribulations. Even those fortunate enough to evade such trials, like Tianming, who became a true million-year soul beast, could never ascend to godhood. For soul beasts to attain divinity, they had two options. Either gamble on a talented human to sacrifice, hoping to be elevated, or transform, risking the minuscule chance of success. Yet, the latter was also a path to demise. Typically, a 100,000-year soul beast could match a tidal Douluo in power, and some with potent bloodlines, such as the Titan Great Ape or certain dragon-blooded soul beasts, could even contend with super Douluos. However, upon transformation, this strength would vanish in an instant. Before reaching Soul Sage, or attaining maturity and fully transitioning into a human, tidal Douluos could see through such disguises. Moreover, transformed soul beasts, below level 70, could still utilize soul rings and bones like ordinary soul beasts, leading to the inevitable demise of all who attempted transformation at the hands of humans. Ain and those two rabbits were not exceptions. Many had perished before them. Transformation was not a gamble for a glimmer of hope, but a death sentence. So, are you willing to cooperate with us? Tian inquired nervously. Mo shrugged. What else can I do? You've all put your lives on the line by having your leader cling to me. I can't just ignore it. Thank you. Tian said sincerely. Wait, don't be so quick to thank me. Mo interrupted, raising a hand. I simply don't understand. I've already lost once. I couldn't even defeat a Shura god. Why do you have faith that I can contend with the entirety of the divine realm? I truly fail to comprehend. Even if my martial soul can reverse time, that doesn't change the fact that I am powerless against them. They possess a severely injured Dragon King, and an ultimate Douluo who cannot become a god. What other combat strength do we have? How do you expect us to fight? Do you really think everyone is like Old Qian, starting with a bowl and relying solely on skill? What's this divine realm? The three-eyed golden beast returned, intrigued by the new trinket adorning Mo. What is this? I can't sense any aura. Mo gently patted the head of the dumbfounded dragon. Your master. The silver dragon king, who had just been struck, let out a pitiful cry. Sister, I am not your mother. Mo felt utterly exhausted. This enormous trinket had severely restricted his daily movements. Now that we've agreed to cooperate, what next? Xiangjun's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Qi Wan. How about you make a sacrifice to liven things up? Stop. Mo quickly interjected. Let us take our time with the sacrifices. What I need right now is elemental immunity. I don't require such extravagance. With Tianming's energy, I can manage my early training just fine. Even if a sacrifice must be made, it should wait until I become a titled Douluo. For him, training before becoming a titled Douluo posed no bottleneck. In his previous life, he had achieved title law by the age of 18. Although he had assistance from the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, even without their sacrifices, he would have only prolonged the time to reach title Douluo by a year at most. However, the subsequent training proved challenging. He spent 12 years striving to attain title Douluo, followed by another 7 or 8 years to reach ultimate Douluo, starting from level 93. The journey from level 93 to 99 took him 7 years, averaging 1 level per year, a stark contrast to his previous meteoric rise of 1 level every month. Thus, if a sacrifice were truly necessary, it should be utilized at critical junctures. Otherwise, he might enjoy the present, but would face hardships again after becoming a title Douluo. That makes sense, Tian nodded. The later stages of training indeed slowed down significantly. Thus, it was wise to reserve sacrifices for crucial moments. The advantage of dual martial souls lay here. After becoming a title Douluo, others would struggle to advance for years, while those with dual martial souls could rapidly level up by attaching soul rings to their second soul. What attribute soul rings do you require now? Tian asked. Their sacrifices seemed wasteful at present, but other soul beasts could certainly contribute. A 10,000-year soul beast, having gained sentience, could sacrifice itself for the future of a soul beast clan, while those below 100,000 years could not choose to sacrifice while preserving their souls. Such sacrifices were necessary for the greater good of their kind. Mo fell into silence. Goodness, he was now allied with the largest power on the entire Douluo continent. Whatever soul rings he desired, Tian could summon sacrifices without needing to toil as in his previous life. The pressure was immense. Let us start with light and fire attributes. Mo finally conceded, feeling cornered. I've gambled once. I've already died once. If I lose again, perhaps my angelic martial soul can reverse time once more? However, the notion of starting over bore an unsettling resemblance to the fate of Kira Yashikich. 2. Tian paused, surprised. Hadn't Tianming already made a sacrifice? Mo summoned his newly acquired sword martial soul, preparing to attach soul rings. The effect would be similar, and though this sword existed as his second martial soul, it was still an extension of his angelic martial soul. To be honest, had it not been for the angelic martial soul considering his feelings and showing favor, this sword could have been retracted at any moment. Isn't it said that the training of dual martial souls requires first attaching a complete soul ring to one? The Ice Emperor queried. Bibi mentioned that, and so did Tang San. The simultaneous infusion of 2 soul rings is overwhelmingly violent, rendering the human body incapable of withstanding the pressure, often resulting in catastrophic explosions. However, my angelic soul's first ring, known as Dream of Heaven, seals away all its energy and releases it gradually, thus imposing no strain upon me, explained Imoyu. Moreover, since you intend to sacrifice everything for me, I must provide you with a suitable abode, right? This is unfair, exclaimed Tianming, who was in the process of constructing a cozy nest within the holy sword. She burst forth, confronting Imoyu directly. Why must I be confined to this small dark room while they get to reside in spacious quarters? I too wish to see what lies within. Though the space within the sheath had expanded, and he could design the interior, he still yearned for a larger dwelling. Suddenly, Emperor Tian approached and lifted the palm-sized manifestation of Tianming, narrowing his eyes slightly. I too plan to make a sacrifice. Do you wish to share my quarters? Tianming's expression froze. No, absolutely not. Good night, Lord Emperor Tian. With that, Tianming fled back to her small room within the sheath at lightning speed. Witnessing Tianming's heartfelt reaction, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, Emperor Tian was somewhat perplexed, as he had merely posed a question, not issued a threat. Considering that Tianming had indeed rendered significant assistance, Tianming retorted, "Why don't you take a moment to consider just how terrifying you truly are?" Chapter 37. Work in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was frowning while dealing with a backlog of documents that had accumulated over the course of a single day. Damn it, I was only away for a day. How could so much pile up? Despite her efforts over the past 3 days, the amount of work was still daunting. Jiduo, accompanying her as a palace guard, observed Bibi Dong's troubled expression and dared not utter a sound. Under normal circumstances, Bibi Dong would require an entire day to address the daily reports. However, due to her recent distractions, first visiting an orphanage, then engaging in a quarrel at the worship hall that left her dazed, followed by an apology visit with Hulaina, and finally a trip to the Stardow forest, she had inadvertently accumulated over 3 days' worth of work. Despite her continuous efforts, a significant number of documents remained unaddressed. Although the Pope typically need not handle such extensive affairs, Bibi Dong took it upon herself to gain complete control of the Spirit Hall. Since her ascension to the papacy 3 years ago, she had been tirelessly involved, which had unfortunately hindered her cultivation. Even her second soul ring was still incomplete due to a lack of time. Nevertheless, her dedication bore fruit, as she had successfully consolidated much of the power and allegiance within the Spirit Hall. Yuguan, how much longer? Bibi Dong glared at Yuguan, who had been passing her documents. At your current pace, approximately half a day remains, Yuguan replied meekly. He sensed that the Pope had been far more irritable lately, reminiscent of her younger self. Half a day. Bibi Dong slammed her hand on the table and rose abruptly, just as she was about to voice her frustrations. She took a deep breath and restrained herself. This is my choice. I will see it through to the end, even if it means crying. Your Majesty, perhaps you should take a short break? Yuguan suggested. Bibi Dong had been working tirelessly for 3 days, and Yuguan had been there for all of it. Growing weary himself. Rest? If I take a break, who will handle these? Bibi Dong retorted fiercely. If I rest, tomorrow's work will pile on top of today's. And I'll have to work overtime. Rest? Or are you tired? Do you need a break? Feeling the torrent of Bibi Dong's suppressed grievances, Yuguan lowered his head in silence. Women. With no outlet for her frustrations, Bibi Dong channeled her anger into the mountain of documents before her. In her mental space, Bibi Dong glanced at the leisurely figure of the ruler of demons. Can't you assist me with this task? Help you? The ruler of demons slightly opened her eyes. This is your responsibility, not mine. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have wasted so much time on that child. Bibi Dong retorted, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been forced into those chaotic situations at the worship hall, or to apologize with Hulaina, or to confront those bizarre soul beasts in the Stardow forest. You seize my body at every turn. Yet here she was, with nothing to show for her efforts. Only injuries and an overwhelming pile of documents to tackle. The ruler of demons felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, she had intended to draw Mou closer to her for compensation. But given that he was also a reincarnated soul with a cold demeanor towards her, any attempts at compensation would seem insincere. Fine, I owe you this. Let me take over. You rest. The ruler of demons stood up. While she could share perception with her current self, she could also sever that connection at will. Thus, they could indeed alternate responsibilities. Having grown weary over decades, the ruler of demons was unwilling to engage in such tedious arrangements again. With that thought, she swiftly dispelled the fatigue from his body, standing upright. Yuguan, present. Yuan lowered his head deeply. Handle these documents for me, Bibi Dong commanded, gesturing toward the pile of reports on the table. Yuan was taken aback. Huh? You can't manage such trivial tasks? Bibi Dong frowned. Yuan wanted to protest. I am a titled Douluo, not an omnipotent one. I am a punishment elder, and I know nothing of these matters. I don't care. These are now your responsibility. If they are not completed by the time I return in the evening, you can prepare to sweep the streets. With that, Bibi Dong left the administrative hall, leaving Yu Guan in a state of bewilderment. With mixed emotions, Yu Guan approached the table and casually flipped through a few documents before decisively abandoning the task. What are these? Archbishop Siwei's. Yu Guan called out to several bishops in the adjacent chamber responsible for filtering reports. You will handle these documents. I will return in the evening for an inspection. If they are not completed, be prepared to sweep the streets. After issuing his orders, Yu Guan also exited the administrative hall, leaving behind a group of bewildered, gray-haired bishops exchanging confused glances. How did this task return to us? After leaving the administrative hall, Bibi Dong donned a disguise and began to roam the spirit city. Reflecting on her tenure as pope, she realized she had scarcely rested, having toiled for decades, only to embark on war, fight, and ultimately perish. Throughout her life, she had seldom lived for herself. Ever since she awakened her twin martial spirits and was taken as a disciple by Qian Daoliu, her existence revolved solely around cultivation. It was only later, upon encountering Yu Xiaojiang, that she met someone who regarded her with an attitude of equality within the spirit hall. The others, due to her status as the Pope's disciple and the Spirit Hall saintess, treated her with obsequiousness and flattery. Human nature is inherently flawed, and she was no exception. Having interacted predominantly with rigid individuals, she found herself intrigued by Yu Xiaojiang, a unique figure from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. For he was the only one bold enough to address her by name, and he was a grandmaster. In retrospect, she realized how foolish she had been. This grandmaster, relying on his lineage from the Tyrant Dragon clan and the influence of his father, looked down upon the ordinary soul masters within the Spirit Hall, disregarding the disparity in their cultivation levels by addressing a soul emperor by her name, a discarded child of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He had the audacity to call the saintess of the Spirit Hall by her name, an act of blatant disrespect that, at that time, she mistakenly perceived as purity amidst corruption. How naive she had been, as if she had never encountered a man before, developing an interest in a seemingly useless individual who intruded upon her life, even contemplating leaving the Pope's hall for him. Later, Qian Daoliu the Beast shattered her notion of love and ruined her future. Since then, she had lived solely for revenge. Yet, was it truly Qian Daoliu who had destroyed her? Had she not acted impulsively in her desire to break free from the Pope's hall to be with Yu Xiaojiang, a discarded offspring of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, thus dragging the reputation of the Spirit Hall and the Pope through the mud? Would Qian Daoliu have reacted with such fury and left her in that manner? That man had been her teacher for over 20 years, as both mentor and father figure. If he had truly been a wolf in sheep's clothing, why had she failed to see through his facade for 2 decades? Was she really that foolish? As the Pope, what kind of woman could she not obtain? Would Qian Daoliu act against her merely due to a moment of lust? That man had nurtured her for 10 years. He could not have been unaware of her character. To pursue her in such a manner would invite relentless retribution. But why did he still choose to act in that way? As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he had countless means at his disposal to keep her, yet he resorted to such despicable and foolish tactics. Qian Daoliu was no fool, and a titled Douluo was not an idiot. So, why did it come to this? Misfortune and fortune are both summoned by oneself. Bibi Dong stood high, gazing upon the spirit city, which would eventually descend into ruins engulfed in flames. Xiaoyu, is this my own doing? Chapter 38. Return to Spirit City. Meanwhile, having just completed the sacrifice of a 20,000-year old light unicorn and a 40,000-year old flame giant lizard, Yu embarked on his journey back to Spirit City. As for why he absorbed a 20,000-year and a 40,000-year spirit ring, it was not due to the absence of higher-age spirit beasts in the Stardew Forest, but rather because it was unnecessary. With Tianming as the first spirit ring of his angel martial spirit, the powerful elemental energy he carried would gradually influence the remaining rings in the future, allowing them to evolve into 100,000-year spirit rings. Additionally, there was a pragmatic reason. sacrifices required the voluntary consent of the spirit beasts. Even though Qian was the undisputed ruler of the Stardew Forest, it did not mean he could compel other spirit beasts to willingly sacrifice their lives for a human. Once sacrificed, their future would depend on the next 20 years. If he succeeded, those spirit beasts would be revived, as the angel martial spirit preserved their complete souls during the sacrifice. However, if he failed, those sacrificed spirit beasts would perish alongside him. Yet, the effort required for cultivation to attain a 10,000 or even 40,000 year spirit beast was unimaginable. Why would they surrender their decades of hard work and future fate for a mere human based solely on Qian's word? To put it bluntly, even if he and Qian were to fail and die, the other spirit beasts would still have thousands or tens of thousands of years left to live. Setting aside the concept of duty among the spirit beast race, the most crucial thing for all life should be self-preservation. Thus, even if Qian could forcibly demand spirit beasts to sacrifice themselves, he refrained from doing so. Great ideals are meant to be imposed upon oneself, not to be used as rhetoric to urge others to their doom. Therefore, after a thorough search, the only willing and suitable light and fire attribute spirit beasts for sacrifice were these two. The 25,000-year Old Light Unicorn had recently suffered a traumatic experience when a group of soul masters from the Douluo Empire invaded his territory, resulting in the slaughter of his wife and children. The trauma had driven him to madness. Under Bibi's soothing influence, he managed to regain a fragment of his sanity, but his will to live had diminished significantly. Consequently, Qian offered him the chance for vengeance in exchange for sacrificing himself for Muyu. The other, the 40,000-year-old flame giant lizard, had a rather unfortunate fate. Just days prior, Xiangjun and the others had emerged from the shock of time reversal, transforming into human form for a brief respite. Unfortunately, this ill-fated creature galloped through the forest and collided with the already irritable Xiangjun, who promptly inflicted severe injuries upon him. Upon hearing that Muyu required a fire attribute spirit beast, Xiangjun wasted no time in capturing him to fulfill that need. Xiangjun also handled the negotiations with the flame giant lizard, although the specifics remain unknown. Ultimately, the lizard agreed to sacrifice himself for Muyu. Moreover, the nature of Muyu's acceptance of the sacrifice was not akin to Xiao Wu's, but rather a sacrifice of cultivation while preserving the soul, making the absorption process significantly more challenging, necessitating that most of the energy be stored within the spirit ring. As a result, Muyu had now reached the 25th level. "I truly owe you one." Muyu, carried away by Xuedi, expressed his exasperation and fatigue. The diminutive Silver Dragon King revealed her fangs after Muyu absorbed the spirit rings, commencing a vigorous absorption of his healing powers. Since Muyu's healing abilities relied on soul power as a catalyst, he found himself unable to leap as he normally would, being pinned down by the Silver Dragon King's relentless pull. Even though Muyu had absorbed a 20,000 year and a 40,000 year spirit ring, he had only attained the 25th level, largely due to the Silver Dragon King's influence. "Should I supplement you with some soul power?" Observing Muyu's struggle to speak, Xuedi felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. "No," Muyu quickly protested. "That ancestor just drained me dry and fell asleep. If you charge me up, I fear she will start absorbing again." The Silver Dragon King had lost consciousness. Her cries for father and mother were mere biological instincts, and now she could only call out for mother. Upon waking, she would start calling, and once she began to absorb, she would fall asleep again. After waking, she would likely call out once more. Muyu had essentially become a cyclical power bank, even more unfortunate than Tianming. Fortunately, she maintained some restraint and did not completely drain him, leaving him with a modicum of strength. "Isn't this going to prevent you from doing anything else?" Bingdi inquired. "Currently, it seems so, but once she recovers for a while and regains consciousness, it should be fine," Muyu replied. "Honestly, if she weren't so adorable, I would want to." "What would you want to do?" A chilling voice suddenly emerged, startling Muyu. "Is that you, Sister Jiqi?" Muyu awkwardly remarked. "Have you arranged everything so quickly?" Qian and the others mentioned that the soul beasts of the Stardew Forest still needed to be organized and would take some time before they could come to protect the Silver Dragon King. However, Muyu understood well that the primary concern was Qian's current dilemma regarding how to arrange the three-eyed golden lion. As the imperial beast of the emperor, The sole beast of the Douluo forest required the three-eyed golden lion. Yet, Qian and his group needed to accompany the Silver Dragon King to the Spirit Hall City for protection. They could not leave the three-eyed golden lion alone in the Douluo forest, as she was still a young girl, or rather, an infant just born. However, bringing her along posed its own challenges, as the three-eyed golden lion had only a millennium of cultivation and could not even transform. Appearing in human society as a sole beast would be far too conspicuous, making it inappropriate. Thus, Qian, essentially the lion's father figure, found himself in a quandary. Neither bringing her nor leaving her was a viable option. Consequently, they were convening a meeting to vote on where the three-eyed golden lion should go next. I have ordered the entire Earth Demon Dragon clan to retreat into seclusion. Anyone who dares to emerge will face dire consequences, Zhiqi stated nonchalantly. MOU, Ice Empress. Snow Empress. As expected of you. Your efficiency is commendable. Montauk Yuri mocked. Do you need me to help conceal your aura? He inquired. After all, your fierce beast aura is too conspicuous for Super Douluo. There are quite a few Super Douluos in the Spirit Hall City, which could lead to complications. Moreover, you cannot stray too far from me. Otherwise, the concealment effect might falter. Of course, the latter part of his statement was a ruse. Only for the Silver Dragon King was there a distance limitation for complete aura concealment. To merely mask Zhiqi's fierce beast aura, making her appear human, was quite simple. Especially since Zhiqi needn't worry about being detected by higher powers. He expressed this in hopes that the temperamental elder sister would not wander too far from him. Otherwise, based on his 2 years of acquaintance with Zhiqi, she could easily stir up trouble. This sister had a tendency to lash out at anyone she found displeasing. Zhiqi cast a calm glance at MOU. No need. If someone causes me trouble, I'll just fight back. MOU couldn't help but grumble. I'm worried you'll be the one causing trouble for others. But if you encounter those two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it could be perilous. The Super Douluos from the Spirit Hall aren't a significant issue. A word from Qian Daoliu will suffice. However, the Sword Douluo and Bondo are also Super Douluos, capable of detecting fierce beast auras. Zhiqi recently overcame a catastrophic tribulation with the assistance of the Heavenly Dream's elemental power, and her strength poses a real danger against those two. Zhiqi paused. Danger? Fine. In a sudden movement, Zhiqi pulled MOU from the embrace of the Snow Empress. Let's go. MOU, feeling embarrassed, said, Sister, can't you see I'm quite weak right now? Can I rest for a moment? Then rest, Zhiqi replied, continuing to fly forward without a hint of concern for the increasingly dark expressions of the Snow Empress and Ice Empress beside her. So this is how it is now? You're just going to take him away? Zhiqi, the proud leader of the Earth Demon Dragon clan, had recently left her tribe's territory for the Douluo forest, initially seeking a fight with Qian. However, given Qian's formidable cultivation, 80,000 years versus her mere 200,000, she knew she could not withstand a single strike from him. Thus, they had never clashed. Yet, MOU, in his previous life, had boldly charged into the heart of the Douluo forest, openly challenging others, even tossing the defeated Bear King before Qian as a display of bravado. Zhiqi had never faced such provocation before. She was accustomed to being the one who broke things up, not having her space invaded. Enraged, Zhiqi transformed into her true form and charged at him. MOU, not wishing to provoke Qian, especially considering he was only at level 98 and could not possibly match Qian, had been deliberately holding back during the skirmish with Zhiqi. However, the Bear King's combat prowess was second only to Qian in the Douluo forest. MOU, who could not defeat the Bear King, was able to keep up with Zhiqi, making it evident that he was intentionally being lenient. This only infuriated Zhiqi further, for among dragons, holding back in battle was a sign of disrespect. Subsequently, MOU, adhering to the principle of respecting a woman's wishes, complied and gave her a good thrashing. Since that day, Zhiqi had taken a keen interest in MOU, seeking him out for sparring sessions, though she had never once emerged victorious. Each encounter left her bruised and battered because MOU treated all opponents alike, regardless of gender, with no regard for tenderness in combat. Over time, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, being the closest to MOU, began to notice Zhiqi's peculiar interest in him. Previously, it had been manageable, but now she was outright taking him from them. No, she was stealing him from their grasp. What was this? Did she truly believe they were mere ice sculptures? Chapter 39. An awkward battle outside Spear Hall City. An extraordinary clash was brewing. On one side stood the proud leader of the Earth Demon Dragon clan, the Dragon New Star, Zhiqi. On the other, the long-established second of the Extreme North Trio, the Ice Emperor, Bibi. Despite a nearly 200,000-year cultivation gap between them, Zhiqi's powerful dragon lineage might allow her to stand against the Ice Emperor, who had nearly 400,000 years of experience. Thus, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. As the instigator of this impending conflict, Mou was currently reclining in the embrace of the Snow Empress, enjoying the serenity. Why did he not intervene between the two? It was a joke. Could he possibly stop them? With this ancestor cradled in his arms, he was hardly in a position to protect himself, let alone mediate. Besides, even if they were to truly fight, with the Snow Empress present, the situation would be swiftly quelled with a mere slap from her. Are you not going to intervene? The Snow Empress looked at Mou, who lay comfortably in her arms, her expression somewhat peculiar. These two are fighting for you. Would my intervention be effective? Montak you counted. The Ice Emperor would not hesitate to strike him, even now, and Zhiqi had suffered greatly at his hands in the past. It would be a miracle if she did not seize this opportunity for revenge. How do you know it wouldn't work if you haven't tried? The Snow Empress surmised that Mou's concerns stemmed from fearing that if these two ceased their quarrel, they might turn their ire toward him instead. Mou shook his head. I sense it would be futile. I'd rather not court disaster. Besides, do we not have the Snow Empress here? Even combined, they cannot withstand a single slap from you. I am not worried. The Snow Empress, with nearly 70,000 years of fierce beast cultivation, though not in the extreme North Ice Plains, still retained combat prowess second only to Tion. The Ice Emperor, with nearly 400,000 years, and Zhiqi, just surpassing 200,000, would find themselves utterly outmatched against the Snow Empress, akin to two super Douluos facing an extreme Douluo. They would be mere fodder. Is this what it means to live off someone else's success? The Snow Empress remarked with amusement. Isn't it only right to benefit from your success? Mou replied, unabashedly. If possible, I would wish to indulge in this for a lifetime. Who wouldn't want to be cared for? Striving is merely a means to enjoy a life of leisure. If one could bypass the struggle, who in their right mind would seek hardship? It is all for the sake of survival. In the midst of a brief moment of relaxation, Ice Emperor and Purple Princess found themselves in an awkward predicament. Should they fight or refrain? If they engage, would it displease Mou? After all, that individual genuinely despises conflict, if not outright abhors violence. Yet to abstain, given the stance they had taken, would it not be utterly embarrassing to do nothing? The two awkwardly cast their gazes towards Mou, silently urging him to intervene and provide them with an escape route. Come on, let us finish this quickly and head into the city. I haven't eaten in days, and I am famished. After expressing her thoughts, Mou returned to the embrace of Snow Emperor, feeling the refreshing coolness on such a hot day. It was quite comfortable, although the clumsy dragon resting on him seemed unfazed by the heat. What were they doing? A figure clad in green approached from the distance. It was the delayed arrival of Green Princess, now standing beside Mou and the others. Engaging in combat, Mou replied, turning his head. Perhaps we should head into the city, as their battle is unlikely to conclude anytime soon. Although Purple Princess could fight above her level due to her dragon lineage, the disparity in cultivation between her and Ice Emperor was significant, rendering her incapable of winning. Mou was confident that Ice Emperor would exercise restraint, and with Green Princess accompanying him, minor injuries would pose no real threat. We'll be all right. Green Princess voiced her concern as she glanced back at the distant Spear Hall. The commotion generated by the two was bound to attract the attention of the Super Douluo in the Spear Hall. Fear not, I have spoken with Old Qian, and the 7 offerings in the Hall of Offerings will not intervene. Moreover, I have concealed their fierce beast auras, so even if other titled Douluo were to engage, they would not be a match for them, Mou explained. The strength of Purple Princess was comparable to that of a 97th level super attack Douluo, while Ice Emperor, in her ultimate state, was akin to a 98th level super Douluo. Therefore, apart from the 7 offerings in the Hall of Offerings, there was no one present who could pose a threat to them. The highest-ranking titled Douluo in the Elder Hall were Yuguan and Gue Mei, both only at level 94, which was hardly a cause for concern. If you are anxious, you and Snow Emperor may enter the city first. I will keep an eye on them, Green Princess suggested. There's no need. They can handle it, Mou declared, rising and pulling Green Princess towards the direction of Spirit City, with Snow Emperor following suit. Look at this ancestor on me, Mou said, patting his belly, where the Silver Dragon King remained sound asleep. If anything were to happen to her, I would still need to rely on you. Although Green Princess had not cared for the Silver Dragon King for long, she was aware that the Silver Dragon King's existence was fleeting. Qian had previously been resting at the bottom of the Lake of Life, guarding the Silver Dragon King, and his acquaintance with Green Princess, Red King, and 10,000 Beast King was relatively recent, having only spanned a few hundred years due to the nourishment provided by the Dream of Heaven. Qian initially believed that this peculiar million-year-old soul beast would aid the recovery of the Silver Dragon King, which prompted him to bring her back to that dimensional space. However, after thousands of years passed without any sign of reaction from the Silver Dragon King, Qian lost interest in the Dream of Heaven. Yet, such a rare million-year soul beast would be too regrettable to lose. So Qian took the Dream of Heaven on a journey to attract the other fierce beasts in the Douluo forest, during which Green Princess and Red King formally met Qian. As for Bear Lord and Purple Princess, they only became acquainted with Qian a few years prior, due to the prematurely born three-eyed golden lion. Bear Lord sought Qian to contend for the three-eyed golden lion, and Purple Princess, similarly, wished to bring the imperial beast back to her clan. However, upon learning that Qian had just overcome an 800,000-year heavenly tribulation with the aid of the three-eyed golden lion, she abandoned the idea, realizing she stood no chance. Only Bear Lord, with his brash temperament, stubbornly challenged Qian and was soundly defeated. Since then, Bear Lord had become a tool for Qian. Thus, while Qian was regarded as the leader of these fierce beasts, the bonds among them had not matured over thousands of years. They had only recently become acquainted. The emotions among soul beasts accumulate over millennia, so in reality, his relationship with these fierce beasts was not much different from theirs with one another. By the way, why hasn't Qian arrived yet? Mou inquired. Qian is contemplating the placement of the three-eyed golden lion, deciding whether to keep her in the core area of the Douluo forest or to render her unconscious and place her in that dimensional space, Green Princess responded. Mou was momentarily taken aback. Render her unconscious? Has Qian also taken to such peculiar tactics? However, the three-eyed golden lion had expressed a desire to see what the human world was like, and hearing that they would all be heading this way, Green Princess sighed in resignation. Currently, the three-eyed golden lion is throwing a tantrum, and Qian is temporarily at a loss. So he has entrusted me to keep an eye on her while he devises a plan. With Snow Emperor as a formidable ally, Mou felt assured. Even if they encountered an insurmountable crisis, he and Purple Princess could simply sacrifice themselves, as they possessed twin martial souls, leaving ample room for such an act. They were merely taking a step forward in their partnership, having already agreed to collaborate. Mou was willing to fight on behalf of the Soul Beast clan, and they would naturally reciprocate. However, the three-eyed golden lion was still young, merely a child, even an infant. Should they all fail and perish? They at least hoped that the three-eyed golden lion, as the imperial beast, could carry on the legacy of the remaining soul beasts, even if it meant mere survival. Ultimately, their collaboration with Mou was a gamble, and a gamble with minimal odds of success. If Mou had only to confront a Shura god now. With the addition of the Silver Dragon King, a remnant of the Dragon God, alongside the ambition to overturn the Douluo divine realm, they were faced with the entirety of the Douluo divine realm. Chapter 40. The plan, by the way, I previously asked the Silver Dragon King, but she did not respond. Now I wish to inquire of you. Mou directed his gaze towards Green Princess. You have seen my failures. Why do you still wish to collaborate with this clumsy dragon? What gives you such confidence? Green Princess paused before replying. In truth, we harbor little confidence ourselves. However, even if we are merely prolonging the inevitable, at least we have a few more millennia to cling to. But we do not wish to miss this opportunity with you. Green Princess asserted earnestly. Your battle with the Shura god has made the stark disparity between deities and mortals abundantly clear. Thus, no matter how hard Qian strives, as long as he cannot ascend to divinity, he will not be able to defeat even a first-level god, let alone the 5 great divine kings of the divine realm. You're not our only option, but you are the one we consider the best choice. If they were to miss out on Mou, Would they ever encounter another willing to stand against the divine realm for the sake of the soul beasts? They did not know, but Green Princess herself lacked confidence. Having grown up in the Stardow Forest, she had witnessed far too many humans who felt no sympathy for soul beasts, perceiving their existence as a natural order of the strong devouring the weak. As MOU had said, this world is grotesque. Can a grotesque world produce normal beings? Moreover, MOU's innate talent was already at the pinnacle of humanity. His martial soul surpassed the divine level, possessing innate spirit power at level 20. And his strength exceeded that of semi-divine beings, reaching levels of near divinity without touching divine power. Could humanity ever produce another genius like him? Even if they could, would that genius possess the same compassion for the Soul Beast clan as MOU? The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps they may encounter better choices ahead. However, both Emperor Qian and the Silver Dragon King are unwilling to gamble on such an elusive future. They would rather stake everything they have in a desperate gamble than succumb to a slow demise. If I lose, will you hate me? MOU inquired. No. Bai Ji replied without the slightest hesitation. Your willingness to assist us is sufficient. As for the outcome, it is beyond our control. But the pressure you place upon me makes me feel as though, if I fail, I am somehow less than human, MOU lamented. A myriad of ferocious beasts awaits sacrifice. What a privilege, is it not? Yet, with such high expectations resting upon you, what does it signify if you achieve nothing? He could not reconcile himself to such an arrangement. Human effort may pave the way, but destiny governs the outcome. Do not burden yourself unduly, even in defeat. We shall all perish together, embarking on our journey in unison, a form of happiness in itself. Shwed D consoled. MOU gently patted the clumsy dragon before him. But I have not yet lived enough. I do not wish to lead you all to your doom. He could take one risk, yet not a second. He could lose once, but not again. He could wager his life, but he could not gamble with the lives of others. Not far away, the Rakshasa god, Bai Dong, encountered a minor issue while meandering outside, having set aside official duties. Where's this place? She questioned, her expression devoid of emotion. The city tower? The Rakshasa god awkwardly replied. Did we not agree to rest? Why is there a checkup now? Oh, the city tower, Bai Dong continued. So what should we, or rather you, be doing at this moment? Resting? The Rakshasa god whispered. Bai Dong, return my body to me. She should never have trusted this individual. Truly, she should not have believed him. They had agreed she would handle official matters, yet he had turned and dashed out to wander aimlessly. Were it not for her vigilance in checking in, he might have spent the entire day frolicking. Were we not supposed to relax? The Rakshasa god rejected. She had yet to properly rest and unwind. How could she simply return to the spiritual realm for a deep slumber? And what about my documents? Bai Dong inquired. I had you want to take care of them. The Rakshasa god responded. Will he? Bibi Dong asked. What does it matter to me? The Rakshasa god countered. 6. Return my body. Bai Dong insisted firmly. No. The Rakshasa god refused. What is happening to her? MOU observed Bai Dong, who stood frozen, conversing with herself, feeling somewhat bewildered. Her spirit may be experiencing some issues, Bai Ji explained after observing. By the way, Emperor Tian informed me that both she and Qian Rinshua may be facing a slight dilemma. They likely possess two consciousnesses at present. MOU was taken aback. Two consciousnesses? What does that mean? Be pondered. Emperor Tian suggested it may have resulted from your martial soul's time reversal, as they perished beside you, and the time reversal initiated around you. Thus, it is likely they encountered some accident during this process. MOU had self-destructed, dispersing his energy across that area. Following him, Bai Dong also self-destructed, and Qian Rinshua, upon realizing she could not win, also chose to self-destruct. Their shattered souls lingered in the area resultant from MOU's explosion. Hence, they may have retained memories from before the time reversal. However, the instability of that environment led to the emergence of two consciousnesses upon their awakening, one representing their current consciousness and the other their original self. Moreover, this form of dissociation is perilous. Should the two consciousnesses clash, it could lead to their utter collapse, Bai Ji cautioned. This was a reminder from Emperor Tian to alert MOU. Although it appeared that the two consciousnesses of Qian Rinshua and Bai Dong were managing to coexist for the time being, prolonged duration would inevitably intensify their conflict, resulting in an increasingly pronounced split. MOU's mood was hard to articulate. No wonder he felt Bai Dong's demeanor towards him was erratic. It all made sense now. Qian Renxue was acting somewhat strangely as well. After all, he had only just arrived at the worship hall, and Qian Daoliu had yet to inform her of this development. She could not have simply abandoned her responsibilities in Tiando City to come here. How can this ailment be treated? Mou asked. If Bai Dong and Qian Renxue truly had issues, the spirit hall would lose both the Rakshasa god and the angel god, leaving him to fight alone in the future. Bai Ji shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. I have never encountered such a case of dissociation, especially one triggered by time reversal. It is unlikely a human physician would be of assistance. Mou's expression soured. What a tangled web of troubles. Shall you? The Rakshasa god, having forcibly evicted Bai Dong from the online realm, brought her back to reality. When did you return? Just now. Mou shrugged. Take your time. After all, he did not know how to confront the memories of the past with Bai Dong and Qian Renxue, or rather, these two likely realized he had been reborn, yet neither openly acknowledged it, indicating their own uncertainty in facing the present him. If he were to lay everything bare now, it would only lead to awkwardness. Thus, it was best to drag things out and let them unfold naturally. The two consciousnesses, Renxue was manageable. Her attitude towards him had largely remained unchanged. However, conflicts may arise between Bai Dong and him in the near future. After all, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were allies, while Tang San and Shura were also allies. Inevitably, he would inherit the Shura god position, and he had no intention of obstructing this, for the power of a Shura god and that of a former Shura god were two entirely different concepts. To put it differently, who would choose to engage a freshly appointed Shura god over a fully powered Shura god? A moment's thought reveals the answer. When Tang San had just inherited the divine position, it was also when Shura was at its weakest. That period presented the prime opportunity to assault the divine realm. If the Silver Dragon King could awaken the sealed Golden Dragon King, causing chaos in the divine realm and distracting the gods from the human realm, even if just for a brief moment, the time differential between the divine realm and the mortal realm, coupled with the Silver Dragon King regaining his full strength alongside the Rakshasa god and angel, would enable him to devise a way to seize the Shura god sword. In such a scenario, a divine king supported by two first-level gods could easily vanquish a newly appointed Shura god, shattering the Shura god position. Without the Shura divine powers to restrain them, the remaining four divine kings would likely find it challenging to stop the rampaging Golden Dragon King. And that would also serve as an opportune moment for him to negotiate terms. In the face of impending peril in the divine realm, they would not wish to gain another potential foe who could bring about their mutual destruction. What troubles you? Shuedi gently nudged the contemplative Mou. Mou snapped back to reality. Nothing, merely that I fear I must resort to cunning tactics henceforth. In my previous life, I acted as a gentleman and lost, for my opponent was a scoundrel. In this life, I cannot afford to lose again, so to deal with scoundrels, I must indeed employ their methods. Great Master, Haoqian sect, Little Rabbit, Ain, Shaosan, do not blame me. I truly do not wish to lead them to their demise once more. Chapter 41. The Emotional Deficiencies of Soul Beasts. Who are they? Bibi Dong cast a glance at Bai Ji and Shuedi. The elegant woman. How could this old lecher have struck up such a quick rapport? And with two, no less. Wait, that white one seems somewhat familiar. Bai Ji, a 500,000-year-old emerald swan, my friend, Mou stated candidly. Shuedi, a nearly 700,000-year-old ice goddess, is my sister, Shuedi interjected. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister? Are you jesting? I am well aware of what sort of person this old lecher is. Not only could he pursue a sisterly bond, but he could even charm you into a romantic entanglement. And her? Bibi Dong pointed at the chubby infant in front of Mou. Just found her on the way. Montague replied earnestly at Epsilon. Mother? The Silver Dragon King seemed to sense her mention and gently lifted her head. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. She had likely deduced the truth. This little girl was probably also a soul beast. However, as a transformed soul beast, she could not sense the presence of Bai Ji and Shuedi, perhaps due to a significant disparity in cultivation. But how could this child lack any aura whatsoever? Moreover, wasn't Mou supposed to detest children? How could he tolerate one clinging to him? Shall you? Just then, the Ice Emperor and Purple Ji, who had finished their battle, caught up with them. Since Mou had concealed their fierce, beastly aura with his angelic martial soul, a unique bond had formed. He could sense their whereabouts, and they could likewise locate him in return. Bibi Dong regarded them with curiosity. Who are these two? What is the situation with this young man? In just a few days, he has managed to attract so many? No, they must have been charmed by him in a previous life. Otherwise, such harmony between humans and fierce beasts would be inconceivable. The 200,000-year-old hellish dragon king, Purple G, and the nearly 400,000-year-old Ice Scorpion Emperor, Ice Emperor, Qian introduced. His blunt declaration of their names was, in fact, a warning to Bibi Dong, not to entertain any thoughts of them, or it would be her demise. Greetings, Bibi Dong said coolly. Truth be told, she held no particular regard for these fierce beasts. After all, she was a ruler of the abyss. Fierce beasts were undoubtedly formidable, but before a deity, they were utterly insignificant. I shall not interrupt the Pope's shopping then. Observing Bibi Dong's lack of reaction, Qian assumed she had momentarily lost her connection to the conscious realm, so he led his companions toward Pope Mountain, confident that she possessed enough sense not to worry. Hey, Bibi Dong instinctively wanted to intervene, but then recalled that she had no ties to Qian. He was not even a part of the Pope's court. She truly had no authority over him. TSK, you criticize me for being subservient to Xiao Gang. Yet you are no better with this young man, the voice of Bibi Dong in the mental realm mocked. I owe him nothing, she retorted as the ruler of the abyss. I do not owe that coward even a fraction. Bibi Dong seethed. But the ruler of the abyss offered her no chance to retaliate. Let's not speak of that fellow. He is distasteful. With that, the ruler of the abyss severed the connection. It appeared her mental instability was quite severe. Qian, having sensed Bibi Dong's abnormal change through his formidable mental prowess, was at a loss for words regarding his feelings. Let her have her way. You owe her nothing, the Ice Emperor remarked, her tone somewhat peculiar. Having resided within Qian's martial soul for over a decade, she had come to understand him well. Qian seemed utterly relentless in his sympathy for Bibi Dong, even to the point of recklessness. Indeed, she felt some sympathy for Bibi Dong's plight, but surely there must be limits to such compassion? After more than a decade of persuasion with no response, and even being repaid with hostility, she was thoroughly displeased. Are you feeling jealous? Montague inquired, sensing the Ice Emperor's unusual demeanor. The Ice Emperor had changed significantly. In the past, she would have struck him first and charged at Bibi Dong, unrestrained at her anger. Much like Purple G. Jealous? What's it to you? The Ice Emperor shot back, her expression stern. If you dare to covet her body again, I shall simply knock her unconscious and place her in your bed. Let's see if you still desire her. It is a straightforward matter. Why complicate it? Furthermore, Bibi Dong does not strike me as someone who would heed counsel. After over a decade of efforts, even a dog would have formed some attachment. Yet she turns around and strikes with lethal intent. They say soul beasts are cold-blooded and lack emotion, but humans are even more difficult to nurture. Each one is a backstabbing wolf. Seeing the Ice Emperor genuinely angered, Qian wisely took her hand, saying, let us not be upset. How about we go have something delicious? Then you are no longer coveting her body? The Ice Emperor pressed. Not at all. I am coveting yours. Please don't be angry, Qian reassured her. Truly not coveting? The Ice Emperor questioned, skeptical. Honestly, how could I? Montague shrugged helplessly. Firstly, I am still a child, and secondly, the Silver Dragon King is always around, calling for mother at every turn. What can I do? Oh, the Ice Emperor nodded in understanding. I see. You still desire her, but lack the capacity to act on it. Let us discuss it later. Come now, I want to eat something extravagant, the Ice Emperor declared, scooping Qian up and heading toward the gourmet street of Martial Soul City. Qian made no protest. It was best to appease her first. Is this how they have always been? Watching the two of them bicker, Bai Ji found it rather amusing. In the Stardow Forest, while fierce beasts generally refrained from conflict under the threat of Emperor Tian, they remained wary of one another. The playful dynamic between Qian and the Ice Emperor was virtually unheard of. Their relationship began to improve on the day Qian ventured into the core area. Faced with Qian's overwhelming power, the normally strength-revering Xiong Jun gradually allied with Qi Wang and the others, realizing that while he could not defeat Qian alone, a concerted effort might yield success. Over time, Xiong Jun transformed from his former violent self, often embodying the playful spirit Qian described. As for Emperor Tian, he too began to soften his stance against humans. He started to believe that perhaps within humanity, There existed individuals like Mou who were willing to coexist peacefully with soul beasts. Consequently, he urged the Silver Dragon King, who once sought to exterminate humanity, several times to reconsider. Though soul beasts attain a certain level of wisdom comparable to humans through cultivation, they remain deficient in the realm of human emotions. The perilous endeavor of transforming into a human-like form after 100,000 years of cultivation is driven by a desire to grasp and learn these emotions. Only by embodying true human sentiments can transformed soul beasts genuinely become part of humanity. In truth, these fierce beasts possess only a rudimentary understanding of human emotions. As it stands, their sole reference point is Mou. The other humans they encountered in the Douluo forest were solely intent on seizing their soul rings and bones. Never had anyone treated them with an attitude of equality. Mou was the first. This is precisely why Bear Lord, despite his volatile temper, did not reject their sacrificial plan. After all, Emperor Qian did not force anyone, nor did he leverage the noble cause of the Soul Beast clan to coerce them. Such acts of sacrifice must always stem from a place of volition. Friends, this is Bear Lord, and it is also the primary reason for their willingness to offer sacrifices. Otherwise, what harm is there in merely surviving? Being heir, and he have consistently maintained this dynamic. The Snow Emperor felt a tinge of helplessness. Ever since the two had met, their relationship had been characterized by playful bickering, although it was invariably being heir who delivered the blows. Xiaoyu consistently allowed her to have her way. Such playful antics are a rarity in the realm of soul beasts. Sight. Battles among soul beasts are typically waged for survival, with any playful interactions limited to those of familial bonds or a few kin. At other times, combat signifies slaughter. Yet, did everyone not engage in similar playful skirmishes for several years in their previous lives? The Snow Emperor linked arms with Bibi as they walked towards Mou and the others. Indeed, during those years, Bear Lord's fierce temperament was tempered. Romanist. Within a mere few years, Mou had integrated himself into their group, initially through literal combat, but eventually they evolved into friends. The friendship between humans and soul beasts is quite enchanting. Chapter 42. Renovating the house. So, you mean they will all reside here from now on? Observing the unabashedly fierce aura emanating from the Snow Emperor and his companions, Qian Daoliu felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was not that he was unwilling to allow these formidable beasts to live beside the offering hall. On the contrary, their presence would enhance the martial soul hall. However, the issue was that they were all female. What on earth was this brat thinking? Were not the three he faced off against in the Douluo forest male soul beasts? How'd he manage to bring back 4? No. With the ornament before Mou, that makes 5. Damn it. What about Xiao Shui? Is that all right? Mou found himself puzzled by Qian Daoliu's attitude. It did not seem like a rejection, yet there was a hint of reluctance to accept. Qian Daoliu shot Mou a silent glare. It was indeed fine. He was not blind. How could he not discern the extraordinary bond between these fierce beasts and Mou? If they were to share close quarters for a decade or two, what chance would Xiao Shui have? In a swirl of complex emotions, Qian Daoliu chose silence and turned to leave. The fierce beasts present did not possess a profound understanding of humans, and the only one who might was Mou, who appeared rather oblivious. Thus, they could not fathom Qian Daoliu's discontent and paid it no mind. Shall we expand this place? Proposed the Ice Emperor, feeling it was a tad small. While it might suit Mou alone, with so many of them together, in time Emperor Tian, Bear Lord, the Red King, the King of 10,000 demons, and even the three-eyed Golden Lion would arrive, and soon there might not even be enough space to sleep. No need to worry. I just spoke with Old Qian, and he will send specialized soul masters to oversee the expansion shortly, Mou replied. Renovations are indeed managed by dedicated soul masters, whose unique martial spirits ensure a remarkably efficient process. No, the Ice Emperor objected. This is our house, our home. I wish to construct it myself. She had built their home in the northern ice field, and it was quite exquisite. Mou hesitated. But this is not the extreme northern ice field. Surely you cannot build a house out of ice? The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor's palace was indeed constructed entirely by the Ice Emperor, crafted from pure ice, creating a stunning effect. Yet no soul king could endure such frigid conditions for extended periods. All right, being heir, enough of showcasing your ice sculpting skills. Come here. I need to discuss something with you, the Snow Emperor interjected, pulling the Ice Emperor away. This place hardly seems suitable for constructing an ice house. Although you had absorbed the ice attribute soul ring from the celestial dream and was no longer afraid of the cold, it still felt rather odd. In human society, it is best to conform to local customs. What style do you prefer? You inquired by G and ZG. You can describe it to me roughly, and I will communicate it with the builders later. B. Something sitting. ZG. Something imposing. Montaku. Imposing. For a house? What kind of imposing? You struggled to comprehend the dragon's intention. The kind that looks very imposing, ZG stated earnestly. For example? You asked. Like the Pope's palace we saw on our way up the mountain, ZG replied with a serious expression. That palace truly exudes an aura of magnificence. Upon returning to the Infernal Dragon, she would ensure they construct a similar one. You appeared troubled, but that is not meant for living. The Pope's palace is indeed grand, yet it serves as the fade of the martial soul hall. In terms of craftsmanship and decoration, even the offering hall does not compare to the Pope's palace. Otherwise, why would this mountain be named Pope Mountain? The martial soul hall fundamentally recognizes the Pope as its supreme leader, hence the Pope's palace emanates such authority. But would it be appropriate for him to build a residence more imposing than the Pope's palace atop the mountain? Is that not permissible? Seeing the troubled expression on MOU's face, ZG's countenance tightened. Was her request too high? Not impossible, MOU sighed. However, it does carry a hint of declaring war against the Pope. If ZG's notion were to be realized, it would be akin to showing up to work in a car more luxurious than the boss's, dressed more elegantly than the boss, and residing in a place more opulent than the boss's. What does that signify? If one wishes to resign, one should simply say so. Never mind, I shall go discuss this. You all rest for now. MOU waved his hand and flew towards the mountainous base. Such matters must first be communicated with Bibi Dong. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the Pope's face, and he had no desire to create discord with Bibi Dong. It was not out of fear, but rather an irrationality to invite potential enemies into one's life for no reason. To be universally opposed is indicative of either great suffering or a significant flaw. Stepping outside means becoming an enemy. How does that reflect upon oneself? He did not perceive any grandeur in such a state of universal enmity. For those who willingly place themselves in such a position often lack sound judgment. Or, in most instances, such individuals are somewhat foolish. Have I caused him trouble? ZG expressed concern. Fear not. If Xiaoyu finds something bothersome, he will speak directly. The Ice Emperor reassured her. As long as he does not explicitly refuse. Even if he grumbles, it merely indicates a desire for some advantage. Should such a situation arise, allow him to benefit a little. Xiaoyu is quite accommodating. Of course, MOU is only this way with charming young women. Towards men, he typically resorts to bluntness, followed by a retort of, can't you do it yourself? Bear Lord had been on the receiving end of MOU's teasing for quite some time. Benefit? By G and ZG were somewhat baffled. The Ice Emperor contemplated for a moment, then summarized, in simple terms, a hug, or allowing him to hug you a kiss, or permitting him to kiss you. It's all quite straightforward. Xiaoyu is genuinely easy to get along with. You may try it yourselves. Kisses, hugs, and lifts? By G questioned, puzzled. Is this not something MOU enjoys doing with the three-eyed golden lion? It was apparent to all that MOU's favorite pastime in the core area was with the little three-eyed one, often taking her out to play, and he would always cuddle with her while sleeping. The Ice Emperor nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, that's how it is between Schwerer and me. We desire something, we pursue it, and a bit of coaxing is all it takes. There's no need to overthink it. This was directed towards ZG. Being the strongest healing spirit beast of the Stardow Forest, surely possessed commendable interpersonal skills. However, ZG had been engrossed in seclusion and training, thus lacking understanding in such matters, appearing more bewildered than the Ice Emperor, who often wandered and engaged in battles in the far north. ZG seemed to harbor an indistinct affection for Muyu, reminiscent of her earlier inclination to chase him down for a beating. Yet, she remained unclear about these feelings, having realized them only when Muyu, in a moment of urgency, utilized his angelic martial spirit to mend her shattered consciousness during a past calamity. Consequently, ZG did not consider this naive dragon to be more astute than herself, and thus felt no concern. Moreover, her wish was for Muyu to find joy. She hoped their familial ambience would endure. Should Muyu express desire or affection, she would undoubtedly support him, for she was the unparalleled Ice Emperor, the irreplaceable elder sister in Muyu's heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, within the papal palace, Bibi reluctantly returned after a leisurely jaunt. Alas, the plight of a laborer is devoid of holidays, and even the Pope was no exception. The primary reason for her return was a sudden loss of interest. Upon witnessing the transformed, ferocious beast Muyu had brought back, her emotions grew complicated, leaving her at a loss for words. It felt as though she had returned to a time when the once adoring child who used to fuss over her now regarded her with indifference. Perhaps it wasn't indifference. Muyu's previous fervor made his current aloofness seem peculiar. Regretting the lack of appreciation during her possession of him, she found herself yearning for what was now lost. "You Egguan, did you manage all of this?" In the administrative hall, she perused the pile of documents she had entrusted to Yu Egguan before her departure, tasks that even she would require at least half a day to resolve. Yu Egguan hesitated. As the former Pope's appointed guard, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Politics? I know nothing about it, he thought. However, expressing the truth might provoke Bibidong's ire. Just say it plainly. I am well aware of your capabilities, Bibidong remarked nonchalantly. Yu Egguan inclined his head slightly. Yes, Your Holiness, I have delegated these matters to several bishops. Well done, she casually acknowledged after a brief glance, noting their competent handling of the tasks. Her experience in managing such affairs was derived from the bishops themselves. In the future, they need only report significant issues while managing the rest on their own discretion, Bibidong instructed. Of course, I will conduct random checks. If anything amiss arises, Yu Egguan, you are well aware of the consequences. Yu Egguan sighed in relief, promptly bowing in response. Yes, Your Holiness, but what qualifies as significant? In truth, the previous Pope's workload was not extensive. Bibidong's busyness stemmed from her thoroughness. She scrutinized every matter, drastically reducing the responsibilities of the bishops in the administrative hall. Consequently, under her stringent governance, the rampant corruption that had plagued the Spirit Hall during the previous Pope's laxity had nearly vanished, and many bishops had been dismissed. This was a significant reason why Bibidong had regained much of the people's trust within a mere 3 years. Does the Pope truly manage everything? Bibidong pondered, momentarily taken aback by the question. How had her predecessor operated? She recalled that scoundrel Qian Sunji appeared rather leisurely, spending most of his time posturing. According to Muyu, he excelled at being ostentatious while accomplishing little. Though he had hardly undertaken any significant duties, he had mastered maintaining the Pope's grandiose image, making him one of the most flamboyant popes in centuries. In contrast, during Qian Daoliu's tenure, his reputation was anchored more in his formidable power than in his governance. Before his defeat by Tang Chun, Qian Daoliu, known as the invincible Angel Da, was unmatched. Yet, she had always believed Qian Daoliu had exhibited a degree of folly during that confrontation. He was capable of flight, while Tang Chun wielded merely a hammer. It was evident that Qian Daoliu, aware of the opponent's need to channel power, had allowed himself to be struck. Really, he just stood there and let it happen. Muyu had laughed when recounting this to her. That old fool, in his youth, was quite the simpleton for not interrupting the charge. When the enemy swung the hammer, wouldn't you think to evade? Aren't you the invincible sky? It was ludicrous. He had chosen to endure Tang Chen's mightiest blow and had lived under its shadow for the rest of his life. Yu Egguan, observing Bibidong closely, noted her increasingly inscrutable demeanor. Your Holiness, the previous Pope had only one standard for managing affairs, he declared, gathering his resolve to speak, whether it posed a threat to the Spirit Hall's overarching interests. Bibidong momentarily paused, perplexed. What sort of standard is that? Please elaborate. Yu Egguan hesitated. To put it bluntly, unless a conflict of the magnitude between the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire arises, everything else is of no concern. Bibidong was taken aback, and a profound silence enveloped the administrative hall. After a considerable pause, she finally responded, Doesn't that imply a complete lack of oversight? The conflict between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire is a matter of historical significance. Throughout the ages, who has dared to declare war against the martial Soul Hall? Do people truly believe that the ancient beings in the Hall of Worship are mere ornaments? Across the expanse of the continent, for millennia, it has been the martial Soul Hall that has consistently boasted the presence of limit Douluos throughout almost every era. This is due to the fact that only a limit Douluo can serve as a high-ranking member of the angel goddess worship, which means that even those lacking the talent to rival figures like Qian Daoliu with the angel god's assistance, are recorded in the martial soul archives as having a minimum rank of 98. Furthermore, there has only been one such instance. Moreover, upon reaching the 97th rank, a title Douluo's lifespan experiences a slight extension, allowing them to live for at least 200 years, while those at the 98th rank may even reach 300 years. With the protective power of the angel god, the most fortunate of the high-ranking members has lived for over 500 years. Who would dare to challenge the martial soul hall? Who knows if the previous high-ranking member of the hall has perished? When a 99th rank limit Douluo intervenes, it constitutes a devastating blow to all soul masters. One merely needs to wave a hand to obliterate a vast number of soul saints and titled Douluos alike. Historical records indicate that over 1,000 years ago, there was indeed an instance when a limit Douluo of this caliber took action, resulting in the near annihilation of titled Douluos across the continent. It is improbable that the royal families of the two great empires lack knowledge of such history. So what does Qian Daoliu's nonchalance signify? The former pope was indeed seldom involved in political affairs, as Yuan awkwardly responded. Frankly, Qian Daoliu was primarily concerned with issuing commands, never delving into the specifics of execution. His motto was simple: deliver results. How the tasks were accomplished was not his concern. This vividly illustrates Qian Daoliu's character. In contrast, the current pope, Bibi, shines all the more brilliantly following Qian Daoliu's reign. By the heavens! Bibi could not help but exclaim, "No wonder I've been so overwhelmed these past few years. It is all because of the mess left behind by Qian Daoliu." Scoundrel. Chapter 44. Majestic authority informed them that trivial matters such as these need not be reported to me henceforth. Bibi categorically classified the documents on her desk. For those uncertain matters, provide a solution before presenting them to me. As for confidential reports, I shall handle those personally. Understood. Yuan diligently noted Bibi's stipulations. In truth, with a reduced workload for Bibi, he too would find himself with more spare time. The recent days, when he was occupied for 3 consecutive days and nights, were not without precedent. By the way, if they lack sufficient personnel, recruit some suitably qualified individuals. They could be promoted. Bibi suggested. The senior officials responsible for administrative duties were aging, some barely able to manage their documents, and it was time for a change. Yes, Yuan nodded in agreement. He observed those elderly officials teetering on the brink, overwhelmed by mountains of paperwork, while the old fellows painstakingly reviewed each document. Furthermore, drawing upon her experiences from her previous life, Bibi swiftly issued directives regarding the regulations that would have taken another decade to perfect. Having rendered such substantial assistance, she believed it was high time for her to enjoy a little leisure for herself. "Your Holiness, someone seeks an audience." The Phantom, just returned from the Martial Soul Academy, entered. Bibi looked up. "Who is it?" "Ah, a child, bearing the insignia of the Hall of Worship," the Phantom respectfully replied. Observing the child's attire, reminiscent of that worn by Qian Renqiu, she wondered if he might be the illegitimate son of the former pope, or perhaps the grandson of a certain high-ranking member. Bibi's eyes brightened slightly. "Let him in." "Yes." The Phantom turned to exit. "Oh, and you need not accompany him," Bibi added. Yuan, having surmised the visitor's identity, chose not to comment further, instead carrying a pile of documents toward the adjacent chamber. Meanwhile, outside the Hall of Administration, Mou was organizing his thoughts, pondering how to present a reasonable argument for Bibi to consent to the construction of a more imposing palace on the mountain than the Papal Hall. This matter was somewhat intricate, as the ongoing covert rivalry between Bibi's Papal Hall and the Hall of Worship had not escaped the notice of the higher-ups, particularly those in the Elder Hall. The Hall of Worship remained uninvolved in affairs, but for its members to carve out their own legacies or secure greater benefits for their families, they had to align themselves with the Papal Hall. Despite the inevitable negative impressions such actions might foster among the highest echelons of the Hall of Worship. As of now, the only clear supporters of Bibi within the Elder Hall were the 2 generals, Yuan, and the sole female titled Douluo, Ling Yuan Douluo. The remaining titled Douluo elders were still on the fence, unwilling to offend the Hall of Worship, while simultaneously reluctant to forfeit the tangible benefits offered by the Papal Hall. They would remain silent until a reconciliation or a clear concession occurred between the 2 factions. If you were to request the construction of a palace beside the Hall of Worship that surpassed the Papal Hall in grandeur, It would undoubtedly create an impression of direct confrontation between the two halls in the eyes of the discerning. He did not wish to complicate matters further. As MOU engaged in this mental exercise, the phantom returned, announcing, "Your Holiness requests your presence." "Oh," MOU nodded, stepping into the familiar, yet foreign papal hall. Though he had aligned himself with Bibi Dong in his previous life, he felt more like someone who had chosen neither side. After forcibly absorbing two exceedingly aged soul rings, Bibi Dong had distanced herself from him, effectively serving as his mentor for less than half a month before he became self-sufficient. He read books, practiced diligently, and occasionally mingled with Qian Daoliu, existing as a unique figure situated between the papal hall and the hall of worship. The papal hall regarded him with a certain reverence due to Bibi Dong, while the elders of the hall of worship treated him well, thanks to Qian Daoliu's matchmaking with Qian Renshue. Thus, although he had ostensibly chosen the hall of worship, his situation bore little resemblance to that of his previous life, as he had few acquaintances in this realm. Before long, MOU stood alone at the entrance of the hall of administration. The open door allowed him a clear view of Bibi Dong, seated above, engrossed in her administrative duties. Though he could not ascertain which aspect of Bibi Dong's persona he was presently encountering. "Greetings, Your Holiness." MOU stepped into the grand hall, offering a slight bow. Possessing the insignia of the hall of worship, he was of a different status than a mere acolyte, requiring no elaborate formalities. A simple gesture sufficed to show his respect. "Do you require something?" Bibi Dong feigned busyness, seemingly anticipating something, but MOU was certain he would not meet her expectations. "I wish to construct a dwelling on the mountain. ZG desires something more magnificent. Hence, I'm here to inquire whether you would mind." MOU stated plainly. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. What was there to debate regarding the construction of a house? "Do you need me to dispatch a professional construction crew from the Martial Soul Hall to assist you?" "No, the high-ranking members have already spoken on my behalf." Montague declined. "The small palace may be rather extravagant, potentially clashing with your papal hall." "Clash?" Bibi Dong expressed her confusion. What could possibly clash about a building? In simpler terms, it may involve the kind of overstepping mentioned by the Heaven Do Empire. Explained. The system of the Spirit Hall is not akin to the feudal imperial systems of Heaven Do and Star Luo. Rather, it exists in a peculiar state between feudal capitalism and imperialism. However, later on, Bibi Dong led the Spirit Hall entirely down the path of imperialism. Logically speaking, this form of imperialism should represent progress compared to the backward feudal systems of Heaven Do and Star Luo. With the immense power of the Spirit Hall, a war for unification in such circumstances ought not to fail. Yet, alas, there were formidable opponents. Tang San successfully maintained the feudalism of the two great empires while directly quashing the burgeoning capitalist imperialism, effectively delaying the world's progress by thousands of years, earning him the title of a great benefactor. "What do you wish to construct?" Bibi Dong queried, puzzled. How could building a larger palace relate to overstepping? The specifications of the papal hall are already the highest on the continent. Even the palaces of the two empires cannot compare, or rather, they do not dare to. Even though the two empires are ruled by nobles, this world fundamentally respects the strong. A pope is a title de law. A mere title de law would be revered like an ancestor in the two great empires. The Spirit Hall boasts numerous title Douluos. It would be foolish for the two empires to compare themselves to the Spirit Hall in such a manner. "A magnificent palace," stated earnestly. "How magnificent?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Quite magnificent," replied. Bibi Dong remained silent for a moment. To be honest, she did not believe could construct anything particularly grand, as he seemed rather uninformed in such matters. Or, to put it plainly, he somewhat resembled a country bumpkin. He had never truly experienced the world. She had not discussed these matters with him, nor introduced him to them, and during his previous life, he had been engrossed in cultivation. Even when he ventured outside, it was to the Stardo Forest or the extreme North Ice Field. He probably did not know what luxury truly meant, as he had never enjoyed it in his lifetime. Moreover, had no concept of the architecture of Spirit City. He could not discern the value of these structures, so his notion of magnificence might very well be something peculiar. "For instance, I want to erect a large statue. A pure gold one," stated earnestly. "I knew it," Bibi Dong responded. Chapter 45, The First Soul Skill. "Go ahead and build it," Bibi Dong said helplessly. She should have anticipated this, had never been exposed to the world, and his understanding of luxury remained at such a superficial level. Gold. Pure gold. This was perception of luxury. He had always believed that gold was the most valuable, which is why he hoarded several golden soul guiding devices. In the treasure vault of 7 treasured glazed tile school, there were piles of valuable items. Yet this fellow desired nothing but gold. That statue will require a substantial amount of gold, hinted. I will arrange for it to be provided, Bibi said, exasperated. If only she were willing to invest a bit more thought into, he would not treat gold as a treasure. What use is it? Thank you, your holiness. Respectfully performed a 30-degree bow. By the way, I'll take care of the design aspect, Bibi added. This is a condition for my financial contribution. No refusals. She genuinely feared that would construct something absurd on the mountain, which would be embarrassing to even contemplate. Oh, nodded, although he had no understanding of design. His only assessment of these buildings could be summed up as magnificent and aesthetically pleasing. Wait, now that I have agreed to help you, shouldn't you show some form of gratitude? Seeing that seemed ready to slip away, Bibi quickly called out to him. This lad was utterly oblivious to social nuances. Despite being adept at weighing pros and cons, how could he possess such a glaring shortcoming? Appeared momentarily bewildered. Gratitude? What gratitude? Don't worry. I want to ask you to join the papal hall, Bibi stated preemptively. She understood that no longer held any expectations of her. Thus she would not waste time. Then what can I do? Asked puzzled. Did you not acquire 2 soul rings? Let me see how your soul skills fare, Bibi replied. This was indeed her current request. To put it plainly, she still did not believe could absorb soul rings beyond their age limit. Just this? Asked uncertain. For now, yes, Bibi affirmed. Given their current relationship, it was unrealistic for her to expect to do much more. Did not dwell on it further, directly channeling his soul power, summoning his second martial soul, the Dragon God Sword, into his hand. This name arose from the Ice Emperor, intended to sound more imposing, as the sword was birthed from the power of the Silver Dragon King. Referring to it as the Silver Dragon Sword felt odd. Thus, Dragon God Sword was more fitting. A sword martial soul? Bibi in the spiritual realm, displayed confusion. This sensation, it lacked the previous aura of the angel. First soul skill, radiance of all. As S voice fell, an intensely terrifying light erupted from the Dragon God Sword, enveloping the entire papal hall in an instant. Even Bibi the initiator of this soul skill, lost her vision entirely, with her senses completely obscured. Your Holiness! 2 tense exclamations echoed from outside the hall as Yuguan and May rushed toward the administrative hall with all their might. Halt! Seeing Yuguan and May preparing to attack, Bibi urgently cried out. Consequently, the 2 guardians of the martial soul, humming and with 18 resplendent soul rings surrounding them, halted just before making contact with. What are you planning to do? Retracted the radiant holy light, resting the Dragon God Sword on his shoulder, gazing disdainfully at the 2 guardians. 10,000-year soul rings? Yuguan and May appeared stiff, staring at the 2 pitch-black soul rings hovering around. This lad cannot possibly be a new offering from the Hall of Offerings. Can he? Dual martial souls? Offering, forgive me. Yuguan and May, seemingly in perfect sync, hurriedly retracted their martial souls, kneeling on one knee before. This is disastrous. This seemingly 6 or 7-year-old child is most likely of the same type as the 5th offering, Douluo. However, while Douluo appeared around 14 or 15, this fellow looks merely 6 or 7. Moreover, if he is indeed a new offering from the hall, he must be at least level 96. Battling them would be akin to child's play. Old Qian has already informed me that I am the 8th offering. Pondered. Did that old man not promise otherwise? 8th offering. Forgive me. Upon hearing the terms Old Qian and Old 8, Yuguan and May bowed their heads even lower. This is a calamity. It truly is the 8th offering. You 2 leave. Bibi gazed at the 2 cowards in disbelief. Just because they sought 2 10,000-year soul rings, they assumed he was of the same dual martial soul as her. Must they be so naive? Yet, how could they be 10,000-year soul rings? Moreover, they seemed to carry significant age, at least 20,000 and 40,000. What could be the matter? Yuguan and May dared not move. They genuinely did not dare. For a level 96 super Douluo, to kill them would be far too effortless. Moreover, for the Spirit Hall, a super Douluo of the 96th rank holds far greater value than the 2 of them combined. Not to mention that there exists a grand offering in the offering hall. And given that they have aligned themselves with Bibi Dong, should this new offering decide to eliminate them, Bibi Dong would be powerless to intervene. Leave. Mou found himself somewhat perplexed by the demeanor of these two individuals. Is it really necessary? Even if he were to become the 8th offering, it would merely be in name. It is only after reaching rank 96 that he would genuinely be considered an offering. Until then, he was merely a decorative figure. Forgive me, 8th offering. February and Ghostly Charm hurriedly expressed their gratitude and swiftly departed. Mou was even more bewildered. What was that all about? They probably mistook you for a titled Douluo with twin martial souls, Bibi Dong sighed wearily. Moreover, with you being referred to as Old Qian Old 8, how embarrassing. What mix-up? If she hadn't known some details beforehand, she might have made the same erroneous assumption about Mou being a titled Douluo with dual martial spirits. After all, a 10,000-year spirit ring is something that no ordinary soul master could absorb. What about your spirit ring? Bibi Dong inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Mou's body had barely managed to absorb a 3,000-year spirit ring, while he relied on the healing abilities inherent in his martial soul to absorb a 4,000-year spirit ring. One side experienced the violent destruction of his body due to overwhelming soul power, while the other side was being restored by the healing skill. It was a perilous cycle of destruction and restoration. She had observed Mou absorbing the spirit ring, witnessing the blood oozing from his body one moment, only to see it slowly heal the next, a continuous loop of injury and recovery. Mou had forcibly absorbed a spirit ring beyond its normal lifespan through this self-destructive method. However, a 10,000-year spirit ring was beyond his capacity. It would result in his immediate explosion, leaving no time for healing. It's a sacrifice, Mou stated. 20,000-year light unicorn, 40,000-year flame giant lizard. There was no need to conceal such information, especially given the abundance of fierce beasts in his household. A sacrifice? Bibi Dong paused momentarily. It could be utilized in such a manner. Chapter 46. Second soul skill. What is the nature of your first soul skill? After a brief moment of astonishment, Bibi Dong regained her composure. Given Mou's acquaintance with so many fierce beasts, the concept of sacrifice was understandable. It is essentially an auxiliary skill, Mou elaborated. It grants me a holy light that enhances all attributes by 50%, while simultaneously diminishing the attributes of all other soul powers beneath mine by 50%, allowing me to surge forward. 50% enhancement across all attributes? Bibi Dong was taken aback. How is this light attribute soul skill even more outrageous than in your previous life? As for the blinding flash that had just occurred, Mou shrugged. That was just an added effect. It also possesses a certain degree of mental interference, though I cannot ascertain its full strength. Additionally, this soul skill has a significant drawback. What drawback? Bibi Dong inquired. Mou spread his hands. It cannot differentiate between friend and foe. Aside from myself, everyone illuminated by the light will be affected. Truly, I am destined to be a solitary star, with no need for allies. His soul skills were straightforward and brutal, akin to those of his previous life. Moreover, he felt that these soul skills were not dictated by the spirit rings. The skills of the angel martial soul were fixed, with each element providing the same abilities. However, this light attribute soul skill had only manifested as a 50% enhancement upon reaching the pinnacle of Douluo in his previous life. Prior to that, it had always been a mere 20%. It seemed that the angel martial soul had retained this progression for him. Your soul skill is truly domineering, Bibi Dong mused, momentarily at a loss for words. This seems rather unfair. This soul skill effectively rendered any soul master below Mou powerless to contend with him. A 50% reduction in all attributes? Who could withstand such a disadvantage? It could be aptly named illuminating all beings while plaguing all beings. Next, my second soul skill, scorching heaven and boiling sea. Mou thrust the dragon god sword into the ground, and in the next instant, a terrifying wave of intense heat energy erupted from the sword, causing the floor of the Pope's hall to shatter, radiating a scorching red light akin to that of molten lava. Observing the expansion of this explosion, Bibi Dong hastily interjected, "Wait. Stop. Are you planning to demolish my Pope's hall?" "Oh." Mou withdrew the dragon god sword. This fire attribute soul skill is quite simple. It incinerates everything. Whether thrust into the ground or raised skyward, It emanates a tremendous heat that destroys and spreads until everything within reach is consumed by flames, thus scorching heaven and boiling sea. Naturally, this soul skill also bore a similar flaw. It could not distinguish between friend and foe, unleashing indiscriminate attacks unless one could withstand the intense heat. This soul skill bore similarities to its counterpart in his previous life, although this time it included an additional auxiliary soul skill, flame impact. By raising the sword like a spear and aiming at a target, flames would concentrate at the tip, allowing it to be used as a projectile, enabling him to fire at will until his soul power was exhausted. The inability to differentiate between allies and enemies made Bibi Dong's eyelid twitch slightly. She had anticipated this. 4MOU's soul skills from his previous life were similarly indiscriminate in their targeting, if not for MOU's ability to attain elemental immunity. His soul skills would likely have harmed even himself. Yet, he had cleverly crafted a refreshing rationale for his self-imposed isolation. A true strongman requires no allies. Thus, his pursuit of all attributes was not born from arrogance, but rather necessity, as the nature of his soul skills destined him to forever fight in solitude. To compensate for the isolation brought about by these formidable soul skills, MOU had no choice but to enhance his attributes across the board. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" MOU asked, having demonstrated both of his soul skills. He pondered that the ice attribute soul skill bestowed by Tianming was unlikely to be employed. Speaking of which, Tianming, as a million-year soul beast, had granted Hui Yuhao 4 soul skills, yet had only bestowed upon him 2, 1 spiritual and 1 ice attribute. Well, let down. Just the same number of skills as those granted by a 100,000-year soul ring. Wait a moment. What is the matter with your martial soul? Wasn't it an angel before? Bibi Dong asked. It's a dual martial soul, MOU replied, raising his hands in surrender. Or rather, my martial soul has split. It seems it recognized my struggles and transformed into a dual martial soul to ease my burden. One martial soul is already quite taxing after becoming a title de law. Having 2 martial souls allows for an immediate boost in power. By stacking high-age spirit rings, he could swiftly advance. Bibi Dong, now at rank 94, likely had not yet completed the attachment of her second martial soul's spirit rings. Otherwise, she would have already reached 96. However, the trial of the Rakshasa god was somewhat treacherous. Until Bibi Dong genuinely inherited the divine position, the divine power of the Rakshasa god would instead weaken her, as the influence of the Rakshasas would continuously disrupt her thoughts, leading her toward downfall. Should Bibi Dong succumb to corruption before inheriting the divine position, the Rakshasa god trial would declare her failure. The Rakshasa scythe would consume the failed Bibi Dong as nourishment, waiting for the next individual imbued with sufficient resentment to appear. In any case, her divine trial was exceptionally troublesome. It remains uncertain whether the dual consciousness of Bibi Dong will once again fall prey to the corrupting influence of the Rakshasa god. MOU has departed. With her head cradled in her hands, Bibi Dong sits despondently upon the high platform, experiencing a profound sense of melancholy. Indeed, it is melancholy. In her previous existence, her attitude toward MOU was complex. Aside from his humiliating confrontation with Yu Xiaozhang's theories, she reluctantly acknowledged that he had similarly ground her pride into dust. The 4,000-year first spirit ring, the 8,000-year second spirit ring, and the 10,000-year third spirit ring had utterly shattered her pride in her twin martial souls. Moreover, MOU had ruthlessly absorbed these spirit rings right before her eyes, employing a brutal method. Yes, brutal. To do so, each time he absorbed a spirit ring in his past life, he treated it as a life-or-death endeavor, relying on his almost unfair healing abilities, completely disregarding the harm that overaged spirit rings inflicted upon him. For MOU, as long as he could survive the encounter, it mattered little. He would push himself to the limit, as long as he could heal and avoid immediate death. This man was nothing short of a madman. It is essential to understand that while his healing abilities could mend his wounds, the pain endured during the process remained unabated. He would destroy and heal simultaneously until his body could withstand strain. What kind of training is this? Is this how divine examinations are conducted? Has he always been this absurd? Bibi Dong pondered in her mental space. You have yet to witness greater absurdities, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong lamented. When he unleashes those self-created spirit abilities, you will truly grasp the disparities of a world. What do we count as geniuses? merely individuals with a slight edge over the ordinary. That man is capable of nearly dismantling a level 99 Qian Daoliu with his self-created spirit abilities while being at level 98. What a lunatic. Bibi Dong, self-created spirit abilities. Dozens of them. Dismantling Qian Daoliu? Huh. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong inhaled deeply and rose to her feet. To be honest, she had only now come to realize that her attitude toward MOU was largely rooted in jealousy. A jealousy directed at both genius and madness. Having witnessed so many of MOU's extraordinary feats, she had long since lost interest in Yu Shaojiang, and even under MOU's influence, her feelings toward him had become numb. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a strong sense of resentment for her position as the Rakshasa god, she would have surely been defenseless against MOU's overwhelming prowess. True vulnerability does not stem from failure, but from the despair of being utterly crushed in every domain, even in one's own areas of expertise. MOU's blows to her self-esteem surpassed even those dealt by Qian Xuanji. For Qian Xuanji merely obliterated her ridiculous notions of love, whereas MOU made her sincerely feel that her so-called genius of twin martial souls was nothing but a farce. Chapter 47. Self-harming cultivation methods with Bibi Dong support secured. The construction of the palace beside the offering hall officially commenced. Contrary to MOU's previous concerns about potential conflicts arising from overstepping boundaries, given that he was merely a country boy, ZG and the others were entirely unaware of the hierarchical etiquette of the human realm. Thus, the newly constructed palace required only two criteria: aesthetic appeal and majesty. The astute architects felt no pressure. After all, how simple could it be to create something beautiful and imposing? However, this was merely their initial fantasy. Once construction began, they quickly realized how challenging it was to convey advanced architectural design concepts to a country bumpkin. It was too ornate, too fragile, appearing as if it could shatter easily. Too plain, too gaudy, various demands left the construction team and designers utterly confounded. This was unacceptable. That was unacceptable. Any decoration that hinted at refinement was deemed gaudy. Any design representing high standards was dismissed as overly sentimental. In summary, they desired beauty that was immediately apparent and majesty that could be perceived at first glance. In simple terms, they wanted to avoid complexity and flamboyance, rejecting anything that might reflect status. Ultimately, it was Qian Renxue, far away in Heavendo City, who enlightened these designers. MOU does not favor extravagance. Whatever you design and construct must be practical, or rather, it must serve a purpose. Regardless of how minor its function may be, it must at least be utilitarian. Pure decoration, mere ornaments, were, in the eyes of MOU and ZG, quite bothersome. With this clear directive, the designers experienced a revelation. No wonder their attempts to incorporate either understated or ostentatious designs to signify status prompted the question, what is the use of this? Is it truly beautiful? The beauty MOU referred to must inherently include practicality. Otherwise, it is simply not beautiful. Upon clarifying these concepts, the palace's construction speed surged dramatically. In less than 2 months, a magnificent palace rose majestically not far from the offering hall. How to describe it? Gazing upon this strikingly styled edifice, which stood in stark contrast to the offering hall, the assembled devotees felt an indescribable sensation. This structure was unexpectedly pleasing to the eye, having grown weary of gaudy embellishments. The simplicity of this palace felt refreshingly novel. With no elaborate decorations, every design element clearly demonstrated its purpose, standing in stark opposition to the opulence of the offering hall and the papal hall. Boss, I believe we could also consider a change in style, Guangling suggested earnestly. After witnessing MOU's minimalist and functional design, the contrast with their previously constructed ostentatious palaces, built to reflect noble status, was jarring. Indeed, this practical style is far more appealing. Genie agreed. As the eldest among the devotees, he too found the excessive ornamentation unappealing. Too ornate, too much decoration, which only served to detract from its allure. Simplicity was preferable. The papal hall had only recently adopted its lavish style, particularly during Qian Xuanji's tenure, when it underwent a renovation that elevated its standards beyond those of the palaces of the two great empires, a source of dissatisfaction for the upper 3 sections. The papal hall's ceremonial standards even surpassed those of the royal families of the two great empires. What intentions did this convey? Who could fail to perceive it? In the eyes of these sects, including the so-called upper three sects, the resplendent papal hall itself represented a form of overstepping. To put it bluntly, having knelt for too long, one finds it difficult to stand again. Even as titled Douluos, they still harbored an innate sense of inferiority toward the nobility of the two empires. Only the spirit hall, which promotes the capable over the mediocre, remains free from such absurd subservience. By the way, where is Mou? Jean inquired. He has gone to obtain his third spirit ring, Qian Daoliu replied nonchalantly. The third spirit ring? The other 6 devotees were taken aback. It has only been a few months? He has reached level 30? Qian Rinxue had not been so exaggerated upon her assent. That kid has some sort of cheat, Qian Daoliu remarked with irritation. For these past few months, Mou had been wandering the spirit city with those ferocious beasts, spending a few days here and there, yet Qian Daoliu had not witnessed him engaging in any training. Then yesterday, that lad casually approached him, declaring he had reached level 30 and intended to venture out for a few days to hunt for spirit rings. Who could fathom how bewildered he felt at that moment? 2 10,000-year spirit rings had propelled Mou from 25 to 30. Well, he could understand that. Given the high age of the spirit rings, such an enhancement, though unprecedented, was still within the realm of comprehension. However, this had only been a little over 4 months. In the time it took to build a house, that lad had advanced from 25 to 30, and he exhibited no signs of spiritual instability whatsoever. The most crucial point is that he did not witness Mou's cultivation. For the past few months, he has merely been playing around. Is this what genius entails? Xiaoxue does not behave this way. In fact, he has been cultivating, Guangling remarked. When did that happen? Qian Daoliu questioned, perplexed. How could he have missed it entirely? When I was playing with him, Guangling pointed to a small mountain outside the city. We were practicing there, but his method of cultivation. Saying this, Guangling's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Boss, the common practice of soul power cultivation relies on meditation to accelerate the flow of soul power within, absorbing external energy and transforming it into one's own soul power. Correct? Yes, what of it? Qian Daoliu nodded, considering it common knowledge. Guangling continued. During this process, soul masters continuously refine themselves, and their meridians gradually strengthen, allowing them to accommodate more soul power. The higher the physical strength of the soul master, the greater the amount of soul power they can contain. What are you trying to say? Qian Daoliu interrupted. Guangling's countenance became serious. What if one were to enhance their meridians through a more tyrannical method and seize the energy between heaven and earth? Mou does not utilize meditation for his cultivation. It may be somewhat inappropriate to describe his method in a single term, but I can only refer to it as self-mutilation. During my sparring with him, the speed at which his soul power circulated was astonishing. His meridians could not withstand such a ferocious flow of soul power, and thus, while he unleashed his soul power violently, he simultaneously inflicted significant harm upon himself. In my eyes, his meridians seemed to rupture every moment, only to be gradually healed by the innate restorative power of his martial soul. However, due to his relentless, violent exertion of soul power, he keeps sustaining injuries and undergoing repairs. In this process, his body forcibly adapts and grows stronger. Jean Ao's expression turned grave. It is akin to certain martial artists who practice by continuously striking hard objects. Their hand and leg bones endure wear and tear, breaking, and then self-repairing. This cycle of destruction and restoration increases the density and hardness of these bones. Mou's brutal manipulation of soul power, while simultaneously healing his own injuries, accelerates this process. No wonder this lad's rate of cultivation is so extraordinary. Indeed, Guangling nodded. This form of cultivation cannot merely be termed as such. It resembles forcing one's body to evolve, evolving to endure the brutality he inflicts upon himself. During this restorative process, the shattered meridians absorb external energy more rapidly. Therefore, Guangling looked at Qian Daoliu and said, Boss, while his method of cultivation is indeed fast, it is somewhat wasteful. Relying on his healing abilities, he acts recklessly. His speed of cultivation may be rapid, yet this method feels fundamentally flawed. The agony of having one's meridians shattered is something even they, the super Douluo, would dread experiencing. But looking at Mou, who exhibits no reaction whatsoever, it seems less a matter of insensitivity and more a matter of habituation. What then has this lad endured in the past? The death warriors nurtured by the martial soul hall do not engage in such reckless practices. Qian Daoliu fell silent. He has now fully comprehended how Mou achieved the title Douluo at 18 and extreme Douluo at 26. Even the fact that this lad could defeat him at level 98 no longer astonishes him. He has earned it. Chapter 48. Preserving Purity in the Hall of the Pope. After categorizing the affairs she needed to manage, Bibi Dong evidently felt much lighter, her workload reduced by more than half, allowing her cultivation to ascend the agenda once more. By the way, is the Rakshasa god still alive? Bibi Dong inquired. I'm not certain. I have never seen him, replied the Rakshasa god. Even when I formally inherited the title of Rakshasa god, he did not make an appearance. Only this scythe remained in the Rakshasa secret realm. Her understanding of the Rakshasa god was entirely derived from the Rakshasa magic scythe, with no further information available. However, even if the Rakshasa god is still alive, it would be of no use. She did not believe he would assist her, especially considering that during the final divine battle, both the Shura god and Sea god took to the field, yet the Rakshasa god did not make a move. By the way, bear in mind, before completing the Rakshasa god trial, do not utilize the Rakshasa goddess power, Bibi Dong cautioned. That power has issues. It was only after she inherited the divine position and became the new Rakshasa god that she discovered this. The Rakshasa power had been tampered with, rendering it impure. Only when she completely mastered the divine essence of the Rakshasa god could she expel that strange element. Yet even now, she remains uncertain about what that element was. You previously held my body? Bibi Dong's expression turned dark. I'm not like you, the Rakshasa god countered. I can flawlessly control the Rakshasa power. What about you? You would even be influenced in your thoughts by the Rakshasa power. Were it not for me, do you think you could be as clear-headed as you are now? Bibi Dong fell silent. This was indeed a fact. After engaging with the Rakshasa god trial, she had been persistently influenced by the Rakshasa power, which intensified her resentment. To be honest, even in her moments of clarity, she struggled to understand why her resentment had grown so potent. The Rakshasa god is indeed a collection of worldly grievances. Yet this does not imply that the Rakshasa god is a madman driven by resentment, the Rakshasa god stated. The Rakshasa god wields the power of resentment. But the Rakshasa power you are currently receiving seems to be guiding you toward corruption, which is problematic. That Tang San, inheriting dual divine positions, received assistance from both the Sea god and Shura god, even going so far as to violate divine realm rules to resurrect him. However, in her case, the Rakshasa god not only refrained from assisting, but also seemed to undermine her. Nothing about this situation appears right. What god would sabotage their own successor? What do you mean? Bibi Dong sensed ulterior motives in the words of the other party. I suspect that the Rakshasa power you are currently able to access has been tampered with by someone, because this power differs from the divine power I wielded as the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god stated. Could it be the Shura god you mentioned earlier? Bibi Dong asked. It is possible, the Rakshasa god nodded. Mou had mentioned that the Rakshasa god had sabotaged the previous inheritor of the divine position, Tang Qian of the Outsmart sect. Therefore, could it be that the Rakshasa god has already been eliminated by the Shura god? Otherwise, how could the Rakshasa god allow their divine power to be mixed with something else? However, you need not concern yourself with this for now. Enter the Rakshasa secret realm. I can now directly channel the Rakshasa magic scythe to connect with the divine essence of the Rakshasa god and bestow upon you a divine soul ring. The Rakshasa god stated. Bibi Dong was taken aback. A divine soul ring? This is a unique ability of the gods. And absorbing a divine soul ring ensures a perfect match, yielding the most suitable soul skills, the Rakshasa god elucidated. However, if I successfully connect with the divine essence of the Rakshasa god, it would indicate that the current Rakshasa god has truly perished. To be honest, she has almost confirmed that the Rakshasa god has fallen, as the sensation from the Rakshasa magic scythe, when she previously wielded the Rakshasa power, felt utterly devoid of a master. Such a lack of resistance is not the reaction one would expect from a divine artifact under the ownership of a master. I truly owe her a great deal. On the journey back to the Spirit City, after absorbing the soul ring from a 50,000-year-old purple lightning Tyrannosaurus, Mou, as expected, was drained once more by the Silver Dragon King. The soul power contained within such a ferocious dragon-type soul Beast only allowed MOU a mere 2-level increase, with the remainder of the energy forcibly converted in a healing power consumed by the Silver Dragon King. Do you not feel that she has grown a little? The Snow Empress comforted the dejected MOU. Grown? MOU disdainfully observed the Silver Dragon King cradled in his arms. Indeed, she had grown a tad. Perhaps if you absorb a few more soul rings, she might awaken? The Ice Empress suggested. Montak Yus Ayalit twitched. A few? It had taken him nearly 5 months to ascend from level 25 to 30, at a rate of 1 level per month, due to the initial phase of his self-destructive training method yielding exceptional results. However, with his physical strength now nearing that of a Soul King, such violent training methods would no longer be applicable for quite some time. Therefore, slowly advancing to level 40 would require at least another year, and progressing from 40 to 50 would likely take a year and a half. Upgrading would become increasingly sluggish. Just a few more soul rings? If it truly came to the point where she could only awaken after he became a title Douluo, even with soul beasts voluntarily offering sacrifices, that would be at least a decade away. Did she really intend to remain on him for 10 years? Little you, be optimistic. She might awaken when you reach Soul Sage. The Snow Empress consoled. After achieving Soul Sage, MOU's healing abilities would significantly enhance, and, at the current pace, he should be able to absorb his 7th soul ring by the age of 14. That still means she has to stay for another 7 years, MOU lamented. Though the diminutive Silver Dragon King was undeniably adorable, her presence was rather disruptive during his training sessions, especially when he was being affectionate with the Snow and Ice Empress. Her interruptions were quite bothersome. It's unavoidable. After all, she suffered such severe injuries to assist you. The Snow Empress reassured. The Silver Dragon King's previous injuries were indeed grave, yet they did not warrant such a pitiful state. In her attempt to help MOU create his second martial spirit, she had invoked the power of creation in a severely injured condition, an immense drain, and was subsequently struck back by the angel martial spirit, leaving her in this infantile form. I am fully aware of that. Otherwise, do you think I would possess such patience for her? MOU replied helplessly. The Silver Dragon King was siphoning his healing power, and he understood her injuries better than anyone. She was an unquenchable abyss. When she was conscious, she merely hung on by a thread, and after forcibly wielding the power of creation, she was nearly defeated by his proud angel martial spirit. Well, you are still a child, so she cannot delay you too much. Besides, she can help you restrain yourself, the Snow Empress hinted. What do you mean? What do you mean? MOU suddenly perked up. What kind of person do you take me for? How could she help me restrain myself? I have always possessed great self-control. He was, after all, a paragon of virtue. At most, he might seize a small advantage. Isn't it because you've yet to find an opportunity? The Ice Empress scoffed. She was most aware of MOU's heart, which was filled with shades of yellow and pink. He may have had self-control, but to claim he was pure would be a blatant falsehood. Had it not been for her and the Snow Empress existing solely in a spiritual form, rendering any intimate activities impossible, could MOU really maintain his virtue? When he expressed his desire for someone's affection, he was entirely earnest, not jesting. After all, even MOU himself admitted that honesty was among his few commendable traits. Have I no opportunity? MOU's expression turned peculiar. Are you certain I lack opportunity? The Snow and Ice Empress had transformed into soul rings, existing in spiritual form within his martial spirit, while Bibi and Qian were hardly fond of him. Indeed, these few lacked opportunities. But what of others? He had risked the wrath of Qian while flirting with several young ladies. However, if he dared to touch them first, he could forget about approaching him. The Snow Empress spoke in the gentlest tone, yet her words were the coldest. MOU realized this was the crux of the matter. Chapter 49. Purpose time flew by, and a year and a half had passed. At the age of 8, after beginning his training, MOU quickly grew from a 1-meter-3 porcelain doll to a 1-meter-5 big doll, shedding his baby fat to reveal a handsome visage. Over the past 2 years, MOU's life mirrored that of his previous existence, though this time it was notably livelier, with several elegant ladies accompanying him. While they could do little, their mere presence was a comfort. Bibi Dong's attitude towards him was no longer as cold as it had once been, though it was not overly warm either, likely due to some conversation with the Snow Empress, the specifics of which MOU was unaware. As for Qian, she continued to execute her undercover mission in the Heaven Do Empire, returning to the Spirit City approximately every 6 months. A marked increase in frequency compared to the previous 1 or 2 years between visits. Additionally, Tian and Xiangjun had moved in, bringing along the three-eyed golden lion. Tian, concerned for the Silver Dragon King, felt compelled to bring along the lion, who had viewed him as a father figure since birth. Seeing her father prepare for a journey without her, the little three-eyed golden lion transformed into a bundle of tears. With no other choice, Tian could only bring the lion along. Thus, all 6 formidable beasts from the Stardow Forest, Tian, Xiangjun, Bibi, Ji, Wang, and Wan Yao Wang, had congregated in the Spirit City, effectively becoming MOU's guardians, alongside the Ice and Snow Empresses. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that as long as divine intervention did not occur, MOU could traverse the entirety of Douluo Star with ease. Even a 19,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king would have to face 2 fierce confrontations if it encountered MOU. On the road to the Tang Sect's developmental site in Notting City, a large carriage sped along. The driver was a towering young man, standing at nearly 2 meters, with a weary expression resembling Xiangjun's human form. Inside the carriage sat Tian, Bibi, MOU, the three-eyed golden lion, and the Silver Dragon King, as usual, draped across MOU's front. The other beasts did not accompany them this time, remaining in the Spirit City. As the strongest combatant, Tian rarely left MOU's side, while Bibi served as the crucial medical personnel, and the little three-eyed golden lion merely sought to enjoy some fresh air. Isn't Tang San's father, Tang Hao, a titled Douluo? How could he be in such a small place? Is he just some errand boy? Tian inquired, his voice exuding authority. Over the past 2 years in the Spirit City, he had gained considerable knowledge about humans. Tang Hao, a titled Douluo, despite the previous conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, should not be reduced to such a pitiful state, according to MOU's complaints. This Tang Hao had even relied on his 3-year-old son to take care of his daily needs, leading Tian to wonder if human cubs were truly this industrious. Feeling the discomfort of the hard carriage, MOU, leaning against the three-eyed golden lion, turned and remarked, "The Tang family is generally not very rational. Do not overthink it. That fellow is simply wallowing in self-pity." Tang Hao, a titled law, could effortlessly earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins merely by selling items forged with his exceptional craftsmanship, even if he chose to conceal his identity. Yet, he inexplicably preferred to endure a life of hardship, often struggling to make ends meet. To put it bluntly, it was rather contemptible. When one lacks the means, there is little recourse, but to consciously choose such a life when capable is nothing short of self-deprecation. A sentiment that MOU found difficult to articulate otherwise. However, confronting Tang San was not an option at present, as Bibi displayed a perplexed expression. Sitting up with a sigh, MOU remarked, "Sister, have I not emphasized numerous times? Tang San is inconsequential. He merely serves as a pawn against the god of Shura. Eliminating him would yield no benefit. Setting aside whether it can be accomplished, would it even matter? I still require him to inherit the Shura god's position. His true adversary has never been Tang San. It has always been the Shura god. The future is not dictated by Tang San, but by the Shura itself. Tang San's ascension to the Shura god's throne would significantly weaken the Shura, representing perhaps the sole opportunity to shatter the Shura god's dominion. Should we eliminate Tang San? Who knows who the next successor the Shura would choose? What shall we do now? Inquired the bear spirit outside the carriage. Montak you shulgit. We must stir the pot. Directly attacking Tang San would alert the Shura god, but subtly influencing those around him could provoke this ostensibly righteous individual to unmask his true nature. Let the deities of the divine realm witness what kind of being the Shura has chosen, and whether this choice is born of blindness or if they're indeed all cut from the same cloth. Is there any significance to this? Tian questioned, puzzled. MOU sighed, "Brother, are you truly considering opposing the entire divine realm? Not all deities are like the Shura. The dragon god initiated the divine war to ensure the soul beast clan supremacy. Were those deities wrong to resist? Please do not assert that the dragon god's ambition to unify the divine realm was divinely ordained while condemning the deity's resistance as despicable. This notion is unacceptable." MOU's gaze bore into Tian's. "If you genuinely hold such views, we may need to reconsider our collaboration." While I agreed to assist in opposing the divine realm with the intent of aiding the Soul Beast clan, that is not my sole purpose. What I desire is what the Silver Dragon King spoke of, a transformation of the cultivation rules on Douluo continent. For this world is capture my heart. If my actions merely facilitate the Soul Beast clan in becoming the new overlords, then I must decline. Qian fell silent. To claim he did not wish to reclaim dominion over the Douluo realm and restore the Soul Beast clan's former glory would be a falsehood. Yet he understood the futility of such aspirations. Following the dragon god's fall, all deities of the Soul Beast clan perished, their divine essences shattered. After 1,000,000 years of recuperation, the divine realm had recovered. With just a handful of individuals, the prospect of overturning the divine realm was utterly implausible. As the atmosphere grew tense, the three-eyed golden beast who had been asleep in the carriage awoke, sensing the disquiet. I have made my intentions clear. I aim to alter the current plight of the Soul Beast clan, which is being relentlessly hunted by humans. I do not seek to annihilate humanity, nor do I aim to destroy the divine realm in aiding you. MOU's expression remained unchanged. Setting aside the impracticality of annihilating the divine realm, even if it were achievable, I would not pursue such a course. To obliterate one side in favor of another is a moral quandary. While condemning others' abhorrence, one should not engage in even more loathsome acts. My desire lies solely in liberating the Soul Beast clan from the oppression and persecution of the divine realm, not in facilitating your ascension to power. Brother you? The three-eyed golden beast, attempting to alleviate the tension, was pulled back by Bibi. The matter at hand was one of principle, and MOU would not waver. With the Silver Dragon King in a deep slumber, Qian became the Soul Beast clan spokesperson, the only one capable of clarifying the true purpose of their collaboration, whether it was to liberate the Soul Beast clan or merely to instigate a change in rulers. Akin to the human world, MOU's stance was unequivocal. He was unwilling to pursue the latter. Thus, the continuation of their partnership hinged on Qian's choice. What do you truly desire, peace or dominion? MOU's demeanor was serious. The previous collaboration had commenced rather haphazardly due to the Silver Dragon King's unyielding assistance, which had left foundational issues unaddressed. Observing Qian's evident discomfort, MOU felt compelled to clarify these principles sooner rather than later. After a prolonged silence, Qian struggled to provide a definitive answer. I apologize. I lack the authority to determine this matter, he said, lowering his gaze slightly. MOU maintained his composure. While you may not hold the authority to decide, you must convey your thoughts. And you, he turned to Bibi and Xiangjun, I have refrained from inquiring until now. But I must know your true intentions. Your responses will not alter my forthcoming actions. I will still extend my assistance. But I need clarity on the nature of this collaboration. Is it born of mutual friendship or merely a transactional arrangement? I seek to understand whether you regard me as a friend or as a mere tool to escape your predicaments. The entity residing within the dragon god's sword sheath, Tianming, awkwardly emerged. Why must you be so blunt? Your replies will not influence my subsequent actions, but they will determine my attitude towards you, MOU stated earnestly. I am not one to beat around the bush. I prefer directness. As the carriage continued its journey, an air of tension enveloped the interior. MOU merely sought a clear stance. He was not one to engage in elaborate conjectures, well aware of his own limitations and intelligence, fearing misinterpretation. He had no desire to be a self-deluded fool. In Notting City, the standoff persisted. With Qian remaining reticent, Bibi and Xiangjun hesitated to voice their own opinions. MOU refrained from pressing further and departed upon reaching their destination. At 42 years of age, MOU had recently absorbed an 8,000-year-old dragon eagle soul ring, acquiring a wind attribute soul ring. Given his current prowess, he would encounter no peril in Notting City unless faced with Tang Hao. Why so hesitant? Schultz Yun questioned, positive. If Qian does not regard MOU as a friend, how could he possibly lead the sacrificial efforts? I am not hesitant. I simply find it challenging to articulate my thoughts on this matter. Qian sighed. I do consider him a friend, but this collaboration also feels like a moral obligation. Given our understanding of him, after the Master's relentless assistance, MOU would not turn a blind eye. I am aware of this matter, and to put it bluntly, we have manipulated him. What kind of friendship is this? To speak frankly, the reason why Emperor Tian did not respond to MOU's inquiries is due to his own guilt. Mou regarded them as friends, and in an effort to assist them, he shifted his focus from merely confronting Ashura god to plotting against the entire divine realm, all to secure hope for the Soul Beast clan. But what of them? Xiangjun fell into silence. This situation indeed lacks integrity. In Notting City, unlike the despondent Emperor Tian and Xiangjun, Baiji accompanied Mou toward Notting Academy. While the three-eyed golden lion was placed by Mou into the storage soul guide that Bai Dong had previously gifted him for the purpose of containing living beings. I apologize, Baiji spoke softly after a prolonged silence. We indeed acted wrongly in this matter. To be frank, even if the Silver Dragon King had not been injured and fallen into slumber during the creation of the second martial soul, they would have devised another scheme to ensnare Mou. They understood that he could not remain indifferent to such circumstances. Mou halted his steps and turned to face the bowed Baiji. Do you comprehend where you went astray? We should not have used the guise of friendship to manipulate you, Baiji admitted, feeling ashamed. No, that is not the crux of the issue. Mou shook his head. You, like Qian Daoliu, have made the same mistake. You do not trust me. Qian Daoliu feared I would flee during the impending divine war. Hence he sought to tether me with his granddaughter. You are not any different. Even had the Silver Dragon King not been injured in the creation of the second martial soul, you would have found another means to make me indebted to you. Am I correct? Forgive me. Baiji buried her head deeper in shame. This was indeed their plan. They had even considered a forced sacrifice, for they believed that with Mou's character, even upon realizing he had been deceived, he would still extend his assistance as long as he owed favor. You have consistently prioritized your own interests, yet it seems you have forgotten one vital detail. Do I truly care for such matters? Mou inquired. To be frank, even if you do not orchestrate sacrifice, I would still strive to alter the situation of Douluo continent, because I desire to do so, not out of obligation to repay you. From the very beginning, I was aware of your intentions, yet I refrained from voicing it, hoping you would be forthcoming. But here we are, nearly 2 years later, and you have all been feigning ignorance. This has led me to question whether I have been overthinking, viewing it merely as an accident. However, just now, Emperor Tian's hesitation unveiled his guilt, and yours as well. What exactly do you perceive me to be? I thought we were friends, yet your actions lead me to feel this is merely a transaction, and I have been made a fool. He simply could not understand why everyone acted this way. He did not wish to dwell on grievances, but that did not imply he was naive. He was fully aware, yet chose silence, feeling it unnecessary. However, being a good person does not mean one should be subjected to the whims of others. I apologize. Baiji, do not know what to say. Please refrain from apologizing. Mou interrupted. What good is such an apology? If one were to kill another and merely utter an apology to their corpse, would that bring them back to life? Mou approached, gazing directly into her verdant eyes. What I desire is for you to be more candid. For I do not wish to be schemed against by those closest to me while I scheme against others. It matters not the gains or losses. It is simply that such actions would render me a fool, a jester, and I detest that feeling. Do you understand? Baiji's expression reflected her shame, her gaze unable to evade his. Can you promise me that you will speak plainly in the future? Mou asked earnestly. He truly did not care for gains or losses. For him, actions were merely a matter of willingness. If he felt joy, he would assist. If not, he would refrain. That was the authentic Mou. The Snow Empress and others knew him well. He was not the benevolent person he appeared to be, nor was he one to be shackled by morality. He was not a good person at all. The Ice Emperor had once remarked that his character resembled a mirror that magnifies reflections, amplifying both virtue and vice. Indeed, Bi nodded solemnly. Yes. Baiji gazed in bewilderment at Mou, who had just playfully bitten her. Are we not discussing serious matters? Understanding suffices. No need to reiterate. As for the bite, consider it a form of compensation. With that, Mou smiled again and took Baiji's hand as they continued forward. The same principle applies. Those who recognize their faults and amend them need not be held to account. Those who remain unrepentant are likewise unnecessary to engage with. To forgive others? No, it is merely to liberate oneself. Chapter 51. The martial soul branch of Notting City, just as Mou was expounding on profound principles while indulging in mischief and shadows, Bai Dong, who had stealthily followed, felt displeased. I knew this rascal would target that swan. Mou possessed many virtues, Yet his greatest flaw remained his lechery. Fortunately, he adhered to certain principles. He appreciated beauty without descending into debauchery. Otherwise, why they come here? In the realm of the spirit, Bai Dong pondered. Shall I feign ignorance? Does she not realize that Yu Xiaojiang is right here? What pretense? Bai Dong's expression remained unaltered. Though the past 2 years had lessened her fixation on many matters with the help of her future self, she could not let go of Yu Xiaojiang. Do as you please, but I require this body as well, so do not entertain hopes of rekindling old flames with that coward, the Rakshasa god Bai Dong remarked. Then what brings you here? Bai Dong inquired, puzzled. Mo Yu had previously stated he intended to take a leisurely trip. Yet he had consumed the entirety of their previously agreed-upon activities for the upcoming month simply to follow him. I wish to observe his intentions. The Rakshasa god Bai Dong quietly pursued. With her assistance over the past 2 years, she had fully filled the soul rings of her second martial soul through divine bestowal, elevating her cultivation to level 98. Now, even if she were to encounter Tang Hao, she could easily dominate him. However, considering that this fellow had aided her in eliminating Qian Sunji, she would merely treat him as a son to be toyed with. The martial soul branch of Nodding City. Before heading to Nodding Academy, Mo Yu first sought to ascertain whether Tang Xiao San had already enrolled, and if so, how long it had been since his enrollment. As they journeyed, relying on his mental prowess comparable to limit Douluo, Mo Yu conducted a scan, but found no trace of Tang Hao, leaving him somewhat uncertain about the current situation. Moreover, he possessed a token from the worship hall, which typically only soul masters from the martial soul hall would recognize. Ordinary individuals had little knowledge of its significance. He had no inclination to engage in any farcical displays of ignorance in such a place, so it was better to visit the martial soul hall first, allowing the locals to guide him. Following the directions of passers-by, Mo Yu and Bai Ji navigated through several streets until they arrived at the martial soul hall. The tall dome, with an overall brown hue, featured a single long sword at the main entrance, signifying that it was a branch of the martial soul hall of the lowest rank. Esteemed guests, please present your soul master credentials. A guard at the entrance halted Mo Yu and Bai Ji. Given their exquisite attire, it was evident that they were no ordinary individuals, prompting a noticeably more courteous demeanor from the guards. However, Mo Yu possessed no soul master's notebook and directly produced the token of the offering hall. The 2 guards, upon seeing the familiar angelic emblem on the token, appeared somewhat bewildered, as they had never encountered it before. You might want to inquire with the head of this branch. You should be familiar with it, Mo Yu suggested. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them turned to enter the hall while the other remained at the entrance. Please hold on a moment, Mo Yu said, saying little more, and stood quietly at the door with Bai Ji. Inside the spirit hall, an elderly man with white hair was sitting at his desk, perusing documents, while a young man in his 20s stood beside him. Matthew, the head of the Nodding City Spirit Branch, and a legendary blind law, Su Yuntao. This year's situation remains tragically dismal. Matthew lamented as he reviewed the records of soul awakenings that Su Yuntao had compiled over the past few months. Although he had anticipated such outcomes, he occasionally indulged in fleeting fantasies. Perhaps a golden phoenix might arise in his jurisdiction. Master Matthew, there is in fact one promising candidate this year, but regrettably, their martial spirit is the blue silvergrass, which is considered a useless martial spirit, Su Yuntao expressed with disappointment. Innate soul power, blue silvergrass. Matthew observed the information in his hands, a glimmer of regret passing through his eyes. Indeed, the individual possessed full innate soul power. Had they wielded any martial spirit with even a modicum of offensive capability, he would have eagerly reported the news. Alas, blue silvergrass. Who would believe that such a martial spirit could possess full innate soul power? Although cases of full innate soul power warranted direct reporting to the spirit hall, where personnel would come to collect, blue silvergrass with full innate soul power would likely invite not accolades, but rather reprimand. After all, the juxtaposition of these elements rendered such fabrications childishly naive. Master Matthew, just as the 2 men were mired in regret, hurried footsteps and the guard's urgent call echoed from outside. What is the commotion about? Suyuntaos Goldiv. Masters, 2 distinguished guests have arrived. But we are uncertain of the circumstances, the guard replied anxiously. What do you mean? Matthew raised a hand to silence Su Yuntao. The guard inhaled deeply and quickly explained. Master Matthew, their attire is remarkably refined, unlike that of Notting City residents. Moreover, the leading child produced a token bearing the emblem of the Spirit Hall's angel, but it was solely the angel's emblem. I have never seen it before. An angel? Matthew was taken aback. You mean to say the token he produced bore only the Spirit Hall's angel? His complexion turned pale as he pondered. Could it be? Such high-ranking individuals would not venture into this impoverished region, would they? Indeed, it was just the angel, and the emblem depicted the angel wielding a holy sword. The guard recalled. Matthew was left in a state of shock, while Su Yuntao's expression also paled rapidly. This is disastrous. The angelic emblem with a holy sword. This is the token of the legendary Offering Hall. Where are they? Matthew anxiously grasped the guard's shoulders, his voice tense. They're still outside, the guard began, but before he could finish, Matthew and Su Yuntao burst forth like a blur, racing down the stairs. Cursed be ignorance. If we offend them, everyone here will face dire consequences. Yet, how could such distinguished individuals come to this remote place? Outside the Spirit Hall, an impatient Mo-Yu retrieved 2 small stools from his soul guide device, offering one to Bibi, and they both sat at the entrance. The little rabbit you mentioned. I believe I encountered it before, Bibi reminisced. However, the Stardow Forest is vast. The last time I saw it was thousands of years ago. The Stardow Forest, while immense, had clearly defined territories, and soul beasts would not stray from their domains unless necessary, for such actions could be construed as territorial encroachment. I have a feeling the little rabbit you speak of is not the same one I encountered, Mo-Yu remarked. Are there many? Being quite positive. The creature lacked combat prowess and had been safeguarded by powerful 10,000-year soul beasts, remaining in the core region for the past few centuries, tending to the Silver Dragon King, and was oblivious to the happenings outside. Yet, she recalled the Red King mentioning that several 10,000-year soul beasts guarded the outskirts of the core area, including the rabbit she once met. There were 2, but the larger one was slain by Bibi Dong after it transformed. Now, the smaller one has also taken on human form, Mo-Yu explained. I see. Bibi expressed her regret. 10,000-year soul beasts are challenging to cultivate. No matter how exceptional their talent, they must endure several thousand years of arduous training, and few can withstand the heavenly tribulation at the 10,000-year mark. Most soul beasts perish during the first heavenly tribulation. Those 2 little rabbits likely realized they could not endure a second tribulation, prompting their choice to transform. My lord, just as Mo-Yu sought to console Bibi, 2 shadowy figures suddenly prostrated before them. What are you doing? Mo-Yu's eyes twitched. He was still alive. Why were they kneeling? Were they cursing him? With your esteemed presence, we have failed to offer proper welcome. Please forgive us. Matthew stammered, visibly anxious. He had clearly seen the token in the child's hand at the entrance, a design he recognized from the offering hall. Outsiders only knew that meeting the Pope was akin to meeting the Pope himself. But only trained insiders understood that above the Pope's hall lay the even more prestigious offering hall. Each individual within it stood at the pinnacle of the continent, existing solely in legend as super Douluos. Even the Pope had to show deference to the offerings. How could mere mortals like them dare to offend? Both of you may rise, Mo-Yu said, exasperated. He had never been treated this way, even in the Spirit City, though their combined ages might warrant such reverence. He always felt that only the dead should kneel. What reason had the living to bow? To wish him an early demise? Thank you, my lord. Upon receiving permission, Matthew and Su Yuntao rose, albeit still hunched over, afraid to look up. You may proceed inside to converse, Mo-Yu suggested. Sensing the increasing scrutiny from the surrounding crowd, he was unwilling to be treated like a spectacle. Meanwhile, the overly anxious Matthew and Su Yuntao barely considered their dignity, hastily following him inside. Half an hour later, Mo-Yu succinctly explained his purpose to Matthew, also instructing him to refrain from publicizing the matter as the Pope was present. Mo-Yu was well aware of Bibi Dong's arrival, but chose not to mention it. Over the past 2 years, he had forcibly absorbed spiritual energy on the level of 1,000,000 years from the dream of heaven, transforming himself into a mentally focused tidal Douluo. He could now easily obliterate soul saints with a mere mental assault, if he were to utilize the mental skill granted by his first soul ring for a sneak attack. Even tidal Douluos could be caught off guard. However, this power held little practical use, as he primarily resided in the Spirit City, where the Snow Empress and Ice Empress were rarely far from him, and even when he briefly departed, Qian would remain at his side. He could easily defeat the title Douluo, and for Emperor Tian and the others, it was merely a trivial matter. Therefore, with protection in place, why should he take matters into his own hands? At Notting Academy, upon receiving news that Tang Xiaosan had yet to visit the Wuhuan Hall to collect funds, as well as that the academy was about to commence its term, Mo instructed Su Yuntao to accompany him there under the guise of understanding the people's sentiments. Sir, has His Holiness the Pope truly arrived as well? Su Yuntao asked, walking ahead with trepidation, glancing around as if he were a thief. Yes. She is currently perched atop the roof, Mo quipped. Of course, this was said in jest. Her psychic energy was overwhelmingly potent, and he usually refrained from engaging with it, as it left him utterly exhausted, even causing him to fall asleep on several occasions. Moreover, please refrain from calling me sir. It feels rather odd, Mo added. What should I call you then? Su Yuntao inquired nervously. Just call me Mo Xiao. Mo replied after a moment's thought. Understood. Mo Xiao. Su Yuntao mentally noted this name of someone he would likely never encounter again. We shall go directly to find that little rabbit. Mo communicated through mental resonance with Bibi. After all, she was also a spirit beast. Although she had transformed, she should still contribute to her kin. He had not mentioned to Bibi and the others that this little rabbit would eventually become the mother-in-law of their sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. After all, why speak of events that had yet to unfold? This little rabbit was simply devoid of intellect. After losing her mother, she harbored no thoughts of vengeance. Wandering through the human realm, indifferent to her kin after attaining divinity, allowing Tang San to manipulate spirit beasts, and even witnessing the extermination of her kind without uttering a single word. It was difficult to assess her actions. One could only say that this little rabbit had truly grasped the essence of humanity. After all, humans also exploit their compatriots without hesitation. The number of lives lost due to human conflict far surpasses those taken by spirit beasts. Little Wu's indifference to the extinction of the spirit beast clan mirrored humanity's disregard for their suffering kin. If one were to criticize Little Wu, what fault could she possibly bear? Is it wrong not to help? Would that not render all of humanity unforgivable? Even in his previous world, there existed nations ravaged by perpetual warfare and with the advancements of digital communication. The world is aware of where battles rage and where lives are lost to hunger each day. Yet, who steps forward to assist? Thus, he held no condemnation for Little Wu. She merely became a true human being. Was it likely that humans would aid strangers unrelated to them? Most would only concern themselves with their own family. And as for Little Wu, did not her little brothers, Deming and Erming, become divine beasts? Did she not care for her own family? Therefore, Little Wu was simply a person who had embraced her humanity. In fact, she was rather fortunate. She merely chose not to intervene, not like humans who turn against their own kin. No, Little Wu had yet to become a true human. She should have joined Tang San in targeting the Spirit Beast clan. That would have been the true essence of humanity. What are you laughing at? Bibi asked curiously. Mo shook his head. Nothing, I just recalled something amusing. Indeed, Little Wu remained kind-hearted. Had she been a true human, would Tang Shanwang have dared to scheme against the Spirit Beast clan? With so many potential victims, wouldn't great endeavor to rise? Cease. A stern voice interrupted Mo and Bibi's conversation. Turning towards the entrance of Notting Academy, they saw the guards confronting an elderly man and a youth, while a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard hurriedly approached. It was a classic scene. Tang Xiaosan sought to eliminate the crafty guard, but just as he acted, Yu Xiaojiang arrived in time to mediate, and both teacher and student entered the academy. I apologize. This incident was indeed a fault of our academy, and I extend my apologies on behalf of the institution. Yu Xiaojiang addressed the elderly Jack without acknowledging the guard who had nearly been scared witless by Tang Shenhuang. Having lived an honest life, old Jack had never witnessed such a scenario, and he felt immense gratitude towards the master who intervened on his behalf. Could you provide me with your identification? Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fell upon the proof that Jack had just picked up from the ground. Earlier, he had heard the words innate full soul power from a distance, and upon closer inspection, he recognized that the seemingly ordinary child radiated an extraordinary aura. Here you go. Old Jack respectfully presented the identification issued by the Wuhuan Hall with both hands. From a distance, Mo quietly observed this scene, having no intention of interrupting, for he anticipated witnessing the elaborate ceremony of apprenticeship soon. One could say that he, a being from the 21st century, found the act of kneeling to be a rarity, while Tang San, hailing from a feudal society, was indeed a peculiar case. However, if memory served him right, the apprenticeship ceremony in a feudal society required parental consent, for the saying went, once a teacher, forever a father. The title of master was not to be taken lightly. It held equal weight to that of a father. Yet, Tang Xiao San had appointed a stepfather without his biological father's passing. His understanding of feudal etiquette seemed lacking. This is indeed a proof issued by the Wuhuan Hall. Yu Xiaojiang's voice trembled with excitement. Innate full soul power. It truly is innate full soul power. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Tears glimmered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he felt gratitude towards the heavens. His efforts had borne fruit without labor. He could finally put his theories into practice and make those who had looked down upon him regret their actions. As he regained his composure, Yu Xiaojiang noticed Mou and the other two observing from the sidelines. Upon catching sight of Bibi, a fleeting moment of infatuation crossed his face. She was indeed stunning, embodying the gentle, elegant sister type, which strongly attracted someone as insecure yet proud as Yu Xiaojiang. Miss, are you here to study at Notting Academy as well? Yu Xiaojiang inquired with a smile. Upon witnessing that nauseating smile, Mou's mood soured, and he pulled Bibi towards the academy, not wishing to linger. The guard, recognizing Su Yuntao, who was well known in Notting City, dared not impede their entrance. Feeling ignored, Yu Xiaojiang grew somewhat awkward, but the prospect of innate full soul power took precedence. Child, I'm a teacher at this academy. Allow me to assist you with your enrollment process, he offered to the diminutive Tang San, who remained oblivious to Yu Xiaojiang's presence, his attention captivated by Bibi, sensing a sense of familiarity emanating from her. What could be the reason behind this? Once again overlooked, Yu Xiaojiang felt his composure slipping. Yet he bore it for the sake of innate, full soul power. Just wait and see how I will make you bow down in reverence with my knowledge. Chapter 53. The easily startled rabbit. What is it? Bibi chuckled, noticing the strained expression on Mou's face. Just a bit nauseating, Mou replied candidly. Having encountered numerous elderly individuals in the worship hall, he had developed an aesthetic pressure regarding refined, flamboyant, and suave older men. The sight of Yu Xiaojiang, a greasy and disheveled middle-aged man, was simply unbearable. Qian Daoliu possesses a distinguished charm, while Xiongshi Douluo and Jin Ao Douluo exude a commanding and flamboyant charisma. In contrast, Qingwan Douluo and Qianjun Jiang Mo Douluo embody a more carefree elegance. These venerable figures emanate a comfortable aura. However, Yu Xiaojiang presents a rather disheveled appearance, which strikes one as somewhat lewd. One may age and lack conventional attractiveness, but at the very least, should one not maintain a semblance of cleanliness? Is it truly beyond your means? At Notting Academy, where you indulge in leisure, receiving monthly stipends from the Spirit Hall, is it too much to expect you to tend to your facial hair? Or do you find your untidy visage appealing? It is rather greasy. The memory of that oily grin sent a shiver down Mou's spine. Moreover, there is something peculiar about Tang San's gaze directed at you. Indeed, Bibi nods in agreement, having observed it as well. Tang San's demeanor does not resemble that of an ordinary child. It is markedly different from the human children she has encountered in Spirit City over the past few years. He carries within him a trace of the blue-silver Emperor bloodline, while you are the healing type Emerald Swan, which could explain a sense of familiarity he feels towards you. Montacu speculatus. Similarly, the proximity of Xiao Wu, that little rabbit, to Tang San is likely for the same reason. After all, blue-silver grass and rabbits are not entirely dissimilar to food, are they? Shall I make contact with him? Bibi inquires. What purpose would that serve? Mou shakes his head. For Tang San, the love and affection he has never experienced before are the true weapons of impact. I cannot have you acting as a stepmother, as I have no intention of assuming the role of a stepfather. Bibi's expression turns peculiar. Is this a declaration of affection? Well, I have long desired your company, Mou admits candidly. As honest as he is, Mou never conceals his desires. Unlike those hypocrites who wear a facade of virtue, he is unabashedly forthright in his affections. Bibi's expression becomes increasingly strange. Although she had known of his interest, must he articulate it so bluntly? She had heard from the Ice Emperor that when Mou confessed to others, it was often in moments of life and death, filled with sentimentality. Why, then, Is it so casual with her? Does she not deserve more? Excuse me, do you know the way to room 7? A sweet and lively voice interrupts their unusual exchange, for otherwise, you might have witnessed a more irate side of the gentle Bibi. Turning around, they find a charming young girl standing less than 5 meters away, nearly the same height as Tang San, with a rosy complexion, long black hair styled into a scorpion braid cascading past her waist, and wide, curious eyes. This is Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, filled with curiosity about the human world. Oh, you have come to me? Yu expresses surprise, having anticipated a search. Xiao Wu's heart tightens. Surely not. Only title Douluo would be able to discern her true form. This child could not possibly see through her. Little rabbit, have you decided whether you prefer braised or spicy? Montagu squints playfully. Whoosh. Xiao Wu darts away. Yu raises his right hand, conjuring a terrifying vortex of wind that pulls the fleeing Xiao Wu back effortlessly. Using a self-created soul skill from the fourth wind attribute, the universal attraction, he can forcibly draw objects lighter than himself, captured by the nape of her neck. Xiao Wu instinctively submits. I have something to attend to. Could you let me go? Xiao Wu says, her expression flustered. However, I am curious about the texture of the meat of a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. Montagu smiles ami upli. You know, I don't know. Xiao Wu's eyes well up with tears, her demeanor appearing quite pitiful. Surely, it cannot be this unfortunate. She has only just left the Star Do Great Forest. How could she be discovered so quickly? Can you assist me? I am genuinely curious about the taste of the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. It must be exquisite, right? As she speaks, Yu opens his mouth wide, preparing to take a bite. Overcome with tension and realizing her predicament, Xiao Wu resigns herself, closing her eyes in acceptance. Mother, here I come. Slap. Xiao Wu feels a sudden smack on her head, the anticipated sharp teeth never piercing her throat. Are these rabbits truly so easily startled? Yu releases Xiao Wu, who lands on the ground. Is it really that simple to frighten them? Bibi remarks bemused. A transformed soul beast recognized in its true form cannot help but feel fear. She lacks any capacity for resistance. Huh? The bewildered Xiao Wu gazes weakly at Yu, her legs trembling. In response, Bibi gently releases a hint of her fierce beast aura, attempting to convey goodwill. However, upon sensing the aura emanating from the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Wu's hair stands on end, her eyes glazing over as she stiffens and falls backward. Fainting from fright, Yu and Bibi watch in disbelief. Are rabbits truly this easily frightened? Half an hour later, Xiao Wu regains consciousness, trembling in a corner. Her tear-filled eyes fixated on the two formidable men before her. The towering Qian at 2 meters and the imposing Xiangjun at 1 meter 90 display their fierce beast aura unabashedly. Do you both have such peculiar inclinations? Yu questions, puzzled. The scene and atmosphere reek of malevolence. Peculiar inclinations? Qian, who had just apologized to Yu, appears perplexed. He merely expressed dissatisfaction towards this traitorous soul beast rabbit. Where does this strange human inclination come into play? Xiangjun, having observed numerous human narratives over the past 2 years, realizes, I have no interest in such feeble soul beasts. The dark golden Terraclaw bear clan would never consider mating with a weak species like rabbits. That would be a waste of their bloodline. Qian's case is different. After all, he is of the dragon lineage, indiscriminate in his appetites. The myriad peculiar subdragon species attest to that. Moreover, within the Star Do Great Forest, many soul beasts capable of battling beyond their ranks likely possess some dragon blood. My lord, did Xiao Wu do something wrong? Filled with trepidation, Xiao Wu summons her courage to ask. Upon hearing this, Qian instinctively glares at her. As a member of the soul beast clan, she willingly became the sheath of the Shura God S sword, aiding Tang San in inheriting the Shura God S position. Yu also perished due to the Shura God S sword, and as a friend, he cannot help but feel an inexplicable anger toward Xiao Wu. However, upon reconsideration, these events have yet to transpire. If he were to act against this little rabbit due to something that has not occurred, would that not be unjust? How could he hold her accountable for something that may never happen? Sighing, Qian turns and walks aside. The 10,000-year soul beasts who choose to transform and become human relinquish their soul beast identities. and he has no right to demand that they adhere to the soul beast perspective. This rabbit is no longer a soul beast. Furthermore, years prior, this little rabbit's mother was hunted by Bibi within the Douluo Great Forest, and he did nothing to intervene. On what grounds could he demand her assistance in return for the soul beasts? Is it merely a matter of duty? Influenced by Mou's thoughts, Qian refrains from further commentary. However, Mou is not so forgiving. He holds a grudge. This little rabbit, having transformed into the sheath of the Shura goddess sword, is a reminder that he himself was wounded by that very sword. In other words, he has been struck by this little rabbit. He possesses every justification. With this thought, the tyrant Mou emerges. The dragon god sword materializes in his hand, which he levels at Xiao Wu's shoulder. Do you recognize this object? Xiao Wu cautiously glanced at the dragon god sword, feeling a faint aura of draconic might emanating from it, as if it exerted a natural suppression over her, causing her complexion to grow increasingly pallid. A sword? Xiao Wu tentatively replied. Mou frowned. What do you think? With a sharp motion, he struck the sword's blade against Xiao Wu's head once more. Xiao Wu clutched her head, stifling her cries, terrified that Mou might take offense and eliminate her without hesitation. I know you have two little brothers in the Douluo forest, but don't expect them to aid you. My two companions could defeat your little friends in an instant. Mou indicated towards Qian and Xiangjun. Therefore, I present you with two choices. Either obey, or I shall dispose of you and your two little brothers. I will obey. Xiao Wu will comply. The rogue rabbit promptly capitulated without hesitation. Could you not at least feign some resistance? Mou expressed his dissatisfaction. With such a swift surrender, how could he exact his vengeance? How could he uphold justice? Xiao Wu appeared momentarily stunned, wondering if her timely acquiescence was inappropriate. Never mind. Mou sheathed the sword, recognizing that he was not so petty. After all, it was merely a minor incident. I now have a formidable task to assign to you, one that pertains to the revival of the Soul Beast clan. Are you willing? What task? Mou once again positioned the dragon god sword against Xiao Wu's neck, insisting, tell me you are willing. I am willing. Xiao Wu, being a perceptive rabbit, readily agreed. Mou lowered the sword once more, explaining that this task would likely require her to betray her own conscience, to deceive the affections of a 40-year-old virgin, and then to abandon him, to trample upon him, to ravage him, to let him feel the malice of this world, to bring him to despair, to leave him disoriented, to make him utterly helpless, to ensure he is reborn anew. Mou raised the sword again, placing a hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, resolutely asking, are you willing? Xiao Wu pondered, can I refuse? This sounds rather malevolent. Little rabbit. Mou positioned the blade at her throat, his expression resolute. As the ancients say, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment their will, tax their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and expose them to hardship, so as to strengthen their resolve and enhance their capabilities. You might think my words are not kind, but it is all for his benefit. Do you understand? Can you grasp my intentions? Mou earnestly inquired. Xiao Wu was left bewildered. Mou pressed the blade closer, insisting, you understand. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Wu affirmed, I understand. Xiao Wu understands. Qian and Xiangjun were left astonished. Where has that upright Mou I knew gone? Has he been possessed? Damn. The lurking Luocha god Bibi looked perplexed. This is the real Mou. The virtuous facade was a ruse. He has always been this shameless? Bibi was bewildered, having never encountered someone who could articulate shamelessness with such eloquence. What a talent. Yet, she had always perceived Mou as harmless. How could he claim to be a good person? The Luocha god Bibi retorted. This left Bibi momentarily speechless, as Mou's most frequent declaration was that he was not a good person. Could it be that he was not joking, but rather being honest? Do not mistake his humility for jest. He rarely jokes, Bibi mused, shaking her head. She understood Mou quite clearly. His cunning was not inferior to hers. The reason he appeared foolish was merely because he chose not to engage his intellect. However, just because he refrained from using it did not mean he lacked intelligence. Her misunderstanding of him had stemmed from the belief that he had always been playing a part, which explained her cold demeanor towards him. No one enjoys feeling threatened, and she was no exception. Mou not only overshadowed her in talent, but also possessed a cunning nature, hence she never regarded him as a child. Consequently, his childish antics irked her. Only later did she realize that Mo.U typically refrained from exercising his considerable intellect. His apparent foolishness was not an act. He was simply disinclined to think. He was genuinely foolish, undeniably shameless, and equally clever. The most astonishing aspect of Mo.U was that he always spoke the truth, never masquerading. Whatever one perceived was the authentic Mo.U. Then it is settled, my dear little rabbit. No, my beloved Dawarishi. Mo.U earnestly patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, simultaneously retrieving a manual he had procured for 2 gold soul coins from Shady Shop in Wuhuan City. He solemnly handed it to Xiao Wu. This manual is the culmination of my arduous research and will greatly aid you in your forthcoming task. But remember, you are merely acting. Do not let the pretense become reality. Otherwise, you shall suffer greatly. The consequences would be dire. Your little brothers would become nourishment for my companions. Hence, for the future of the Soul Beast clan, for your own future, and for the future of your 2 little brothers, I implore you, strive diligently. Mo.U gazed sincerely into Xiao Wu's reddened eyes. He was not jesting. Should this little rabbit dare to betray him in such circumstances, he would indeed relish the taste of a 10,000-year soft-boned rabbit, and also ponder whether the brain of a Titan great ape could restore intellect or if the gall of a sky-blue bull python could be used for wine. He was genuinely curious. Xiao Wu comprehended. The rogue rabbit resolutely nodded. Mo.U comfortingly patted her head, saying, "Do not be tense. Just relax. That little virgin will be unable to resist your lively charm. Your biggest challenge lies within your own mind. Do not forget what you have said today, otherwise." Mo.U leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear, reverting to his previously cool demeanor, and softly warned, "You will meet a grim fate." Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, a chill rushing from her feet to the crown of her head. Tears of grievance streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Who had she offended? Was the human world truly this terrifying? Mo.U reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his expression solemn. "Little rabbit, do not blame me. I do not wish for this either. However, a gentleman does not live long, while a scoundrel endures for millennia. I desire harmony. I wish for your well-being, for everyone's well-being, but sometimes survival necessitates dire choices. I do not wish to perish. Thus, I must ask those opposing me to comply." He longed for integrity, and he had even been forthright once. Yet, from the moment the resurrection light shone upon the world and Tang, Sand inherited dual divine positions, he had become utterly disillusioned with this absurd world. The so-called gentleman, the victor and the vanquished are all that truly matter. Should he lose, no monument would mark his existence, nor would anyone remember him. Therefore, if one must play dirty, let us see who could be the dirtiest. Chapter 55. A fright for Tang Xiao San. After another session of rational discourse, Xiao Wu underwent a transformation. That Tang San was not a good person. Neither was his father, who had deceived the Blue-Silver Emperor into a sacrifice and usurped the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline. Who knows what misdeeds this father-son duo might commit in the future? She, Xiao Wu, is the embodiment of righteousness. Indeed, Mo.U, a child worthy of guidance. These are your sponsorships, along with books containing knowledge of the human world. Next, you must venture deep into enemy territory. We are unable to assist you, and for a long time to come, you will fight alone. Yet, never forget that I, your brother you, will always be your strongest support. Mo.U solemnly placed a prepared storage soul guide bracelet in Xiao Wu's hands. I will do my best, Xiao Wu responded, already somewhat swayed by the grand illusions presented to her. It must be noted that spirit beasts are indeed naive, even though they possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. Transformed spirit beasts are akin to newborns, utterly innocent and easily deceived. Do not assume that their millennia of existence has imbued them with cunning. Intelligence is a mysterious concept. One should not draw comparisons between humans and spirit beasts. Have you not seen how the Blue-Silver Emperor, a ruler of an entire lineage, was tricked into sacrifice? With her mission in mind, Xiao Wu skipped away to store her belongings after Mo.U had thoroughly concealed her spirit beast aura. From this moment on, she would become a sharp blade penetrating enemy lines. In the future, perhaps no one would know her name. Yet her contributions to the Spirit Beast clan would be eternally remembered. Are you really this good at deception? Bai Ji's tone was somewhat peculiar. They had witnessed everything from the beginning. That innocent little rabbit had truly been misled. The noble cause of the Spirit Beast clan, the rise and fall of nations. The tragic fate of the blue-silver emperor, the sordid past of the Haotian father and son, an elaborate narrative woven with emotion and reason. To be honest, MOU had just embodied the very essence of a human kidnapper. It is no wonder that even an adult would struggle to withstand such brainwashing. She was utterly befuddled. I merely wish not to deceive, but that does not imply I am incapable of it, MOU reflected, observing Xiao Wu's retreating figure with a tinge of guilt. After all, if Xiao Wu rejoined Tang San, she could potentially become a divine beast. Although she might ultimately be sacrificed to help the God King reclaim his deceased wife's power, at least she could have a long, happy life, filled with children and a fulfilling family. This was her dream of the human world, was it not? Yet now, this naive little rabbit, misled by him, had embarked on an irreversible path. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang delivered a passionate exposition, forcing Tang San's hidden weapons into his sleeves. However, in the final moments, the master proved his prowess with his silver tongue, successfully acquiring a devoted disciple who would bow thrice and knock his head 9 times. The saying, once a teacher, forever a father, does not exist in the Douluo continent, meaning this principle was brought forth by Tang San. May I see your second martial soul? Taking advantage of the absence of others, Yu Xiao Gang sought to satisfy his curiosity. Naturally, Tang San, impressed by Yu Xiao Gang's knowledge, felt no need to withhold his secret, even though his father had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing his second martial soul. To Tang San, the master before him had become akin to a father figure, and thus he felt no qualms in showcasing his secret. However, if Tang Hao were to discover that his son acknowledged Yu Xiao Gang, a well-known failure of the continent, as a father, he would likely be mortified. Is this the Haotian hammer? Upon seeing the familiar hammer, Yu Xiao Gang's expression faltered. The Haotian sect had long retreated following their earlier battle with the Spirit Hall, suffering significant losses among their disciples. Every disciple of the Haotian sect had been summoned back to the sect, and considering the child's age, could he possibly be the result of a fleeting romance during an excursion of a Haotian disciple? After all, if not, how would the Haotian bloodline come to be reduced to mere laborers? Upon realizing this, Yu Xiao Gang felt a sense of relief. Since the child was not a formal disciple of the Haotian sect, he need not worry about them seeking him out. Tang San, conceal your second martial soul, and never let anyone see it again, Yu Xiao Gang admonished. Should the Haotian hammer come to light, it would surely arouse the suspicion of the Spirit Hall. If Tang San were executed under the pretext of eliminating a rebel, who would validate his theories? Who would help him clear his name from humiliation? Yes, teacher. Hearing Yu Xiao Gang utter words akin to those of his father, Tang San felt an increasing trust in this newly acknowledged father figure. Having confirmed his innate full soul power disciple, Yu Xiao Gang recalled another matter. By the way, Tang San, do you know the origins of the 2 individuals we encountered at the entrance? Setting aside the woman, the aura of that child was certainly not ordinary. Such a noble identity arriving at a humble place like Nodding Academy raises questions. Could they possibly be from the Spirit Hall? Sent by Bibi Dong? Teacher, you aren't actually interested in that beautiful older sister, are you? Tang San, filled with filial concern, began to ponder the lifelong affairs of his newly adopted father. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao Gang shook his head with a bitter smile. Tang San, I am of a certain age. I no longer consider such matters. Moreover, she is in the prime of her life. Why would she look at an old man like me? Tang San firmly shook his head. No, teacher, if she were to understand your talents, she most certainly would. What would she do? MOU's cold voice interrupted Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San felt a bit embarrassed as the subject of their discussion had overheard them. One should possess self-awareness at such an age, yet you, a child, lack discernment. MOU remarked disdainfully. To be infatuated with a pretty girl at this academy is quite laughable, considering you call him teacher. What do you mean? Tang San's gaze sharpened. It was one thing to insult him, but the latter part of his statement seemed to criticize his teacher as well. Do you not comprehend? Or shall I simplify it for you? If the son is not taught, it is the father's fault. If the teacher is not strict, it is the teacher's laziness. Isn't that applicable to your teacher? What sort of character do you possess that is not a reflection of his teachings? MOU questioned. Or is it that when there are troubles, the disciple bears the burden, yet when all is well, the teacher is exalted? You. Tang San's left hand had already positioned a hidden weapon, ready to strike. Insulting his teacher was a path to death for this individual. What do you intend to do? MOU cast a glance at Tang San's left hand. Surely you do not wish to make a move? Young one, you must think carefully. Montak Yuskauza Hadanit. And the aura of a level 40 spirit master surged forth. Faced with this overwhelming spirit power, Tang San was knocked to the ground, his limbs numb, unable to raise his wrist to aim. The weapon he had prepared now rendered useless. The master beside him was left pale, astonished by the immense pressure of spirit power far exceeding his own. He could not discern Mo's spirit power level. But this overwhelming sensation surpassed even that of the Academy's spirit master Dean, implying that this child could potentially be a spirit king, or even a spirit emperor. Chapter 56. The blind Bibi Dong, what are you doing? The dean of Nodding Academy and several teachers rushed over, disturbed by the fluctuations of Mo's spirit power. Upon seeing Tang San sprawled on the ground and the master pale-faced, the dean's expression instantly dropped. Are you not guests of Nodding Academy? Dean Usis stepped forward. Is it not permissible to come in for a visit? Mou retorted. The Nodding Academy is a public institution established with the financial backing of the Spirit Hall. Anyone possessing a soul can enter for a visit. It is not a private academy. In fact, apart from the ostentatious Shrek Academy, there are no real private institutions on this continent. Soul Master Academies are either affiliated with the Spirit Hall or supported by various small or large sections. However, the majority of beginner Soul Master Academies are indeed backed by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, where would the work-study students come from? Visiting is permissible, yet resorting to violence is entirely inappropriate, Oxius declared solemnly. Who did I hit? Mou inquired. Well, you. Oxius scrutinized the scene and noticed that Tang San, lying on the ground, bore no visible injuries. His tattered clothing showed only old scars, devoid of any new wounds, coupled with his pale complexion. It appeared he had been frightened. Dean, you've misunderstood. He did not strike anyone. Yu Xiaojing quickly interjected to diffuse the awkwardness. Truthfully, the aura that the child had just unleashed was formidable enough that if Oxius had engaged, he would have stood no chance. The force capable of nurturing such talent could not possibly belong to a minor sect. Thus, it was best to gloss over the incident. Your academy is quite fascinating, Mou remarked with a shake of his head. The students seem to favor behind-the-scenes pursuits with girls, and the faculty are hardly paragons of virtue. When caught, they wish to silence witnesses, yet exhibit such cowardice that a mere glare renders them weak-kneed. And you, Dean, do not inquire into the facts, but hastily assign blame. Turning to Oxius, Mou added, I trust you do not genuinely consider this academy your personal domain? This young fellow, we already recognize our error. There is no need for such aggression. Yu Xiaojing intervened once more. Mou found the situation amusing. Is this truly aggression? Just because you learn a new term does not mean you should misuse it. I merely state facts, and that is deemed aggressive? Spare me the trouble. Disinterested. Mou turned away, pulling Bai Ji along with him. He had merely released a bit of his soul power to startle Tang San, not anticipating that this ruthless master of hidden weapons would collapse in fear. It was evident he possessed the will to kill, but lacked the readiness to be killed. As Mou's figure faded from view, Tang San, lying on the ground, felt a deep sense of humiliation wash over him. He had been reduced to a state of weakness by a mere child. San, are you all right? Once Oxius had departed, Yu Xiaojing helped the still-lying Tang San to his feet. I'm fine, teacher, Tang San replied, his head bowed. I'm sorry for embarrassing you. Although he had just become a disciple, having learned nothing yet, the bond of master and student meant that their fortunes were intertwined. Being frightened into submission by a child was an affront to his teacher. Noticing Tang San's distress, Yu Xiaojing sighed. San, do not dwell on this. The child, though appearing young, may well be a seasoned soul master. Some appear to be merely teenagers, yet are actually centuries old. Tang San was taken aback. Teacher, do you mean that child could very well be an ancient powerhouse? Yu Xiaojing nodded. Indeed, the soul power he displayed surpassed even that of Dean Oxius, which means he exceeds the level of a soul sect. Do you truly believe that someone of such diminutive stature could be a soul sect or even a soul king? Mou appeared only 2 or 3 years older than Tang San. Even if he also possessed innate full soul power, such a vast disparity in capabilities was improbable. Tang San nodded in agreement, realizing that the earlier individual, if not simply underdeveloped, was likely an ancient being maintaining a youthful facade through special means. How else could he have been frightened by a child? Exactly. Are you not even going to take a second glance? After returning to her own self, the ruler of the ghosts, Bibi Dong, activated her observation mode. Initially, She assumed this individual would impulsively rush forward for an emotional reunion, only to be forcibly interrupted. Yet, to her surprise, he merely cast a cursory glance before walking away. "What's so intriguing?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Naturally, I wish to observe your reaction," the ruler admitted candidly. "This is your long-lost love. You should seize the opportunity to gaze upon him." "Are you out of your mind?" Bibi Dong retorted. Without the influence of the ruler's power, her fixation on Yu Xiaojiang had diminished significantly. She was no longer so attached to past events, especially after witnessing Mou's rapid ascension in just 2 months and his spontaneous creation of a new soul skill, which had left her astounded and ultimately numb to it all. Perhaps her standards had simply risen. Coupled with the realization that Yu Xiaojiang had presented theories and treasured texts from the Spirit Hall for comparison, revealing startling similarities, she found herself deeply unsettled. Had she once deemed those concepts extraordinary? Wasn't he merely organizing and summarizing the Spirit Hall's precious information? How had she been so blind as to not recognize this? Moreover, she had even supported Yu Xiaojiang in publishing the so-called 10 core competencies of the Spirit Hall. The invaluable resources accumulated over millennia had been leaked by him under his name, claiming them as his own. No wonder those elders managing the Spirit Hall's library had never held her in high regard. It turned out Yu Xiaojiang had discreetly appropriated many confidential documents under the guise of her title as a saintess, disseminating them to countless soul masters. He had taken the Spirit Hall's centuries of knowledge and claimed it as his own. What a masterful deception. Why didn't he share any findings from his own blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage? Such brazen acts of appropriation, yet he carried himself with such righteous indignation. Now, she found Yu Xiaojiang increasingly disagreeable, particularly over the past 2 years. Her investigation into his activities after leaving the Spirit Hall had revealed he was mingling with her cousin and had nearly wed. It was laughable, given Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical prowess. How could he not deduce that Lu Erlong was a blue lightning tyrant dragon? It was only when Yu Lumian intervened that he realized Lu Erlong was indeed his cousin. Honestly, just reading the documentation was amusing. With Yu Xiaojiang's capabilities, how could he possibly fail to recognize Lu Erlong's origins? It was highly likely he was feigning ignorance, letting misunderstandings fester. Truth be told, letting misunderstandings fester was one thing. But in this world, familial ties often led to high-quality soul inheritance through marriage. The relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong was merely that of cousins. While perhaps a bit close, it was not without precedent. If Yu Xiaojiang had boldly acknowledged their connection and truly pursued a relationship with Lu Erlong, she might have even conceded he possessed some backbone. Yet, when Yu Lumian exposed the truth, he immediately crumbled, seeking refuge in the impoverished noting city, relying on his connection with the Academy's dean to scrape by. All these years, he had not taken in a single student, nor had he taught any courses at the Academy, merely living off the efforts of others. Witnessing that Tang San had innate full soul power and observing Yu Xiaojiang's patient guidance in persuading him to become a disciple made her feel utterly disgusted. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Are you not, in essence, berating yourself? Chapter 57. Who wins? Who is the gentleman at the entrance of the Nodding Academy? Mou and Bai Ji awaited the arrival of Xiao Wu, who was busy managing their luggage. Although they had established a bond with their soul beasts, nurturing relationships remained essential. After all, if one wished for loyalty, one must at least maintain a faade of respect. Wouldn't you agree? Mou pondered, as he caressed the face of the silver dragon king nestled in his arms, wondering if this little rabbit would dutifully carry out her tasks. He had a premonition that this rather dim-witted rabbit might defect. Bai Ji initially intended to reassure him, but upon seeing the concern etched on Mou's face, her own confidence wavered. I'm not entirely familiar with the thoughts of your soul beasts. After all, I struggle to comprehend human thoughts as well. I may manage some analysis of human nature, but the human heart is inscrutable. I find it utterly perplexing, Mou lamented. Transformed soul beasts, apart from their experiences, bear little distinction from humans, rendering this rabbit highly unpredictable. Mou possessed a fair understanding of the psyche of soul beasts, or rather ferocious beasts, noting their simplicity. While there was an anomaly like Tianming, most ferocious beasts had straightforward thoughts, particularly when it came to emotions, which were strikingly pure. He wondered if this little rabbit, spending day in and day out with Tang Xiao San, would inevitably follow a path of ruin. He was uncertain, but deeply skeptical. "You seem to be softening again," Bibi remarked. "It's not about being soft. I simply feel that what I am about to do is somewhat distasteful," Imoyu replied. "Truth be told, if this little rabbit were to fully commit, it wouldn't pose a threat to me. On the contrary, I could act more resolutely against her. However, knowing she might become invested and still allowing it, what does that imply? It's akin to placing a cake before a child, warning them not to touch it, knowing full well they will. I set the bait, intentionally leading them to err, only to later stand in righteous indignation to chastise and punish them. What is the essence of my actions? Am I endeavoring to prevent mistakes? Or am I merely waiting for the opportunity to impose punishment? After all, I could have easily prevented this error at its inception by withholding the cake. Yet I offered it, indulging the potential for error which arguably exists because of me. Should I then blame the child for the mistake? What does that signify?" Moyu's heart was in turmoil. It was not that he was incapable of acting. Rather, he had once despised such behavior. Yet now, he found himself becoming the very person he loathed. In his quest for victory, he began to discard his principles. "Did you not proclaim you are not a good person?" Bi Chenkun softly. Moyu's self-imposed constraints were indeed excessive, much like the words of Shuedi. Prior to Tang San inheriting the sea god-s position, Moyu had the capability to eliminate the Grand Priest of Sea God Island and the 7 offerings to buy time, yet he refrained, merely engaging in a heartfelt conversation before the sacrifices to Poseidon. Ultimately, the fate of the Spirit Hall had little bearing on Moyu. He had never partaken in its splendor. Even if the Spirit Hall were to crumble, it would scarcely affect him. He could easily soar to the sun and moon continent, amassing divine power with his unparalleled strength over centuries. Ascending to godhood would not be a challenge. Simply put, the difficulty lay not in becoming a deity, but in the lack of time. "I am indeed not a good person. Truthfully, I am capable of anything," Moyu shrugged. "However, what I am about to undertake is undeniably distasteful." He was acutely aware of his actions and the sacrifices he was making. Etiquette and morality served no purpose beyond self-deception. They were mere constraints, adornments to conceal the sordidness of human nature. Humanity is inherently flawed, governed by primal instincts of survival of the fittest. Those who claim that human nature is innately good conveniently forget how, in their childhood innocence, they extinguished countless ants and destroyed numerous anthills. The notion of inherent goodness is a farce, merely a reflection of the absence of capability for malevolence. Otherwise, how could one explain the simplicity of moral integrity? How many would deem a child's act of killing a few ants to be a grievous sin? In relation to him, reverence for the strong was paramount, while sympathy for the weak was irrelevant. This encapsulates humanity. Hence, he found it bewildering that soul beasts would choose to become beings such as humans. "You seem to perceive the struggle within me," Bibi observed, her heart wavering in compassion. "Yet, the necessary actions must still be executed," Moyu sighed. "In matters of urgency, when I bear no responsibilities, my happiness takes precedence, much like in my past life as a gentleman. Even in defeat or death, there was at least a sense of psychological fulfillment. However, this time, my aim is to emerge victorious. Ultimately, I am merely a flawed individual. The title of gentleman is reserved for those with strength. Without it, regardless of one's noble intentions, greatness, selflessness, or integrity, defeat renders one a mere jester." Qian Daoliu's steadfast adherence to his promises culminated in the collapse of the Spirit Hall, which had endured for millennia. Shattering the divine being he had devoted his life to, he embodied the gentleman ideal. Yet what remained? Nothing at all. In his previous existence, he had restrained himself from committing unsavory acts. What was the outcome? A gentleman? Nonsense. Only the victors possess the right to be called gentlemen. The victorious are the true gentlemen. As Moyu's resolve intensified, Bibi refrained from further comment. Moyu had made his choice. They must not falter. The future held but 2 paths, victory or demise, with no alternatives. Before long, the little rabbit bounded into view, accompanied by a slender figure, Tang Xiaosan. Upon spotting Moyu and Bibi at the entrance, Tang San instinctively hesitated, yet the pride of his Tang sect lineage spurred him to regain his composure. Moyu found himself perplexed. Had Xiao Wu truly ensnared Tang San in such a brief span? Sensing his confusion, Xiao Wu approached with an air of excitement. "Brother Yu, I just had a spar with him in the dormitory, and now I'm the boss of 7 dorms. I noticed he lacked bedding. So I thought MOU's expression turned quizzical. You're applying what you've learned, I see. Practice is the sole standard for verifying truth. Xiao Wu declared earnestly. The first rule of the slut handbook: take the initiative to leave a lasting impression on the other party, then act as if nothing happened, keeping them guessing. Having already engaged in a skirmish with Tang San, Xiao Wu now intended to extend her benevolence from her newfound position of authority. This differential treatment upon their first encounter would surely stir Tang San's imagination. Subsequently, she would act as if nothing had transpired, allowing Tang San to strategize on his own. Perfect. MOU regarded the little rabbit with admiration. Truly, after 10,000 years of evolution, her innate intelligence was remarkable, demonstrating an impressive capacity for learning. For someone like Tang San, a middle-aged virgin starved of affection, such manipulation, combined with Xiao Wu's vivacious demeanor, would surely deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 58, Scene 1. Come on, brother, let us go shopping. MOU draped his arm over Xiao Wu's shoulder, leading her towards the shopping district of Naughty City. Bai Ji followed closely with a smile, aware that MOU was up to something. Behind them trailed the little dark-skinned boy. Tang San stood rigidly, unresponsive. What little dark-skinned boy? He pondered. Is he really that dark? He seems all right. Come on, Tang San. Xiao Wu called back. If you don't join us, you're disrespecting Sister Xiao Wu. Tang San's expression faltered. He found himself at a loss against this little girl's charms. If she truly decided to confront him, he feared he would be at her mercy for a long time to come. Here I come. Tang San relented, albeit reluctantly. By the way, this is my brother Yu, Xiao Wu introduced, turning to him. Brother Yu, this is Tang San, my new little brother. MOU maintained his calm demeanor. Pleasure to meet you, little dark boy. Tang San frowned slightly. It's Tang San. Noticing the peculiar tension between the two, Xiao Wu looked puzzled. Do you two have a history? While MOU's demeanor was unsurprising, Tang San had only just met her. There is no history to speak of. I have no interest in squabbling with a child, MOU replied coolly. In truth, if it were merely a child who had spoken earlier, it would have been inconsequential, childish words without consequence. But Tang San was not a child. He was a grown man, a 30 or 40-year-old virgin, pretending to be innocent and carefree, a fade he never mastered. Moreover, in this world, one must bear the repercussions of their words. If luck were to abandon him, and he were to offend a noble lady or a member of a sect, even if she were a child, it could lead to dire consequences. After all, while the combat prowess in this world may not be exceptionally high, it remains a fantasy realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong dominate and there are no protections for minors. Tang San paused. My friend, I have already apologized. You should address him as Brother Yu. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San with discontent. This is Sister Xiao Wu's brother, and you must address him accordingly. It was no joke. Those two familiar yet foreign presences were the very ones that had haunted her for tens of thousands of years. Originating from the depths of the Stardow forest, the two towering figures were evidently led by MOU, which meant that the lives of Deming and Air Ming rested in MOU's hands. If Sister Xiao Wu had yielded and called him brother, how could her little brother not follow suit? Tang San wore a reluctant expression. All right, enough of the pressure, MOU interjected. Let us consider the previous matter settled. However, you must remember, when out and about, be careful with your words. You were fortunate to encounter someone as easygoing as me this time, but if your luck runs out, do you think you might die? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? What I mean is, if you were to meet someone ill-tempered, those words you just spoke could be enough to seal your fate, MOU said solemnly. He had wandered through Tiando City and had witnessed such incidents numerous times. Take the case of that fellow Shui Peng, who claimed to be hiding his prowess and indulged in debauchery to survive. While actually preying on the weak, he had indeed committed many such acts. For the royal family, a few lives were merely trifles, nothing of consequence. Under MOU's icy gaze, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed the truth in those words. This world truly operated in such a manner. Thus, consider this a mild lesson. Whether you heed it or believe it is your own affair, MOU shrugged and continued walking. After a moment, Tang San's voice, somewhat heated, drifted over. I apologize. I misunderstood you. In truth, this fellow had done nothing at all. Tang San could clearly sense that if MOU wished to kill him, it would be effortless. He had even heard that the strongest headmaster of Notting Academy would likely fall before him with ease. Strength, even in his former world, commanded respect, and in this world, where the strong reigned supreme, it was even more pronounced. Apologies are your choice, but for the foreseeable future, I will need you to keep an eye on Xiao Wu. She tended to be quite impulsive, Mo Yu stated, shifting to a more serious tone. Tang San was momentarily stunned. Sister Xiao Wu? I trust you can see that neither of us is ordinary. Xiao Wu possesses innate soul power, a rarity indeed, and she cannot simply be an ordinary student. Mo Yu explained. However, our family has encountered some minor issues, making it inconvenient for Xiao Wu to remain at home. Upon hearing this, Tang San, once a disciple of the Tang sect, conjured images of internal sect conflicts where elders, in a bid to protect their descendants, would send them to remote villages for safety. In an instant, his gaze towards Xiao Wu shifted. No wonder such a young girl could suppress him. It was clear she was from a cultivated family. With Xiao Wu's serious expression further reinforcing his assumptions, Tang San became increasingly convinced. As for why Mo Yu would reveal such information, it was simply because he perceived Tang San as a country bumpkin, a mere 6-year-old incapable of grasping the harsh realities of sect conflicts. How reasonable. In reality, Xiao Wu's serious expression was simply a result of her being momentarily caught off guard. What sort of plot is this? An extraordinary background? Does the Stardow Forest count? Why didn't you inform me before this script upgrade? Sister Xiao Wu had only just begun her journey. What if she made a mistake? She didn't want to die. De Ming and Er Ming didn't want to die either. The mere thought of potential errors leading to her demise at Mo Yu's hands filled Xiao Wu's large eyes with anxiety. Yet, recalling that she was merely acting, she forced herself to suppress her tears. This scene unfolded before the watchful eyes of Mo Yu and the others. Tang San thought to himself, I was right. This feeling of being uprooted and living in constant fear is palpable. I understand. Mo Yu mused, this little rabbit's acting skills are impressive. But wait, how can she be so adept? Could it be that she is truly a genius in this regard? Bai Ji wondered, what has this little rabbit so frightened? Caught in their diverse thoughts, the group fell into an inexplicable silence. Seeing that his plan had perfectly unfolded, Mo Yu donned a fittingly melancholic expression, placing his arm around Xiao Wu as they walked forward, with Bai Ji promptly following. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang San, lost in his thoughts, trailed behind. Impressive acting. Your learning ability is quite remarkable, Mo Yu conveyed telepathically. Huh? Xiao Wu was taken aback. To acquire such skills immediately after obtaining my treasured manual. It's clear you will become something great in time, Mo Yu remarked, patting her shoulder with satisfaction. Not understanding why she was being praised, Xiao Wu nodded blankly. It seemed she would not be eliminated after all. However, I must advise you to not immerse yourself too deeply in the role, lest you find yourself in a boiling pot of familiar beasts, Mo Yu warned coldly. Xiao Wu's presence was essential, and despite the discomfort of this situation, Mo Yu felt compelled to proceed. A certain master of magic once stated, only magic can defeat magic. Similarly, it is the small-minded who must contend with the small-minded. As for the gentlemen, they have perished. They were the ones chosen. Chapter 59. Win or die more than 2 hours later. Mo Yu returned Xiao Wu and Tang San to Notting Academy. Through a joint performance, Tang San had developed a firm belief that Xiao Wu was the offspring of an elder from a special sect. Regarding Mo Yu's speculation that Xiao Wu was a relative, possibly an ancient being maintaining a child's appearance through some extraordinary means, presumably for the sake of concealment, Tang San, the astute young man, believed he had seen through it all. However, due to his own identity, he could only feign ignorance. Nevertheless, he had already begun contemplating forming an alliance with this individual from a powerful force. After all, this person might assist him in revitalizing the Tang clan. Yet, Mo Yu consistently treated him like a mere child, and if Tang San wished to earn this person's aid and trust, he would have to start from this young lady's perspective. Please rest for a while. Tomorrow, I will take you to the soul-hunting forest to collect your soul rings. Mo Yu remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of gratitude, despite his irritable temperament. The truth was that he doubted anyone at this wretched academy possessed the ability to procure quality soul rings for them, Mo Yu complained. Tang San furrowed his brow, about to defend his erudite teacher, when Mo Yu interrupted him. I will refrain from commenting on your teacher. After all, discussing others behind their back is not the mark of a gentleman. Mo, you said calmly. I can only say that I have heard of his deeds, but I cannot ascertain their truth. As for his character, that is for you to judge. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. His understanding of his teacher was indeed limited. He had chosen to apprentice more out of respect for the man's knowledge. The ability to deduce his twin martial spirits from a mere report was a skill possessed only by the master thus far. However, Mo, you had a point. One could know a person's face, but not their heart. While a master is worthy of respect, it does not necessarily imply that they possess virtuous conduct. Yet, having taken him as a mentor, he felt bound by the principle of once a teacher, always a father. If this master were to exhibit any faults, he could only do his best to mitigate them. Are you trying to assist him? Bai Ji questioned, somewhat perplexed by Mou's actions. Helping Tang San acquire soul rings? Strengthening an adversary? Even if Tang San were of little importance, merely a pawn against the Shura god, what did it mean to bolster an enemy? If I did not assist him, how could I not be seen as ungrateful? Mou replied thoughtfully. Not only do I wish to aid him now, but I will continue to do so in the future. I intend to support him extensively and then await his performance. To repay kindness with malice, to forget one's benefactor. This is the very heir chosen by the Shura god, the future enforcer of the divine realm. Among the 5 great divine kings, the Shura god possesses the greatest strength. Although the benevolent and the malevolent are the oldest divine kings, their power is more a matter of status than might, with the Shura reigning supreme in capability. The god of destruction is restrained by the Shura, and the god of life prefers not to engage in conflict, being a couple. The benevolent and malevolent are a pair, as are destruction and life. This dynamic also explains why the Shura, despite its strength, cannot dominate the divine realm entirely. In one-on-one confrontations, the Shura is indeed the strongest. However, when faced with couples, it cannot prevail. To confront the divine realm, their collective strength is far from sufficient. In an ideal scenario, if his strength were calculated at the pinnacle of level 1, and the Silver Dragon King fully recovered to godly prowess, along with the assistance of the Rakshasa god and the Angel god, this meager force would be utterly inadequate against the divine realm. Thus, to secure victory, they must create discord among their adversaries. Should the Shura encounter difficulties, the divine committee would inevitably descend into chaos, and the gods would witness the Shura's disgrace. The god of destruction, long displeased with the Shura, would certainly stir up trouble. And if the sealed Golden Dragon King were to also face issues, the benevolent and malevolent would be too preoccupied to consider them. At that point, if they could successfully shatter the Shura's divinity and the Shura sword, the divine realm would be thrown into utter disarray. But what if he truly falls for your deception? Bai Ji inquired. Mou regarded her with a bemused expression. You might as well suggest that the Shura voluntarily abandon its pursuit of the dragon goddess remnants and willingly alter the cultivation rules of Douluo continent, changing the current one-sided slaughter of spirit beasts by humans. Who is Tang San? Is he someone easily deceived? This disciple of the Tang clan is no child. His mind is fully matured, and his worldview firmly established. Having survived the perilous environment of the Tang clan, where assassination is commonplace, and even managed to acquire the clan's secret arts, Tang San's resolve is unshakable. Aside from their adversarial stance, Mou harbored no ill will towards him. After all, rising from humble beginnings requires certain measures. Must one remain a perpetually honest individual, a mere beast of burden? Why should one accept such a fate? Tang San, an outer disciple, climbed to such heights purely through his own efforts. Had he not been prematurely exposed and hunted by the elders, but instead managed to master the Tang clan's hidden weaponry and ascend step by step to become the clan leader, his story of triumph would be truly inspirational. As for means, who among those who rise to power does not have blood on their hands? After achieving success, who does not seek to cleanse their reputation? Who does not yearn for legitimacy? One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Some sacrifice their lives for righteousness, while others resort to unscrupulous tactics to achieve their goals. Some leave behind a legacy of virtue, while others are consigned to infamy. Yet, they're all merely choosing the path they desire. This is the distinction between the sage and the common person. The sage sacrifices for righteousness. The common person, of course, must act in their own interest. In the world of adults, where is the notion of right and wrong? Where is the delineation between justice and evil? Only the victor prevails. But what if? B. Preston. What if this Tang San truly falls victim to your deception? There is no what if. Mo shook his head. What Tang San lacks most, and values dearly, are kinship and love. I will slowly dismantle his teacher, his father, and that turtle in the Old Qian sect. Of course, I won't spare his mother either. I shall retrieve her to warm his bed. As for love, Montak Uzite, regardless of Xiao Wu's choices, she is a blade directed at Tang San. Once he develops feelings for her, no matter how the little rabbit chooses, the outcome remains unchanged. To force Tang San to unveil his true self, he must be thoroughly broken down. Family, friends, lovers, each must be destroyed. Am I being a bit too wicked? Montak Uzudnli in Kviat. Bai Ji hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Wicked? Indeed, it is quite wicked. Mo's plans and methods sometimes elicited a visceral aversion from her. Yet, Tang San is the enemy. When dealing with an adversary, what need is there to discuss morality? Not only humans, but even spirit beasts employ every means at their disposal when hunting their prey. They either kill the quarry to sustain themselves or release it and starve. How to choose? Their relationship with Tang San, the heir of the Shura god, is a life and death struggle. Thus, to feel sympathy for Tang San, even if she could, it would be impossible. Kindness toward an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Should she entertain even a flicker of unwarranted compassion, it would be an irresponsibility to Mou, who had wagered everything to assist them. After all, Mou originally had no need to engage in these distasteful endeavors. He could have remained a gentleman. Yet, in order to assist them and to secure victory, Mou chose to become a rogue. So why should she, or they, feign propriety and aspire to be gentlemen? Everyone is a rogue. There is no distinction. In this life and death game against the divine realm, they had no choice but to resort to any means necessary to seize a glimmer of hope. Is it wrong to strive for survival? You've changed as well, Mou sighed. The former Bai Ji would have found such methods unacceptable. Tian could not accept it either. In fact, he struggled with it. However, after being battered by reality, even the most repugnant actions must be taken. This is not about condemning anyone, nor is it about true goodness and beauty, nor is it about overthrowing the Tang God King. It is merely a gamble for existence. Win or perish. Chapter 60. The Soul Hunting Forest the next day, en route to the Soul Hunting Forest in a carriage. Due to Mou's interference, Yu Xiaojiang was unable to deliver warmth or chicken legs to Tang San, and now Tang San regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a hint of scrutiny. Even under Xiao Wu's encouragement, Tang San did not inform Yu Xiaojiang about his upcoming hunt for soul rings. However, this did not indicate that Tang San had come to trust Mou. Mou recognized that his previous behavior had piqued Tang San's interest. He saw him as someone who could be exploited. Currently, Tang San believed himself to be of humble origins. If he wished to ascend, he needed someone with considerable influence in this world to assist him. Relying solely on himself offered no path forward. Even in his past life, he had achieved success by standing on the shoulders of the predecessors of the Tang sect. Without the help of old Master Tang Lan, he would have met his end while attempting to infiltrate the forbidden grounds of the Tang sect. Thus, at present, Mou, an enigmatic figure whom even those he considered knowledgeable regarded with caution, was an excellent choice. Brother Yu, what kind of soul ring do you plan to hunt for us? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. The first 6 soul rings formed from soul beasts could be independently condensed without the need to hunt soul beasts. Hence her curiosity about Mou's intentions regarding Tang San. To deceive him? Show me your martial soul, Mou said, slightly opening his eyes as he lay in by Ji's embrace. Tang San promptly summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. This is my martial soul, blue-silver grass. What path do you wish to take? Montaku Yaonit. Control system, assault system, or support system? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, as he truly lacked understanding of these matters. Mou sat up and stated, "Let me make one thing clear. Your martial soul is not blue-silver grass." Not blue-silver grass? Tang San was bewildered. Can blue-silver grass possess innate, full soul power? Mou wore an expression of disbelief. The level of a martial soul determines the amount of innate soul power. A feeble martial soul like blue-silver grass could hardly possess 10th level soul power. Having only 2 or 3 levels would be commendable. Due to Bibi Dong's neglect, he had combed through the archives of the Spirit Hall countless times. Moreover, as someone who had cultivated to the pinnacle of Douluo, his theoretical knowledge easily surpassed that of 99% of individuals. Am I not allowed to be an exception? Tang San retorted. An exception? Montague chuckled lightly. The innate soul power of a defective martial soul can only stem from two possibilities. Either the martial soul has mutated or, as I mentioned earlier, your martial soul is not blue silvergrass at all. However, if blue silvergrass were to mutate, it would typically result in a change of attributes, either possessing strong healing properties or devouring attributes. Your blue silvergrass exhibits none of these special traits, so it can only be a downgraded version of a superior martial soul, which may potentially undergo a second awakening in the future. A second awakening? Tang San's curiosity was piqued, while Xiao Wu also remained somewhat uninformed about such matters. That knowledge is still far from you, knowing it is of no use. Mou interrupted, naturally unwilling to disclose the matter of the blue-silver emperor, as he had no intention of allowing Tang San to awaken it. Very well. Mou did not wish to elaborate further, and Tang San refrained from pressing him, for as a disciple of the Tang sect, he understood that knowledge is the most precious wealth. Mou was not a close acquaintance, so it was unreasonable to expect him to divulge everything. But what if there's another possibility, such as a twin martial soul? Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Tang San visibly froze. Could it be exposed again? Perhaps. Montague replied nonchalantly. But is it possible that Xiao San's martial soul truly is blue silvergrass, and the other martial soul is something of a higher caliber? Hence the elevated soul power? Xiao Wu prodded once more. At this, Tang San instinctively clenched his fists. Both his father and teacher had advised him against revealing his second martial soul, yet it seemed that everyone he encountered could infer such things. Impossible, Montague dismissed it. The primary condition for the existence of twin martial souls is that the levels of the two martial souls must not differ greatly. Otherwise, they cannot coexist. If your martial soul is indeed a defective blue silvergrass, then your second martial soul can only be of a low-level martial soul. How could two low-level martial souls possibly possess innate, full soul power? That cannot be the case, Tang San countered once more. The accumulated knowledge of the Spirit Hall over 10,000 years has never validated the existence of the exceptions you speak of, Mou interrupted. Of course, if you wish to persist in your belief, I will not argue. Your happiness is what matters. With that, Mou turned to sleep. He had said all that needed to be said and had no interest in debating such matters with Tang San. It was akin to arguing with a child about why 1 + 1 = 2. You assert it as a rule of foundation, while they question why it cannot equal 3 or 4. Is there any significance in such a debate? It is merely a waste of time. Yu Xiaojiang had indeed pilfered numerous confidential documents from the Spirit Hall. He had also proposed many hypotheses that remained unverified, and no one was willing to serve as a test subject. After all, should verification succeed, the credit would belong to Yu Xiaojiang, while failure would lead others to label the individual who volunteered as foolish. Did they not realize this? They deserved it. Everywhere is the same. Everyone only focuses on the results. In the soul-hunting forest, Mou walked ahead, Bai Ji trailing behind, while Tang San and Xiao Wu walked in the middle. Are you certain about pursuing the control system? Mou reiterated. Yes, Tang San nodded. According to Mou's explanation, he believed that pursuing the control system was most suitable, as his Tang sect's hidden weapons often required an element of surprise. Controlling the opponent would significantly enhance the accuracy of the hidden weapons. Do you prefer a safer soul ring or a more aggressive one? Mou inquired further. Is there a difference? Tang San asked, perplexed. A safer option would involve absorbing plant-type soul rings, while a more aggressive choice would entail absorbing animal-type soul rings. However, the latter carries certain risks and is not universally applicable, Mou elaborated. The notion of plant martial souls absorbing animal soul rings was not unique to Yu Xiaojiang. Many had attempted it in the past, though it often led to complications and instability. Thus, the Spirit Hall had sealed such data away. Yu Xiaojiang must have stumbled upon this information, mistakenly believing he had discovered a treasure. The truth was that this method had already been tested in the past, but proved unsafe. Absorbing a soul ring is no trivial matter, and once undertaken, there is no turning back. Should complications arise, the soul master's life would essentially be ruined. Thus, if there exists a more prudent choice, why must one take such risks? Does it render you more courageous? Success would be fortunate, but what if failure ensues? Why was Yu Xiaojiang expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? In the previous life, according to the betrayal revealed by Yu Lumyin. This individual deceived a genius inner disciple of innate level 8 into absorbing a plant spirit beast as his first spirit ring. An unforeseen incident occurred, rendering the disciple's first spirit ability utterly useless. And this inner disciple subsequently succumbed to depression and took his own life before reaching level 20 due to ridicule from his peers. What does innate level 8 signify? It ensures a future as a soul fighter, with significant prospects of attaining the status of a titled Douluo. Yet, due to Yu Xiaojiang, the blue lightning tyrant dragon lost a potential title Douluo. This incident, even with Yu Xiaojiang's father as the sect leader, could not be suppressed. The elders of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sought Yu Xiaojiang's life in retribution. Ultimately, out of respect for Yu Yuanjin, they merely expelled Yu Xiaojiang from the sect and buried the disgraceful matter. Thus, theoretical master, this is akin to the rise of one general leading to the demise of countless soldiers, merely elevating oneself at the expense of others' lives. I wish to try the animal spirit rings. Tang San asserted that a voice deep within him urged that animal spirit beast rings were more suited to him. If that pleases you, then so be it. Mou did not dispute this. He had already expressed his opinions. How Tang San chose was of no concern to him. All he needed to do was treat Tang San well and assist him, and that sufficed. The outcome of such assistance was inconsequential. After 2 hours, Tang San encountered the mandala snake, as if by fate. Observing Tang San's gleaming eyes, Mou felt a peculiar sensation. Could this snake be orchestrated by Shura? What a mere coincidence. They had arrived several days earlier than Yu Xiaojiang had with Tang San. Yet in the vast soul-hunting forest, how could they encounter this creature? Are you certain you desire this creature? Mou pointed to the 400-year-old mandala snake he held, as if it were a mere chick. Tang San nodded, expressing his belief that this snake was indeed suitable for him. Very well, then. Mou casually tossed the half-dead mandala snake to Tang San. Without wasting any time, Tang San drew forth a blade from his bosom and plunged it into the snake's eye. A yellow spirit ring gradually emerged, and Tang San, following Mou's prior instructions, guided the spirit ring toward himself and began the absorption process. Brother Yu, did you not say he was not a good person? Why assist him then? Xiao Wu could not comprehend. Such notions were absent from the manual for cultivating unscrupulous women. If I did not assist him, how can he repay kindness with malice? Mou replied nonchalantly, if he does not repay kindness with malice, how can I uphold righteousness? What I seek is a name of virtue. Tang San is the catalyst for chaos in the divine realm. Should the reputation of the Shura god falter, the ever-watchful Destruction God King would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The enforcers of the realm, openly engaging in favoritism and injustice, tarnish not only their own reputation, but also render the divine realm a subject of ridicule. Deities are exalted beings, acutely aware of their reputation and face. Thus, in such circumstances, if destruction were to act, Shura would find himself beset on all sides. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This fellow shares his father's disposition, Mou remarked. His father, in pursuit of 100,000-year spirit ring, wielded the spirit hall as a weapon. Yet this simple-minded individual failed to consider the disparity between the Haotian sect and the spirit hall, nearly leading to the annihilation of the Haotian sect. Had Daoliu not intervened due to an agreement with Tang Chun, the spirit hall, enraged by the death of the Pope, would have undoubtedly wiped out the Haotian sect without exception. Are you referring to Sister Ain? Xiao Wu inquired. The blue-silver emperor departed from the Star Doe forest many years ago. Her mother recounted that the blue-silver emperor had also transformed, only to be discovered and subsequently sacrificed to a human. It was then she learned that this Tang San is the son of the blue-silver emperor. Mou shrugged. That fool. For reasons unknown, transformed spirit beasts are often quite naive. When Ain became acquainted with Tang Hao, they were already soul Douluos, whereas Ain was merely a soul emperor. How could Tang Hao and his brother not perceive her true identity? Yet, she naively believed in the goodness of humanity, investing her so-called love, only to be outwitted by Tang Hao. Why did the Spirit Hall commence their pursuit of these two precisely when Tang Hao reached level 90? Why, after months of pursuit, did Tang Hao never find a moment to acquire his 9th spirit ring? No time? Donotiist. The events of those years were anything but simple, fraught with schemes and unforeseen occurrences. Before long, Tang San successfully absorbed the mandala snake's spirit ring. And when he wished to share his joy like a child, Mo silently turned to leave. He has departed. Xiao Wu had just finished her absorption. Tang San cast a surprised glance at Xiao Wu, who promptly showcased her newly formed first spirit ring, a 400-year yellow spirit ring, neither more nor less. On the carriage, Mo briefed Xiao Wu on a few simple matters before escorting the two back to Nodding Academy. Sister Xiao Wu, has he always been this way? Tang San pondered. Mo's demeanor had consistently been aloof. He initially assumed it stemmed from dissatisfaction toward him, but through this brief interaction, he discerned that Mo's disposition was merely his nature. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded. Brother Yu seems burdened with many worries. He has always been this way. Since her introduction to Mo, she sensed a heavy weight upon him. Tang San wished to inquire further about Mo from Xiao Wu. Yet a hurried figure interrupted him. Little San, Yu Xiaojiang rushed over anxiously. Where have you been? Why have you been out of sight all day? What business is it of yours? Xiao Wu made a face at Yu Xiaojiang and skipped away, for she did not favor this untidy elder. I apologize, teacher. We ventured out to hunt for spirit rings. Tang San felt a pang of guilt. As a disciple, he should have informed his teacher about such a significant matter beforehand, which was indeed quite inappropriate. Hunting for spirit rings. As expected, upon hearing that Tang San had independently acquired a spirit ring, Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened considerably. He had yet to convey his theories to Tang San, so how could this boy take it upon himself to absorb a spirit ring? If anything were to happen to Tang San, how could he validate his theories or make those who belittled him regret their judgments? I apologize, teacher. Noticing Yu Xiaojiang's grim countenance, Tang San immediately knelt, resembling a dutiful son. This was my fault. Please punish me as you see fit. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, clearly bewildered by Tang San's sudden kneeling. However, his anger over Tang San's unauthorized spirit ring absorption could not dissipate, and he could only maintain a stern fa while helping Tang San to his feet. Very well, since it has already been absorbed, there is no remedy. It is merely a first spirit ring. Time is still on your side, especially with your twin martial souls. You will have many more opportunities. However, what spirit ring did you absorb? Yu Xiaojiang held no expectations, feeling that this boy had likely returned with nothing more than a 10-year spirit ring. After all, how could two children contend with a 100-year spirit beast that even he, a seasoned soul master, found challenging? Teacher, take a look. Tang San, filled with excitement and anticipation, displayed his 400-year soul ring, the mandala snake. Upon witnessing the deep yellow ring, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? Without his guidance, how could this lad absorb a soul ring of such an age? It was an exceptionally suitable age. Moreover, a plant-type martial soul absorbing an animal-type soul ring. Wasn't that his exclusive domain? Where did this uninformed child find the audacity to absorb an animal soul ring? Was it merely a stroke of luck? Teacher, what's wrong? Tang San inquired, puzzled by Yu Xiaojiang's complex emotions. How did you manage to absorb such a soul ring? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Furthermore, even a few soul masters would find it challenging to deal with a 400-year mandala snake. You and Xiao Wu, being so young, are merely pawns in a grand scheme, Tang San replied. Pawn? Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned quizzical. Tang San's demeanor shifted slightly. He is the one I had a minor conflict with yesterday. Yu Xiaojiang's countenance stiffened. Tang San continued. He shared a wealth of knowledge about soul rings with me, including control, support, and offensive systems. It was he who recommended I absorb this mandala snake, and even assisted in capturing it. Muyu provided suggestions for various developmental paths, leaving the final choice to him. Did he recommend you absorb an animal soul ring? A glimmer of hope flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Could he possibly be aware of his theories? Indeed, he mentioned that absorbing animal soul rings carries a significant risk for plant-type martial souls. While surprises may arise, accidents are also likely. He urged me to contemplate my decision carefully, Tang San elucidated. Yu Xiaojiang's impression of Mu Yu remained favorable. After all, the previous conflict was instigated by him, and through their interactions, he discerned the unusual bond between Mu Yu and the elder sister, Bai Ji. It was likely they were a couple, which made her anger at his comments understandable, leading Yu Xiaojiang to forgive Mu Yu. Did he mention the 10 core competencies of martial souls? Yu Xiaojiang inquired eagerly. The 10 core competencies of martial souls? Tang Sen echoed, bewildered. Were those? Yu Xiaojiang's expression faltered. How could this boy be unaware of such fundamental knowledge? Could he be leveraging his theories for personal acclaim? Was it possible that the 10 core competencies were disseminated by the Spirit Hall? Who on the continent was unaware that these theories were his intellectual property? Tang Sen expressed his confusion. When did my theories become common knowledge? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened as he probed further. A majority of what Mu Yu spoke about stemmed from his own theories. Yet, the audacity of Mu Yu to declare them as common knowledge was infuriating. Teacher, he also claimed that my blue silver grass could not possibly be a useless martial soul, Tang San ventured. Not a useless martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang questioned, perplexed. What else could blue silver grass be? He asserted that the primary condition for the existence of twin martial souls is that the qualities of both souls must be similar. Otherwise, they cannot coexist, Tang Sen explained. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. He had never been informed of such a condition, not even by Bibi. He also stated that if my blue silver grass were a useless martial soul, then even if I possessed twin martial souls, the other soul would also have to be a useless one. Otherwise, they couldn't coexist, Tang Sen added. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's astonishment, Tang Sen sighed inwardly. It seemed that even his teacher was not omniscient. The earlier declaration of his twin martial souls was likely a mere guess. After all, Yu Xiaojiang had always regarded his blue silver grass as an ordinary, useless martial soul. And Tang San could sense that both his teacher and father placed greater emphasis on his second martial soul. What else did he say? Yu Xiaojiang pressed. It appeared that Bibi Dong had kept numerous secrets from him. He mentioned that my blue silver grass might be a downgraded version of a higher-level martial soul and could potentially undergo a second awakening in the future, Tang San recalled. A second awakening? Yu Xiaojiang's expression was one of clear dismay. This was yet another unfamiliar term, indicating that the Spirit Hall possessed much that he had yet to encounter. Had he spent more time in the Spirit Hall, he might have discovered solutions to the challenges posed by his martial soul's mutation and insufficient talent. Regrettably, the recently arrived Tang Hao had been privy to their conversation. The esteemed Yu Xiaojiang, once a celebrated figure on the continent, now elicited a tinge of disdain within Tang Hao. Was this the so-called theoretical master? He was oblivious to so much. And even his son's twin martial souls were likely a mere guess. However, given that Xiaojiang was the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect leader, he could potentially serve as a bridge to unite forces against the Spirit Hall. A title of master was a small price to pay, as it was his son who had chosen this path. Yet, the mention of Mu Yu was puzzling. He had never heard of such a prodigious force emerging on the continent. Perhaps it had arisen during his years of seclusion? Nevertheless, Mu Yu bore no malice toward Tang San and could be of use, provided Tang San could win over that young lady. Meanwhile, Mu Yu and his companions hastened toward Holy Soul Village after departing from Nodding City. What a coincidence that Tang Hao is returning, Mu Yu mused, glancing back at the receding Nodding City with mixed feelings. He had anticipated waiting longer, planning to infiltrate once Tang Hao had definitively appeared in Nodding City. Who would have thought that after escorting Xiao Wu and the others back, Tang Hao's presence would manifest so swiftly? The timing was impeccable. What shall we do next? The driver, Xiong Jun, inquired, puzzled. Mu Yu had not previously divulged his plans, as they were uncertain. He had even questioned whether Tang San and Xiao Wu had truly been reborn, along with Yu Xiaojiang. After all, before perishing in the confrontation with the Shura God Sword, he had eliminated Yu Xiaojiang, which had incited Tang San's momentary lapse into madness, compelling him to unleash the full power of a Shura God Sword, ultimately fulfilling his wish of destroying it. To find him, indeed, Mu Yu confessed. You must have sensed the commotion caused by the sacrificial offering of the Blue Silver Emperor in previous years. The disturbance from his sacrifice is immense. An 100,000-year-soul beast possesses a semblance of divinity. During the sacrifice, that fragment of divinity is also released. Even if Di Tian and the others are far away in the Stardow Forest, they can still feel that sorrow. What business do we have with the Blue Silver Emperor? Shons Yun Quirit Bimusel. Well, the Blue Silver Emperor. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, he has encountered numerous other Blue Silver Emperors. All it can do is flee. What fighting prowess does it possess? Can the Blue Silver Emperor withstand a slap from him? To cultivate the grass, of course, Mu Yu replied matter-of-factly. Explaining intricate schemes to someone as simple-minded as Xiong was futile. It was far more effective to articulate his direct objective. Is there anything more fitting than a 100,000-year blue silver emperor? Mu Yu asked. Ditian, Xiong. Bai Ji, can you not be serious for a moment? Xiong interjected, realizing that Mu Yu might indeed be harboring intentions toward the blue silver emperor. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Mu Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. Is it that apparent? Indeed, you are remarkable. Xiong could only offer such an assessment. To be frank, he often felt that Mou bore a trace of dragon lineage. After all, dragons are inherently lustful. This lad indeed displays a rather indiscriminate appetite. Ziji is a helled demon dragon. Bai Ji is an emerald swan. Bing Di is an ice emperor scorpion. And Shui Di is an ice goddess. These are all creatures of the animal kingdom. Yet, the blue-silver emperor is merely a blade of grass. How should one put it? Impressive. Here I am, a person of exceptional caliber, and my only vice is my lecherousness. Can't that be indulged a little? Montague Fumet. After all, he once held the title of Limit Douluo, with no vices to speak of and no inclinations towards violence or murder in his pursuits. Is it merely a penchant for the pleasures of the flesh? What of it? Compared to those who incite wars and perpetrate massacres, he is practically a paragon of virtue. It hardly qualifies as a flaw. Ditian concord. The strong are inherently entitled to more. Are not the royal families of humanity rife with concubines? Mou's flirtations with a handful of individuals hardly constitutes a transgression. Even he, preoccupied with the future of the Silver Dragon King and the Soul Beast tribe, had not devoted much thought to such matters. Otherwise, the dragon race possesses an innate and vigorous reproductive drive. The more potent the bloodline, the lower the success rate of reproduction. The notion of dragons being lustful is thus unavoidable, as one must continually try, lest the strength of such a lineage go to waste. The issue of lechery is minor, yet one cannot simply pursue beauty indiscriminately, can one? Xiong struggled to comprehend this. I can understand Bai Ji and the others, as a union of strengths may yield even more formidable offspring. But what utility does a blade of grass possess? This is where Xiong found himself perplexed. While lechery may be a trivial concern, one cannot solely indulge in such pursuits, can they? When it comes to procreation, quality must be prioritized. Mou's talents are indeed formidable. Yet what excellence could arise from coupling with a blade of grass? Mou, are you truly engaging in breeding? Chapter 63. Pressure near the waterfall of the Soul Village. Mou utilized his formidable spiritual power to conduct a comprehensive search, locating the blue-silver emperor that Tang Hao had placed within the waterfall. A century of cultivation had led to this dismal state. Observing the ailing blue-silver emperor, Bai Ji felt a pang of compassion. Despite her own cultivation of 500,000 years, her actual lifespan was less than 100,000 years. The blue-silver emperor, however, could only attain sentience after living for over 10,000 years. With a century of cultivation, she likely spent far more than that. Whom could one blame? Mou unearthed the blue-silver emperor from the ground. Under Bai Ji's soothing aura, the blue-silver emperor showed no signs of resistance, indicating a prior acquaintance. One always assumes that the outside world is splendid, but is it truly so? Mou lamented. Soul beasts are curious about the human realm, often transforming to witness human society. As for attaining divinity, they hold little expectation, as even the most gifted humans rarely ascend to such heights, let alone soul beasts targeted by heavenly tribulations. It is a pity that her soul bone is not here, Mou remarked. A 10,000-year soul bone is certainly not something Tang Hao would carelessly discard in such a place. Or perhaps he simply did not regard the blue-silver emperor with much concern. Placing a plant in such a dark and desolate waterfall, was he worried about the blue-silver emperor thriving too well? Even without the presence of photosynthesis in Douluo continent, surely one understands the basic principle of plants growing towards the sun. Yet Tang Hao chose to place the blue-silver emperor in such a wretched location. Who knows what he was thinking? Shaking his head, Mou stored the blue-silver emperor in the special space of his angel martial soul, alongside the slumbering Silver Dragon King. This was a recent boon from the angel martial soul after he had absorbed his four-soul ring, which had once again drained the Silver Dragon King. The special space, previously accessible only to a titled Douluo, was now at his disposal. Without hesitation, He cast the Silver Dragon King into the space. At last, he was free. What if Tang Hao returns and discovers that the Blue Silver Emperor is missing? Being quiet. What can he do? Montak Yuli Tartit. Can he possess a divine perspective, knowing that I took the Blue Silver Emperor? Even if he knew, what could he do? If I simply seized the Blue Silver Emperor, what could he possibly do? Would he even dare to confront me? Tang Xin requires the inheritance of the Shura God, but to Tang Hao, he is merely a tool to undermine Tang Xiaosan. If this tool becomes inconvenient, then its existence is rendered unnecessary. In Tiando City, with the assistance of the angel god Qian Renshue successfully seized the position of crown prince, eliminating all other princes except for Xuelang. As for why she spared Xuelang, it was simply because this charming little brother had played with her for so many years. He could not be allowed to perish so easily. Transforming into the guise of Xue Qinghe, Qian Renshue stood atop a high tower, her expression cold as she regarded Xuelang, who was flaunting his debauchery on the streets. She had initially thought Xuelang posed no threat, believing that killing him would adversely affect her legitimacy as crown prince, especially since all other princes had perished. It would appear awry. In hindsight, what a foolish mercy, at that time, to alleviate the pressure of assassinating the other princes. She had deliberately left behind the useless Xuelang, yet she never anticipated that he would prove so resilient. Had she known, she should have dealt with him early on. After all, with only Xue Qinghe remaining among the princes, would Xue Yi dare to attempt to father another at his advanced age? Throughout history, royal offspring have always fought for power, often resorting to fratricide. Such occurrences are not unprecedented in the histories of the Tiando and Xinghua empires. With only one prince remaining, does the old emperor truly dare to take action against his only surviving heir? No matter how ruthless a father may be, a son is still his blood. However, once a son is disposed of, an emperor with no heirs, surrounded by nobles, would be inviting a regime change in the Tiando Empire. Miss, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has sent word that Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong, has awakened her martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda. With innate soul power at level 9, Shui wishes for you to pay her a visit. A figure clad in a black robe, the porcupine Douluo, appeared silently behind Qian Renshue. Ning Rongrong. Qian Renshue's gaze turned icy. The nine-colored goddess, the god of food, the god of resurrection. How ludicrous is this divine realm? Miss, sensing the uncontrollable murderous intent emanating from Qian Renshue, the porcupine felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. As a titled Douluo, facing a soul king like Qian Renshue, he felt an overwhelming sense of existential threat. Prepare yourself. I must pay a proper visit to this little princess. Qian Renshue retracted her imposing aura, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Shui desires for her to have Ning Fengji as a mentor to garner the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School against the increasing pressure from the Spirit Hall in recent years. If she were to secure the favor of the little princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would surely please Shui Yi. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasts 2 super Douluos, perfectly compensating for the Tiando Empire's lack of high-level combat power. Although Prince Xuexing has managed to recruit the formidable Digabo, that old poisoner can bully even a moderately strong soul Douluo. What a disgrace for a titled Douluo. If he were to also align with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who in the court would dare to question his authority. By then, even if she openly acknowledged that she had eliminated the other princes, those individuals would likely pretend as if they had heard nothing, perhaps even privately praising her for her decisiveness and tenacity. The cowardly and decayed Tiando Emperor has finally produced such a capable prince. Surely the ancestors of the Tiando royal family would be greatly pleased. Observing the exquisite smile on Qian Renshue's face, the felt a chill. The young master has become increasingly fearsome over the past 2 years. In the Spirit City, at the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong's expression turned peculiar upon receiving news from Qian Renshue. Snow Qinghe intends to arrange a marriage with Princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is little Snow truly that cunning? It seems she still harbors resentment over the resurrection of the Shining Light. Your Holiness, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has also sent us an invitation. Would you like to? Yuan whispered. Where they think they are? Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. Do they think they deserve my personal attention? To claim they bear no grudge over the resurrection of a shining light is undoubtedly a lie. The Shura God, Sea God, Food God, and the nine-color goddess collaborated to revive a Tang San who should have perished while pretending to be virtuous. Disgusting. Startled by Bibi Dong's imposing demeanor, Yuguan quickly lowered his head, afraid to utter another sound. The Pope's rate of strengthening has been astonishing. Not long ago, he was nearly on par with her, but now, having just broken through to level 95, she still cannot fathom Bibi Dong's true power. Not that she cannot see through it, but rather, it remains incomprehensible. How has Nana been lately? Bibi Dong shifted the topic. Yuguan sighed in relief and replied, Your Holiness, Nana just broke through to level 33 a few days ago. Level 33, Bibi Dong nodded. She is indeed quite diligent. At 12 years old, a level 33 soul master, although she cannot be compared to the anomaly that is MOU, her progress among her peers is already formidable. Let Nana represent me and visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to extend congratulations, Bibi Dong instructed. You and Gue Mei will accompany her. And also observe how our prince intends to negotiate the marriage with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. To be frank, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Qian Rinchue's marriage being successful is extremely low. Due to the rules of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, an auxiliary-type soul master must find a battle soul master capable of protection, and the Tiando royal family is notorious for its inadequacies. That large white goose spirit is merely visually appealing. In terms of combat capability, is laughable. Thus, even though Snow Qinghe holds the title of prince, Ning Fengji may not necessarily agree. Forget it, I shall go as well, Bibi Dong called out to Yuguan, who was just about to step out of the Great Hall. If I want Ning Fengji to agree to a marriage with our prince, I must apply more pressure. Chun Xin and Gu Rong, the two esteemed guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, if they prove ineffective before the Pope of the Spirit Hall, will Ning Zhongzhu be intimidated? After all, if the Pope personally applies pressure on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, could that not be perceived as a distinct form of threat? Will Ning Fengji be compelled to seek allies to share the burden? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is surely too cowardly to speak out. In such a large sect, only the sect leader holds the title of Douluo, while the Haotian sect has been utterly defeated and remains in seclusion. The so-called top three sects are a mere joke. To withstand the pressure from a spirit hall, does the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have any other options besides aligning with the two great empires? Chapter 64. Not dying in vain, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After a leisurely stroll around, MOU, returning to the Spirit City, also received this news, although he held little interest. After all, he had previously caused trouble for Ning Rongrong, and although she was later resurrected by the Shura, he felt no particular affection for the girl, considering he was still the greatest enemy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Regarding the extermination of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he had led the charge, even enlisting the aid of Guangling and the three Super Douluo to eliminate Chen Xian and Gu Rong on the spot, leaving no mercy for Ning Fengji either. His participation stemmed partly from his disgust with Ning Fengji's actions concerning the Tiando Empire, and partly from his keen interest in the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong planned to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to assert her dominance and pressure Ning Fengji, thereby aiding Little Snow's marriage initiative. Aren't you curious to join the fray? Qian Daoliu hinted. His Little Snow had been quite active these past 2 years, yet there had been no movement from MOU, causing him concern. To be honest, he cared little for these ferocious beasts. After all, both MOU and Qian Rinxue would be capable of ascending to godhood in the future, far removed from the level of these beasts. Why should I go? Montak Yuvi Tortit, a level 98, capable of matching you. The limit, Douluo, isn't sufficient to handle that bunch of merchants at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji is a merchant. Had it not been for his daughter entangling herself with Tang San, he would not have hesitated to bring the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School under the Spirit Hall's banner. His unwavering path is due to the current sect leader opposing the Spirit Hall's interests, leading to significant conflicts, even resulting in a battle with Chen Xian. Ultimately, Gu Rong and Chen Xian teamed up, nearly causing his downfall, only for Qian Daoliu to arrive just in time, slightly intervening to severely injure the forcibly advancing Chen Xian. Out of respect for his relationship with Chen Xian's father, Qian Daoliu let them go. Otherwise, he would have annihilated everyone present. On the other hand, the primary reason is that Ning Fengji has already invested too much in Tang San. Ning Rongrong nearly fell victim to Ning Fengji's machinations concerning the divine herb. And with the irreconcilable conflict between Tang San and the Spirit Hall, the next sect leader, Ning Rongrong, is entangled with Tang San. What can he do? Endure it. Thus, he has a vendetta against Ning Rongrong. Gu Rong, Chen Xian, and Ning Fengji are all figures he has eliminated. Additionally, regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, with ulterior motives, collaborated with Guangling to infiltrate the Soul Master team that launched a surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. And while the four elders were beating Yu Engine, he and Guangling played the role of the sixth wheel, ultimately leading to Yu Engine's demise. Reflecting on this, he has indeed offended many. Did you not say that the wars waged by the Spirit Hall in the future will be excessively brutal? Qian Daoliu chose to persuade MOU from a different angle. Could you not think of a way to bring the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School over to our side? Would that not reduce the bloodshed? Bibi Dong's wars are not something he supports. For if the Spirit Hall sought to annihilate the two great empires to unify the continent through force, they could have done so long ago. The power of Super Douluo and Limit Douluo is beyond the capability of ordinary soul masters to resist. Thus, their restraint stems from the benevolence of the angel god worshipped by the Spirit Hall. This is also a reason he tolerates Qian Renshue infiltrating the Tiando royal family. After all, if blood can be spared, it is best to minimize it. Well, I believe they may succeed, MOU mused, though he currently does not wish to be overly entangled with Bibi Dong and Qian Renshue. The divine war is a matter for the future, and it is still early. If they can achieve it, would you have witnessed such slaughter in your previous life? Qian Daoliu countered. The Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect are undoubtedly not to be spared. For both sects are founded upon their respective martial souls and cannot integrate into the martial soul lineage. In contrast, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is distinct. This auxiliary sect, much like the Spirit Hall, relies on enticing powerful external soul masters through benefits. The core strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is comprised of external soul masters, unlike the Blue Lightning and Haotian sects. Hence, this profit-driven sect can be swayed by interests. Are they out of their minds? Montauk Yurimak disdain fully. Qian Renshue appears astute, yet is, in truth, rather arrogant, upon failure. She becomes infuriated and often resorts to destruction. Bibi Dong is even more of a maniac, consumed by thoughts of slaughter. Not only are they difficult to win over, but even if they were amenable, they would likely find it tedious to engage. Following Qian Daoliu's initiation of the divine examination for Qian Renshue and subsequent sacrifices, Bibi Dong completely relinquished restraint, adopting a kill-or-be-killed mentality devoid of rational thought. Will you assist or not? Qian Daoliu inquired. Assist with what? MOU replied with evident reluctance. Simply showcase a modicum of strength, allowing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to witness the overwhelming power possessed by the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu asserted earnestly. The older generation holds an absolute advantage for the Spirit Hall. However, among the younger generation, he has yet to observe anyone capable of bearing the mantle, particularly since MOU is indifferent to such matters. Thus, even a feigned display of strength would suffice to deliver a blow to their morale. MOU raised an eyebrow. You expect me to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and put on airs? Do you not relish such ostentatious displays? Qian Daoliu derided. What sort of person do you think I am? A few compliments, and he would be insufferable, MOU retorted. Although this young man possesses somewhat brutal self-created soul techniques that leave even MOU feeling inadequate, compliments must be avoided at all costs, not out of discontent, but rather due to an odd expression on MOU's face. This endeavor represents the Spirit Hall exerting pressure on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, compelling Ning Fengji to ally with the Tiando Empire, preferably arranging a union with your granddaughter, correct? What if I act and inadvertently cause them to retreat into despair? Ning Fengji would be left in utter hopelessness, subsequently turning against the Spirit Hall. What would the other sects and the two empires do? Would they not immediately conspire to oppose the Spirit Hall? Qian Daoliu's expression faltered. That indeed presents a possibility. No, it cannot be done in the name of the Spirit Hall. You can use Xiao Shue's name instead, Qian Daoliu suddenly realized. If you align with Xiao Shue, then the investments from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect would flow to Shue Qinghe rather than the Tiando royal family. In the future, Xue Qinghe could lead the Tiando royal family to surrender to the Spirit Hall, which would also apply to the Seven Treasures Glaze Tile sect. Should Xue Qinghe unexpectedly recruit a talent like Mou, the Tiando royal family and its nobles would undoubtedly shift their support towards Xue Qinghe. All the troubles Xue Qinghe faces would dissolve, as he would hold the future in his hands. In her name, Mou expressed his unwillingness. Do not even think about it. I'm already exhausted from worrying about the upcoming divine war and cannot be embroiled in such trivial matters. Qian Daoliu paused, unsure of how to proceed. After all, his concerns do not lie with the choices of the two empires or the sects. For even if all these sects align with the Spirit Hall, once the divine war concludes in defeat, they would swiftly turn back. He hoped to facilitate more interaction between Mou and Qian Daoliu. Yet this young man has remained impervious for over 2 years. So, what exactly did Xiao Xue do to compel Mou, such a flirt, to refuse so decisively? Very well, if you prefer not to engage, then so be it. Qian Daoliu shook his head and departed from Mou's chamber. After Qian Daoliu's exit, Xue entered with measured steps. I believe you should clarify matters with that old man, the Snow Empress said, taking a seat beside Mou. You and Qian Daoliu are truly not of the same ilk. Mou shook his head, silently leaning against the Snow Empress. This matter is difficult to articulate, currently. Qian Daoliu's impression of Qian Daoliu remains fixed on that innocent little angel from 6 or 7 years ago, unaware that his granddaughter has now matured into someone akin to Bibi. The resemblance between mother and daughter is striking, both valuing interests and power, yet simultaneously entrapped in romantic notions. Furthermore, they share a similar trait, an utter lack of empathy. To them, emotional connections are mere commodities to be discarded if the value is insufficient. They are the epitome of political animals. In contrast, he is quite sentimental. Happiness is paramount, and gains or losses are inconsequential. The fundamental discord with this mother-daughter duo stems not from his infidelity, but rather a profound misalignment of values. Qian Daoliu harbors no further hopes in life, having faced defeat at the hands of Tang Chun and heartbreak from Bibi. The only remaining thing he cherishes is his faith in the angel god. Mou bore an expression of helplessness. Upon awakening her martial soul, Qian Daoliu established a connection with the angel god statue, becoming the designated heir of the angel god's remnants. Since that moment, he has lived solely for Qian Daoliu, the future angel. For her sake, he could endure the agony of losing a child, tolerate Bibi, and even allow the Qian family's legacy to be mismanaged by Bibi. All of it was merely to see Qian Daoliu smile a little more. Bibi claimed that Qian Daoliu's most cherished possession was his faith in the angel god, but that was a misconception. In the present, and even the future, what Qian Daoliu values most is Qian Daoliu, his only granddaughter. I feel a profound sympathy for that old man. Having lost his wife in middle age and his child in old age, sacrificing himself to assist his granddaughter in becoming the angel god, only to realize now that the future of the angel god is bleak and the Spirit Hall is doomed. How despairing must he feel? In the Stardow forest, after being taken away by the Snow Empress, Qian Daoliu genuinely intended to fight valiantly. Knowing the wretched future ahead, he had no choice but to place all his hope in her. Hence, when he faced potential peril, Qian Daoliu nearly broke down. The Spirit Hall, along with the angel god, would be lost to him. This blow to Qian Daoliu far surpasses that inflicted by Tang Chun and Bibi. Qian Daoliu embodies both his faith in the angel god and his love for his granddaughter. Thus, to preserve all that he holds dear, Qian Daoliu would do anything. His indulgence towards Mou is, in fact, a reflection of his concern that Mou might abandon them. Qian Daoliu is frightened. To be honest, he finds it difficult to bear, as this lonely old man has always treated him kindly, regardless of whether it is due to his martial soul. The truth remains that Qian Daoliu has consistently been good to him, even when Qian Daoliu despises him. Qian Daoliu's attitude has never wavered. For this reason alone, he cannot bring himself to harm Qian Daoliu or take any actions that would decisively undermine him, as his conscience would not allow it. The old man is aware that he must make a sacrifice in the future, that his days are numbered. Thus, he seeks to secure a better fate for his granddaughter. Scanning the surroundings, he can only choose the best among the less fortunate, which leaves me as the only option. Montag Zeit. He has even hinted to me on numerous occasions that if the future proves insurmountable, then we should simply leave with Qian Daoliu. If the spirit hall is destined for destruction, then at the very least, we should not accompany such an unavoidable fate to the grave. Observing a centenarian perpetually living in fear while maintaining an outward facade of indifference is truly distressing. Qian Daoliu was once a spirited genius, but now he has become this way. Are you planning to drag this out indefinitely to ensure that this old man departs with some semblance of happiness? The Snow Empress inquired. Mou displayed a sense of helplessness, asking, "What else can I do? Speak plainly? Let this old man leave with his eyes wide open?" The Snow Empress gently cradled Yu's head. "Are you not considering trying once more? After all, I perceive that young lady's attitude towards you. What is there to try? Montague interrupted. Right now, I can regard them as allies for the impending divine battle, but should another opportunity arise, I would be truly estranged from them. I do not wish to jeopardize the chances of success in the upcoming divine conflict. If they harbor even a shred of remorse for my past, it suffices that they do not betray me again. Beyond that, I hold no expectations whatsoever." He found himself in an awkward atmosphere with the two, where a facade of ignorance allowed this fragile equilibrium to persist. However, should he shatter this pretense and confront the reality, his original plan of a 3-on-1 assault against the Shura god position would likely come to naught. In essence, the paramount concern now is the future divine battle. He would not risk diminishing their chances for trivial matters. As long as the two do not succumb to madness, he is already grateful. Anything beyond that is neither to be considered nor anticipated. Observing Mou's troubled demeanor, the Snow Empress chose not to press further. After all, Mou had indeed been wounded previously. Chapter 66. The Value of Face in the City of Tiandou. While the attention of the royal family and nobility was captivated by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, an unexpected guest arrived at the Tiandou Royal Academy. "What do you intend to do? Do you know who my grandfather is?" "He is Douluo, the title Douluo," Douluo shouted, bound in an unusual position. "Where did you learn this technique?" Mou asked, bewildered, as he observed Ziji. The ropes were folded in half, encircling the neck, with the ends hanging down from the chest, tied at the respective clavicle, xiphoid process, and pubic bone. They then passed between the legs and along the spine, with knots spaced at intervals culminating in a loop behind the neck. After passing through the neck loop, the two strands were separated to wrap around the front, threading through the loops on either side, all while adjusting the positions of the loops and tightening them. This is the legendary tortoise shell binding. "I learned it from a book," Ziji replied innocently. "Is there a problem with this?" "A problem?" Mou's eyes twitched. "Sister, don't you think this method is somewhat inappropriate? Quite risky, wouldn't you say?" Coupled with Douluo's flushed face, he questioned, "What are you trying to do?" Noticing Mou's gaze, Douluo's expression turned increasingly uneasy. "Are you attempting to assault me? You have a decent figure," Mou remarked. "Where's your grandfather? What do you intend to do?" Douluo's anxiety grew as she realized that Mou and his companions seemed entirely unconcerned about her grandfather. A sense of foreboding washed over her. "Is he in the Sunset Forest?" Mou inquired again. "Who are you people?" Douluo asked nervously. "My grandfather is." Before she could finish, Ziji placed her dragon scale sword against Douluo's neck. "Answer my questions directly. No need for superfluous words," Ziji commanded coldly. Douluo felt a chill rush up her spine, intimidated by Ziji's imposing aura. "How can this pressure surpass that of my grandfather?" "Speak," Ziji insisted. "I will tell you." Douluo complied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "My grandfather is not in the Sunset Forest. He has gone to the 7-treasure glazed tile school." "Really?" Mou sheathed Ziji's sword, deeming it unnecessary to be rough with the child. "Your grandfather possesses such social skills?" Douluo had no connection with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Even if Ning Fengji were hosting a banquet and casually invited Douluo, that old poison master, known for his poor reputation, would likely decline. After all, the spirit hall was also present. Would this old man dare to show his face before Bibi Dong? "I swear." Douluo mustered her courage to meet Mou's gaze. Mou placed his hand on Douluo's head. "I possess a unique soul skill that can detect lies. Please think carefully before responding to my inquiries. All right?" Douluo hesitated, her eyes instinctively darting away. "What I said is true." "Falsehood." Mou leaned closer, his crimson eyes locking onto Douluo's. "I said to think carefully. What I said is true," Douluo asserted firmly. Mou shook his head and produced the Pope's order. "Do you recognize this?" Douluo's expression faltered, You are from the Spirit Hall? She recalled that her grandfather had been invited by the Spirit Hall when he had recently ascended to the title Douluo rank. But he had declined and even fought with the Spirit Hall's Jude Douluo. Ultimately, he had been forced back by Prince Xuexing in the name of the Qian Empire. Since then, her grandfather had become enemies with the Spirit Hall. Were they here to seek revenge? Mo Yu shook his head. I'm not from the Spirit Hall, but I can represent them. After Yueguan and Gue Mei's failure, I can offer him another chance to join the Pope's Hall, or Mo Yu's gaze turned steely. To have the biphosphor Snake Emperor vanish entirely from his continent. In his previous life, he had also ended Douluo's life due to the complications posed by the old poison master. Without an antidote, should things go awry, a title Douluo below the rank would have no chance of survival. Thus, prior to the Spirit Hall's soul-hunting operation, he had eliminated Douluo. It was then that Ning Fengji, that old rascal, had orchestrated a massacre under the pretext of saving the innocent, prompting Qian Xian and Gu Rong to take action against him. At that time, he had already reached level 96, and Qian Xian was no match for him. Gu Rong had joined in, and together, they barely managed to fend off his assault. However, at that moment, he was besieged by the Porcupine and Serpent Spear Douluo, compelling Ning Fengji to rally the remaining direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to unleash their auxiliary soul skills to assist Qian Xian in forcibly breaking through to level 97. To be frank, even with Qian Xian at level 97, he posed no threat to him. Yet he had not anticipated that Qian Xian would come at him with lethal intent. Empowered by the collective might of all the auxiliary soul masters from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and riding the momentum of breaking through to level 97, he had sought to engage in a mutual destruction with him. At that time, he was trapped by Gu Rong's spatial soul skill and found himself unable to escape. Had Qian Daoliu not arrived just in time to block Qian Xian's full force strike, he might have faced a disastrous fate. Of course, there were gains as well. Spurred by Qian Xian's strike, he soon broke through to level 97 and personally led a team to obliterate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Aside from the early Lever Ning Rong, the entire school perished. My grandfather is a venerated elder of the Qian Empire, Douluo Yin declared, mustering her courage, seemingly attempting to negotiate with Mo Yu once more. Would the Qian Empire risk conflict with the Spirit Hall over a deceased title Douluo? Montagu interrupted. Your grandfather has already declined. Why would you? A walking poison bomb. Were it not for the concern that Douluo might act recklessly in his dying moments. Do you think he could escape? Mo Yu retorted. If Douluo were merely an ordinary title Douluo, he would not warrant such attention from the Spirit Hall. However, this old man specialized in poison. He was a title Douluo capable of launching large-scale toxic fog attacks. How could the Spirit Hall tolerate such an uncontrolled walking weapon of poison roaming freely? If it weren't for the consideration that this old man had the burden of Douluo Yin and had allied himself with Xuexing after failing to recruit him, the Spirit Hall would have swiftly issued a decree for his pursuit. Of course, there was also a more pragmatic reason. Douluo was rather arrogant. All the title Douluo on the continent were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, nominally serving as honorary elders. The symbols of the hammer, sword, and dragon on the Pope's decree made the situation clear. Even though the Old Qian sect had been subdued, the Spirit Hall still held a commanding presence. However, Douluo, lacking in strength and possessing a rather fiery temperament, did not extend even the slightest courtesy to the Spirit Hall, refusing to affiliate himself with them. Wasn't this a slap in the face for the Spirit Hall? If it weren't for everyone knowing that this old poisoner was merely the gatekeeper of the title Douluo, and that even ordinary soul Douluo could bully him, perhaps someone would have already spread rumors saying the Spirit Hall was incapable. The reason this was not spoken aloud was purely because this old poisoner was not formidable enough if it came to a fight. Any title Douluo from the Elder Hall could easily subdue him. What if my grandfather refuses? Douluo Yin expressed her concern. Did I not just mention it? Mo Yu replied with a smile. Douluo Yin stiffly regarded the smiling boy before her, thinking him to be a devil. Is it really that serious? The Phosphor Snake Emperor has completely vanished. Isn't it intended to eliminate both of us? Therefore, for the sake of your life and your grandfather's, you must persuade your good grandfather to refrain from taking action. Mo Yu gently patted Douluo Yin's bewildered head. Face is valuable, but life is even more precious. Chapter 67. Douluo before long. In the Sunset Forest, Douluo Yin maintained a shameful turtle shell posture, leading Mou and the others toward Douluo's medicinal den. Aside from the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who went to assess the situation in the extreme north, and the Red King and King of all beasts who were in seclusion, the rest had come along. Recognizing the times, Douluo, now 12, was no longer the Na'vi little girl. If she chose to resist to the death, these individuals would genuinely kill her. Is there something special about this medicinal den? Qian inquired. The Ice and Fire Dragon King died here. What could be more special? Mou replied. The Ice and Fire Dragon King. Qian's expression became somewhat uncontrolled. The Ice and Fire Dragon King, who had been gravely injured and missing during the Divine War, actually perished here? Don't be agitated. They have been dead for too long, and their lingering dragon souls are like candles in the wind, Mou reassured. He had come here while searching for the Silver Dragon King, at the deepest part of the eyes of ice and fire. The dragon soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King lay in slumber. He had attempted to awaken these two dragon souls, but failed completely, as there was no response. I brought you here to see if the Silver Dragon King can awaken the Ice and Fire Dragon King's dragon soul. Mou glanced at the dopey dragon nestled in his arms. Douluo was a secondary consideration. While killing him would simplify matters, he was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as he did not provoke Douluo, the old man would not bother with him. In his previous life, it was only because Douluo insisted on showcasing his camaraderie by befriending Tang San and mingling with Shui Bing that he had directly eliminated him. Otherwise, simply incapacitating him would have sufficed. Given the current state of our master, the hope is slim, Qian lamented. Trying it one T hurt, Mou replied. The Ice and Fire Dragon King had once been a peak-level god. Even though only a remnant soul remained, it still possessed semi-divine power. While it might not be useful against true gods, any assistance he could muster was worth pursuing. Before long, Douluo led Mou and the group to a thick green mist. My grandfather's medicinal den is inside, Douluo revealed, her expression pleading. Could you let me persuade my grandfather first, before any action is taken? Though she was uncertain about the strength of these individuals, their disregard for her grandfather suggested they were at least titled Douluo. Among them, the child who appeared to be in a leadership position was evidently more powerful than she was. Such talent was rare. Though I may kill without a second thought, I am not a bloodthirsty individual, Mou stated. Kill without blinking? Not bloodthirsty? Are you even aware of what you are saying? Douluo retorted. This mist is toxic. Is it not? As she spoke, Xiangjun inhaled a breath of the poison barrier laid by Douluo, savoring its flavor. The toxicity is insufficient, he concluded. Qian, Ziayi, Bibi, Moyu. When out and about, do not claim to know me. You know it's toxic, and yet you still inhaled? What kind of logic is that? Unlike the speechless reactions of Mou and the others, Douluo was somewhat bewildered. Her grandfather had stated that even titled Douluo should avoid this poison barrier. How could this person deliberately inhale it and appear unaffected? What was happening? If you feel dizzy later, do not expect by Ji to cure you, Mou warned, raising his right hand to conjure a vortex of wind, effortlessly parting the toxic barrier to create an opening. Let us proceed, he instructed Douluo, gesturing for her to continue leading the way. Although he could rely on his formidable spiritual power for a thorough search, there was no need. It was more efficient to follow someone who knew the way. Meanwhile, Douluo, who was suppressing snake venom near the eyes of Ice and Fire, sensed a breach in his poison barrier. Who dares? Douluo's gaze sharpened. This was the depths of the Sunset Forest, and his poison barrier was not a mere thin layer. It was a cyclic trap. If a hunting team of soul masters were to intrude into such an obviously dangerous area, they must be lacking in intelligence. With this thought, Douluo rose to hurry toward the breach in the poison barrier. This was his territory. Who dared to act recklessly here? By the way, how is your control over the snake venom? Montag suddenly patte Douluo's Schulter in feeling. Huh? Douluo blinked in confusion. Has your snake venom not begun to act yet? Mou asked. Douluo appeared perplexed. What snake venom? Ever since I began my cultivation, my body has indeed been infused with the phosphor snake's poison, but I need to focus to control it when interacting with others. It dawned on her that she had not controlled her snake venom today. These individuals had touched her countless times, yet there had been no reaction at all. The woman with purple hair should be highly skilled and thus unaffected. But what was up with this child? Mou nodded, realizing that the old man had indeed invested considerable effort into her. The toxicity of the phosphor snake was formidable. Douluo Yin had already reached the level of Great Soul Master. It would not be long before she attained Soul Elder status. The fact that the poison had not manifested significantly was a testament to Douluo Bo's capabilities. Where did this brat come from? Douluo Bo's reprimanding voice echoed from the forest before he was even seen. This is my territory. I grant you one chance, leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive green serpent's head burst forth from the thicket, halting 50 meters from Mou and the others. Yin Yin, just as Douluo Bo intended to put on a show, upon seeing Douluo Yin bound in a turtle shell, his expression instantly unraveled. Lecher. Douluo Bo glared furiously at the towering figure of Qian. After all, anyone would perceive Qian's imposing image as that of a leader. Qian was momentarily taken aback. Lecher? Who are you referring to? Release Yin Yin. Douluo Bo let out a furious roar, simultaneously channeling his soul power. With a powerful push from his feet, he charged towards Douluo Yin. Quick as lightning, Mou wrapped his arm around Douluo Yin's neck, pressing a fruit knife against her throat. What do you intend to do? Douluo Bo halted in his tracks, barely 3 meters away, his eyes blazing with resentment. Despicable. Threatening me with a child. What kind of heroes do you think you are? His glare remained fixed on Emperor Tian, who stood speechless. It seemed he had done nothing wrong. The peculiar bindings were the work of ZG, and the threats came from OU. What was his involvement? Hey, look here. Montaku interrupted Douluo Bo. I am the mastermind here. Could you please direct your words towards me? Your granddaughter is in my grasp. Douluo Bo cast a dismissive glance at Mou, disregarding the child entirely, and turned his gaze back to Emperor Tian. What do you wish to accomplish? Mou's expression darkened at being ignored. Is it you who should take the initiative, or shall it be I? He looked at Douluo Yin, who nodded nervously and glanced at Douluo Bo grandpa. They are from a spirit hall. Douluo Bo est contenance faltered. Spirit hall? No. I merely represent the spirit hall in passing. Mou corrected. Let us simplify this. You have two choices. Join the spirit hall, or... He tightened his grip slightly on Douluo Yin's neck. You wouldn't want any harm to come to your granddaughter, would you? Douluo Bo's expression stiffened. I have already declined. Why must you persist? Coercing me into joining the spirit hall would only yield a disloyal and useless individual. What significance would that hold for the spirit hall? Montagu nodded solemnly. It holds significance. What significance? Douluo Bo was perplexed. Although he was a titled Daw, the spirit hall had no shortage of such powerful figures. To his knowledge, at least 10 titled Daw in the Elder Hall surpassed him in strength. Not to mention the legendary offerings, who represented an entirely different tier of super Daw. Mou shrugged. I take pleasure in it. The veins on Douluo Bo's forehead throbbed, his complexion darkening. This child was mocking him, wasn't he? All right, I shall not jest any longer, Mou said, somewhat exasperated. To be honest, no one would believe this. I must delve into conspiracy theories instead. You are currently a vassal of the Tiando Empire, nominally aligning yourself with Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing, correct? Douluo Bo's expression tightened. What do you intend to do? Was this child plotting to use his hand to eliminate the princes and incite turmoil within the Tiando royal family? Mou's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Let me share a secret with you. The current crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuehe, is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. The other princes who met untimely fates were eliminated by the Spirit Hall. Douluo Bo was momentarily stunned, and Douluo Yin, held captive in Mou's grasp, was equally taken aback. What astounding revelation was this? What do you mean by carelessly revealing such information? Are you mocking me? Douluo Bo's eyes twitched. If this news were true, how could it be so easily divulged? After a moment, Douluo Bo continued. The Spirit Hall wouldn't intend to use this information to dethrone the Tiando royal family's crown prince, only to elevate the useless Xuebing to a position of power, would they? Did you discover this all on your own? Mou exclaimed, feigning shock. You're surprisingly astute. Douluo Bo thought, this child is undoubtedly ridiculing him. Mou clapped his hands appreciatively. Since you think so, let us make it official. You shall disseminate this information, coincidentally. Prince Xuexing has gone to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With his capabilities, he should easily win over that old schemer, Ning Fengji. Then, the Tiando Empire can dispose of this closely allied crown prince and replace him with the inept Xuebing, a wise move. Douluo Bo's eyes twitched furiously. Cursed child, you are indeed mocking me. In such times, spreading such news, irrespective of its authenticity, who would believe it? The crown prince, Xueqing, at the height of his power, suddenly faced such negative exposure. Who would benefit the most? It would undoubtedly be Prince Xueqing, who supported Xuebing. If this led to a rift between the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the Tiando royal family, who knew what the dim-witted old emperor, Xuya, might do? Furthermore, the majority of the nobility in the Tiando Empire had already pledged allegiance to Xueqing. Even if there were evidence, those individuals would twist it into accusations. Thus, it meant that regardless of the truth behind this matter, it had to be false. Otherwise, the Tiando Empire would plunge into chaos. I shall not assist you in such an endeavor, Du Gubo flatly refused. Are you certain? Mou's finger gently traced Du Guyan's cheek, appreciating its smoothness. Du Gubo thought, this lecherous scoundrel. Stop this at once. Damn, why is this child unaffected by the poison of the green phosphor snake? Yin Yan's poison is evidently uncontrolled. What lecher? Must you use such harsh words? Moi gentil et du Guyan's face. I am merely showing concern. After all, you are about to meet your demise. If I do not intervene, who knows when your granddaughter may be left to rot in the wilderness? Du Gubo's expression darkened. Do you think you can easily subdue me? I'm a titled Douluo. Before he could finish, the impatient Xiangjun made his move, delivering a swift strike that sent Du Gubo crashing into the ground, firmly pinning him down. Not much ability, yet a foul temper, Xiangjun remarked disdainfully. You can't even withstand a single slap. What bravado is this? Grandpa! Du Guyan cried out in despair, witnessing her grandfather vanish in an instant. Do not panic. He is not dead yet, Mou reassured, casting a bemused glance at Xiangjun. Can't we let him submit through virtue? Not dead? Du Guyan gazed into the deep pit, tears welling in her eyes, unsure whether to cry or not. Mou released Du Guyan and approached the pit, conjuring a milky white healing light, which he cast upon the unconscious Du Gubo awaken. If you do not, I shall sell your granddaughter into the mountains to become a village wife. Struggling to rise from the pit, Du Gubo, rejuvenated by Mou's healing power, gasped. Let us discuss this. We can negotiate. He had yielded. So powerful. The slap he just received nearly ended him. With a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, truly this formidable, observing Du Gubo's humbled demeanor, Mou found himself momentarily unaccustomed. I rather admired your earlier defiance. Du Gubo's expression was somewhat rigid. Defiance? At this rate, I might as well become a puddle of mud. Minutes later, under Du Gubo's guidance, Mou and his companions finally arrived at the destination of their mission, the Eye of Ice and Fire. The spectacle formed from the remains of the fallen Ice Fire Dragon King was breathtaking, one side frigid to the bone, the other fervent as fire. There is indeed a potent draconic aura here, Emperor Tian exclaimed, exhilarated, having sensed the powerful presence. If you can withstand the fire poison or the cold poison, you may venture down to take a look. They both perish below. Mou gestured towards the large Inyang pot. It's not very deep, approximately over 1,000 meters. Emperor Tian's expression faltered. Over 1,000 meters? That is not deep. In a brief span, it was manageable. However, should he descend into the depths, he would find it impossible to withstand the potent forces of both fire and ice. Yet, at a depth exceeding 1,000 meters, it was no surprise that, after all these years, no one had uncovered the truth here. Who, besides the anomaly known as Mou, immune to both ice and fire, could venture down to investigate? The Dragon Clan? Du Gubo's expression revealed his confusion. Were there soul beasts present here? Allow me to briefly explain. Mou released the Silver Dragon King from the unique realm of the Angel Martial Soul and the diminutive Silver Dragon King, upon departing from its comfortable domain, skillfully crawled to Mou's side, firmly attaching itself to him. Having grown accustomed to this, Mou affectionately patted the dragon's head and elaborated. This is the resting place of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Everything here has been birthed from their essence. And this, he gestured towards the Silver Dragon King, is the progeny of the Fire Dragon King, heir to the Dragon God. Thus, all that exists here belongs to her. As a second son of the Dragon God, the Ice and Fire Dragon King, along with the half-blood Silver Dragon King, their legacies, even by inheritance laws, deemed the Silver Dragon King the nearest heir. Hence, Mou's assertions were entirely valid. This was indeed the property of the Silver Dragon King. Du Gubo's eyelid twitched slightly, while he found Mou's inexplicable explanation utterly unconvincing. He refrained from voicing any dissent. The circumstances dictated that the brat could simply declare this space as his own. What recourse did he have? Resistance? Debate? What reason could there be? Such celestial wonders inherently belong to their discoverers. He was merely fortunate to have found this place decades earlier, utilizing the ice and fire toxins here to suppress the venom of the emerald phosphor snake emperor. The contents of this domain were, in truth, of little relevance to him. After Mou elaborated on the origins of the ice and fire duality eyes, Douluo fell into a contemplative silence. Despite the absurdity of the claims, an instinctual sense nudged him towards believing the boy's words. After all, such a marvel as the ice and fire duality eyes must have a reason for its existence. Wouldn't it? Consider this a reward for your stewardship of this land over the years. I can assist you with your poisoning issues, Mou said, glancing toward Douluo. Douluo's expression faltered. How do you know I am poisoned? Do not concern yourself with how I know. Simply tell me if you wish for a remedy. Mou inquired. Douluo's affliction was evident to anyone with even a modicum of understanding of poisons. For instance, the porcupine Douluo stationed near Shui Qianren had already discerned the truth, though he chose to remain silent. What purpose would it serve to speak? Regarding the study of toxins, the porcupine Douluo was not inferior to Douluo. Witnessing someone of Douluo's esteemed title, the poison Douluo, reduced to such a state by his own poison, elicited a modicum of sympathy. After all, they shared a common pursuit, albeit Douluo's allegiance to the Heaven Do Empire rendered the porcupine disinterested in offering assistance. Thus he feigned ignorance. Can you truly assist me? Douluo's emotions began to unravel. No soul master who had awakened the emerald phosphor snake martial soul had ever successfully cultivated beyond the 70th level. The potency of the toxins embedded within the soul was exceedingly fierce, even affecting the wielder adversely. Previous practitioners of the emerald phosphor snake soul dared not continue their training upon reaching the soul emperor rank. Yet, he had persevered, fortuitously discovering this sacred ground, successfully suppressing his serpent's venom, and laboriously trained for decades, ultimately reaching the title of Douluo and evolving his martial soul into the emerald phosphor snake emperor. This achievement allowed him to continually suppress the venom within Douluo. However, he was acutely aware that his poison could not be contained for much longer. What would become of his granddaughter after his demise? The backlash of the emerald phosphor snake martial soul's toxins was not inherently catastrophic. It was his doing. In his quest to evolve the emerald phosphor snake martial soul into the emerald phosphor snake emperor, he had subjected himself to excessive toxins, which, like a curse, were passed down to his son and granddaughter. For the sake of his own accomplishments, he had brought ruin upon his family. Her poisoning is still manageable. But you are different. You have employed incorrect methods for a lifetime, and the poison has penetrated your very marrow. To achieve complete healing, you must relinquish your mastery of toxins, or alternatively, consider conservative treatment to alleviate your current suffering, though it is inevitable that one day you will find it unbearable. Mou stated. He had previously utilized his spiritual energy to meticulously assess Douluo's condition and found that this individual was truly beyond salvation. He could either disperse his mastery of toxins or slowly await his demise. Employing Tang San's method of transferring toxins into soul bones was merely a form of procrastination. If Douluo ceased his training and refrained from utilizing his toxic techniques, Tang San's approach could indeed be feasible. But was that even a possibility? A poisoned Douluo without toxins? Relinquishing his mastery of poisons? Douluo's demeanor shifted palpably. That is impossible. For the sake of this mastery, I have sacrificed too much. My life's work cannot simply be cast aside. Even in death, I shall take my mastery of toxins with me. I am merely suggesting. How you choose is of no consequence to me, Mou replied with a shrug. Resolving Douluo's poisoning issues was a whim of Mou's. This individual owed him a debt of gratitude, and in future dealings concerning Tang San or matters related to the Heaven Do Empire, Douluo could serve as a valuable asset. Regarding your conservative treatment, how long can I expect to live? Douluo inquired. To forego his mastery of toxins was akin to rendering himself impotent. For a title Douluo, becoming a mere shell of his former self was tantamount to death, thereby making it utterly inconceivable for him to relinquish it. As long as you minimize your use of toxins, living to around 100 years should not pose a problem, Mou assured him. In truth, the lifespan of a typical title Douluo bears little difference from that of an ordinary person. Only upon reaching the 97th level does one begin to experience an extension of life. Prior to that milestone, soul masters possess only enhanced strength and robust health compared to ordinary individuals. Douluo paused, contemplating, if I were to be completely healed, how long might I live? Approximately 100 years, Mou replied, regarding him as though he were simple-minded. How does that differ? Douluo's eyelid twitched. Regardless, he would live normally until death. So why should he abandon his mastery of poisons? The distinction lies in the nature of your healing. Mou elaborated. Complete healing is relatively straightforward. You may enjoy your twilight years in peace. In contrast, conservative treatment is fraught with discomfort, and you will no longer be able to wield your toxic mastery as freely as before, lest you risk the spread of toxins, which could lead to sudden death. Douluo fell silent. It was not that he doubted Mou's intentions. After all, having been struck down by this giant just moments ago, Mou had no need for such convoluted schemes if he wished to harm him. However, should this young man save him, it would necessitate his allegiance to the spirit hall. Grandfather? Douluo gently tugged at Douluo. Was this talk of poisoning? Mou's extensive discourse had left her nearly bewildered. Gazing upon his granddaughter, Douluo hesitated momentarily before bowing deeply to Mou, expressing his appeal. He had brought this fate upon himself for practicing his toxic mastery, leading to the demise of his entire family, yet his granddaughter remained innocent. Even if Mou could only save Douluo, he could not refuse. Have you come to a decision? Mou asked. Douluo was no child. He could clearly discern that Mou, despite holding a decisive advantage, sought to extend a favor, likely to ensure his willing cooperation in future endeavors. Initially, it was merely coercion, but subsequently, this old man owed him a life debt. From now on, every action he took would be dictated by this obligation. After contemplating this, Douluo nodded. Having lived a carefree life, he now, in his old age, accepted this reality for the sake of Douluo. Very well. Mou retrieved several enticingly fragrant large bones from the storage soul guide on his wrist and glanced at Douluo. Select one. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. 10,000-year soul bones. Douluo's expression became unhinged. For pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and each one was of considerable age. Is the spirit hall truly this affluent? Douluo gazed incredulously at the precious soul bones before her, items that even a titled Douluo would find difficult to acquire. Mou elaborated. The soul bones are from the bright unicorn's head, the flame giant lizard's right arm, the purple lightning tyrannosaurus's left leg, and the dragon eagle's trunk, dating back to 20,000, 40,000, 50,000, and 80,000 years respectively. Choose whichever you fancy. With 100% yield from soul bee sacrifices, he possessed 4 soul bones corresponding to his 4 soul rings. He had never absorbed such items in his past life, as he had no interest in having the bones of others within his body. Are you truly giving this to me? Douluo questioned, disbelief etched across her face. To claim she didn't want it would have been a blatant lie. What soul master could possibly reject a soul bone, especially of such exceptional quality? Yet, why should she be entitled to such a precious gift? Seeing Douluo hesitate to touch the bones, Mou collected the 3 smaller ones back, leaving the largest trunk bone in her hands. This one has the most age and the best quality. Absorb it. The trunk bone had the lowest yield rate among soul bones, and this 80,000-year dragon eagle trunk bone was a treasure even within the spirit hall. In his previous life, he would have sent such items to Bibi early on, allowing her to consolidate power, but in this life he had no such inclination. Offering it to Bibi would only earn him empty praise, while gifting Douluo, this young girl, would yield a devoted little admirer. Chapter 70. The Undesired 10,000-Year Soul Bone. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept this. Before Douluo could respond, Douluo took the soul bone back and returned it to Mou. Having already incurred a significant debt from treating the snake venom, he could not accept this soul bone without feeling like he was crossing a line. Moreover, the 80,000-year trunk bone was an earthly treasure. To put it bluntly, such an item was beyond the means of him and his granddaughter. If discovered, Douluo would likely not survive the following day. Even as a titled Douluo, he could not guarantee her safety. 80,000 years. A rare trunk bone. Even if the spirit hall does not intervene, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, and those two old geezers from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school would be eyeing it greedily. This gift is too extravagant. We cannot bear it. I'm not giving it to you. Why are you interjecting? Mou pressed the soul bone into Duguyan's hands, irritated. Listen to me. Absorb it. You cannot take it. Dugabo insisted. Refusing it is tantamount to disrespecting me. Mou retorted, visibly displeased. Are you certain you wish to disregard my feelings? Life is more important than face. Dugabo maintained his stance. While he too desired the item, he understood they could not protect it. This was not merely a treasure. It was a ticking time bomb. Once Duguyan absorbed it, she would be entirely under Mou's control. After all, if Mou revealed the existence of the soul bone in no time, not only the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school would come for it, but even the reclusive Hao-Ian sect would be drawn in. This is not some trivial item. It is an 80,000-year trunk bone. I even suspect this young man stole it from the Spirit Hall's treasury. Otherwise, how could such a precious item be offered so casually? I'm sorry, I truly cannot accept this. Duguyan reluctantly returned the soul bone to Mou. While she longed for it, she was not foolish. What worth did she possess to deserve such a soul bone that could drive titled Douluos mad? Furthermore, she had heard her teachers, Qin Ming and Yu Qianheng, mention that even for a super sect like the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, a 10,000-year soul bone was a treasure worthy of being a sect's legacy. The 80,000-year trunk bone was far beyond her reach. Such indecisiveness, clearly wanting it yet refusing to accept it. How hypocritical humans are. Xiangjun scoffed. The two had shown unmistakable eagerness for the soul bones earlier. Yet now they were rejecting them as if they were worthless. It was absurd. Di Tian cast a disdainful glance at Xiangjun. Having resided in Spirit City for years, you have not even taken the initiative to understand human affairs. Such a high-grade soul bone would captivate even the super Douluos at the offering hall. These two humans are far too weak to dare accept it. For humans, the allure of soul bones is akin to that of a dream spirit or a divine beast. Such precious items come with inherent dangers. Without sufficient strength, how could one possess a dream spirit? How could one keep a three-eyed golden lion by their side? Are you worried this item might bring about your demise? Mou inquired, directing his gaze at Dugabo. Or are you concerned I might use it to threaten you in the future? Both Dugabo admitted candidly. The lives of the two of them rested entirely in this child's hands. While he could accept death, he could not bear the thought of being coerced into performing despicable acts against his will. Mou felt speechless. Why was it so complicated to simply offer a small gift? Though he had contemplated such a gesture, if they did not want it, so be it. He sighed, putting the soul bone away. In this day and age, it seemed one could not even gift good things. Dugabo, is this truly just a simple good thing? If they refuse, I shall not press them. After all, this item carries significant risk. Not willing to accept the 8,000-year trunk bone, but surely the 4,000-year right arm bone should suffice? Mou, undeterred, produced the right arm bone of the flame giant lizard. The purple lightning Tyrannosaurus's soul bone seemed unsuitable for Duguyan, while the bright unicorn head bone appeared too delicate. Thus, the right arm bone should be acceptable. Even if this item were exposed, and you were unable to defend against it, you could simply sever her right hand, Mou declared. Upon hearing this, Duguyan instinctively covered her right hand with her left, not wishing to become disabled. Mou frowned slightly. If you refuse to accept this, I shall become quite displeased. The head and trunk bones indeed carry considerable risk, but even if the hand bone were exposed, it would not be fatal. If you are not willing to endure even such risks, I seriously question your safety. Take it, Dugabo conceded. He realized that if they rejected it once more, their relationship would likely reach an impasse. The soul bone served both as a means to win hearts and as a safeguard. While refusing the trunk bone was understandable, if they refused the right arm bone as well, it would be utterly unreasonable. Why does it feel as though I am begging you to accept it? Mou expressed his annoyance. Yet, this was a 10,000-year soul bone. He could easily rally a titled Douluo with such an item at the Elder Hall. Absorb it. I shall watch you do so. Mou pressed the soul bone into Duguyan's hands. Oh, it seems I may have misunderstood Mou, Duguyan thought, her head spinning. The individual appears genuinely intent on merely offering something. While Duguyan absorbed the soul bone, Mou began to observe the various celestial herbs present. He was well acquainted with these plants, having perused the extensive collection in the Spirit Hall's library, as well as the treasure materials in the worship hall. His extraordinary intellect, coupled with formidable mental prowess, enabled him to possess a remarkable photographic memory. Now, having absorbed the mental energy equivalent to 1,000,000 years from the celestial dream, he could replay and analyze every moment from the past frame by frame in his mind. Thus, knowledge of these celestial herbs was a trivial matter for him. However, he held little interest in these flora. In his previous life, he had whimsically acquired a water fairy jade bone and a heartbreak red, but had not touched anything else. The water fairy jade bone was intended for his little cat, while the heartbreak red was merely for amusement. Moreover, he refrained from absorbing these items, as he did not believe his innate talent required enhancement from such things. Without the aid of divine intervention, he had achieved the rank of title Douluo by 18 and limit Douluo before the age of 26. He doubted there was any room for improvement in such talent. In fact, he had not absorbed even the 100,000-year soul bones from his 7th soul ring, nor the soul bones of the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. His 99th level soul power was solely a result of his own cultivation. Therefore, whether it was soul bones or celestial herbs, he regarded them with disdain. He had no need for such items. Even in his previous life, he found them unworthy. Now, with so many ferocious beasts awaiting sacrifice, he found them even more insignificant. What he truly lacked was an opportunity to ascend to divinity. Given a first-level divine position, he was confident he could surpass Tang San, who had merely inherited the Sea God-S title. However, against the Shura god Tang San, he would not stand a chance, for the divine rank held absolute dominance over lesser deities, and there was no concept of battling across tiers. Furthermore, that ultimate artifact would grant the Shura god a significant advantage against deities of equal rank. Thus, a first-level god facing a divine king would be akin to a mere offering. Chapter 71. MOU's Healing Before Long. Douluo Yin successfully absorbed the right arm bone of a 4-year flame giant lizard, elevating her level from 25 to 28. One must acknowledge the substantial enhancement provided by this soul bone. How does it feel? Douluo inquired eagerly. This is a 40,000-year soul bone. My own head soul bone is merely 1,000 years old. The Douluo Yin, having absorbed the soul bone, gazed at MOU with a fervent intensity. Yet, mindful of the inappropriateness of the situation, she composed herself. This fire attribute soul bone has imbued my emerald python's poison with a fiery essence, coupled with a highly corrosive nature. As she spoke, Douluo Yin summoned her emerald python spirit. Unlike its previous verdant form, the current embodiment radiated a distinct fiery aura. With the spirit manifested, her pupils transformed from their original emerald green to fire-red vertical slits. Emerald python, fire poison, Douluo Yin exclaimed, her right arm adorned with a manifestation resembling external armor, the recently absorbed right arm bone of the flame giant lizard. A faint crimson mist erupted from her right hand, surging towards a tree 10 meters away. Douluo appeared perplexed. What is this? Even the worldly wise Douluo was taken aback by the scene before him. Upon contact with the crimson mist, the tree bark disintegrated as though scorched by intense heat, and the trunk seemed to corrode from within. As the red mist enveloped the tree, this stout trunk, over 1 meter in girth, visibly aged and decayed. Death. If this were directed at a person, would it not become a corpse-disintegrating mist? Montak you muzit kvitli. How astonishing is this 10,000-year soul bone. This fire poison would spell doom for anyone below the rank of Soul Emperor. Douluo expressed his elation. This soul bone had exponentially amplified Douluo Yin's combat capabilities. While it might not be said she could confront a soul king, within the ranks of Soul Sect, no one could approach her. It was crucial to note that Douluo Yin was still but a great soul master. Why not absorb this torso bone as well and see its effects? MOU suggested, curiously producing the dragon eagle's torso bone. If the 40,000-year right arm bone yielded such results, the 80,000-year torso bone must be extraordinary. Absolutely not. Douluo Yin quickly waved her hands in refusal. One soul bone is already overwhelming. Absorbing another is simply inappropriate. However, MOU's curiosity remained piqued. I am genuinely curious about the effects of this item. He expressed disappointment. He had no intention of absorbing such things himself. But the results of Douluo Yin's absorption intrigue him. You don't plan to gift my soul bone to someone else in the future, do you? Came the cold voice of Ziji. MOU turned, his expression bemused. Rest assured, I will certainly keep your bones for myself. Gifting them to others is out of the question. In his previous life, he had preserved the soul bones of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, and after becoming a title Douluo, he had placed those bones within a special space of his angel spirit, inaccessible to anyone but himself and the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. That is reassuring, Ziji replied with a nod of satisfaction. She was aware of Mou's reluctance to absorb soul bones, yet if he contemplated gifting hers to another, she would categorically refuse. Bibi harbored no such concerns, having been informed extensively by the Snow Emperor about Mou's capabilities. She understood his intentions were purely curiosity-driven, not aligned with the fanciful notions of the young girl. Well then, the soul bones have been absorbed. It is time to attend to the healing. You go first, Mou directed towards Douluo. Although she remained uncertain about the nature of her affliction, Douluo complied, sitting cross-legged on the ground as instructed by Mou. Now, empty your mind and relinquish control of your soul power to me. Do not resist, even if it hurts, Mou advised. Understood, Douluo replied solemnly, nodding her head. Let's begin. With that, Mou placed his palm against Douluo's back and commenced the procedure. The method for healing Douluo was straightforward. He would forcibly draw the poison coursing through her body into the soul bone, and then teach her a tailored method for soul power circulation, ensuring she would never face a predicament akin to Douluo's in the future. As Mou manipulated Douluo's soul power in a somewhat aggressive manner, she emitted soft whimpers of pain, but gritted her teeth and persevered, refraining from any resistance. Though Douluo felt anguish, he found himself unable to intervene. He was perplexed by this procedure. Wasn't healing supposed to involve medicine? Why was it reliant on the manipulation of soul power? Time passed, and Douluo's body began to tremble. Grotesque blood mist seeping from her surface. Witnessing this, Douluo could no longer contain himself. What on earth is happening? If this is healing, why does it resemble the state of a soul master about to explode from absorbing an excessively aged soul ring? What are you panicking about? Rest assured, this girl will be fine, Bibi stated confidently. What you should be concerned about is yourself. Several of the Emperor Qian group nodded in agreement. They had no doubt about Mou's abilities, yet seeing a young girl in such distress made them wonder about the condition of the severely poisoned elder. Noticing their inexplicable pitying gazes, Douluo felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. He felt that his future seemed rather bleak. Not long after, the treatment administered by Mou concluded, and the long-suffering Douluo fainted, collapsing into Mou's arms. I merely said not to resist. I did not forbid you from calling out, Mou remarked with a hint of amusement, despite being in excruciating pain and trembling all over. She dared not utter a sound, clinging stubbornly to her pride. Is Yin all right? Douluo inquired with concern. She's fine. She's just exhausted and fell asleep. Mou replied, placing a healing light or beside Douluo for her to rest. Now, it's your turn. Mou revealed a mischievous smile. Douluo, being a young girl, had received Mou's mercy earlier. He had taken a more gentle approach, guiding her to discover the most suitable route for her soul power circulation, which could be considered a unique technique that would not only aid her in mastering the control of snake venom, but also accelerate her cultivation. However, when it came to the old man Douluo, Mou had no intention of being so lenient. Severe conditions require potent remedies. Old poisoner, prepare yourself mentally. Mou cautioned. Douluo's poison was merely beginning to affect her meridians, while Douluo's poison had already seeped into his very bones. Douluo had only endured superficial pain, but Douluo was facing a level of torment akin to scraping bones to expel poison. Gazing at Mou's amiable smile, Douluo felt a chill run down his spine. To be frank, he was beginning to reconsider the treatment altogether. Yet with the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. He could not escape. Come on. Douluo steeled himself, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gritting his teeth. He had endured decades of bone-corroding agony. Isn't it just AH? What are you shouting about? Your granddaughter isn't even crying out. A young girl is stronger than you. Hold it in. Empty your mind. I command you to empty your mind. Damn it. Xiangjun, give him a slap. Smack. Douluo fainted. Mou continued. Douluo was jolted awake by the pain. Smack. The cycle repeated, a cacophony of cries echoing. Chapter 72. The Ice and Fire Dragon King. Nearly an hour later, Mou's treatment came to an end. Douluo lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face, exuding an aura of profound despair. He had made a grave mistake. He should not have placed his trust in this individual. Was this treatment? He had endured snake venom for decades. Today, he finally understood what true hell on earth felt like. Is it really that painful? Mou asked, perplexed. I believe you shouldn't compare yourself with him in this regard, Xiangjun advised. The others nodded in agreement. Mou's pain tolerance was unparalleled. He seemed entirely unfazed by injuries, such as shattered meridians or severed limbs. Especially during fights, he was a veritable madman. Previously, they had thought the battles among soul beasts were already brutal enough until they encountered him and witnessed the sheer ferocity of a human beast, exchanging injuries for injuries. Even Tian and Xiangjun felt a shiver of fear. Mou shrugged. I believe I am quite gentle. Pain tolerance can be cultivated. He had trained for 20 years in his previous life. While he, too, felt pain, it did not elicit such a strong reaction as it did from Douluo. Observing the old man's tear-streaked face, Mou decided not to disturb his rest. I will take her down to see if we can awaken these two dragon souls. With that, Mou activated his angelic martial soul, summoning the Silver Dragon King, and leaped into the depths of the ice and fire duality eye. With immunity to both ice and fire, he was unaffected by the toxic elements contained within this grand cauldron. And he had even taken the time to learn swimming just in case Xiangjun decided to retaliate unexpectedly. Before long, Mou reached the bottom of the ice and fire duality eye, where he beheld two enormous skeletal frames, the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Hey, dopey dragon, take a look. Mou patted the Silver Dragon King's head. Upon sensing this familiar energy, the Silver Dragon King opened its eyes for the first time. In the next moment, the energy at the bottom of the deep pool began to converge around the two skeletal frames, intertwining ice and fire energies. At last, the Silver Dragon King, in Mou's grasp, relaxed its hold. Dragon God? Two bewildered voices, one male and one female, rang in Mou's ears. Simultaneously, at the bottom of the pool, the dense ice and fire elements coalesced into a blue and red dragon-shaped phantom, fixating its gaze on the bewildered Silver Dragon King before Mou. Very similar, yet not the Dragon God, the Fire Dragon King shook its head. Do you not recognize her? Mou queried, puzzled. Who are you? The Ice Dragon King asked. This place was at least 1,000 meters from the surface, and the closer they got, the stronger the elemental pressure from the ice and fire became. A mortal could not withstand such extreme elemental oppression. In other words, without reaching divine levels, one could not approach their remains. Yet, this human child exuded no divine aura, only soul power, which seemed entirely out of place. Moreover, the little girl, who bore a resemblance to the dragon god, felt incomplete to them. My situation is a bit complicated to explain, but the dragon god has perished, cleaved in two by the god of Shura. This little girl is one half, the Silver Dragon King, Mou elucidated. The dragon god is dead. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were taken aback. Shortly after the battle began, they had been gravely wounded by the god of good and evil, falling to the mortal realm. By the time they regained consciousness, it had already been tens of thousands of years. Upon awakening, they discovered their bodies had long since decayed. Their consciousness shattered, and their severely injured remnants could not maintain awareness for long, soon succumbing to slumber once more. Consequently, they were utterly oblivious to the happenings outside. They did not even know how long they had been dead. They could only vaguely sense that their remaining consciousness would not endure much longer, at most a few thousand years, before it faded entirely. The commotion down there seems rather significant, Tian remarked, anxiously observing the depths of the ice and fire duality eye. Moments ago, an exceptionally pure gathering of ice and fire elements had occurred, and he had also sensed the resurgence of that draconic aura. Do they recognize our master? Bibi expressed her concern. The dragon god had been cleaved in two by the god of Shura during the climactic moments of the divine war, and the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had been gravely injured and lost long ago. They likely remained unaware of the dragon god's demise, let alone the separation into the Silver Dragon King and Golden Dragon King. They should be able to recognize the aura of the dragon god. But whether they acknowledge this soul beast overlord is uncertain, Tian sighed. The Silver Dragon King was now merely a child, her original consciousness having lapsed into slumber. Even though the two dragon souls were but flickering embers in the wind, they had once fought alongside the dragon god. Strictly speaking, the Silver Dragon King was indeed their junior. Furthermore, the Silver Dragon King was also in a severely weakened state, her power barely surpassing Mou's peak in his previous life. If discussions were to falter, and they clashed with the two remnants of souls, it was likely they would gain little advantage. Contrary to Di Tian's concerns, under Mou's explanation, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings did not reject the new Soul Beast Overlord, the successor of the Dragon God. However, the Ice Dragon King questioned, as a mere human, why would you choose to assist the Soul Beast clan? In the current divine realm, the deities are either humans who have ascended from Douluo Star through cultivation or those who have risen from other worlds under the jurisdiction of the Douluo divine realm. In a certain sense, the divine realm stands in solidarity with humanity. However, since the era of the Dragon God, the Soul Beast clan has become a thorn in the side of the divine realm. After receiving information transmitted through spiritual energy by Mou, they have gained a clear understanding of the current plight of the Soul Beasts on Douluo Star. The divine realm aims to completely eradicate the Soul Beast clan. In ancient times, the Soul Beast clan was the sole ruler of Douluo Star, while humans were merely a weak race struggling to survive in the cracks. If it were not for the Douluo divine realm's relentless oppression of the Soul Beasts, how could humanity have found the opportunity to develop into its current power? Once the rulers of Douluo Star, they have now been reduced to mere tools for human cultivation. I'm not aiding the Soul Beast clan. Strictly speaking, I'm merely helping a friend, Mou clarified. Just as he had initially told the Silver Dragon King, he truly despises this repugnant world. However, he is not compelled to change this situation. Ignorance can also be a form of choice. Had he not been forcibly entangled by the Silver Dragon King this time, he had initially intended to attempt the Sea God position. If successful, he would join forces with Qian Daoliu to exact revenge. Yet, if he fails to inherit the Sea God position, he is uncertain of his next course of action. Perhaps he would truly slip away. Thank you for your willingness to try for the Soul Beast clan, but I regret to inform you that we may not be of much assistance. The Ice Dragon King expressed regret. Although he too yearned for battle once more, his condition no longer permitted it. Their bodies had become one with the land beneath them, and after 1,000,000 years, their strength had long since dissipated. Furthermore, with their consciousness shattered, the remaining dragon souls could only continue to exist within this unique space formed from the remnants of their life force. In other words, they could not leave this land. I can help you depart from here, Mou asserted. However, it will take some time. Before entering, he had meticulously observed the situation. The so-called ice and fire duality, I depended entirely on the elemental energy contained within the remains of the two great dragon kings. If he were to take these two dragons away, the ice and fire duality I would soon vanish, surviving only for a few more years at most. It is akin to removing the power source of a furnace. It would not take long for it to cool down, and its heating effect would diminish progressively. Nevertheless, he intended to use this ice and fire duality to entice Tang San. If he were to take the two dragon kings away, by the time Tang San arrives at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, the ice and fire duality I would likely have turned into a mere pool of stagnant water. Moreover, under the influence of these two elemental forces, the celestial herbs outside would probably wither as well. He had yet to devise a plan for utilizing those items. While he had no personal interest in them, he could not even deliver them as gifts. The notion of using celestial herbs for alchemy was utterly ludicrous. Such top-tier treasures of heaven and earth often share a common trait. They possess a unique affinity. This implies that while the first consumption may yield benefits, subsequent uses will see a significant decline in efficacy. To suggest that mixing a plethora of celestial herbs together like concocting elixirs would allow for equal distribution of their benefits is sheer folly. Such greed would surely invite retribution. If these elite herbs were to be combined, they would vie for dominance, ultimately diluting their medicinal properties, a complete waste. To put it simply, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the principle of complementary interactions. Would one dare to mix together remedies for cold syndromes, heat syndromes, gynecological issues, physical weakness, poisoning, and so forth, expecting to cure all ailments at once? Such an approach would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Help us leave? The Ice Dragon King expressed disbelief. Their dragon souls clung to this environment rich in ice and fire elemental energy for survival. If they were to depart, how long could their flickering souls endure? I possess a special space where this foolish dragon usually slumbers. You may enter and take a look, Mou offered. flapping his wings as he approached the dragon souls of the two kings, gently touching them and drawing them into the space. Why haven't they come back up? ZG expressed concern. She could not withstand this precarious situation. If something were to go awry below, you might not be able to escape. The elemental energy below is stable, indicating that no conflict has arisen, so there's no need for concern, Qian reassured. Yet, ZG remained uneasy. But we can't just leave him down there. Qian stepped back, wary of the poisonous waters rich in ice and fire that might splash upon him, as it would be quite unpleasant. Moments later, Mou emerged from the ice and fire duality, and landed on the ground. How was the situation? Qian inquired anxiously. Rest assured, they communicated effectively and reached an agreement, Mou replied. Surprisingly, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were indeed a couple. The Ice Dragon King was male, and the Fire Dragon King was female. Although it is said that water and fire cannot coexist, it turns out that the age-old adage of red and blue complementing each other is indeed true. Have you managed to collect them both? Qian asked. Mou shook his head. Not yet. I plan to return in a few years. The Ice and Fire duality still retains its value. Simply taking the dragon souls would not suffice. He also needed to remove the remains of the two dragon kings, as these remains formed the foundation of the Ice and Fire duality. Without the bones of the dragon kings, this place would cease to exist. After explaining the recent developments to Qian and the others, Mou turned his attention to the slumped form of Douluo and the recently awakened Douluo Yan attending to him. By the way, how do you both feel? Douluo Yan joyfully turned her head. I feel fantastic. When she followed the path of soul energy Mou had guided her through, she discovered her cultivation speed had increased by more than threefold. Amazing. Oh, just a reminder, please refrain from altering the soul energy pathway I devised for you. Montague cautioned. He had deliberately guided Douluo Yan through the route multiple times and created a forced special corridor with his own soul energy, ensuring she would not deviate. As long as Douluo Yan practiced along this pathway 10 more times, she would not stray. Understood. Douluo Yan nodded earnestly. This was the exclusive soul energy pathway that Mou had specially crafted for her. She would not forget it. And how about you? Mou inquired of the still recovering Douluo. Douluo found it difficult to meet Mou's gaze. Truthfully, he had developed a fear of this individual. He once believed he had endured hellish suffering over the past few decades. Nothing could move him anymore. However, Mou's brutal extraction of the toxins from his body had truly made him experience what real hell felt like. If he had not been restrained by those two giants at that moment, he would have considered ending his own life. The pain was unbearable, worse than death. This fellow was akin to a living embodiment of Yama. Fortunately, I've reached the 92nd rank now, Douluo said bitterly. Although he had endured great torment at the hands of Mou, the barrier of his previous 91st rank had been shattered, and he now possessed strength far superior to before. Moreover, he would no longer have to endure such excruciating pain. It's good that you've broken through, but I must remind you to use poison sparingly, Mou advised, though I have managed to transfer all the toxins within you to your soul bone. If you continue to frequently employ your poisonous abilities, those toxins will inevitably begin to spread once more. Should fortune favor you, you may return to your former self. However, if luck is not on your side and the toxins spiral out of control, they could erupt violently from your soul bone. Given that it is your head's soul bone, the likelihood of immediate demise is exceedingly high. The treatment I provided to Douluo was akin to cleansing the lungs of a longtime smoker whose lungs had turned into a mass of blackened tissue, of course. Such a thorough cleansing would result in a complete rejuvenation. This is precisely why Douluo is experiencing such agony. This is far more terrifying than the mere scraping of bones to expel toxins. Yet, should Douluo recklessly wield his poison, it would be akin to a renewed smoker indulging excessively after receiving new lungs. The original lungs had adapted to that intense combat, but these new lungs, encountering high-level challenges from the outset, could very well lead to disastrous consequences. Douluo's current condition resembles that of a new lung. It requires a gradual adjustment and must avoid overstimulation. Naturally, mere verbal instructions may not be easily remembered. Mou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Therefore, I shall grant you a warranty period of 20 years for this treatment. Should any issues arise during this time, I will provide further treatment free of charge. Douluo appeared momentarily stunned. I believe that is unnecessary. You need not be so responsible. A warning period? Nonsense. He would rather perish than undergo this ordeal again. Absolutely not. Mou shook his head. While I may not be a physician, I do possess a sense of medical ethics. Having promised to heal you, I assure you that the results will be effective, allowing you to live a century at least. I shall not permit your premature demise. So feel free to indulge. For I am here. Rest assured. Douluo looked constipated. He truly did not require such a level of responsibility. He was not incapable of accepting a few fewer years. Old Poison Master, to speak frankly, you would not wish for your granddaughter to endure a solitary existence, subject to the whims of others. Would you? Mou said with a kind expression. Douluo lamented. What sin have I committed to encounter such a living Yama? Chapter 74. Suggestions, by the way. You should consume this as well. Mou contemplated for a moment before pulling out a plant known as the sweet potato golden dragon and handing it to Douluo. What is this? Douluo inquired, puzzled. My grandfather has mentioned that everything here is quite dangerous, and he has refrained from recklessly interacting with it over the years. It is a celestial herb, the sweet potato golden dragon. Your Lin snake martial spirit is a subordinate branch of dragons. Consuming this herb may allow for the evolution of your martial spirit, potentially transforming it into the Lin snake emperor at the very least, Mou explained. Having saved both grandfather and granddaughter, aiding Douluo in the evolution of her martial spirit would be quite sufficient. Hearing Mou's description, Douluo was somewhat skeptical. But before he could voice his concerns, Douluo interrupted. Should I eat it directly? Mou nodded affirmatively. Yes, just consume it all at once. These celestial herbs can indeed be consumed in one go. The suggested method of consumption is merely to lend an air of sophistication. After all, large soul beasts consume these herbs in one bite as well. Do they not squat down and nibble at the petals, then the stamens, and finally the stalks? Isn't it still just a single gulp? After confirming with Mou, Douluo showed no hesitation and began to eat. Douluo, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. Why is this girl so obedient? He had previously warned her that everything here was perilous, and he himself dared not touch anything carelessly. Now, this child casually uproots a plant. Who knows what trouble it may bring? While Douluo was consuming the herb, Mou turned to Douluo and stated currently, her soul power stands at level 28. Once she absorbs this herb, she should rapidly ascend to level 30. However, do not rush to find her a soul ring. Allow her to fully absorb the herb's medicinal properties and stabilize first. If her martial spirit successfully evolves into a sub-dragon or even a true dragon type, her physical strength will significantly increase. You may then test her physical strength. There is no need to use a soul ring of 1 or 2,000 years. At the very least, aim for 4,000 years, and under favorable circumstances, you might even set her up with a soul ring of 7 or 8,000 years. Are you jesting? Douluo's expression was one of disbelief. A third soul ring of 4,000 years? And potentially 7 or 8,000 under good conditions. That is tantamount to death. Montagu Schulgit. I am merely offering a suggestion. Whether you believe it is up to you. In truth, if Douluo's Lin snake does indeed evolve into a dragon type, she will be capable of contending for a 10,000-year soul ring. The dragon clan, regardless of its variant, possesses formidable physical prowess. However, Douluo would likely hesitate to gamble on a 10,000-year third ring, especially given that Douluo would attract undue attention. For their circumstances, such attention would not bode well. Thus, the fourth soul ring should suffice at 10,000 years. I believe, Douluo, having just finished the celestial herb, declared resolutely. Yin Yin. Douluo furrowed his brows. Absorbing a soul ring is no trifling matter. Should any complications arise, it could affect her for a lifetime. Do not think that a failed absorption of a high-age soul ring can simply be interrupted. The repercussions for a soul master can be severe. With a stroke of good fortune, one might lose 2 or 3 levels of soul power and later recover. But with ill fortune, one could find their soul power permanently stunted. He had witnessed countless soul masters who, in their hubris, failed to absorb a soul ring and were left crippled, some even losing their martial spirits entirely. Therefore, should Douluo act recklessly, any resulting issues could render her incapacitated for life. He speaks the truth, Mou concurred. Every individual situation is unique. The limitations of you Xiaojiang soul rings are merely averages. Beast martial spirits typically exhibit greater physical strength than other soul masters, thus allowing them to absorb soul rings of higher ages. However, the physical strength of auxiliary-type soul masters is generally lacking, particularly that of healing-type soul masters. If these two types of soul masters attempted to absorb soul rings according to the standards set for beast martial spirit soul masters, can you guess what might go awry? Even in my previous life, I engaged in reckless endeavors, but I had the foundation of basic physical strength and my formidable healing abilities. Others cannot replicate such feats. Very well, ponder this. After all, the herb you just consumed requires time to refine. Should you trust my judgment, I will personally guide you through the process shortly. Mo offered. Personally assist me? Douluo's expression turned slightly awry. Are you feeling well? Observing Douluo's flushed face, Mo was puzzled. The sweet potato golden dragon did not seem to have such side effects, did it? No, I'm perfectly fine. Thank you. I will certainly heed your advice. With that, Douluo bowed deeply. Do not be overly excited. It is merely a minor matter. Mo was somewhat bewildered by Douluo's reaction, as he had never witnessed such a response before. However, I must caution you to avoid getting too close to Yu Tianheng. The future of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is destined for ruin, and should you become too close to him, your own fate will not be any better. Mo warned. In the previous life, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, aside from the willingly subservient Yu and a few young disciples, retained none of its members. Moreover, due to his intervention, neither Yu Tianheng nor Yu Tianxin managed to escape. Later, when Yu Shaojiang was eradicated by him, the bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was reduced to just Yu Lumian, Lu Erlong, and a handful of young individuals. Yu Tianheng? Douluo paused, bewildered. I have just met him. Not long ago, she joined the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team, and among them, Yu Tianheng possessed the highest soul power, thus temporarily taking on the role of captain. However, now her soul power surpasses all. It's best to keep things uncomplicated, Mo advised. Although he had done favors for the pair, even providing Du Guyan with the golden dragon, if she were to stand against him, he would have no choice but to act. Helping someone is one thing. Killing them is another. Du Guyan's face suddenly flushed as if recalling something. I understand. Seeing his granddaughter's demeanor, Du Gubo appeared constipated. Great. Not only have I involved myself, but now my granddaughter is entangled as well. Then, farewell for now. I plan to visit Tiando City soon. We shall discuss matters then, Mo said. As for this place, he turned to Du Gubo. You might as well stay here and watch over things. Should I require your assistance, do not meddle with the flowers and plants. They belong to me now. Understood. Du Gubo nodded. His life was now in this young man's hands, and his granddaughter was also under his influence. What choice did he have? He could only take things one step at a time. As Mo and his group departed, Du Gubo's expression turned serious. Yin, do you have feelings for him? Huh? Du Guyan was taken aback, but then nodded slowly. Mo had gifted her soul bones, helped her with snake poison, and even tailored a soul power operation route for her, something her grandfather could not match. Moreover, Montague was handsome, with a gentle demeanor and a personality that was easy to get along with. Anyone with common sense would surely take notice. Du Gubo sighed. I do not oppose it, but you must consider this carefully. This young man is no ordinary person. Those two giants could easily crush me with a single slap. His strength is likely that of a legendary super Douluo, perhaps even at level 97 or 98. To command such formidable beings, his standing must far exceed that of the Pope of the Spear Hall. Furthermore, the wings he displayed while flying must belong to the mythical six-winged angel martial spirit. This means that Mo is likely a descendant of the Qian family from the Spirit Hall. If you associate with him, there will be no retreat for us. But he saved us. Du Guyan protested. She had learned of their family's plight, the hereditary snake poison that had claimed her parents' lives. If not for Mo, how long could she have lived? Sigh. Du Gubo shook his head and walked away. His granddaughter remained naively innocent. He could see that Mo was no mere child, and his indifferent demeanor when discussing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon suggested a turbulent future. Moreover, did the boy truly appear to be of such a tender age? Those cold, profound eyes, coupled with a faint yet deadly aura of killing intent, were not qualities one would expect from a child. Many titled Douluos undergo a rejuvenation after their martial spirits evolve. Yu Guan, for instance, appeared to be in his 20s despite being older. What if this boy were some ancient creature in disguise? Chapter 75. bullying the weak at Wuhuan City. After their leisurely excursion to the ice and fire Inyang Mou and his group returned. Coincidentally, Bibi Dong and her entourage, who had disrupted the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, also returned. The Pope of the Spirit Hall exuded an oppressive aura that dominated the entire Seven Treasure glazed tile school. The two great protective elders of the school, Sword Douluo Qinshin and Bon Douluo Gurong, suffered a crushing defeat at her hands. While it was framed as a congratulatory visit, it served as a covert test. What were the true intentions of the Pope? Was there a coercive agenda behind the Spirit Hall's actions toward the Seven Treasure glazed tile school? Did they intend to reignite conflict? Reminiscent of the past with the Qian school, what course would the three upper schools take? The Tiando Prince Xue Qinghe and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school's Princess Ning Rongrong had much to discuss. What was the meaning of the last piece of news? Mou felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he observed the sensational headlines circulating through Wuhuan City. The earlier reports were understandable. After all, Bibi Dong represented the Spirit Hall and Wuhuan City. It was natural for the residents to be excited about such ostentatious displays. However, the final sensationalist tidbit was perplexing. Was this a personal agenda? Very well, this editor was worth cultivating a relationship with. Has this woman gone too far? Jean expressed concern. Before so many onlookers, she relied solely on her imposing presence to subdue the two Douluo, humiliating the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. This could tarnish the image of the Spirit Hall. For millennia, the Spirit Hall maintained a neutral stance, refraining from intervening in the disputes among sects and nations, only stepping in when matters escalated excessively. For example, during the previous war between Tiando and Xinglua empires, the prior Grand Priest, Qian Daoliu, personally descended to the battlefield, eliminating title Douluos from both sides with a mere flick of his hand before departing without further ado. Upon witnessing such authority, both empires' royal families quickly subdued, leading a million-strong battlefield to stagnate for 2 months before ultimately dispersing. This was the deterrent power of a limit Douluo. However, in recent years, emboldened by Qian Xuanji's actions, the Pope's status had been elevated, probing the attitudes of the two great empires and sections. The plan involving Qian Rinxue's undercover mission in the Tiando royal family was originally conceived by Qian Xuanji, though he had not anticipated its early execution, leaving the task to his daughter. Then came Bibi Dong's expansion of the Spirit Hall's influence, capitalizing on the earlier conflict with the Qian school. With the Qian school rendered as a turtle retreating into its shell, other smaller sects as well as the remaining upper 3 sects dare not voice their dissent against Bibi Dong's maneuvers. However, previous actions have been subtle. Although the interests of these sects and the two empires had been undermined by the Spirit Hall, the facade had yet to be completely stripped away. Now, however, Bibi Dong, under the guise of congratulation, had humiliated the two protective elders of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, striking not only at their pride, but also at the collective dignity of the upper 3 sects. Even though the notion of solidarity among the sects had become a joke after the Qian school was forced into isolation, this final veil of decorum was now gone. Who could predict whether these sects and empires might unite? If the Spirit Hall sought to unify the continent, it would require conquest, not slaughter. Who knew what schemes that deranged woman was concocting? Qian Daoliu remained indifferent. He had reached a point of apathy. Let things unfold as they may. If they triumphed in the final divine battle, the faith in the angel god would spread across the continent. Yet, should they fail, even if the Spirit Hall achieved dominance, it would bear no significance. The course of mortal affairs was trivial to the divine. If the gods decreed a change in dynasty, then a change it would be. Let Bibi Dong flail about as she pleased. Even so, if there is no alternative, he hopes that Mou can take Qian Rinxue to explore this world. Since they are powerless to change it, it would be unwise to risk their lives for such matters. Nevertheless, her intimidating presence has indeed proven effective. The news regarding Xiao Xue has reached Ning Fengji, that fellow who, after witnessing Bibi Dong's display of power, has begun to take the previously hinted at marriage alliance with Xiao Xue more seriously. Jean remarked. This was anticipated, Qian Daoliu nodded. Given Bibi Dong's methods over the years, a person like Ning Fengji would only choose to ally with the Spirit Hall if he had no other options. The Spirit Hall's policies have been quite unfriendly to these sects, and Bibi Dong's approach is ruthless. For those who refuse to comply, she typically resorts to lethal measures without much hesitation. It is a matter of obedience or death. Such proud sects would hardly be willing to submit to such tyrannical governance. Furthermore, Xiao Shui has conveyed that she wishes for Xiao Yu to make an appearance to solidify Ning Fengji's resolve. Genie added. Qian Daoliu shook his head, stating that this is something she must express herself. I have already mentioned that the lad has no interest in engaging in these power struggles. Should he be provoked, I fear he might unleash those ferocious beasts to annihilate the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Jean Yi's expression froze. Based on his understanding of MOU, this possibility is indeed substantial. After all, that young man is one who believes in action over idle chatter. As for someone like Ning Fengji, MOU would likely respond with a series of combative techniques. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my elder brother is? Qian Daoliu. I do not consume beef. MOU has certainly grasped the art of leveraging power. Achoo! As he was watering the grass, MOU sneezed. Who has insulted me now? Who are you exactly? A celestial feminine voice echoed. Did I not inform you? I am a thief. MOU set down the watering can. His healing orb truly is a versatile remedy, particularly when combined with the waters of the ice and fire duality eye, the fragrance of the heartbreak red, and the tulip of the golden silk, awakening the blue-silver emperor. Thief. The blue-silver emperor expressed confusion. What could she possibly steal in her current state? And where is Tang Hao? Why is he absent? Do not concern yourself with that hammer. From now on, you are my little maid. MOU stated. Once I have finished my business, that hammer can shatter, and then I shall retrieve your spirit bone. You shall merely be my warm bed companion. One cannot live solely on meat. A balance of meat and vegetables is essential. He genuinely found the blue-silver emperor intriguing. After all, she is even more naive than that little rabbit. What man does not appreciate a sweet, simple-minded girl? He certainly does. Chapter 76. Self-deception, what do you mean? The blue-silver emperor blinked in surprise. MOU gently brushed the branches of the blue-silver emperor, asking, do you need me to be more explicit? The blue-silver emperor suddenly shuddered. She considered that aspect, yet in her current form, there was little she could do. Has she awakened? Bibi approached. She has awakened, but her mind remains clouded. It seems she sacrificed her limited intellect during the ritual. Does she even possess a mind? Montagu Pundit. Baiji hesitated, responding, she does, but not abundantly. During this period, she and MOU have meticulously examined the events surrounding the blue-silver emperor's sacrifice and uncovered numerous issues. Most strikingly, the blue-silver emperor, who has roamed the human world for over a decade, appeared almost foolish after meeting Tang Hao. At that time, the blue-silver emperor was merely a spirit king, not yet fully matured. How could a spirit Douluo like Tang Hao fail to perceive her true nature? If they had been together for many years before discovering her true identity, one might believe that the brothers genuinely developed feelings for her. However, to realize so early on that she was a transformed spirit beast, would human truly refrain from taking action? Would they genuinely forge a friendship with a transformed spirit beast? Furthermore, when the Spirit Hall discovered the blue-silver emperor's identity, it coincided precisely with Tang Hao reaching level 90, which seems excessively coincidental. Additionally, the pursuit of Tang Hao by the Spirit Hall was not initially led by the Pope. The early resistance and warnings to the Haoyan sect lasted over 5 months. In that time, could Tang Hao not have acquired a 10,000-year spirit ring? One cannot claim there were no suitable spirit rings. If he truly loved the blue-silver emperor, with so many 10,000-year spirit beasts in the Douluo forest, while 8 to 9,000-year ones might be rare, for to 5,000-year ones abound. Or was it that, during such moments, Tang Hao prioritized his own spirit rings above all else? Or perhaps he had been coveting the blue-silver emperor's spirit ring from the very beginning. This is not impossible, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall personally led the assault just as the blue-silver emperor bore Tang San. The timing of these events seems too precise. The coincidences appear almost as if they were orchestrated. Have you truly never questioned this? After revealing all her doubts, Baiji inquired. These coincidences are far too remarkable. Had even one element been misaligned, you could have escaped. Moreover, even if you had transformed, there are still many acquaintances in the Douluo forest, correct? The Spirit Hall is only a few days' journey from the Douluo forest. Did you never consider having Tang Hao help you retreat there? Brother Hao said, I have transformed into a human, and spirit beasts would not assist us. The blue-silver emperor replied, somewhat defensively, even if the other spirit beasts would not help. As the blue-silver emperor, Could you not return to your own territory? Be pressed further. Moreover, once you entered the Douluo forest, could the Pope of the Spirit Hall continue to pursue you? Why did you choose to circle outside the Douluo forest? Tang Hao's escape route was indeed laughable, circling around the Douluo forest. Had he deviated even slightly and entered the Spirit Hall, Soul Masters would have been unable to catch them. After all, even spirit beasts in the Douluo forest can ensure they catch their prey. What chance do humans have? The blue-silver emperor's vines drooped in defeat. You have realized this, yet you're deceiving yourself. You believe that your love is such that Tang Hao would not act in that manner, correct? Bai Ji said helplessly. No wonder Mo despises those consumed by love. Even if such thinking applies to himself, it remains true. For a love-stricken heart lacks reason. Mo's feelings are always clear and distinct. He does not engage in the muddled affairs of the heart. For those intertwined with ignorance and confusion do not constitute true love. No, Brother Hao would never do such a thing, the blue-silver emperor insisted. Then what are those coincidences? Montague Quirit. He truly could not fathom how, amidst the relentless pursuit of Qian Xuanji, Tang Hao could be so concerned about returning to the sect that he would hesitate. However, a level 90, 8-ring spirit Douluo, even with a pregnant woman in tow, should find it manageable to evade a group of spirit saints. The blue-silver emperor fell silent. She was unwilling to respond, unwilling to believe. She preferred to live in blissful ignorance, cherishing that love fraught with schemes. For 100,000 years, she had endured solitude. It was human society that offered the warmth of companionship, and it was Tang Hao who taught her the essence of love. Thus, even if that love were fabricated, in her eyes, it remains genuine. Unwilling to respond? Very well, but I must hold you accountable. Mo's expression turned serious. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost due to your reckless wandering? The blue-silver emperor was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend the situation. Tang Hao had been escorting him to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, during which they encountered numerous conflicts. In an effort to conceal, or perhaps amplify their traces, he wielded his mighty hammer, laying waste to my village, Mo lamented. During this time, he had perused the Spirit Hall's records regarding that incident from years past and inadvertently discovered that Tang Hao had passed through that village shortly before he himself had awakened from his coma. Moreover, the records indicated that many villages Tang Hao traversed had been reduced to ruins, some due to battles with Spirit Hall's Soul Masters, while others were destroyed as a diversion to buy time, with his hammer as the instrument of destruction. The village where he regained consciousness was not mentioned in the Spirit Hall's archives, implying it was merely an unfortunate choice. A pawn in Tang Hao's strategy to mislead his pursuers. A few days prior, upon investigating that village, the angel spirit had imparted partial information to him. He was not a soul reincarnation. Rather, this body was crafted by the angel spirit itself, to grant him a taste of childhood joy in this alternate world. Yet to avoid excessive childishness, the body was initially designed to be 3 years old. His coma had ensued shortly after landing in that village, where he was discovered by the villagers, only to be nearly struck down by a hammer falling from the heavens. Had the angel spirit not awakened in advance to shield him, he would have met his end right from the start. Additionally, his physical prowess was attributed to the latent awakening of his spirit. Impossible. He would never do such a thing. The blue-silver emperor insisted. This must be false. Oh, then how do you explain what happened to my village? Mo summoned the angel spirit, causing the colossal hammer to descend from above, revealing a brief image of his astonishment. Damn, no wonder he harbored a shadow of fear regarding hammers. So it turns out he was struck by one upon arriving in this world. Big Hammer Tang, by the heavens, you immortal. Not true. This can't be real. The blue-silver emperor remained unconvinced. Tang Hao is so kind. How could he commit such acts? Is that your assertion? Do you imply that the villagers he struck down deserve their fate? Mo replied with a light yet eerie chuckle. Those villagers who perished due to your actions were indeed deserving of their fate, correct? I just opened my eyes and was nearly crushed by a hammer. I was dazed for over half a year. Quite the deserving lot, wouldn't you say? Upon entering this world, my welcoming gift was a hammer descending from the sky. What a magnificent initiation into this realm. Chapter 77. The infatuation in Tiando City, after a rather futile discussion with the somewhat dense blue-silver emperor. Mo found himself at a loss for words. Truly, she was a plant that had existed for 100,000 years. The blue-silver emperor was not oblivious to the inquiry, but rather, she was hypnotizing herself, insisting that it wasn't so. Tang Hao had his reasons. It was merely a coincidence. He loved her. What a ridiculous notion. Mou had once thought that Bibi Dong's infatuation was unparalleled. Yet he was astonished to find someone even more fervent. Are you okay? Looking at Mou, who radiated an aura of dissonance, Bai Ji felt a mix of pity and amusement. Despite Mou's prior mental preparation, he was still astounded by the blue-silver emperor's thought process. This was a hardship, and that was a hardship. This was unavoidable, and that could not be blamed on him. Even aware of the issues at hand, the blue-silver emperor tirelessly sought to absolve Tang Hao. Her situation mirrored that of Bibi Dong from his previous life. For Bibi Dong, Yu Shaojing was flawless, sacred, and untouchable. For the blue-silver emperor, Tang Hao held the same stature. Realizing this, Mou promptly cast the blue-silver emperor back into her own confines. What was the point of offering counsel? Bibi Dong had spent 10 years attempting to demonstrate that such infatuation was impervious to reason, because they share a common trait, dismissing the facts. I believe he loves me. That is love. To this, Mou could only retort with a disdainful remark. He had thought himself accustomed to foolishness, yet the emotional turmoil he felt was indescribably distressing. This marked the second time he had been repulsed by the absurdity of love. Humans are thus, as are transformed soul beasts. Without his intervention, even the future Silver Dragon King would follow suit. Could not the inhabitants of this world possess a modicum of intelligence? Is love the sole essence of their existence? Or does this world operate solely on the foundation of love? What of responsibility, duty, justice, conscience, and faith? How many truly care for these values? All right, don't be angry. She is merely a plant that has lived for 100,000 years. You said she lacks sense? Why get upset with someone devoid of reason? Be kinsold. Mou shook his head. It's not anger. I once believed that rational individuals comprise the majority in this world. But I have since realized that this world is fundamentally abnormal. Thus, what I deemed normal has become a rarity. Mou harbored a profound disdain for the senseless. He could comprehend emotional decisions, but he truly loathed those who lacked any support beyond emotion. Such individuals were incapable of rational communication, hardly qualifying as normal beings. To put it bluntly, they were simply foolish. Though such infatuation may sound romantic, once one interacts with such individuals, one quickly discovers the potential for madness. For these love-struck souls consistently make decisions that defy comprehension. It's acceptable to be naive, but one must not be truly foolish. Who would enjoy conversing with a simpleton? At the Tiando Royal Academy, ever since being returned by Douluo a few days prior, Yin had become the focal point of the Academy's attention. Although she had previously been a notable figure, owing to her grandfather's title of Title Daw, her sudden reappearance, having soared from rank 25 to rank 30 without a word, piqued everyone's curiosity. Many speculated whether Yin had absorbed a soul bone, as such a significant surge in soul power was typically attributed to that. Since her return, Yin had sequestered herself in her dormitory. Apart from her roommate Yi Lingling, even their team leader Qin Ming found it difficult to approach her. Though others were curious, they were well aware of her grandfather's esteemed status as a title Douluo, and even the Tiando royal family had to tread carefully around her. The nobility? Best not to provoke them. Realistically, who would wish for a downfall? Yin, what on earth is the matter with you? Since her return, Yin had worn a pensive expression, thoroughly exhausting Yi Lingling with her emotional whiplash. One moment jubilant, the next sorrowful. Yi Lingling could understand her happiness, given that her soul power had surged by 5 levels, placing her 2 years ahead of them. Yet, what could possibly warrant her distress? I don't know, Yin murmured, tossing and turning on her bed. After refining the herb known as the golden dragon sweet potato, not only had her soul power increased by 2 levels, but her martial spirit had also undergone peculiar changes. Most notably, it had sprouted limbs and dragon horns. It even exerted a suppressive effect on her grandfather, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Her martial spirit had seemingly evolved, as Mou had suggested, into a true dragon attribute, rather than simply a sub-dragon category. At first, she was quite pleased. However, the moment she recalled that Mou seemed indifferent when he gifted her this item, a sense of insecurity washed over her. Such a valuable possession was given so casually. Although that medicinal garden had recently belonged to her grandfather, he had mentioned that life itself was granted by others, and he had reasoned that the young girl was the true landowner. Thus, they should refrain from discussing the matter. Consequently, her grandfather was unaware of the item's true worth. This implied that even if Mou had chosen not to present it to her, it would not have mattered, for they were oblivious to its significance. Moreover, Mou had already bestowed upon her a soul bone, one of 4,000 years age, and initially he had intended to give her a trunk bone of 80,000 years. To be frank, she and her grandfather had both perceived such gifts as threats and guarantees. However, after absorbing the golden sweet potato dragon and evolving her martial soul, they both agreed they had overthought the situation. When Mou claimed he was merely giving gifts, he genuinely meant just that, without ulterior motives. No wonder he had appeared displeased when they initially declined. He even remarked that they were not giving him face. "Hey, Miss Douluo, could you perhaps rein in that infatuated smile of yours?" Yi Lingling remarked with a hint of exasperation. How had she returned after a few days in such a state? Douluo Yan had previously exuded an air of aloofness. "What if I am infatuated?" Douluo Yan, fierce and assertive, suddenly tackled Yi Lingling onto the bed. "Hey, you're drool." Yi Lingling protested. "Drool?" Douluo Yan responded with a peculiar expression. "My martial soul is now a dragon. Dragons drool. Stop." Yi Lingling hastily interrupted Douluo Yan's brazen words. If such a situation were to inadvertently spread, their reputations would be utterly ruined. The Royal Academy of Tiandou was not devoid of such occurrences. "All right, I was just teasing you," Douluo Yan said, sitting up. Following the evolution of her martial soul, her strength had markedly increased, to the point where she felt capable of pinning Yu Tianheng to the ground. Yu Tianheng was only at level 28, 2 levels below her. "By the way, it's time for a change in leadership for the Tiandou Royal Battle Team. I'm the strongest." Chapter 78. Guidance? More like censure. Has Xiaoyu arrived in Tiandou City? Just returning to her newly refurbished prince's mansion after dealing with the old emperor, Qian Daoliu inquired. "Miss, accompanying him is the honorary offering." "By G," the porcupine reported. After Di Tian and his party officially relocated to the small palace adjacent to the offering hall, Qian Daoliu and Mou had conferred to establish a suitable identity for them. The Elder S title was deemed inappropriate since these fierce beasts were all at least super level 97, particularly Di Tian. After some mutual probing, Qian Daoliu confirmed that without employing angelic powers, he could not defeat the Black Dragon. Thus, the offerings deliberated and ultimately devised the honorary offering title, akin to that of the honorary elders in the Elder Hall. They wielded no actual power and were not required to manage anything, yet held a status equivalent to that of the offerings. Naturally, this arrangement was only known within the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall, with at least the Cardinal being aware, which sufficed, given that the outside world knew little about the offering hall. Most people outside the Spirit Hall were only aware of the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall, entirely ignorant of the existence of the offering hall. "That Snow Empress and Ice Empress have not arrived, correct?" Qian Daoliu inquired, while others were inconsequential at the moment. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress held a different level of significance for Mou. She could distinctly perceive that in Mou's heart. The Snow Empress was undoubtedly of utmost importance, followed by the Ice Empress, with everyone else trailing behind. Though it may sound harsh, this was the reality. For everyone, there was a hierarchy of significance. It may not be overtly apparent in everyday life, but when faced with situations demanding the choice of whom to preserve and whom to forsake, the hierarchy became glaringly evident. The notion that everyone is equally important is somewhat amusing, as one who claims such as merely indicating that, in their view, everyone is of little significance. Truly important individuals always have a ranking, for even in families with multiple children, adults cannot treat them all equally. Even twins will often find one favored over the other. In her previous life, although her attitude towards Mou was less than favorable, she understood well who he was. He was sentimental yet rational, not one to act impulsively without consideration. According to news from Spirit City, only Bai Ji had come this time. "That's good," Qian Daoliu nodded. "I wish to take a stroll. If anything occurs, just inform that the prince has gone incognito." "Yes, miss," the porcupine bowed and exited the room. In the next moment, Qian Daoliu removed her disguise and the facade of her soul bone, revealing her exquisitely refined features. While I cannot compete with the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, these recent arrivals should pose no challenge, she murmured. Had it been before you ventured to the extreme North Ice Field, she would have been confident of ranking first in his heart. Now, her position had diminished, a consequence of her own actions. After all, while Mou often spoke of his desire for her mother, his feelings toward her mother were more of sympathy for her misfortune and frustration at her inaction. He expressed empathy and regret over her mother's plight, yet did not shy away from confronting the facts, resulting in frequent quarrels over matters concerning Yu Xiaojiang and her deceased father. Moreover, Mou was remarkably direct. During arguments with her mother, he would not take the roundabout approach favored by others, saying pleasant things. Before officially severing ties with the papal hall, he barely restrained himself. But after nearly being killed by her mother and spending months recuperating in the offering hall, he completely unleashed himself. You brainless fool, you worthless idiot. You are hardly a paragon yourself. Initially, Mou's disputes with her mother were characterized by attempts at mediation and guidance, but they had devolved into mere insults. Guidance? I could elevate a dog after years of guidance. What good is guidance for a stubborn fool? I shall no longer serve. Mou berated at the entrance of the papal hall, directly scolding in front of the residents of Spirit City. As the altercation escalated, they began to engage physically. Of course, Mou was still no match for her mother at that time, so every bout ended with him fleeing towards the offering hall, only to return later for another round of verbal sparring. On several occasions, he even managed to drag several offerings outside the papal hall before entering to confront her mother, knowing that aside from her grandfather, the other 6 offerings would have to intervene to prevent her from retaliating. Truth be told, she could not fathom how Mou had cultivated such a close relationship with those elder figures, casually addressing them as brothers. He called her grandfather simply Qian, which infuriated her. While he flirted with her mother, he simultaneously elevated his own status, and he spoke of each matter as if they were unrelated, which was utterly absurd. That rascal was merely seeking to take advantage of her. Suddenly, as Mou strolled through Tiando City with Bibi, he felt a chill run down his spine. This sensation was identical to the time when Qian Renxue had pursued him with her martial soul manifested, brandishing a massive sword. What's wrong? Bibi inquired, perplexed. I have a foreboding sense. This feeling resembles when Qian Renxue chased me with her sword. Mou replied, his expression grave. In his previous life, he not only enlightened Bibi Dong, but also guided Qian Renxue, who, in a moment of impulsiveness, would seek out Bibi Dong, only to be met with a tirade from that madwoman. Consequently, Qian Renxue would shift the blame for her reprimanding entirely onto him, leading to a cascade of angelic retribution. Additionally, whenever he was courting young maidens, he would inexplicably encounter Qian Renxue, who would be leaving in a manner reminiscent of Xue Qinghe, thus invoking yet another wave of angelic punishment. Arguments with Bibi Dong would also result in angelic retribution, as would physical confrontations. Moreover, when Qian Renxue struck him, the 7 old men of the worship hall would watch intently, rendering him unable to retaliate. Any attempt to do so would swiftly escalate from a solitary skirmish to a full-blown brawl. Thus, he had genuinely grown fearful of Qian Renxue's blade, to the extent that it had triggered his angelic sensitivity. This place was no longer suitable for him to linger. With a furrowed brow, Mou grasped Biji's hand and hurried towards a currently safe haven. The Royal Academy of Tiando was likely to encounter that foolish avalanche, and the bustling city was equally fraught with potential mishaps. Given Biji's beauty, issues could easily arise. Although Xiong was presently experiencing life within the unique space of the angel martial soul and could emerge at any moment, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble, not because they could not handle it, but rather to maintain a pleasant disposition. This outing, marred by the antics of a fool, was hardly worth the trouble. Chapter 79. Returning to innocence, someone has set their sights on you. Tianming's voice suddenly echoed. Over the past few years, any soul beast that had been sacrificed to Mou had its consciousness preserved within the sheath of the dragon god sword. Tianming, utilizing his unique elemental force, aided these soul beasts in their evolution, thus naturally becoming the nominal leader among them. Moreover, the angel martial soul had also calmed down over the past 2 years. Tianming's confinement had been lifted, granting him access to that special space. However, due to the presence of the Silver Dragon King, Tianming refrained from entering. choosing instead to tinker within the sheath, which had now transformed into an expansive room spanning over 1,000 square meters. He usually resided there alongside the light unicorn, flame giant lizard, purple lightning tyrannosaurus, and dragon hawk, boasting of his remarkable achievements. Of course, apart from Tianming, the consciousness of the other creatures was quite feeble, and they spent most of their time sleeping. When Tianming grew bored, he would converse with Mou and occasionally wander about the Pope's Mountain in a spiritual form. Though his movements were limited to 1,000 meters around Mou, life remained rather comfortable. Occasionally, as now, he would assume the role of Mou's guardian. For with a mental force amassed over 1,000,000 years, Tianming was indeed the primary entity, though now belonging to Mou. A portion of that mental force usage rights could still be shared with Tianming. Is he strong? Mou inquired, glancing at the spirit form of Tianming perched upon his shoulder. Strength is relative. His soul power fluctuates at level 95. However, he is an unfamiliar entity. And there are two of them, Tianming replied. They have been watching you since you were at the food street over there. Initially, I thought they were merely bored, but their prolonged attention raises some concerns. Is there a soul sane among them? Mou asked. How did you know that? Tianming responded, puzzled. Mou seldom utilized this formidable mental force, as it was overwhelmingly potent. Acting on one strand could reverberate throughout. Each time he employed it, he found himself exhausted. Thus, even when action was required, he preferred to let Tianming handle it, likely waiting until this entity reached the pinnacle of Douluo before wielding such excessive mental power normally. Mou nodded. Now I know who they are. The three rascals of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Exen, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji. They must be restless after Bibi Dong reprimanded them at the recent celebration, concocting a scheme to establish a shield for themselves. Why not let Xiong crush them? Tianming suggested eagerly. Xiong can obliterate any tidal Douluo below level 98 with a single slap, leaving no trace behind, merely a mist of blood. Even a level 98 would only leave a slight impression if they were extraordinarily fast or defensive. Only a level 99 extreme Douluo could stand against Xiong. Are you out of your mind? Mou flicked his finger, sending Tianming tumbling away. Qian Renxue was still contemplating how to win over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He couldn't simply have their sect master and elder exterminated. The world of martial arts is not solely about violence, unless cooperation is utterly refused. Very well, no killing. Tianming sulked as he retreated to sleep. They likely do not even know of your existence. How do they focus on you? Be questioned, perplexed. Do you truly believe Tianming's nonsense? Mou chuckled. They're not fixated on me. They're fixated on you. Bai Ji was taken aback me? Indeed. Mou urged Bai Ji to walk forward slowly. A beauty as rare as you possesses a magnetic allure for such individuals. Even with your attempts at disguise, those with even a modicum of skill can see through such superficial facades. Chen Xian and Gu Rong rely on their own cultivation, while Ning Fengji, that cunning old fox, has a remarkable ability to read the room and gauge intentions. Perhaps only Tang Sen could rival him in this regard, though you have concealed your appearance. The essence of one's aura is challenging to mask. In a city like Tiandou, filled with foolish nobility, it is only natural for those old men to take an interest in someone of your exceptional temperament. Fengji, those two are quite unusual. Chen Xian remarked from atop a nearby building, his gaze fixed intently on the advancing Mou and Bai Ji. That old fool. He wouldn't dare have his eye on that girl, would he? Gu Rong chimed in, attempting to stir the pot. Ignoring Gu Rong's disruption, Chen Xian maintained a serious demeanor. That young lad is a swordsman. You could discern that? Gu Rong scoffed. Enough. Just say you fancy the girl. I won't mock you for it, he retorted. Do not interfere. Chen Xian shot Gu Rong a glare. I am not mistaken. That lad is no ordinary swordsman. Sword uncle, can you elaborate? Ning Fengji interjected, calming Gu Rong and signaling him to cease his antics. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian responded, a novice swordsman exudes a fierce aura, creating a certain distance from others. However, as one's skills advance, especially upon reaching the realm of returning to innocence, that unique aura dissipates, making one appear ordinary. Even I have yet to attain such a level. Without intentional suppression, one resembles a porcupine. Gu Rong interjected, indeed. Are you suggesting that this boy has reached the legendary state of returning to innocence? Ning Fengji asked incredulously. Chen Xian's assertions held weight. No one understood the sword path more profoundly than the sword Douluo, Qian Daoliu. After a pause, Qian Daoliu said earnestly, "It is highly likely. Just moments ago, as he passed by, I sensed a hidden threat, not overwhelming but certainly lethal. Yet, upon further scrutiny, that feeling vanished entirely. It mirrors the sensation my father described to me before his passing. The instinct of a swordsman identified that threat, but he could not grasp it due to his insufficient level. His father had once mentioned that the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall had long attained the state of returning to innocence, which was why, during their first encounter, he had only withstood a single strike before suffering grave injuries. Later, although his father had fortuitously ascended to the legendary pinnacle of the 98th level of Douluo, confronting the formidable Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall was akin to striking a stone with an egg. For years, his aspiration had been to engage in battle with that Grand Priest, to witness the realm that transcended the return to simplicity. Yet now, should that child be approached? Observing Qian's demeanor, Ning Fengji felt a surge of curiosity. Years ago, he had persuaded Qian to join the seven-treasure glazed tile sect with the condition that he would exert every effort within the sect's capabilities to aid him in reaching that legendary realm. Now, several years had elapsed, and though Qian had remained reticent, Ning Fengji was acutely aware that this sword Douluo had never relinquished his obsession with the legendary state of the sword. He understood that, with his current strength, a rash challenge against the legendary Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall would render him nothing more than a mere deliverer of vegetables. "Do not act yet," Qian interjected. "We cannot ascertain the identity of the other party, and a hasty approach may invite trouble. The emergence of such a legendary realm in a child is highly suspicious. My father made it abundantly clear. The mightiest swordsman in the world today is none other than the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall, the Grand Priest, the Invincible Sky, the Angel Douluo, Qian Daoliu. He is the only one to have attained such a realm. That child could very well have a close connection to this Angel Douluo, perhaps even being his disciple. This implies that the child is likely affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Given the current state of relations between the seven-treasure glazed tile sect and the Spirit Hall, exacerbated by the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Pope Bibi, it is an exaggeration to say that tensions are at an all-time high. At this juncture, it would be prudent to refrain from any indiscreet interactions with the Spirit Hall. Uncle Jian, we have yet to formally sever ties with them, so there is no need to be overly sensitive, Ning Fengji remarked. Moreover, with a pope like Bibi having reached such heights, should a prodigy of the caliber you describe emerge among the younger generation, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect may indeed need to consider a different direction. Bibi, despite being younger than him, had already achieved that level of power, suppressing the swordbone duo merely through her aura. From what he knew of this ruthless woman, once she made a move, it would be a complete extermination. The current situation on the continent is dire. The two great empires have long since decayed. The Haoyan sect had been driven into seclusion years ago, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect relationship with the Spirit Hall had remained tense due to issues surrounding Master Yu Shaojie. Now, this pope was staging a farce at the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. The Spirit Hall's expansion was evidently unstoppable, and the so-called allied upper three sects each harbored their own ambitions, while the two great empires were preoccupied with internal strife, rendering the remaining sects virtually useless. Unless a decisive figure were to emerge, he feared that he would have to lead the seven-treasure glazed tile sect down a different path. Fengji, do not be anxious. The state of the continent cannot be dictated by the strength of a single individual. No matter how powerful Bibi may be, she cannot dominate the world single-handedly. Qian assured. Ning Fengji shook his head. However, the current situation of the Spirit Hall is not merely due to the Pope's strength. In recent years, many geniuses among the common people have been absorbed by the Spirit Hall, granting them the people's support. Coupled with the recent farce, the Spirit Hall's reputation has soared, and those sects that had remained on the sidelines may soon begin to align themselves with the Spirit Hall. While an individual's martial prowess cannot determine the state of the continent, Bibi, as a pope, possesses a position of considerable influence. A shrewd and capable pope, combined with formidable personal strength, presents a terrifying allure to soul masters. The current situation among the upper three sects is grim. Despite his desire to unite the two great empires and the remaining upper three sects against the Spirit Hall's expansion, he found it unfeasible. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is arrogant, believing their martial spirits to be unrivaled, and they look down on outside soul masters. The Qian sect shares a similar sentiment. Only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect actively seeks to absorb young talent from abroad. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has gained considerable favor among the common folk by siphoning funds from the two great empires to provide subsidies for soul masters, enhancing their reputation among the populace far beyond that of the other sections. Isn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect blessed with two innate 9th-level young talents? Qian suddenly inquired. If I recall correctly, they're named Yu Qianxin and Yu Qianheng. With such talent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could very well produce a dual title Douluo in the future, akin to the Qian twin stars of yore. However, as for the Spirit Hall, it seems there are no such prodigies to uphold their facade. Just because we haven't heard of them doesn't mean they don't exist, Ning Fengji countered, shaking his head. Given Bibi Dong's methods, even if there are prodigies, she would wait until they matured before revealing them, unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's ostentation. His willingness to broadcast his daughter's situation across the continent stems not only from his own strength, but also from a rather unfortunate reality: the inherent flaw of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile's martial spirit, which halts at the Soul Sage level. Therefore, it is unlikely that even an innate 9th level or even a perfect innate 10th level Soul Master would surpass the Soul Sage level. For a support-type Soul Master likely to be capped at the Soul Sage level, there is little inclination among the outside world to stifle budding talent, which is why he feels emboldened to openly share such news. If it were a battle Soul Master, he would never let a whisper slip before the opponent reaches the Soul Sage level. What if that child is indeed from the Spirit Hall? Gu Rong remarked, his expression grave. Should we eliminate him? One Bibi Dong is already terrifying. If another swordsmanship genius, as described by Qian, were to arise, the Spirit Hall's future would be exceedingly bright, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would face a bleak destiny. Initially, he had considered the two ostentatious youths from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but Ning Fengji had advised against it, stating that the upper three sects were interconnected, and there was no need to jeopardize their foundation. However, that child cannot be ignored. Fengji, Qian, they both urged urgently. Qian's expression turned solemn. If he is truly the disciple of that angel Douluo, any misstep would leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect with no avenue for survival. Moreover, if such a genius were to venture out into the world, would there be no one to guard him in secret? With even one of the 7 priests from the legendary Hall of Offerings present, success would be utterly unattainable, and if failure were to be exposed, it would spell disaster for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji added, if they were to strike first, providing the Spirit Hall with grounds for action. Given the Pope's recent demeanor at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, should war break out, we would not even have the opportunity to retreat into seclusion like the Qian sect. But if we allow such a person to mature, do we not face the same doom? Gu Rong contended. Even at such a young age, he poses a lethal threat to Qian, indicating that his talent is undeniably high. What the future? Qian and Ning Fengji fell into a contemplative silence. To act now would mean certain death. To refrain from action would merely prolong the inevitable demise. Wait, do we not still lack certainty regarding the other party's origins? Qian suddenly realized. Is it not merely a suspicion that he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji nodded. Indeed, if one pope is already present, how could there possibly be another swordsmanship prodigy? But if that is indeed the case, Gu Rong's expression grew grave. Ning Fengji offered a bitter smile. Then it can only be said that fate lies with the Spirit Hall. Human efforts cannot rival heaven's will, if it is destined thus. What do we do? At the very least, we have now become aware and can prepare in advance. Then let us depart, Ning Fengji declared, rising to his feet. Observing their direction, it appeared they were headed towards the Moon Pavilion, coincidentally where I had arranged to meet Qinghe. It was a perfect opportunity to observe. Qinghe hesitated, words lingering on the tip of her tongue. Gu Rong, however, was more straightforward. Fengji, you cannot be seriously contemplating the marriage of Rong to the royal family of Tiandou, can you? Even if that Qinghe is your student? You must be aware of the royal situation. Have you not seen the state of the old emperor and the Moon Pavilion, as well as the Qian sect? To put it bluntly, the royal family is a chaotic mess. The old Emperor Shui, he had previously harbored intentions towards the Moon Pavilion's master, Tang Yuehua, particularly after the Haotian sect was forced into seclusion. That old rascal repeatedly probed the Moon Pavilion stance, and the displays he put on were utterly distasteful. If the Haotian sect were still flourishing as before, would that old man dare to act so boldly? The cowards of the Haotian sect, too, have simply turned a blind eye, allowing their subordinates to slip away without a word. Once proud, the four major families now find themselves in such a disgraceful state that it makes one want to curse. Over the years, the Moon Pavilion has become the economic backbone of the Haotian sect. Although they claim to be in seclusion, all expenditures are managed discreetly by the Moon Pavilion. It's truly embarrassing that such a large sect relies solely on a single woman for sustenance. Uncle Gu, the situation with the Haotian sect is delicate. Be cautious with your words, Ning Fengji advised in a lowered voice. For a group of leeches, that Tang Hao has vanished without a trace. And yet he speaks of the top 3 sections. Fengji, it's time for your perspective to shift, Gu Rong insisted. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon has never regarded our 7-treasure, glazed tile, sect with any esteem. In the past, the Haotian sect shone like twin stars, soaring high above. The notion of kinship you speak of has never truly existed. Old Bones, are you truly frightened by Bibi Dong? Jian Xin Zima? Gu Rong's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, he was afraid, but what of you? That day at the celebration, Bibi Dong directed her overwhelming aura at the two of them, and he could distinctly feel the terrifying chasm of disparity. Had Bibi Dong chosen to strike then, they would have had no opportunity for resistance whatsoever. To be honest, at my age, death holds little consequence for me. However, Rongrong's life is just beginning. As an auxiliary-type soul master, how will she confront that woman in the future? Gu Rong stated solemnly. Ning Rongrong possesses innate rank 9 talent. Indeed remarkable, but I was once even more gifted, with innate full soul power. Now at my advanced age, facing Bibi Dong would be tantamount to courting death. Yet Ning Rongrong remains an auxiliary soul master. In the current realm of soul masters, I see no one capable of standing against the Wuhuan Palace's might. I also cannot envision anyone stepping up as a new pillar for the 7-treasure glazed tile sect after we 2 old fellows are gone. Under these circumstances, placing hope in this so-called kinship is truly misguided. To put it bluntly, when the Haotian sect waged war against the Wuhuan Palace, did we, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, offer any assistance? Gu Rong said. Do you think that bunch won't hold a grudge for our passive stance? He continued. Fengji, this kinship is a fallacy. The future of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect must be reconsidered.